but the child's head pressing against the horse's neck made it move to the left. This helped Ash and Mulraj, because they were riding straight and their horses were faster and stronger. Ash's horse, the Cardinal, had won several races. Mulraj's mare, Dulhan, was known as the best horse in the camp. They came closer, little by little. The edge of the ditch was only 10 steps away when Mulraj caught up and let go of his reins. He guided Dulhan with his knees, leaned to the side, and grabbed the child around the waist. He pulled the child away just as Ash, riding on the other side, caught Bulbul's loose reins and tried to stop him. Mulraj was one of the best riders. No one rode better than he did. If he had been on any other horse that day, the ending might have been terrible. But he and Dulhan had worked together for many years, and they understood each other very well. They seemed almost like one being, half man and half horse. Mulraj had planned his move carefully and came up on the left side of the runaway horse. He rode close and kept a line that ran beside the ditch. Because of this, even while holding the boy and not using his reins, he could still turn Dulhan away from the edge. Ash could not stop the Cardinal. The two horses ran over the edge together and crashed among the rocks below. Ash lay there without waking for a long time. It was good that he did not wake, because he had many injuries. He had hit his head and broken several bones. If he had been awake during the rough cart ride back to the camp, or while the bones were being set without pain medicine, the pain would have been terrible. Luckily, he felt nothing during that time. Karkaji Rao's personal doctor was very skilled. If Ash had been treated by the princess's doctor, who was chosen by Shushila Bai, he might not have survived. That doctor was old and believed in old-style healing with herbs, prayers, and strange treatments. He trusted things like earth powers and mixtures made from cows, which were not helpful for broken bones. Karkaji respected his religion but did not believe in those cures. He kindly refused his niece's offer and sent his own doctor, Gobind Das. Gobind Das did his job very well. Even European doctors with training in big schools could not have done better. He worked with Madhu, Gulbaz, and Geeta, one of Princess Anjali's nurses. Together they helped Ash through 2 hard days and nights of high fever. Ash was very sick and restless, so they had to hold him down so he would not hurt himself more. Ash understood little during that time. One night he thought he heard a voice say, "Is he going to die?
Is he going to die?"
He opened his eyes and saw a woman standing near the lamp. Her face was dark against the light, and he could not see it clearly.
"I'm sorry, Julie. I didn't mean to hurt you. You see,
He could not finish the sentence or remember what he wanted to say. Then she was gone, and he saw only the bright lamp. He closed his eyes and everything turned black again. On the 3rd day, the fever left him, and he slept for many hours. When he woke up, it was night again. The lamp still burned, but something made a dark shadow across the bed. He wondered why he had not turned out the light. Then he noticed how dry his mouth felt. He was very thirsty. When he tried to move, sharp pain went through his body, and he gave a low cry.
"Lie still, child," said Madhu gently. "I am here. Lie still, my son."
The old man spoke softly, as if to a child who had just woken from a bad dream. Ash looked up at him, surprised and confused to see Madhu in his tent at that hour.
"What are you doing here, Chachag?" Ash asked.
His own voice shocked him. It was weak and rough, almost just a dry whisper. But Madhu's face changed suddenly and he lifted his hands and cried, "Praise be to Allah. He remembers me. Gulbaz, send a message to the Hakim. Tell him the Sahib is awake and his mind is clear again. Go fast. Praise to Allah, the merciful and kind." Tears ran down the old man's cheeks and shone in the light.
Ash said in a weak voice, "Don't be silly, Chachag. Of course I know you. Stop acting foolish and give me a drink.
Gobind Das, who had been sleeping, got up quickly and gave Ash a drink. It must have had medicine in it, because Ash fell asleep again. When he woke for the third time, it was late afternoon. The tent flaps were open, and he could see the soft light and long shadows. Far away, the dusty plain touched the faint pink hills. A man sat near the tent door, throwing dice slowly with his hands. Ash watched him and felt glad that Mulraj had not fallen into the dry stream. His head was clear at last, and he could remember what had happened. As he lay there, he tried to see how badly he was hurt. He was pleased to find his legs were fine and that only his left arm and shoulder were bandaged. That meant he had fallen on his left side, just as he had planned. He remembered thinking, when the cardinal started to fall into the streambed, that he must save his right arm and throw himself to the left. It seemed he had done exactly that.
Mulraj made a short happy sound when the dice landed well. He looked back and saw Ash's eyes open and clear. "So you are awake at last," he said, coming to stand beside the bed. "It was time. How do you feel?"
Hungry, said Ash with a faint smile.
"That is good," Mulraj answered. "I will call the Rao Sahib's Hakim. Maybe he will let you have some mutton soup or warm milk." He laughed when Ash made a face and started to call a servant.
But Ash reached out with his right arm and held a fold of his coat. "The boy," he said. "Jyoti, is he safe?"
Mulraj waited for a moment. Then he said kindly, "The child is fine. Do not worry about him. Think about yourself now. You must get well. We cannot leave until you are strong again. We have already stayed here for almost a week."
"A week?" Ash asked in surprise.
"You were unconscious for one full day and night," Mulraj said. "For the next 3 days, you talked like a madman. Then you slept like a baby."
"My goodness," said Ash slowly. "No wonder I am hungry. What happened to the horses?"
"Jyoti's horse, Bulbul, broke his neck," Mulraj said.
"And mine."
"I shot him," Mulraj said quietly.
Ash said nothing, but his eyelids moved a little. Mulraj continued gently, "I am sorry, but there was nothing else I could do. Both his front legs were broken."
"It was my fault," Ash said after a pause. "I should have known I could not make Jyoti's horse turn. It was too late."
Mulraj did not try to comfort him with false words. He liked Ash and chose to be honest. "One makes mistakes," he said. "What is done cannot be changed. Forget it now, Pelham Sahib, and thank the gods that you are alive. There was a time when we thought you would die."
Ash frowned, trying to remember something. Then he asked suddenly, "Was there a woman here one night?"
"Yes," Mulraj replied. "She's one of the princess's women. She comes every night to help you. She knows how to rub sore muscles and fix strained joints. You owe her much, and you owe Hakim Goban even more."
"Oh," said Ash, disappointed. He closed his eyes against the soft light.
He got better very fast. His strong body helped, as did Gobin's care. Those 2 hard years in the northern mountains had made him tough. The rough nursing and dirty camp bothered him little, the flies, the dust, and the noise. A Western doctor would find it shocking, but to Ash it felt almost peaceful. He had seen worse things in the mountains, where injured men lived through horror and pain. He thought he was lucky. Karkaji told him he could easily have died, or been hurt for life.
"That was a foolish thing to do," Karkaji said in a strict voice. "Would it not have been better to lose one horse than to risk killing both, and almost yourself too? You young men never think before you act. But still, you were brave, Sahib. I would give all my old age and careful mind for a little of your courage."
Karkaji Rao was not the only person who came to see Ash. Many others from the camp visited him, like Tarak Nath, Jabbar Singh, and old Maldeo Rai, who was Karkaji's cousin. There were too many visitors, said Madhu and Gul Baz, who tried to stop them from coming. Gobind first wanted peace and quiet, but later changed his mind. He saw that Ash was happier when he listened to talk from the camp. Ash liked hearing news about Carriedcote and the daily things happening there. The person who visited him most was Jyoti. The boy often sat on the floor, cross-legged, and talked for hours. From him, Ash learned that his old guess was true. Biju Ram, who had been protected by Janu Rani for many years, was now in trouble. During the Rani's life, he grew rich from gifts and secret payments. But after her death, her son Nandu pushed Biju Ram and others out of important positions. They lost power and money, and Biju Ram became angry. He had grown proud and foolish under the Rani's protection. He showed his anger too openly, and soon he had a fight with Nandu. Nandu said he might arrest Biju Ram and take all his property. Biju Ram became afraid. He asked Colonel Pycroft, the British resident, to speak for him. The colonel talked to Nandu. Nandu said many rude things about Biju Ram, but in the end, he accepted an apology and a large payment, and said he would forget the matter. Still, Biju Ram did not trust him. A week later, Nandu refused to let his brother, the young prince, go to Bitha for the wedding. Then Biju Ram started to make plans for the prince to escape. He wanted Jyoti and himself to run away. Ash had guessed this before, and he had been right. The idea came from Biju Ram. He and two friends who had served the Rani helped to plan and carry out the escape.
He said he helped because he felt sorry for me, Jyoti said. He said he and Mohan and Pran Krishna were loyal to my mother, and they knew she would have wanted me to go to Shushu's wedding. But that was not true at all.
No? Asked Ash. He looked at the boy with respect. Jyoti was young, but he was not foolish.
Because of the quarrel, Jyoti said, my brother Nanda does not like anyone to argue with him. He might say he forgave Biju Ram, but he did not mean it.
So of course Biju Ram thought it was safer to leave Carriedcote very soon. He wanted to stay away for a long time. Maybe he hoped that Nandu would stop being angry later, but I do not think that will happen. Pran and Mohan came with me because Nandu does not like the people my mother chose. They also feel safer here. They brought all the money they could in case they can never go back. I wish I did not have to leave. I think I will stay in Bitha with Kairi and Shushu. Or maybe I will run away again and become a robber chief, like Kale Khan.
Kale Khan was caught and hanged, Ash said quietly.
He did not want Jyoti to think about doing something wild again. He was sure that Biju Ram and his friends wanted Jyoti to stay in Bitha as long as the Rana allowed it. But if they heard that Nandu had died, they would go back at once with the new Maharaja. Jyoti did not like to talk about Carriedcote. He liked to hear stories about life on the northwest frontier, or even better, about England. He wanted to learn many things, and that made him a tiring friend. Ash had to talk a lot, and talking was still hard for him. He wished he did not have to answer so many questions. But it helped to keep Jyoti busy and out of trouble. Also, one talk with Mulraj made Ash worried about the boy. Mulraj had not wanted to speak about the matter until Ash was stronger. But Ash would not stop asking questions about the accident. He wanted to know why it had happened.
I still do not understand, Ash said, looking at the tent pole. How did that saddle fall off? Maybe it was Jyoti's fault. Maybe he did not fasten the girth well. Or maybe Biju Ram or one of the stable boys did it. Who did? Do you know?
Mulraj did not answer at once. Ash saw that the older man wanted to avoid the question. But Ash felt tired of being treated like a weak man. He frowned and asked again sharply. Mulraj sighed, then said, the boy says he saddled the horse by himself. Biju Ram refused to help him and went away. He thought Jyoti could not do it alone. He also thought that Jyoti would need to wake a stable boy or servant, who would then follow him.
Foolish boy, said Ash. That will teach him.
Teach him what? Asked Mulraj calmly. To fasten the straps better. Or to look under the saddle very carefully first.
What do you mean? Asked Ash. He was surprised by Mulraj's voice and face more than by his words.
I mean, said Mulraj, that the straps were all fastened well. But the girth broke. It was old and worn thin.
And in only a few hours too. It happened by chance that I looked at the saddle earlier in the day. Do you remember when the boy flew his hawk at a pigeon that you did not even see because your mind was somewhere else, and I watched him ride away? I thought then that his saddle looked a little loose, so I rode after him.
Yes, now I remember. You said you did not like the way it looked. But go on.
After we caught his hawk and the pigeon, said Mulraj, we had gone farther than the rest of you, and we were alone. I tightened the saddle strap myself. I tell you, Sahib, it only needed to be a little tighter, but there was nothing wrong with it. Yet only a few hours later, it became so weak that it broke when the horse started to run.
But that cannot be true.
You are right, said Mulraj quietly. It should not be possible. But it happened. There can be only two reasons for it. Maybe it was not the same strap, but an old damaged one that someone changed. Or, and I think this is more likely, while we ate and rested, someone used a sharp knife to scrape it until it was almost cut through. They did it so carefully that the strap could still be fastened and no one would notice. But it would break at once if much pressure was placed on it, for example, when a horse began to run wildly.
Ash looked at him with a serious face. He said quickly that if the strap had broken while the boy was with several other riders, there would not have been much danger. No one could know that the boy would ride off alone. Only Biju Ram tried to stop him. Mulraj lifted his shoulders and agreed, but then he said there were some things the Sahib did not know. He explained that Jyoti often rode fast after his hawk and did not like anyone riding close behind him. So it would not matter how many people were with him, because as soon as his hawk flew, he would chase it. The others would stay back and watch. When his horse ran away, the strap would break quickly. A runaway horse with only a small rider could run faster than one carrying a man. So the boy would have fallen before anyone could reach him. To fall from a runaway horse in this rough land could kill a man, he said, and even more easily a child. But the people who made the plan did not think about the boy's courage or his quick mind. They also did not guess that his small size would help him hold on where a grown man could not. Ash made an unhappy sound. He asked angrily how Mulraj thought anyone could have known that the horse would run away. He said the whole problem was because of that, and nobody could have known. Mulraj sighed and stood up. He looked down at Ash with serious eyes and put his hands through his belt.
Then he said quietly, "You are wrong. That was planned too. I did not understand at first why the horse ran like that. Jyoti always stands in his stirrups and shouts when he sends his hawk into the air, and Bulbul knows this well. But that day we both saw the horse jump forward as if it had been hurt. Do you remember?"
Ash nodded. The movement hurt him, and he answered more sharply than he meant. Yes, I do. And I also remember that no one was near us, and there was no sound of a gun. If you ask me, you are imagining.
He stopped suddenly. A memory came to him. He remembered why he had gone looking for his horse after seeing Jyoti ride away alone. He remembered Madhu's story about the old Raja who died while out hawking. He also remembered the old man's sly look when he said, "They think maybe the horse was stung by a bee."
Mulraj seemed to know what Ash was thinking. He said in a dry voice, "So you have heard that story too? Maybe it is true, who knows? But this time I wanted to be sure. When I pulled you out from under your horse and saw you were alive, I did not go for help myself. I sent Jyoti. Yes, it was a little risky, but not much. He was riding Dulhan. You know how gentle she is. Even a child would be safe with her. After he left, I went to look for his fallen saddle."
Go on, said Ash shortly, because Mulraj had stopped and was listening. It's only Madhu. He is not close enough to hear. He will cough if someone else comes near.
Mulraj nodded, looking satisfied. Then he spoke again in a very quiet voice. It was not a bee this time. It was a double thorn from a kikar tree. The boy pushed it deep into the saddle when he sat down after throwing his hawk. It had been hidden in the padding. When the rider moved, it went deeper and deeper. At last it reached the horse's skin. When you can walk again, I will show you how this trick works. It is an old and wicked trick. No one can easily prove that the thorn was put there on purpose. We all find such thorns sometimes in our clothes, our blankets, or our saddles. But I will bet you my mare against a washerman's donkey that this thorn was no accident. It was done on purpose. The thorn and the broken strap.
There was a long quiet moment in the tent. Only the sound of flies could be heard. When Ash finally spoke, his voice was serious.
What have you done about it? He asked.
Nothing, Mulraj said sharply. I only try to watch the boy, but it is hard. He has his own people around him, and I am not one of them. I left the saddle where I found it and said nothing about the thorn. Anyone could have missed seeing it. About the broken strap, which you and I both saw, I made a big fuss when we came back to camp. I shouted at the princess helpers for being careless and said they must be sent away. If I had stayed silent, people would have wondered why, and that is not what I want.
You mean you haven't told anyone? Ash asked in surprise.
Who should I tell? Mulraj answered. I do not know how many people are part of this or why it happened. Sahib, you do not understand Karidkot. You do not know all the plots around the palace. They are everywhere, like insects during the rainy season. Even here in the camp they follow us. I planned not to tell you until you were stronger, because worry is not good for a sick man. But now I am glad I told you. 2 minds are better than 1. Together we can find a way to keep the child safe from his enemies.
They could not speak more that day. Gobind and Karkaji arrived and stopped their talk. Gobind said that Ash looked hot and sick, so he would not allow more visitors that day. Ash spent the afternoon and evening thinking about Jyoti. He kept thinking during the night too. It was different from thinking about Julie, but it did not help him feel better. He was angry that he had to stay in bed. Then he decided that he would ask Jyoti to visit him often. He kept this plan even when Gobind, Madhu, and Karkaji tried to stop him.
You make a lot of trouble for us, you know, Jyoti said in a lively way.
Sorry, Highness, Ash said quietly. He put his hands together and smiled a little. He said he was trying to get well fast and hoped to walk again in a few days.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Jyoti said. I meant trouble with the priests.
The priests? Ash asked, looking confused.
Yes, Jyoti said. They are very angry with my sisters.
And with me and Mulraj too, and with my uncle most of all. Do you know why? Because they heard that when you visited us in the Durbar tent, you sometimes sat on the same carpet as we did. And when we offered you things to eat, like fruit and sweets, we really ate with you instead of only pretending. They do not like that. They are very strict, so they made a big fuss about it.
Have they really? Said Ash with a frown. I suppose I should have thought of that. Does this mean I will not be asked to the Durbar tent again?
Oh no, said Jyoti with a happy smile. When they complained to my uncle, he became much angrier than they were. He told them to remember that you saved us all from great shame and disaster. It would have been terrible if Shushu had drowned. He said he would take all the responsibility. After that, they could not say anything more. They know how faithful my uncle is, how he spends hours every day doing puja, and how he helps the poor and gives money and gifts to the temples. Besides, he is our father's brother. I was very angry too, with Biju Ram.
Why with Biju Ram? Asked Ash.
He asked me many questions about what we did when you came to the Durbar tent. I told him, and then he went straight to tell the priests. He said he only did it to protect me, because he was afraid Nanda would hear and tell others to make me look bad. He thought everyone would be angry with me for allowing it. As if I care what Nandu or the people in the bazaar think. Biju Ram interferes too much. He behaves like he is my nurse, and I will not stand it. Oh, here is my uncle coming to see you. Salam, Kakaji.
I thought I would find you here, tiring the Sahib with your talk, said Kakaji with a reproving voice. Go now, child. Mulraj is waiting to take you riding.
He waved his nephew away, and when Jyoti ran off, he turned to Ash and shook a finger at him.
You are much too patient with that boy, said Kakaji severely. How many times have I told you that?
I have lost count, said Ash with a grin. Have you come only to scold me, Rao Sahib?
You deserve it, said Kakaji.
It seems so, because your nephew told me I caused trouble for you with your priests, said Ash.
Chat, said Kakaji, looking annoyed. The child talks too much. You need not worry about that. I have taken the matter on myself, and it is now finished.
Are you sure? Asked Ash quietly. I do not want to cause trouble between you and...
I said the matter is settled, Kakaji interrupted firmly. If you want to please me, you will forget about it. And stop letting Jyoti bother you. It is foolish to allow him to tire you. You need rest.
What Kakaji said was true, though not in the way he meant it. Ash did not argue. His mind was not peaceful. In fact, he was more worried about Jyoti than before, because of some things Kakaji himself had said during his visits. The old gentleman meant well, but he did not understand that his kind effort to stop the patient from feeling bored had made things worse than all Jyoti's questions together. Jyoti's uncle loved to talk, and Pelham Sahib, lying still with bandages and splints, was the perfect listener. Kakaji had never found anyone who listened so patiently before. Ash learned many useful things by saying little and only looking interested. He learned much about Nandu, the Maharaja of Karidkot. Kakaji talked more than he planned, and even when he tried to be careful, Ash could guess what he really meant. Janurani was a clever woman, but not a wise mother. She loved her sons too much and never allowed anyone to correct them. Her oldest son, Nandu, was spoiled because his father was too lazy to teach him discipline.
My brother never liked children very much, Kakaji said. He could be kind while they behaved well, but if they cried or made trouble, he would send them away and refuse to see them for many days. He thought that was punishment. Only Lalji, his firstborn, believed it was. Lalji loved him and wanted his father's attention. The younger sons did not see him enough to love him. Maybe Jyoti could have taken his dead brother's place, but Nanda was not a rider.
It seemed Janurani was again to blame. Nandu was only 3 years old when he fell from a pony. He had never been hurt before and screamed in fear. Janurani said he was badly injured and might have died, so she never let him ride again. Even now, he avoided horses.
He rides elephants instead, said Kakaji. Or travels by carriage, like a woman.
Jyoti might have been treated the same way had he not been different. When he fell for the first time, he screamed too, but soon stopped crying. He wanted to get back on the pony and refused to be helped with a rope. His father, who was watching, felt proud. Nandu, said Kakaji, did not like it.
I think he was jealous, Kakaji said. It often happens between brothers when one is better at something than the other.
Luck was kind to Nandu in many ways. He was his mother's first and favorite child. After his half-brother Lalji died, he became heir to the throne. Now he was the Maharaja of Karidkot. But even with that, he was still jealous. He took after his mother, the Nautch girl, both in looks and temper. He had a wild anger that no one tried to control. His mother thought it showed royal spirit, the servants feared him, and his father hardly noticed. He was short and heavy like his mother and not good at any sport. He was not handsome and was unusually dark for a man from the north. The people of Carriedcote called him Kala Admi, meaning black man. They cheered for Jyoti when he rode past. They stayed silent when Nandu drove by in his carriage.
Jealousy is a bad thing, said Karkaji softly. But very few of us can say we are free of it. When I was young, I often felt jealous too, and even now I sometimes feel it. That is why I worry for Jyoti. His brother is jealous, and he is powerful.
The old man stopped speaking and took another sugared plum from a box of fruit he had brought for the patient.
The patient asked in a calm, quiet voice, "Do you think he might harm him?"
No, please, I did not mean that. Karkaji swallowed the plum quickly and began to choke.
Ash gave him water to drink, and then understood he had made a mistake by pushing the old man too far and putting words in his mouth. There was no use asking too many questions. It was better to let Karkaji talk freely. But if he was truly worried about Jyoti, what was he afraid of? Did he think the Maharaja, Jyoti's nephew, wanted to harm him? Did he believe Nandu would really hurt his young brother because he was jealous and angry? Ash knew that Jyoti had joined the bridal camp without permission. His elder brother had told him not to come. But Jyoti had followed the camp on horseback, bringing 8 men and many bags. That showed he was not really locked up. Something about the whole thing confused Ash. It did not match the picture he had of Nandu, a proud and unfair ruler who became furious and planned to kill his brother for disobeying him. Ash thought about the problem of time. The Maharaja would not know what Jyoti had done for several days. Maybe it would take even longer. Karkaji said that Nandu had gone with his sisters only because that way he could reach the hills in the northeast. He wanted to hunt there for 2 weeks. He had taken only a few people so they could move easily and camp in a new place every night. He liked to forget about work during these trips. He stopped reading messages until he came back. Because of this, news about Jyoti's actions would not reach him fast. Jyoti probably knew it too. Ash thought the boys' servants also knew that their leader would not find out soon. They were brave, but they would not risk being stopped near the border and taken back to face Nandu when he was angry. In Ash's view, it would have been safer if they had stayed home. But Karkaji disagreed. He said all those men were loyal to Jyoti. They had served him since his mother, the late Maharani, had chosen them. It was their duty to follow him, and their own future depended on him.
Jyoti can be very stubborn. When they tried to stop him, he said he would go alone. They could not allow that. It would bring shame on them if they let the boy travel without help. But they would not have dared to come if they did not know that Nanda would learn too late to send men after them. Now they feel safe here. This is the land of the Raj, not of the Maharaja. They also believe, Sahib, that Jyoti is under your protection. His servants think that Nanda will not risk sending men to take him away. Everyone knows Jyoti would never go back willingly. So they hope Nanda will wait quietly until the wedding is finished. Then Jyoti will return. By that time, the Maharaja's anger may cool, and he will see that this was only a young boy's foolish act.
Karkaji sounded hopeful, but his voice was not bright. He soon changed the subject and spoke about other things. Ash said nothing, but he had many thoughts. Later that night, when pain from his splints and bandages kept him awake, he thought deeply about it. The problems he had expected before leaving Rawalpindi were simple. They were about food, travel plans, and maybe an attack by bandits, which the officers said was very unlikely. No one had imagined these new and confusing troubles. Ash did not yet know how to face them. For this reason, Ash was almost glad that his injuries kept him in bed. They gave him time to think and stopped him from acting too soon. Now there was not much he could do except ask Jyoti to spend long hours with him. He also had to trust Mulraj to take care of the boy for the rest of the day. At night, things might be different. But perhaps Jyoti was safer then than at any other time. He slept among his servants, and Karkaji said they were very loyal to him. Ash thought they might not care for Jyoti himself, but they surely cared for their own safety, which depended on the boy. These men had taken a great risk. They helped the young prince to have a little freedom, maybe only for a day or two. Perhaps a search party had already gone to find him. At best, they could stay away only a few months. After that, they must go back home. Ash wondered how they would be treated when they returned. Did they hope, like Karkaji, that the Maharaja would calm down after some time and call it only a childish game? Or was there another plan? Could it be that someone wanted to kill Nandu, who had no son, making Jyoti the next heir? But then Jyoti himself had almost been killed in the camp. Ash had asked questions and learned that no one new had come after them. No one joined the camp since he took over from the district officer in Dinagunj. There were also no messages from Karidkot. So the attack did not seem connected with the boy's escape. It looked more like someone from Nandu's side wanted to stop any secret plan by killing the heir. If only I could talk to Julie, Ash thought. She would know what was happening inside the palace. She would hear the stories spoken behind the screens and inside the women's rooms. But he could not reach her. Karkaji was too frightened to help, so Ash had to speak to Mulraj instead. Mulraj should know whom to watch because the number of suspects was small. Only those who had gone hunting that day could be guilty. There had not been many of them, and Ash could start by removing those who had clear reasons proving they were innocent.
Mulraj was not helpful. "What do you mean, not very many of them?" he asked. "It may have seemed a small group to you. But you were not thinking about us that day, and you did not even see the birds we caught. Do you know how many of us there were?"
118 men, no less. Almost all are servants of the state, which means they serve the Maharaja. It is useless to question them. They would only lie, and the Rayal killers would hear about it and hide.
Why not ask them? Ash said, a little angry because Mulraj sounded impatient. If they know we found out someone tried to kill the boy, they may stop. It will be too dangerous to try again when they know we are watching.
Mulraj spoke in a dry voice. "Maybe your idea would work with your own people. I have met only a few Englishmen, but I hear that they go straight to their goal without looking anywhere else. We do not act that way. You would not frighten those who want the child dead. You would only warn them. Then, instead of using tricks, they would choose something harder for us to stop."
What do you mean? Ash asked.
"Poison," Mulraj said quietly. "Or a knife. Or a bullet. Any of these things would leave no chance."
They would not dare, Ash replied. We are in British land. There would be a serious inquiry. The authorities would get involved.
Mulraj smiled in a hard way. He said that of course a quiet plan would be better than open killing. Plain murder would make them find someone to take the blame. They would also need some false reason for the death. That reason must look true but not be the real one. He said these things were not impossible, but they would be harder to do. Those who wanted the boy dead did not want people to ask questions. An accident would look better for them. "I am sure they will try again," he said. "They will plan another accident if they think the first one was not noticed. But now we know about this. We can stop it and maybe find out who is behind it and why. Then these attacks will end. This is our best chance. Maybe it is the only one we have."
Ash had to agree with Mulraj. He knew Mulraj was right. His health was still weak, so he could not act yet. He decided to learn more about Jyoti's older brother. It seemed easy, but it was harder than he thought. When Ash began to feel better, more people came to visit him. They often stayed to talk about news and stories from their home. He learned much about Karidkote's politics and scandals, but not much about its ruler. Because of that, he could not have private talks with Karkaji or Mulraj. Those two did not seem eager to speak about the Maharaja either. Jyoti wanted to talk about his brother, but only to say rude things. It was not safe to let him continue. Ash had one more hope, the Dai, Geeta. She was an old thin woman with marks on her face. Under Gobin's orders, she cared for Ash's wrist and muscles. She also watched him at night in case he woke up in pain. Geeta was a distant poor relative of the former ruler's first wife. Ash thought she must know many stories from the women's quarters. But she was too shy. Even when Sushilabai told her to go out, she would only do so late at night. She wore a cotton veil like the ones Muslim women use, afraid a man might see her face. Ash had seen her face and thought her fears were foolish. He believed no man would want to look twice at her wrinkled, serious face. Still, he liked her late visits. He often had trouble sleeping, and her gentle work helped him rest. But she never talked much. Her bony hands were steady, but she only laughed nervously or answered with one word. After many tries, Ash stopped asking questions. Without better sources, he turned to Madhu. Madhu was careful not to speak too much, but could gather stories from others in the camp. In the evenings, when the lamps were lit and visitors had left, Madhu shared what he had heard. He smoked his hookah slowly as he spoke. The smell of food and smoke filled the air, and Gulbaz kept watch so no one could listen nearby. Most of what Madhu said was guessing and gossip. Still, sometimes there was useful truth inside the stories. From these, Ash learned much about life in the old state of Gulcote. He also learned more about its ruler's nature. Many stories showed that the ruler was vain and loved to show off. Others said he had been clever in cruel ways since he was a child. Even if only some of it was true, the man did not seem good. Two things were clear. Nandu could not stand to lose, and he was very harsh to people who upset him. One story proved this. He had 2 hunting leopards. He bet 20 gold coins that one of them would catch and kill a deer first. The animal failed, and he lost his money and his temper. Then he poured oil over the cheetah and set it on fire. This was no rumor. Many men in the camp had seen it happen. Later it was said the trainer had run away, but no one believed it.
Madhu said, "They say the man died that same night, but we do not know for sure. Maybe he was afraid and escaped. No one saw him again."
At a guess, the Maharaja, Ash said quietly.
Madhu nodded. "That is what people believe," he said.
The Maharaja is young, but his people already fear him. Still, it would be wrong to think that everyone hates him. The people of Karidkote do not like weak rulers. Many are glad that their new king is clever and hard when he must be. They believe this means he can keep their land free and safe from the British, unlike other states that have lost their power. Some even admire him for the same cold and cruel ways that make others call him evil.
And many others, I think, Ash said, hate him secretly. They want to remove him and give the throne to someone else.
You mean the young prince? Madhu asked. He pressed his lips and looked doubtful. Maybe. But I have not heard people speak of that in the camps. Even the worst complainers would not want a child to rule them now.
Ah, but the child would not truly rule, Ash said. That is the point. It would be the people behind him who would rule. The boy would be only a name on the throne. Those who put him there would have the power.
Biju Ram, Madhu said softly, thinking of the name.
Why do you say that? Ash asked quickly. What have you heard about him?
Nothing good, Madhu answered. People do not like him. They call him bad things, scorpion, snake, jackal, spy, and worse. They say he once served the old Maharani, and there is a story about that. But it was a long time ago, and it does not matter now.
What story? Ash asked. Demanded Ash.
Madhu lifted his shoulders and said nothing. He smoked his pipe and looked thoughtful while the hookah made soft bubbling sounds. He did not want to talk about the matter anymore. When Gulbaz came to help Ash get ready for the night, Madhu stood up to leave. Before going, he spoke again. "I will ask about the thing we talked about," Madhu said quietly.
Then he walked away to listen for news and gossip around the campfires that burned in the dark. Nothing new came from the talk in the camp. Ash understood that if he wanted more information, he would have to find it somewhere else. Perhaps someone from Nandu's family would know more, maybe the Rajkumari Anjali. Julie was only a few months older than Nandu. She was close to him in age, so she probably knew him well and could understand his nature better than anyone here. She had also known Biju Ram for a long time, and she surely remembered Lalji.
If I could only speak to her, Ash thought again and again. Julie will know the truth. I must find a way to talk to her. It cannot be impossible. When I can stand up again, I will try.
But he did not need to wait that long.
My sister Shushila wants to see you, said Jyoti 2 days later when he came to Captain Pelham-Martyn's tent.
She does? Asked Ash without much interest. What does she want?
Oh, maybe just to talk, Jyoti said lightly. She wanted to come with me, but my uncle said she could not. He thinks it would not be proper. But he said he would ask Gobind, and if Gobind agreed, then you could be carried to the Durbar tent this afternoon. There we can all eat and talk together.
Ash stopped looking around and became alert. Did Gobind agree? He asked.
Oh yes, Jyoti replied. He said you could go in a dooli. I told my sister that I thought you would not want to go, because girls only laugh and talk too much about silly things. They never speak of anything serious. But she says she wants to hear you talk. My uncle thinks this is because she feels bored and afraid. When she listens to you, your strange stories make her laugh and forget her fear. She has no courage at all. She is even scared of mice.
And your other sister? Ash asked.
Oh, Kairi is not the same, Jyoti answered. She is older, and her mother was a foreign woman.
She is strong and tall, even taller than my brother Nandu by 2 inches. Nandu says she should have been a man, and I wish that too. Then she could have become Maharaja instead of him. Kairi would never have tried to stop me from going to the wedding like my brother did. He is a fat and cruel bully. Ash wanted to talk about Kairi Bai, but he did not want Jyoti to say bad things about the Maharaja. There were attendants nearby who might hear them. So Ash changed the subject and spoke instead about cricket, football, and other games that English people liked. Jyoti asked a lot of questions, and Ash answered them all until Biju Ram came to take the boy for lunch. Biju Ram did not stay long. But to Ash those few minutes felt very slow. It was one thing to be watched by that sly, unfriendly man at night in a big tent with many people. It was very different to face him in bright daylight while lying weak and helpless on a camp bed. When Ash looked up at his old enemy and heard his polite words asking about his health, he could hardly believe Biju Ram did not know him. The man looked almost the same as before. Seeing him so close brought back the old days when Ashok had been a boy and Biju Ram had often made fun of him. He had played many cruel tricks that made others laugh. Ash wondered how he could have forgotten all that. But Biju Ram's eyes showed no sign that he remembered. He seemed truly thankful to Ash for helping Jyoti to escape. This made sense if Biju Ram had lost favor with the Maharaja and hoped to lead another group. If Jyoti lived, he might help Biju Ram in the future. If Jyoti died, it would be bad for Biju Ram and his men. Ash thought it strange that he and Biju Ram were now on the same side. He did not like having such a partner, but he knew Biju Ram's fear and ambition could help keep Jyoti safe. Still, seeing him again made Ash tense and uneasy. He felt cold inside and was glad to think instead about seeing Julie soon. He was sure Julie would try not to meet him. But he also knew she could not avoid it. Shushila would make sure they met, because the younger girl depended on her sister and followed her everywhere. So Ash was not surprised when both sisters came to the room soon after he was carried there. What did surprise him was that Julie looked straight at him. She did not look away. Her face was calm and serious, and she seemed as interested in him as he was in her. She greeted him politely and bowed with her hands pressed together in namaste. Her movement was graceful, and her hands looked strong and square, not thin like most women's hands. He felt that he should have known her at once, because she seemed so familiar. Before meeting her, he had worried that she would be cold or unfriendly, and he had thought about what to say to her. But when he looked into her eyes, he saw no anger or fear. There was only calm interest. She had accepted that he was, or had been, a shock. She studied his face carefully, trying to see the boy she had once known in the Englishman before her. As the evening passed, Ash noticed something new. Julie was not really listening to what he said. She was listening to the sound of his voice. Maybe she was trying to remember the voice of the little Hindu boy who had spoken to her in the Queen's balcony long ago. Ash could remember very little of what he had said earlier that evening. He knew he had spoken without thinking much. It was hard for him to stay calm with Julie sitting so close. She had always been a quiet and serious girl. She looked as if she had known too much of life for her age. It was easy to see that her days were full of work and duty. She seemed to care little about herself because she was always helping others. She was gentle and modest, not aware of her own beauty. She already acted more like a mother or a nurse than an older sister to Shushila. Ash was not surprised that her family did not see how special she was. Her face was not like the usual idea of beauty in India. But what troubled him was how easily she accepted Shushila's need for her. He did not know why it bothered him so much. It could not be that he was afraid of Shushila. He quickly pushed that strange thought away. He told himself that it angered him because Julie had to take second place to the spoiled girl. Shushila could make Julie do what she wanted by crying or saying things like, "If you do not come, then I will not go." Yet Julie did not look weak. Her chin was firm and her eyes were steady. He knew she was brave and clever because she had saved him by the river. He could not stop looking at her. It gave him peace just to see her face. Then Jyoti pulled his sleeve and whispered loudly, asking why he kept staring at Kyrie. Ash realized it was unwise and tried to be more careful. The hour that Karkaji allowed passed quickly and happily. It was a pleasant change from lying in his tent all day. He was tired of looking at the dry plain and the hard old trees outside.
"You will come again tomorrow," said Shushila. Her voice made it sound more like an order than a question.
To Ash's surprise, Karkaji agreed. The old man had a simple reason. He was tired of his niece's endless worries. She had forgotten her fears for a short time after meeting the foreigner and hearing about the river rescue. Now her fear and sadness had returned. Kyrie stayed busy with many daily tasks. She spoke to servants, solved problems, helped prepare meals, ordered food, cooked, and sewed clothes. There was always something to do. But Shushila had never worked before. She hated the slow, quiet life in the camp. When the camp was moving, each day brought at least something new. Now everything had stopped while Pelham Sahib healed, and the days were long and dull. The tents were hot in the day and cold at night. Anjali tried to amuse her little sister. They played games like Chowpir and Pachesi, but Shushila soon grew bored. She said music hurt her head. She cried because she did not want to marry. She cried again when she remembered her cousin Yumi, who had died when her baby was born. She said she was afraid to die far from home or at all. Karkaji, a kind man like his late brother, had lost his patience. He could not bear her tears and fears any longer. Now he was ready to try anything to calm her. Normally, he would not have allowed a man outside the family to spend time with his nieces so freely. But these were not normal days. They were in a wild place where normal rules did not matter. The man was a foreigner, and they owed him a lot. If his funny stories about Belate helped Shushila forget her homesickness and her fear of the future, it seemed harmless. Besides, he was never alone with her. There were always many others around him. Karkaji also knew that the Sahib could not move without help, so he could not be dangerous to any woman. Because of this, Karkaji agreed that the Sahib should come again the next day. The Sahib did come, and after that it became natural for him to visit every evening. He would be carried to the big tent, where he sat with Jyoti, Karkaji, and sometimes Muldio Rai or Mulraj. They talked with the brides and their women. Sometimes they played simple games and gambled with sweets or small shells. These evenings made the time pass more easily. They helped Shushila feel less nervous, and she laughed often with Jyoti at Ash's stories about life in England. They found many things very funny. He told them about English dances where men and women moved together to music. He told them about London, where people walked through thick fog. They laughed about families swimming in the cold sea at Brighton. They could hardly believe what English women wore. Ash said they used tight boots, hard corsets with metal and bone, and large skirts with pads under them. They used hairpieces made of wire and wool, and their hats were fixed with many pins and decorated with feathers, flowers, and sometimes even small animals. Among all of them, only Anjali Bai was quiet. She listened and sometimes smiled. Although Ash seemed to speak to everyone, he was really talking for Anjali. He wanted her to understand him. He tried to tell her how he had lived in England after escaping from Gulcote. He found he could speak so that the others thought one thing while Anjali knew another. She understood the hidden meaning, and sometimes a small smile showed him that she had caught it. It felt like old times. They were speaking again in their secret way, using a language that only they understood. The connection from their childhood had not broken. Long ago, they used to talk like that in front of Lalji and his courtiers. They also pretended to speak to a pet monkey or a bird, while really they were sending messages to each other. They would show times and places through hand signs, tiny coughs, or by moving something like a vase or cushion. Ash remembered their special word for the Queen's balcony, Zamarad, which meant emerald. It was also the name of a peacock in the prince's garden. That peacock was a clear clue to the Peacock Tower. Either of them could use the word in a sentence to give a secret message. There had been another word for his mother's rooms, but he could not remember it. He tried to recall their signals too, but only part of them came back to his mind. The rest were lost with time. He struggled to remember, but nothing helped. Then one night, as he lay awake, the word suddenly came to him. Hanuman. Of course. Hanuman was the monkey god who helped Rama cross the sea to Lanka to rescue his wife Sita from a demon. Ash wondered if Julie still remembered that story. She was very young then, but she had remembered so much. Her smiles and quiet answers showed she had not forgotten their secret way of speaking when they were not alone. Maybe he could use this old game again. Maybe it could help him get even closer to her. It was worth trying, thought Ash. He had tried again the next evening. But this time, Julie said nothing. She gave no sign that she knew him or remembered him. She did not look away, but she did not truly meet his eyes either. Ash went back to his tent feeling tired and sad. He spoke unkindly to Madhu and was short with Gulbaz. Later that night, the dye came and scratched softly on the canvas. Ash called out and told her to go away. He said he did not need any more care and did not want to see anyone. To prove it, he turned off the lamp on purpose. He knew she could not work in the dark and would have to leave. He did not think for a moment that she would argue. But the dye was more stubborn than he thought. The darkness changed as the canvas moved, and moonlight came into the tent. A tall covered figure stepped inside. Ash pushed himself up on one elbow.
He said angrily that he did not need her that night and asked her to leave him alone.
the woman said softly, but you told me to come.
Ash felt his heart jump into his throat. He could not breathe or speak for a moment. Then his heart beat so fast he thought she might hear it.
Julie, he said.
There was a small laugh, one he knew well, but this time with a strange sound to it. His good hand reached out and grabbed a piece of her rough cloth. He held it tightly, afraid she might disappear again.
Anjali said, "Did you not want me to come? You spoke of Hanuman, and that was always our word for your courtyard."
My mother's, said Ash quickly.
Yours too. And as she is gone, it could only mean one place now, your tent. That is right, yes.
Yes. But you were only a child, a baby. How could you have remembered?
It was not hard, she said. When you and your mother left, I had nothing else to do but remember.
Her voice was calm, but her words made him understand suddenly how lonely her life had been. He felt a lump in his throat and could not speak. Though she could not see his face, she seemed to know his thoughts.
She said quietly, "Do not let it trouble you. I learned not to mind."
Maybe she had learned that. But Ash could not bear the thought of her childhood alone, forgotten, with only memories and a broken promise. He wondered how long she had waited before losing hope.
Anjali said, "And you remembered too."
But it was not really true. If Biju Ram had not told him, Ash might never have known who she was. He might not have remembered their secret game or the old code words he had made up. He cleared his throat and spoke with effort.
Yes. But I did not know if you would remember, if you would understand. Then fear came over him. He saw how foolish and selfish his message had been. You should not have come here. It is too dangerous.
Then why did you ask me to?
Because I never thought that you would come. That you could come.
But it was simple, Anjali said. I only borrowed old Geeta's veil and asked her to let me come instead. She likes me because I once helped her. And I have come before, you know.
Then it was you that first night after the accident. I thought it was, but Mulraj said it was only the dye, and I.
He did not know, Anjali said. I came with Geeta. I was angry with you for acting like a sahib. And because you had forgotten me for years while I
know, Ash said. I am sorry, Julie. I thought you never wanted to speak to me again.
Maybe I would not have, she said, if you had not been hurt. But I thought you might die. So I made Geeta bring me. I came more than once and sat outside while she worked over you.
Why, Julie? Why? Ash asked. He pulled at the fold of her cloth.
Anjali said slowly, I think, to hear your voice, to be sure you were really who you said you were.
Ashok, he whispered.
Yes, my brother Ashok, my only brother.
Your?
My bracelet brother, she said. Did you forget that? I did not. Ashok was always more my real brother than Lalji, or Nandu, or Jyoti. It always felt like he was my only brother.
Was it? Ash asked quietly, sounding unsure.
And are you sure now that I am the same Ashok?
Of course. Would I come here if you were not?
Ash pulled gently on the cotton veil to bring her closer. Take this off and light the lamp, he said quickly. I want to see your face.
Anjali laughed and shook her head. No, she said softly. That would be dangerous and very foolish. If someone came in now, they would only think I was old Geeta. She hardly ever speaks, so I would be safe. Let me go now. I will sit here and talk with you. It is easier to talk in the dark. When I cannot see your face, and you cannot see mine, we can pretend we are Ashok and Julie again. Not Pelham Sahib the Englishman, or Rajamari Anjali Bai who is to be.
She stopped suddenly and did not finish her sentence. Then she sat down on the carpet beside the bed. Her body looked pale and soft in the dark, like a ghost or a bundle of cloth. Later, when Ash tried to remember their talk, it felt like they had spoken about everything. But after she left, he knew there were many things he had forgotten to ask. He wished he could call her back. Still, he was sure he would see her again, and that thought made him feel calm. He did not know how long she had stayed. They had talked so much that they lost track of time. The moonlight came through the open tent flap and touched the cloth over Julie's face. Ash could see a small shine in her eyes when she smiled or turned her head. Soon the light moved up to the roof, and later it disappeared completely. They were left in darkness, with only the stars outside. They whispered to each other because they did not want to wake Ash's servants. They might have talked until morning if Geeta, the old nurse, had not come. She was brave enough to walk quietly through the camp to find her mistress. Her worried voice suddenly made them realize how late it was and how much danger they were in. They had not heard her come near, and it could have been anyone else listening by the door. Anjali stood up quickly and went to the doorway, hiding the light of the stars.
"I'm coming, Geeta," she said. "Good night, my brother. Sleep well."
But you will come again, won't you?
"If I can, yes. But even if not, we will see each other in the Durbar tent."
What good is that? I can't talk to you there.
"Oh, yes, you can. You spoke to me tonight, as you did long ago. It is late, brother. I must go."
Julie, wait.
His hand reached out in the dark, but she was already gone. He could see the stars again and knew she had left. Ash lay back against the pillows and looked at the night sky. He felt troubled by the word brother. Was that how she truly saw him? It seemed she did, and that was why she dared to visit him. He knew he should not complain, but he did not feel like her brother. Still, he had often acted as if he did, forgetting her feelings and ignoring her for a long time. The last thing he wanted now was a sister's love. Yet he understood that while she thought of him as a brother, they were safe. If their feelings changed, great danger would follow. He stayed awake for a long time, making and rejecting many plans. When he finally fell asleep, one thought was still clear to him. He had to be careful, more for Julie's safety than his own. He knew there would be great risk if anyone guessed how deeply he felt for one of the brides he was meant to protect. He did not need Mulraj to tell him how easy it would be for young Jyoti to die on the road. People could say it was an accident, and the British would not ask questions. He also knew that someone could easily plan his own death too. In India, there were many ways for a man to die. If it happened far from an English doctor and before anyone could see his body, no one would ever know it was murder. His killers would make it quick so they were safe. But it would not be the same for Julie. Ash remembered the story Nandu had told about the cheetah he once burned alive after losing a bet. The memory made Ash shake. He feared what cruel things could happen to Julie. She must not come to his tent again. They had to find another way to meet. He could not bear to see her only in public, near her family and servants. Even so, they had to be careful. With this thought, Ash went to sleep. When he woke up in the warm, bright morning, he forgot his worry. The dangers he had imagined in the dark did not feel so great in daylight. In the evening meeting, when he saw Julie smile at him and raise her hand in greeting, he forgot his promise. He told himself she must come just one more time. He wanted to explain that she must never come again, but he could not say that in public without being misunderstood. 3 hours later, Julie sat at the end of his camp bed. Outside, old Geeta hid in the shadows, watching nervously and whispering prayers to many gods. Ash tried to make Julie understand that what she was doing was too dangerous, but she did not agree.
"Are you afraid that Geeta will talk?" she asked softly. "I promise she will not. And she is so deaf we must speak much louder, before she can hear us.
That is not the point, and you know it, said Ash. The problem is that you are here when you should not be. What would you say if someone found you?
Julie laughed. She said there was no real danger, and that nothing serious would happen even if someone did find her. You are now like our brother, she said. You saved my sister and me from the river, and you hurt yourself while trying to save our little brother. Why should a sister not visit her sick brother? I came after dark so that strangers would not see me, and I brought an old, respectable widow.
I am not your brother, said Ash sharply. He wanted to say more, but he stopped himself. You are talking like a child, he said instead. If you were still a child, this would not matter. But you are a grown woman now. It is not right for you to come to my tent alone. You must understand that.
Of course, said Julie. He could not see her face in the dark, but he felt she was smiling. I am not a fool, she said. If I am found here, I can act like one. I will say what I told you just now. They will be angry, and I will be told not to come again. That is all that would happen.
To you, perhaps, said Ash. But what about me? Ash asked. Would anyone believe that I or any man could see no harm in talking with a woman alone in my tent at night?
But you are not a man, Anjali said gently.
I am not. What do you mean? Ash asked, annoyed.
I mean not in the way you think, Anjali said softly. My uncle says that no woman should feel afraid near an invalid who cannot move well and is tied up in bandages.
Thank you, Ash said with some bitterness.
But it is true, she went on. When you are strong again, it will be different. But now no one will think you can harm my good name even if you want to.
Ash could not think of an answer. He knew things were not that simple. Even kind Karkaji would not easily forgive his niece's visits or his own behavior. But Ash wanted Anjali to stay. He did not try to send her away or stop her from coming again. That night she did not stay long. She made sure he got his treatment. She called the old woman Geeta to come and massage him while she waited outside in the moonlight. When Geeta finished, both women left together. Even after Geeta's care, Ash could not sleep well. He was not in a hurry to move the camp, but it was not good to stay too long in one place. The camp could use up all the food and fodder around them. He remembered how bad things had been in Dinagunj and did not want that to happen again. Too many men and animals would soon make the area dirty and unpleasant. When the wind came into his tent, it already carried a bad smell. He knew that if they stayed, Anjali would keep visiting him. But if they moved, it might become hard for her to come again. He wanted to stay for her, but he could not forget his duty. The next morning he talked with Mulraj and told Gobind that he was ready to travel. He said he could not ride a horse yet but could go in a cart or on an elephant. Gobind was unsure at first, but after some talk he agreed if Ash would ride in a palki. A palki was found and orders came that the camp would march the next day. Everyone was pleased with the decision except the younger bride. A few days earlier she had complained about doing nothing. But now, seeing the busy camp before the journey, she remembered what waited at the end of it. She cried, held her sister tightly and said she felt weak. She said she could not bear to travel in the hot closed roof again. There was no meeting in the large tent that evening. Later Geeta came alone and said quietly that Anjali sent her greetings. She was sorry but could not visit that night or the next. After that Anjali came every night for a week. She stayed only a short time and always brought Geeta. Geeta would treat Ash and then wait nearby out of hearing while Anjali and Ash talked. The old woman could not hear well but her eyes were sharp. She watched carefully and she noticed even the smallest movement. Her small nervous cough warned others to stay away, and then both women in the tent became quiet. No one came to bother them. Ash's servants, who did not let strangers come near, were used to seeing the dye come late at night. They knew she was shy and did not wonder why she now always brought a friend. They only saw the two women come and go and thought nothing of it. The friendly meetings in the Durbar tent did not happen every day anymore. After being closed in the small carriage for many hours, Shushila often felt too tired to talk. The roads were rough and narrow, little more than tracks between villages. When there were no roads, the flat ground was a little better. Dust lay thick on both, and the bullocks' hooves lifted it into the air in heavy clouds. The dust passed through the curtains of the carriage and covered everything inside: clothes, pillows, hands, faces, and hair with a thin grey coat. Shushila coughed, cried, and complained all the time about the dust and the shaking of the carriage. By evening, Anjali was often worn out, and sometimes she almost lost her patience. She wanted to shake her little sister but never did. She had learned to control her feelings and keep quiet. She had also learned to carry hard duties without complaint, even when they felt too heavy for a child. She was only 6 when Ashok and Sita ran away from Gulcote. Life in the palace after that was not easy for her. But one day, she made little Shushila stop crying when no one else could. The baby had been screaming for hours because a tooth was coming, and she was very tired. Anjali had simply picked her up when she was almost too tired to cry anymore. The women in the Zanana thought Julie had done something special. Janu Rani, who cared deeply for her sons but not much for her daughter, said quickly that Kairibai could help take care of the baby from now on. The dancer woman probably felt some secret pleasure seeing the daughter of the Faringa Rani caring for her own child, but Kairibai did not mind. She liked having a real job. Her days were no longer empty. This small baby was weak and often cried, and the servants were happy to let someone else do the work even if that person was only 6 years old. Kairibai was busy all the time, and as Shushila grew up, she began to see her not as a sister but as a nurse, a playmate, and also a servant. Kairibai was all those things. Her reward was love. It was a selfish kind of love, but it was still love, and she had never known it before. Her mother, the Faringa Rani, had died too early for her to remember. Ashok had always been kind, and Sita had understood her well, but they mostly loved only each other. Shushila was different. She truly loved and needed Julie. To be needed was new for her and gave her comfort. So she did not mind the long hours of work that lazy servants left for her. If Kairi had been free to care for Shushila in her own way, perhaps she could have helped her sister grow into a healthier and happier young woman. But she was too young and did not know enough to fight against the bad influence of the Zanana women. They tried hard to please Janu Rani. To do this, they gave much attention to little Shushila and spoiled her. Her mother's way of treating her changed from day to day. Sometimes she was gentle, and sometimes she was harsh. Because of this, Shushila never knew if her mother would smile or hit her. She started to feel afraid and unsure all the time. She loved her mother very much, even more than she feared her. She wanted her mother's love badly, but the few kind words she received could not help the pain she felt when her mother pushed her away. This made Shushila love things that felt safe and familiar. She liked the quiet life inside the Zanana walls. She liked the same faces, the same voices, and the same daily routine. She had no wish to see the world outside or to go beyond the Palace of the Winds. Kairi, who had watched her grow up, understood why she was this way. Shushila herself did not understand it, and she could not explain her feelings. She never thought deeply about her emotions, and the women around her only made her worse by spoiling her. Kairibai, who had learned wisdom through many hard times, knew that Shushila's headaches and nervous attacks were mostly not real. She believed Shushila made herself sick to get attention. Her fear of new things and her proud way of treating servants were also part of this. It was how she punished others for the coldness of her mother. Still, Kairi thought it was natural that Shushila loved her beautiful mother more than she loved a quiet person like her. Even though Janu Rani had done nothing for her daughter, and Kairi had taken care of her every day, Shushila's heart belonged to her mother. Kairi played with her, helped her, and loved her deeply, but Shushila never saw how much she was loved. Kairi did not truly understand how strong Shushila's love for her mother was until Janurani died. When that happened, Shushila cried and screamed so wildly that everyone in the zenana thought she would die from grief. She tried to jump from a window, and when Kairi stopped her, she scratched Kairi's face until it bled. Then Shushila was locked in a room. She refused to eat for 5 days. This showed that she had more strength than people had thought. Kairi tried to comfort her, but Shushila did not listen. In the end, their brother Nandu came in, angry and strong. He shouted at Shushila as only an older brother could. Surprisingly, his anger ended her crying. He was the Maharaja and her brother, so his power was great. And because he was a man, Shushila felt she must obey him. All women were taught to obey men, and there was no zenana anywhere that was free from their rule. After his command, Shushila stopped her wild grief. Peace came back to the zenana. But now Shushila looked at Nandu with the same deep admiration she had once felt for her mother. Everyone thought Kairi would have more control over her half-sister after the Rani's death, but instead Shushila turned toward Nandu. The women were surprised and even relieved. Kairi's place did not change much, but her life became better in other ways. Nandu respected her as his sister and a princess. He wanted everyone to treat her well, because he believed that disrespect toward her was disrespect toward him. Kairi did not think much about the future. She had learned it was easier to live day by day and leave the future to fate. Still, she knew she would marry someday, as all girls did. But her father had been too lazy to do anything about finding her a husband. Her stepmother was jealous and did not want to help her. She was also afraid of the Raja and did not wish to marry his eldest daughter to a man of low position. So, no one had arranged a marriage for Kairi Bai. After a time, people began to think no husband would ever be found for her. She was growing older and was no longer young enough to be a bride. When her father died, and later her stepmother too, the problem still stayed. Now it was her half-brother Nandu who stopped it. He was too proud to let his sister marry someone of low rank. He also wanted his full sister, Shushila, to marry first and to marry a prince. When Shushila's marriage was complete, he thought he might then find a lesser man for Kairi. But Nandu knew it would not be easy. Kairi was older and not beautiful. She was tall and thin, with strong hands and a wide mouth. Her face looked more like that of a working woman than of a lady. Still, she was his father's daughter. Young Shushila was very pretty. Many men had already asked to marry her. However, none of them pleased her brother. Some were not rich or high enough in rank. Others had land too near Karidkot, and Nandu did not want that. He remembered how his father had taken the nearby state of Karidara. He wanted to make sure no future husband or child of Shushila could one day try to claim his lands. Nandu always thought carefully about such things. Later, a proposal came from the Rana of Bitha. Nandu agreed to it. It was not a great match, because Bitha was small and poor. The Rana was middle-aged and had been married twice already. Both his wives had died when giving birth, and there were whispers that the last one had been poisoned. He had 7 daughters, 5 of whom were older than Shushila. Still, his family line was better than Nandu's, and the gifts he sent were very rich. Also, Bitha was far away, more than 500 miles to the south. That distance made Nandu feel safe, because no future ruler from Bitha could plan to join his own land with Karidkot. He thought the marriage was wise and good. But Shushila felt frightened. She always knew she would have to marry someday, but now that it was real, she was full of fear. She did not want to leave her home. She did not want to leave the people and places she loved. The idea of traveling far across India to live with a strange man, an older widower, was too much for her. She felt she could not do it. She would not obey. She would rather die. Her cries and sobs filled the women's quarters again. Even when Nandu shouted angrily, she would not move. He said he would have her beaten if she refused, but still she did not obey. He could not understand why she was so afraid. Anjali did understand. The fear that held her was not fear of a beating. She was afraid of a worse death. She was afraid of burning in a fire. Compared with that, pain from blows seemed small.
It was because of the dancing girls, Anjali had told Ash during her visits to his tent. Janurani ordered that her daughter must learn everything a good woman should know. She had to learn the right prayers and ways to follow religion, and how a wife should treat her husband. Shushila started learning when she was almost a baby. She was only 5 when she was taken to see the handprints on the Sati gate. Do you remember it? She was told that if her husband ever died, she must burn herself alive with him. After that, she was made to stir hot rice with her little finger to teach her not to fear fire.
Ash replied angrily with words that were not polite.
Anjali did not need to know their meaning. His voice showed his anger. She nodded and said softly, "Yes, it was cruel. It was useless too. It only made Shushu more frightened. She became afraid of pain. She cannot bear it."
Ash said sharply that Janurani was the same. She did not follow her own words. When her husband died, nobody forced her to stay inside or stopped her from doing what she wanted.
Anjali agreed. "Yes," she said. "She refused to go to the fire because she was angry with my father. He married again, and she hated the new wife. She would not burn beside her, because their ashes would have mixed."
Ash made a rude sound and said it was only a story. He was sure Janurani had never really planned to die in the fire. He told Anjali that Shushila did not need to worry now because burning was against the law.
"An English law," Anjali said with a little laugh. "Do you think your people can simply say, 'It is forbidden,' and all old customs will stop? Widows have burned with their husbands for hundreds of years. It will not end in one day, or 1 year, or even after many years, because your rulers forbid it. In places where there are many soldiers and police, people may obey. But in other places they will not. Your government will never know about it. This land is too large. Only when women themselves refuse will this cruelty finish."
But Anjali knew that Shushila would never refuse. These lessons were too deep inside her heart. Even though the thought of burning scared her terribly, she would not try to escape it. She remembered that none of her father's wives had died alone. The marks on the Sati gate showed that. Her father's newest wife, the clever young Lakshmi Bai, had burned with him. It was a widow's royal duty. It could not be avoided. Had her future husband been a boy her own age, or even a young man, Shushila might have felt very different. But the Rana was almost 40 years old and could die at any time, and then her worst fear would come true. She would be burned alive. Her finger, which she once had to put in boiling rice, had become thin and hard like bone. She always hid it carefully under the edge of her sari so no one could see it. It no longer felt anything, but she still remembered how painful it had been. If one finger could hurt so much, how terrible would it be to have her whole body in fire? This thought made her scream and cry that she would not marry the Rana or anyone else. Maybe if she had told Nandu about her fear, he would have felt sorry for her. But he would not have changed his plan. She could not tell anyone that she did not fear marriage itself but feared being a widow. A princess could not say she was afraid of a duty that many poorer women accepted without question. She would never allow people to think she was a coward. Anjali understood her, not because Shushila told her, but because she loved her and could feel her pain without words. This time had been hard for everyone in the palace, especially for Anjali. People soon lost their patience and pity. The crying and shouting went on, and people became angry. They tried to frighten Shushila, to pay her, to beg her, but nothing worked. At last, Nandu did what he had threatened. He ordered that his sister be beaten. The beating finally broke her will. Shushila could not stand pain. Being beaten was not the same as being burned alive, but one was far away and might never happen, while the other was real and happening now. She gave in quickly, but she made one condition. She said she would marry the Rana only if Kairi could go with her and stay with her. If this was allowed, she would be a good wife and try to please her husband and her brother. But if not, Nandu could not face more scenes. He also understood that Shushila, although she looked weak and spoiled, was not without strength. She had some of their mother's strong will. If he forced her too much, she might kill herself. She would not choose a painful death, but she might jump from a window, fall into a well, or stop eating until she died. She could be very stubborn. If she left the palace unhappy, no one knew what she might do. So it was better if she went willingly. And if the Rana could take 2 brides instead of 1, it would also solve another problem, finding a husband for Kairi Bai. The Rana's messengers agreed, and Nandu felt very pleased. He had solved 2 problems at once. The only difficulty was that the dowry for Kairi Bai was much higher than he expected. This caused many arguments and angry words before they reached an agreement. The matter was finally decided in a way that helped the Rana. One of Nandu's favorite people said it was fair. Kairi Bai was not young or beautiful and did not have a good family name, so she should bring a large dowry. Also, a double wedding would cost less than 2 separate ones. This part was true. Nandu spent less money on jewels and clothes for his half-sister. He said it was right that her dowry and dresses should be smaller and cheaper than those of the main bride, Shushila Bai. The people who went to take the 2 sisters to Bitha would have been the same even if only one sister had gone. The whole trip was not really a wedding procession. It was a proud show of the power and wealth of His Highness, the Maharaja of Karidkot. As Mr. Carter, the district officer, had said, Nandu wanted to show off. All these plans took a long time. The Rana was still in Bitha. His men, who came to talk about the marriage, could not agree to take one more bride before asking him. So messengers had to ride many times between the 2 faraway places. It was a long and hard journey, even for fast horses. Many months passed before Nandu's sisters finally started their journey to Bitha. Anjali had no choice in any of this. Her half-brother and his favorites decided her future. There was nothing she could do. Even if someone had asked her, and even if her answer had mattered, she would never have left Shushila. Shushu had always needed her. Now she needed her even more. Anjali never thought about leaving her alone. She did not think much about their future husband. She did not ask herself how she felt about a man who wanted to marry her only so he could also marry her younger sister. She did not expect happiness from such a marriage. But that did not matter much to her. Anjali had never hoped for much joy in marriage. She thought that marriage was a game that men always won. A woman could not choose her husband. After she married, even if her husband was cruel or unkind, or if she did not like his looks, she still had to serve and obey him all her life. If he died first, she was expected to die with him on his funeral fire. A man who did not like his new bride could find comfort with other women. But a woman who was unhappy had only her duty and the hope of children to give her strength. So Anjali never dreamed about a happy marriage. Still, deep inside her heart, she kept a small hope. She wished that one day Ashok and his mother would come back for her. Then she could go away with them and live in a quiet valley in the mountains. That hope never fully went away, even when the years passed and they did not return. As long as she was not married, she felt there was still a small open door somewhere. When she grew older and people still did not speak of finding her a husband, she began to think maybe she would never marry. But for Shushila it was different. Everyone said Shushu would be as beautiful as her mother. It was clear from the beginning. She was a woman of high rank, and everyone knew she would have a fine marriage soon. Anjali had accepted long ago that this would take her sister away, maybe forever. So when she learned that they would not be separated, she felt happy again. The news made up for many sad things. It made her forget the pain of leaving her home and her dreams behind. She knew she must go far south to live in a hot, dry place. There would be no tall trees, no mountains, and no snow. No one there had ever seen deodars, rhododendrons, or pine trees. She would never see the Dürkheimer again. She would never smell the scent of pine needles on a cool wind from the north. And if Ashok came back now, he would be too late, because she would already be gone. Few people in the camp slept late. There was too much to do. Most rose early to feed and water the animals. They milked cows and goats, lit the fires, and cooked the morning meal. Some, like Madhu and Karkaji, woke early to pray. Madhu prayed for a short time, but Karkaji prayed much longer. He often said that he was sure God existed, but he was not sure if God noticed him.
But we must hope, said Karkaji. We must live with hope.
To him, the unseen world was very real. Even when traveling, he never missed his daily prayers. He woke long before dawn to spend 2 full hours in his puja. His niece Shushila liked to sleep late, but her sister Anjali Bai did not. She woke almost as early as Karkaji, though for another reason. It was her habit, and in the first days of the journey she liked to look at the mountains. At sunrise she would part the tent flaps and watch them. In the early mornings the Himalayan peaks shone like silver in the cool air. At noon the dust hid them from sight, but at sunset they glowed pink against the green sky. As the weeks passed, the white mountains became smaller and fainter. They moved far away until, in the end, they disappeared completely. And Anjali never looked for them again. One day they left the Punjab behind, with its 5 big rivers, friendly villages, and rich fields. They also left British India. Now they were crossing Rajastana, the land called Rajasthan, known as the country of the kings. It was a land of old states ruled by families of brave princes. Their stories were full of fighting, blood, and pride. Their names sounded grand and strong: Bikaner, Jodhpur, Gwalior, Alwar, Jaipur, Bhurtpur, Kota, Tonk, Bundi, Dolpui, Udaipur, Indore. This place was very different from the green Punjab. Here the land was flat and wide. Towns were far apart. There were no thick fields or big trees. The light was hard and bright. People painted their houses white or pink to make them more cheerful. They also painted pictures of elephants and great heroes on their walls and gates. Even the cattle had brightly colored horns. The women wore long, wide skirts in strong colors like blue, red, pink, orange, green, and yellow. Their clothes had black borders and bright prints. They wore tight, shiny tops and scarves with colors that stood out. They looked very beautiful and full of life. They walked proudly, carrying big brass pots, water jars, or heavy loads on their heads. They moved with easy grace, and their silver bracelets made soft music as they walked.
They look like dancing girls, Madhu said with dislike.
They look like angels, Ash answered. They look like pretty flowers.
Ash felt sad because the land looked dry, but he liked the colors of the women's clothes. He also saw that the country was not empty like he first thought. There were many wild animals. Blackbuck and chinkara ran on the plain. Small birds lived in the bushes. He saw partridges, quails, and many pigeons. One morning, he saw thousands of sandgrouse rise together from a quiet pool in the sand. These sights made him happy. He was also glad that he did not have to become a vegetarian like his Hindu friend Karkaji. One day a messenger came to their camp with a packet of letters for Captain Pelham-Martyn. Most of the letters were not important. Ash read them quickly and threw them away. Then he happily opened the 2 letters that did matter to him. One was a short one from Zarin. The other was a long one from Worley, who said that life in Rawalpindi was very boring and that he wished he was in Ash's place.
I told you those girls would be very pretty, but you did not believe me, Wally wrote. They are wasted on you.
Then he started to describe a young woman called Miss Laura Wendover. He said many nice things about her. But she was already engaged to a civil engineer. There was also a poem in Wally's letter. It was for a soldier who had died from illness. The poem started with old-fashioned words and went on for 7 long verses. Ash read only the first 2 and then threw the paper away. The wind caught it and carried it off. He smiled and wondered what a stranger might think if they found the poem. They would not see the real Wally from those heavy words. Still, Wally's long letter made Ash feel as if his friend were really there, talking beside him. He laughed while reading it again. For a short moment, he almost wished to be back in Rawalpindi. Zarin's letter was very different. It was only 1 page long and rather strange. It was written in English, which surprised Ash, because there was no need for that. When he had been in Rawalpindi, Zarin had written to him twice, both times in Arabic script. Like the others, this letter had been written by a professional letterwriter. It was full of polite greetings and prayers for health and happiness. But it said very little that was new. At the end, it said that Zarin's mother was well and that she asked Ash to take care of himself. She wanted him to watch out for snakes, centipedes, and scorpions, which were common in the wild places of Rajasthan. Ash frowned when he read this. He knew that Zarin's mother had been dead for many years. So he guessed that Zarin was trying to send him a secret warning. By using his mother's name, Zarin would make sure Ash paid attention. The mention of scorpions was clearly about Biju Ram, whose nickname had been Bichu, which means scorpion. The English writing also showed that Zarin wanted to keep others from reading his message. Ash checked the envelopes carefully and found that they had all been opened before reaching him. It was not pleasant, but he did not worry much. Nobody in the Karidkot camp could read English well enough to understand his letters. At least it proved that Zarin's warning was not just his imagination. Ash put away Wally's letter, tore up Zarin's, and threw the pieces into the wastepaper basket. Then he went out to meet the local collector, who had promised to send sugarcane for the elephants. The camp had been moving again for less than a week when Ash stopped using the sedan chair. He said he felt strong enough to ride again. He was eager to try Baj Raj, the lively Arabian horse that Maldeo Rai had given him on behalf of the panchayat. It was meant to replace his old horse, the Cardinal, which had died. That Ash could ride again was thanks to Gobin's care and Geeta the nurse. The first day in the saddle had been hard, but each day after was easier. Within a week, he felt completely well. He was happy to be free from pain and bandages and to walk and ride again. But he was also a little sad. Now there was no reason for Geeta's treatments, so Julie could not visit alone. It was no longer safe for her. For a while, he could only see her in the Durbar tent. Ash thought this was very disappointing. It was like standing outside in the cold and looking through a window at a warm room and a bright fire. The evening gatherings still depended on Shushila. Now that Ash was healthy again, Karkaji would have liked to end them. But he did not forbid them. In fact, he often seemed to enjoy them when Shushila decided to hold one. But Ash was used to meeting Julie alone and talking with her freely. He did not want to stop seeing her. He believed there must be another way for them to meet. He stayed awake at night making plans and then changing them. He thought again and again about the risks. But all his worry was useless, because Jyoti solved the problem without meaning to. Jyoti complained to Karkaji that his sisters were becoming dull and boring. He said even Kairi, who was never sick, had twice refused to play chess because of a headache.
No wonder, Jyoti said scornfully. What did she expect? She stays for hours in a hot tent or in the Purdah tent. She never gets fresh air or moves around. She walks only a few steps each day. Jyoti went on. At this rate, when we reach Bither, she will be like Shushu, always sick and good for nothing. And Shushu is worse. She hardly eats now. If she keeps going like this, she will become thinner and thinner. She might even die. Then the runner will only have Kyrie left and maybe will not want her. We will have to go back to Karadkote for nothing. Nanda will be very angry. Maybe he will send us all to prison or worse. He might even fall down dead from rage.
This last thought made Jyoti laugh and he seemed happier. But some of what he said worried Karkaji. When Karkaji next met his nieces, he looked at them carefully. He saw that Jyoti had been right. Kairibai looked tired and her eyes seemed heavy. She moved slowly and without energy. It worried him because if she became sick, what would happen to Shushu? No other woman could look after her like Kairi did. Even now, Kairi looked as if the work of controlling her little sister's moods was too much for her. Shushu also looked thin and weak. When Karkaji looked at her, he thought she did not look well at all. He noticed that she was getting too thin. It did not suit her. She was beginning to look like a small brown monkey with big, bright eyes. The thought shocked him deeply. Until now, he had always believed Shushila was a very beautiful girl. He was not afraid that she might die before they reached Bither, as her little brother had sadly said. But it would be almost as bad if she lost her beauty. The Rana had been promised a pretty bride and had also agreed to take her much older half-sister. No one knew how he might react if he felt cheated in this promise. Something had to be done quickly. Karkaji went at once to see Pelham Sahib. He spent half an hour telling him about the problem.
Ash listened with interest and kindness. To him, the situation seemed perfect for his own plans. He quickly suggested that both girls needed more exercise. Perhaps they could ride horses every evening while the tents were set up and the air was cool. This would be good for their health. It would also help them relax after long days in the dusty roof. They would feel hungry at dinner and sleep well at night. Ash said a gentle horse could be found for Princess Shushila. There was no need for guards because Karkaji, Mulraj, and he himself could protect them. He also said that Jyoti could teach his younger sister to ride. Maybe she would become skilled enough to ride part of the way instead of staying in the roof all the time. Ash spoke very carefully. He made it seem as if the whole idea came from Karkaji, not from himself.
Later that evening, Karkaji spoke with Gobind. Gobind agreed that some exercise could be as helpful as medicine. Then Karkaji told Mulraj that this was his own plan. He asked Mulraj to find good horses for the brides and make all other preparations. Jyoti was very happy to show his skill and teach Shushila to ride. The next day they started the plan, and it worked well from the beginning.
Ash found the evening rides much better than the meetings in the Durbar tent. When they rode, it was easier to talk privately without the watching eyes of servants. The Ruth would stop about a mile before the camp. Ash, Jyoti, Mulraj, and Karkaji would ride back to meet it with 2 extra horses for the girls. One horse was calm for Shushilabai, and one was lively for Anjali. Sometimes they brought hawks or a gun if they hoped to hunt. But mostly they rode only for pleasure and for exercise. Shushila liked to ride slowly or trot a little. Jyoti rode beside her as her teacher. Mulraj watched over them, and Karkaji, tired after the day's travel, followed behind at an easy pace. This left Ash and Anjali Bai free to ride ahead together. They could explore the land and talk without drawing attention. They spoke freely now, safe in the open countryside. Ash could see Julie's face as she talked, not just hear her quiet voice hidden behind the burqa.
Jyoti said Shashala must wear men's clothes, because no one could ride well in a sari. Kakaji did not like this idea, but he was overruled. Shashala was excited to dress like a man, and Mulraj agreed that a sari was unsafe for riding. He also said that if they looked like men riding together, strangers would not stare at them. In their borrowed clothes, Shashala looked like a sweet young boy, and Anjali looked like a handsome young man.
Even Karkaji had to admit that the girls' new clothes were modest and much more practical. He did not notice that this change also made everyone feel more relaxed and friendly. It was like at a costume party, when people wear funny clothes and suddenly feel free to behave differently. Because the girls were dressed like that, no one, not even Karkaji, saw any problem when Anjali Bai rode away with Pelham Sahib to chase a jackal or to see what was beyond a hill. Without the long folds of a sari to remind him that she was a woman, Karkaji stopped thinking of his niece in that way. She seemed only a young person who could safely enjoy more freedom. Of course, it was harmless freedom, because Karkaji was always there watching. He was pleased with his plan. Both girls were stronger and happier now. Shushila no longer looked pale and tired. Her servants told him that she ate better and her nerves were calmer. He saw that she liked her riding lessons almost as much as Jyoti liked teaching her. When Karkaji heard Jyoti's high voice calling out advice and Shushila's cheerful laughter, he felt proud of how well his idea had worked. Ash felt the same way, though he had one complaint. The evening rides were too short. The long, dusty days and the quiet nights only helped him wait for that 1 hour he could spend near Julie. He could not be with her all the time, because they both had to be careful and polite and ride with the others for part of it. Some days, when Karkaji or the others were tired after riding all day, the evening rides were shorter still. But Ash was thankful for every minute with her. As the camp moved slowly south through Rajatana like a big, bright parade, the weather grew warmer. Ash knew that soon it would be too hot to travel under the midday sun. For now, it was still bearable even at noon, and the nights were soft and pleasant. Days turned into weeks before he noticed. He enjoyed every one of them, even though each day brought new problems. He had to take care of the camp's supplies. He also had to talk to angry village leaders who complained that their crops and animals had been harmed. Sometimes he had to stop quarrels among people in the camp. Once or twice he even helped fight off bandits. Every day there were many things to do, but Ash liked it. He found the work exciting, and the danger from those who had once tried to kill young Jyoti made the journey seem even more alive. At the end of each day, he could ride beside Julie in the quiet hour before sunset. Then he could forget his heavy duties and be a shock again, not Pelham Sahib. One evening, after a very hot day, he first heard the story about Hira Lai. Long ago, Hira Lai had gone with Lalji and the old Raja to Calcutta. One night he disappeared from his tent and was never seen again. People said a tigress had taken him, a man-eater who had already killed many villagers. The only thing found was a piece of Hira Lai's bloody clothes in the bushes. There were no tracks and no sign of a body being dragged. A local hunter said he did not believe the man-eater tiger was responsible. Later, people learned that the tigress had killed a herdsman near another village, 25 miles away, on the same night that Hira Lai disappeared.
No one in the Hawa Mahal believed it either, Anjali said. Many whispered that Hira Lai was taken away by order of the Rani. They never said it aloud, only in quiet voices. I think they were right. Everyone knew she was angry when my father decided to take Lalji with him to Calcutta. He was going to speak to the viceroy about becoming ruler of Karadara. People said Hira Lai had advised him to take Lalji, because he feared the Rani might harm the boy when father was gone. The Rani was always jealous of Lalji.
I think she finally killed them both, Ash said in a hard voice. Lalji and Hira Lai. It almost makes me believe there could be a hell for people like Janu Rani, who make others do their killing for them.
Don't, said Anjali softly, and she trembled. You do not need to wish for that. The gods are fair. I think she suffered in this life for all the wrong she did, and much more. Her death was painful, and near the end she cried that Nanda had poisoned her. I do not believe it. No son could do that. But if she thought it was true, how terrible it must have been to die with that thought. She did not need a hell after death, because she found it while she was alive. And since people who do evil are reborn into suffering, she will pay again in her next life, and maybe in many lives to come.
Take what you want, and pay for it, Ash quoted quietly. Do you really believe that, Julie?
That we must pay for what we do. Yes, of course.
No, I mean, do you believe that we are born again and again? That you and I have already lived many lives and will live more?
If one has been born once, why not again? Julie asked. The Upanishads teach that this is true. They say only those who find the truth of their soul, and the soul of Brahma reach the way of the gods, and do not return to earth. So you and I have not escaped the circle of rebirth. And since we are not holy people, or at least not yet, we will be born again.
As a worm, a rat, or a street dog? Ash asked.
Only if we have done something very bad in this life, Julie answered.
If we are kind and fair, and help poor people.
And the priests? Do not forget the priests.
And the priests too. Then maybe we can be born as great people. You could be a king or a strong soldier, or maybe a holy man. And I could be a queen, or a nun.
The gods should stop that.
Anjali did not laugh. Her face became calm and sad. She spoke slowly, almost as if she was talking to herself.
But I forgot. I will soon be a queen in this life. The junior Rani of Bitha.
Her voice became a whisper. They rode quietly. No one spoke. After a while, Ash stopped his horse and watched the sun go down. He knew Anjali had stopped next to him. He did not look at her, but he could feel she was near. He noticed the gentle smell of dried rose petals around her. He knew that if he moved his hand a little, he could touch hers. The sun went below the horizon. It disappeared. From tall grass nearby, a peacock cried sadly into the silent air. Ash heard Anjali breathe slowly and let out a quiet sigh. He spoke suddenly, still not turning to face her.
What are you thinking about, Julie?
The Durkheima. It feels strange to know I will never see the Durkheima again. And I will not see you either, when this journey ends.
The peacock cried again. Its rough sound made the evening feel more lonely. Then they heard Jyoti's high voice calling to them to come back. So they turned their horses and rode to join the others. Ash did not speak much on the way back to camp. That night, for the first time, he thought deeply about what was happening. He tried to understand his feelings and decide what he could do about Julie, or if he could do anything at all. Gulbaz was surprised when Ash said he wanted to take a long walk and would be gone for several hours. He did not let anyone come with him. He walked alone into the dark night, carrying only a strong iron-bound stick that villagers often use.
Let him go, Gulbaz, he is young, and it is too hot to sleep. I think his mind is troubled. Maybe the cool night air will help him think more clearly. Go and rest. Tell Kanwar that I will be the watchman tonight. We do not both need to wait for the Sahib.
The wait was much longer than Madhu expected. The Sahib did not come back until just before dawn. Long before that, the old man fell asleep while waiting. He felt sure that Ash would wake him when he returned to the tent. He was not really worried about the Sahib's safety. Ash had learned to be careful on the border and knew how to protect himself. Madhu's only worry was about his master's heart and feelings. He understood more than Ash thought.
Unless I am wrong, and I do not think I am, Madhu said softly to himself before sleep came. My boy is in love. He loves someone he sees often but cannot have. That must be one of the two princesses, or maybe one of their women. Whoever it is, it can only bring trouble and sadness for him. I hope he sees this. Maybe his walk at night will cool his heart and help him be careful before anything goes too far.
Ash knew there was danger from the beginning. He did not ignore it because he was blind, but because he did not want to face it. He kept pushing it away, not wishing to think of what would happen later. Deep down, he already knew where it would lead, but he could not accept it. It was like he had been walking in his sleep. When Julie said she would soon be a queen, junior Rani of Bitha, it was like cold water on his face. Her words woke him up. He saw clearly now that he was not walking a safe road but a narrow, dangerous one. She also made him remember how fast time was passing. Most of their journey was already over. They had crossed half of Rajputana. They had passed the deserts near Bikaner, gone south of Ratangar and Sikar, and then moved northeast through the hard, rocky hills around the Great Sampar Lake and the gates to Jaipur. Now they had crossed the Luni River and 2 branches of the Banas. They were heading south again. Soon they would reach the end of their journey. Then Ash would see Julie's wedding. He would watch her walk 7 times around the sacred fire with the Rana of Bitha. After that he would ride back to the Punjab alone. This time she would be gone from his life forever. It was painful to think of. But he had to face it now. There was no moon that night. But Ash could see well in the dark. In his years among the border tribes, he had learned to see in near darkness. He carried his stick as a walking aid, not as a weapon. He did not fear attack. He knew the land because he had ridden across it that evening. He remembered that half a mile from his tent, the flat ground narrowed into a path between tall grass and broken rocks. It was the best way to reach the open plains beyond. Even in the darkness, he would not lose his way. The camp lights could still be seen from far away. The ground was dry and firm. When his eyes grew used to the starlight, he walked fast. He wanted to get far from the camp. He needed silence, away from the sounds and smells of men and animals. He wanted to leave behind the light of oil lamps and cooking fires. Only then could he think clearly about Anjali and himself. Before this night, the work of the camp always filled his mind. He had to act quickly with every problem. Even small things had to be solved fast, or the camp could fall into disorder. Because of that, he had never truly thought about his own feelings. But with Julie it was different. The trouble she brought was not part of his duty, it was personal. He kept telling himself he could deal with it later. He would see her that evening, and the next, and the one after that. There was time. But now, suddenly, there was none. The end was near. If he wanted to decide anything, he must decide tonight. The noise of the camp slowly became quiet. It turned into a soft hum, then a weak sound, and at last it disappeared. Now the night was calm. For the first time in many weeks, Ash could hear the wind and many small sounds that came alive in the silence. He heard the dry grass moving. He heard the tall trees shaking in the breeze. An owl called far away. A small animal moved quickly among the pampas. He heard a cricket singing and a bat flying close by. From a long distance came the call of jackals, the sound of the Indian night. The flat land stretched for a mile and then started to rise. Ash walked up a small ridge of bare rock. When he climbed down the other side, he could no longer see the campfires. There were no lights or people anywhere, only empty land and a sky full of stars. He knew there was no need to go farther, but still he walked. He kept moving like a man who did not think, and he might have gone on for another hour if he had not reached a dry riverbed. The ground there was full of stones and smooth pebbles that moved under his feet. Crossing them in starlight could make him fall or hurt his ankle. So he turned away and found a place with soft sand. He sat down cross-legged to rest and think about Julie. But when he tried to think of her, his mind turned to Lily Briggs instead. Then he thought of the other women who came after her. There was a young singer at the seaside show. There was a red-haired barmaid at the Plough and Feathers. And there was a bold girl from a hat shop in Camberley whose name he had forgotten. He saw their faces in his mind again, smiling at him. They had all been older than he was and had known more about life. Men had found them very attractive. Yet none of them had asked him for money or gifts. It was strange that he had wanted to marry Belinda Harlow, who loved money more than anything. She had seemed so good and innocent, and she was a real lady. He had told himself that he loved her because she was different. She was not like those other women whose bodies he had known well but whose minds he had never cared to know. It took him more than a year to see the truth. He knew nothing about Belinda's real thoughts or feelings. The fine qualities he imagined in her were created by his own mind. He had built an image of her that was never real.
Poor Belinda, he whispered.
Ash looked back and smiled a little at the image he had once created of Belinda. He also thought about the foolish young man he had been. It was not Belinda's fault that she had not matched his dream of her. He knew now that no one could have done that. The real Belinda had not been an angel. She was just an ordinary young woman, a little silly, pretty, and proud of her looks. She had been spoiled by too much praise. Ash understood that clearly now. He also saw that her love of money and comfort, and her anger that had hurt poor George, were not strange faults. Many people were like that. If some other woman had done the same, he would have thought her choice normal, not romantic but sensible. He would also have seen her anger as a natural feeling after being lied to. But because Belinda had done these things, he had felt deeply betrayed. His disgust was so strong that for a time he had not been fully sane. Even now, when he thought about what she had done to George, he felt sick for a moment. He could still see George's face from that hot Sunday in Peshawar. But he could no longer remember Belinda's face clearly. He could only recall that her eyes were blue and her hair was yellow. He did not remember how she looked when she moved or laughed. It seemed that she had faded in his mind, like an old photograph left too long in the sun. He found it strange that he now remembered Lily Briggs better. But maybe that was easy to explain. Lily had let him touch her and know her closely. With Belinda, his respect had kept him at a distance. When he had held her in his arms, his kisses had been careful and almost holy. There had been no passion in his love for Belinda. His earlier loves had been only about pleasure. After feeling both kinds, he had thought he understood everything about women. He had disliked what he learned and believed he could never fall in love again. That had seemed a reasonable thought, though not an unusual one. But now, like many disappointed lovers before him, he had fallen in love once more. And this time it felt new and real, as if it were the first and last love of his life. This discovery brought him no joy. He wished he could stop it. If he had a choice, he would have avoided it. He saw no way to be happy without hurting either himself or Julie, or maybe both. But he had no power to change it. It was too late from the night he gave her his half of the little pearl fish. When he took her in his arms, he knew they belonged together like the two pieces of the broken charm. It was not only Julie's lucky piece that was complete again. He himself felt whole and peaceful. He could not change that, even if he wanted to. He could not explain it. It was simply part of him, as natural as air or sunlight. Julie was not like any other woman he had known. She was as different as a bright blue day in the Himalayas from a grey day on Salisbury Plain. He could tell her everything, and she would always understand. To lose her now would be like losing his heart and his soul. And no man can live without his heart, or hope for heaven without his soul.
I cannot give her up, Ash thought. I cannot.
A night bird flew down to rest on a stone near him. It did not see that the figure beside it was a man. A mongoose came close, sniffing the air, and moved forward, seeing no danger. Ash noticed nothing. He was lost in his thoughts. If there had been thieves nearby that night, he would not have seen them. He was thinking only of Julie and of how hard life would be without her. He began to understand that the path ahead would be difficult and full of obstacles. That Julie felt happy and complete when she was with him was something he understood without words. He also knew she cared for him more than for anyone else, as she always had. But caring was not the same as love. If her feelings were only the deep affection of a girl who had followed him like a shadow and thought him the best and wisest brother in the world, then it was not enough. If he could not make her love him in a different way, he would lose her. He could not ask her to join him and face shame, problems, and dangers as her brother. He wanted her as his wife, not as a sister. But even if she began to love him in that way, it would only be the first step. She was still Anjali Bai, a princess and a Hindu. Her royal birth might not matter much to her, but her caste could be a barrier she could not cross. Ash's foster mother had been a serious Hindu, and she had taught him about the religion. He had studied the Rig Veda and learned the story of Purusha, the first man who was sacrificed so that the world could be made. From Purusha's breath came the Brahmins, the priests. From his arms came the warriors, the Kshatriyas. From his thighs came the Vaishyas, the farmers and traders. From his feet came the Sudras, the servants and workers. Everyone else was outside the system, people called untouchables, whose presence was seen as unclean. For a Hindu, caste was a rule for all of life. It decided a person's place in society, the kind of work they could do, and even how they lived. No one could ever change it. A man born as a Sudra had to live and die as a Sudra. No power or wealth could move him higher. His children, and their children after them, would be Sudras forever. Only a very holy life, full of good deeds, might let him be born again into a higher caste in his next life. Besides that, there was no other way to escape his fate. Sita's family were farmers from the hills who said they had Rajput blood. Her husband had been a Vaisya, a man of the farmer and trader caste. She had brought up Ash as carefully as if he were her real son. Julie's mother, however, was of mixed blood, and the strict Hindus believed this made her impure. But her father had been a great warrior. Like many men from the warrior caste, he believed they, not the holy Brahmins, should hold the highest place. He was also a strong ruler, a Rajput and a Raja. Because of this, he thought he was above the rules of caste. If he had wanted to marry the daughter of the poorest family, he would have done it without fear. Still, he would never have thought that Sita's foster child, or Professor Pelham-Martyn's son, was a good husband for his daughter. He would have said they were not suitable at all. Ash was sure of that, even though Nandu's own mother was of low birth, and Nandu's half-sister, Anjali Bai, had caused many arguments. Her strange position had made the people from Bitha uncertain. Only after a large gift and promise of a rich dowry did they finally agree she could marry their Rana. Now that the marriage contracts were signed and the gifts exchanged, his sisters already belonged to the Rana by law. The wedding would only complete what was already agreed. There was no way to stop it without a scandal and serious trouble. Ash knew there would be no miracle. Unless he could make Julie run away with him, she would marry the Rana. When she became the Rana's wife, he would never see her or talk to her again. She would live in the private women's rooms, hidden from all other men. She would be lost to him forever, as if she were dead. He would not be able to write to her or get any news. Maybe old Karkaji could tell him something, but that was not certain. Karkaji would think it wrong to speak about the Rana's wife. If he did speak, it would be news too painful for Ash to hear. That she had a child. Or that she had died. Ash shuddered when he thought of this, as if someone had hit him. A small mongoose that was nearby ran away angrily and disappeared into the dark sand. Ash did not see it go, but the sound made him remember another mongoose, Chuku. He was surprised that he still remembered that name after so many years. He could see again Biju Ram's cruel smile and feel Chuku's small dead body in his hands. That memory made him think again of Julie, because she had taken Chuku's place in his heart. Almost every memory of the palace was linked with her. He had often felt annoyed by her, but she had become part of his daily life. Without her, he would never have escaped alive. He owed Julie a great debt. And he had never paid it. Perhaps forgetting his promise to return was the only thing he had done for her. Maybe she would have been happier if she had thought he was dead and never seen him again. He remembered that even when she was a child, Julie had never questioned her fate. She had always accepted it as something she could not change. If he had not come back, She would have accepted her life as the wife of a prince. She would have had comfort and safety. But what kind of life would she have if she ran away with him? He was only a young British officer. How far could they go before someone stopped them? He knew the answer.
Not very far, Ash thought sadly.
Everyone in the camp, and in all India, would think that running away together was shameful. They would believe it was a dishonor to Bitha, to Karidkot, and even to the Raj. The British would also be angry, though for different reasons. They would not care much about Julie. They would say cruel things about her and shrug. But they would blame him completely. They would call him a man who had betrayed his duty and his country. He had been trusted to protect her and take her safely to her future husband. Instead, he would be seen as someone who had broken that trust.
I would lose my post in the army, he thought.
A year ago he had almost faced a court for his part in another serious affair. He had escaped punishment that time only because of luck. But if he ran away with Julie, there would be no chance to escape again. He would be found guilty and sent away from the army in disgrace. They would say the Queen no longer needed him. He would never see Mardan again. He would never see his friends Zarin, Awal Shah, and Khoda Dad again. He would lose the men of his troop and all the officers of the guides. Even old Mardu would be gone from his life. And there was Worley, his closest friend. Even Worley would turn away from him. Worley loved to talk about love and romance, but he believed very strongly in duty. He would see Ash's actions as a clear betrayal. Duty was sacred to Worley. He would say that honor was more important than love. Julie, or any woman, could never be more important than honor.
I would lose Worley, too, Ash thought. The thought hurt like pain in his body. Worley's friendship and respect meant very much to him. Without them, his life would feel empty. He knew he could never forget that loss.
Then another thought came. Would Julie really want to live in England? He himself had not liked it there. The British in India often called England home, but it had never felt like home to him. Even if Julie went with him, he did not want to return there. They could not stay in India either. Both the British and the Indian people would reject them. The rulers of Bitha and Karidkot would be angry. There could be danger from them, and he would not risk that for Julie. They would have to go to another country. He thought about America but then rejected the idea. People there did not accept marriages between different races. Julie would be treated badly, as someone different. Maybe they could go to South America, or Italy, or Spain. But in his heart he knew it would be the same everywhere. They would always be strangers. They would live in exile. India was their home, both for him and Julie. If they left India, they would lose their home forever. He remembered leaving Bombay as a lonely boy years ago. He had felt lost then. If he left again now, he knew he would never come home. The night was almost over when Ash slowly stood up. He brushed the sand from his clothes and picked up his stick. Then he started walking back to the camp. He had not planned to stay away for so long. A cool, small wind blew across the dry riverbed. Sand rose in the air and touched his eyes. He knew it was very late. It was the wind that comes from Rajastana before dawn and dies when the sun rises. Standing once more on the top of the ridge that had hidden him from the camp, Ash saw that most of the fires and lamps were gone. Only a few small lights now showed where the camp was. He needed them to find his way, because it was much darker than when he had left. The stars were fading, and a thin lemon-colored moon gave little light. The ground was rough, so he walked slowly to avoid falling. But his mind did not rest. He kept thinking about the same problem that had made him leave the camp earlier in the night. He still had no answer. At first, the matter had seemed simple. He only wanted to clear his head and make a plan. But when he understood that he could not leave Julie, and began to think of how they could escape together, Many hard problems appeared in his mind. Now, as he walked back, the problems seemed to grow larger with every step. If they tried to run away, they would be followed. This was not British India. This was Rajasthan, the king's country, a land of many small states ruled by their own princes. The queen's power was weak here. These rulers said they respected her, but they really did what they wanted. Their rank kept them safe from the law. The British government sent them advisors called residents, commissioners, political officers, or an agent general, and decided small questions like how many guns could be fired in salute at ceremonies. But usually the government did not interfere. So there was little safety for a runaway princess and her lover. Once people heard that they had fled, everyone would try to catch them. No place in Rajasthan would give them shelter. For now, Ash could only wait and hope. He tried to trust that something good might happen. He wished for a miracle, because it felt like they would need one.
Why would I deserve a miracle? He thought.
He could not find an answer. About half an hour later, something did happen, but not a miracle. It was proof that his fears were real. Because the light was still poor and the ground uneven, he kept his eyes down as he walked. He did not think anyone would care about his movements except Madhu and his servants. He never thought he might be attacked. The first shot came suddenly. He did not understand at once that someone had aimed at him. The bullet hit the stick he was carrying and tore it from his hand. He heard the sound at the same time and threw himself flat among the stones. He thought it was only a local hunter shooting in the dark, so he lifted his head and shouted angrily.
A second shot flew just above his head. He felt the air move through his hair. This time he stayed silent. The first shot might have been an accident, but not the second. He had seen the flash and knew the man was only 15 yards away. The shooter had surely heard him call out and could not mistake him for an animal. Then he heard a sharp click in the quiet night, the sound of the man reloading. It was a frightening sound. The calm way it was done made his heart stop for a moment. But the fear also helped him think clearly. He suddenly felt calm and ready, as if he were again on a training exercise out on the open plains.
The unknown man was not a hunter shooting for fun or cruelty. Bullets were too rare to waste, and Ash had nothing worth stealing. The attacker also knew that Ash did not carry a weapon. Even though he had fired twice, he stayed still and hidden behind the tall grass. He did not try to change his place, because he felt safe and sure of his target. Ash suddenly understood that this was the only place where someone could wait for him. The shape of the land forced him to walk this way, so anyone who wanted to stop him just had to wait here. Someone knew he would come, and that person had waited. Even in the dark, this shot was easy. At that distance, it was almost impossible to miss. Ash had been walking slowly and making noise. If he had not carried his stick, he might have died or been badly hurt. The man with the gun did not know about the stick. He saw Ash fall and probably thought he was dead or dying. It had been a mistake for Ash to call out. But many people cry out when they are hit. As Ash made no other sound, he hoped the shooter believed he was dead and would not waste a third bullet. It was not a strong hope, but it was all he had. If he did not use it well, he would die. For almost 5 minutes, the man did not move. He stayed still in the grass. Then he began to move forward slowly. He stepped softly like a cat and waited after each step to listen. Ash could see his dark shape between the tall plants. The sky was getting lighter, and shapes of rocks and bushes started to show. Ash saw the rifle pointed at him. From the way it was held, he understood the finger was still on the trigger. He knew that to stay alive he must not move or breathe. The wind stopped before dawn, and everything was quiet. Ash heard the sound of shoes touching dry soil. Then he heard the man's breathing, fast and uneven. The man was now very close. But even 1 yard was too far away, because the rifle still aimed at him. If Ash moved too soon, the next bullet would come straight at him. The man stopped and listened. Ash thought it was strange that he could not hear the beating of his heart, which sounded so loud in his own ears. Soon the man came nearer and touched Ash's body with his foot. When it did not move, he kicked it harder. As his foot was still in the air, Ash's hand grabbed his other ankle with great force and pulled it fast. The man fell forward onto something hard and strong. The rifle fired with a loud crash. The bullet hit a rock, and small pieces flew everywhere. One sharp piece cut Ash on the forehead. Blood went into his eyes and blurred his vision. If not for that, he might have killed the man, because the kick had made him very angry. At that moment, he forgot everything he had ever learned about control. He wanted only to fight or die trying. The other man was dangerous with the gun, but without it he was weak. He was shorter and heavy, and he breathed hard. His muscles were soft, and he was clearly not fit. Still, he fought with fear, scratching and grabbing like a trapped animal. They rolled among the stones again and again. Suddenly he broke free. Ash, half blind from blood, tried to catch him but missed. He only caught some torn clothes in his hand. The man gasped for air, stood up, and ran into the tall grass like a scared creature. There was no sense in following the man. When Ash wiped the blood from his eyes, the man had already gone. The dark sky had changed to a pale grey, but there was still not enough light to find anyone. It was useless to try to hear him, because Ash's own steps made too much noise. So Ash decided to go back to the camp and ask questions there. He tied a bandage around his head to stop the blood from getting into his eyes. He picked up his stick and the gun that had fallen to the ground. The stick was broken and not useful anymore, but the gun was proof of something. It might help him find the owner. By its shape, he could tell it was a modern rifle, just like his own. Not many men in the camp had such weapons. Only an expert would use that kind of rifle for something so serious as killing. No servant would have been chosen for that. Ash was sure the gun belonged to someone in the camp. The rifle would show the truth. But he felt troubled. He now knew that he had an enemy who wanted to kill him. That person had watched him very closely. When he walked onto the plain that night, without planning it, the watcher saw a chance to act. The plan to kill Captain Ashton Pelham-Martyn had probably been made long ago. Ash had not thought about who had tried to murder him until now. The whole fight had lasted only 10 or maybe 15 minutes. He had been too busy trying to stay alive to wonder who the attacker was. But now it seemed very important. Thinking of the last 2 months, Ash felt he should have seen that someone in the camp hated him. The people who had tried to kill Jyoti were still with them. They might hate Ash for saving the boy and watching over him. Then he thought about Julie. It was possible that more people than the old nurse Geeta knew Julie had visited his tent. They might think it was their duty to punish him, believing he had behaved badly with her. Another idea came to him. Maybe Biju Ram had learned something through the guides about Zarin and Koda Dad. Perhaps he had discovered a link to the Hawa Mahal and recognized Ash as the boy Ashok, once servant to the Prince of Gulcote. Ash thought about that but did not believe it. That story was finished. The people who might care, Lalji and Janurani, were dead. No one in Karidkote would gain anything from his death or even remember him. Still, he saw that he had several possible enemies in the camp. There might be more than one. So he walked carefully on the way back. He stayed away from rocks, bushes, or any place where a man could hide and shoot. He promised himself never again to go anywhere without a revolver. The sun was rising when he reached his tent. Madhu was sleeping and did not wake up when Ash stepped over him. The lamp had gone out, but there was enough light. Ash put the rifle and the broken stick under the bed. He took off his shoes and coat, lay down in his shirt, and fell asleep at once. He did not wake Madhu. He did not think how he looked. He had not seen his face yet and did not know how bad it was. When Madhu woke up half an hour later and came into the tent, the light was bright. He saw Ash lying still and for one terrible moment thought he was dead. It frightened him so much he almost had a heart attack. Then he heard Ash breathing and ran to get Gulbaz. Gulbaz came quickly and looked at Ash.
There is no need to worry, Gulbaz said. The Sahib is not badly hurt. I think he was only in a fight. Look, those marks on his face were made by fingers and small stones.
Also, there was not much blood on the cloth around his head, and he slept quietly. It was better not to wake him. Later they planned to put a piece of raw goat meat on his eye to make the swelling and the dark color go down. The meat was used just as planned. By then his eye had turned many colors, but the treatment might have helped a little. The rest of Ash's injuries were small and healed quickly. After a week, no one could see that he had been in a fight. There was only a light mark under his eye and a thin scar that looked like a line of worry on his forehead. Even though the wounds healed fast, they had been real. The man who fought with Ash must have had marks too. He should have some scratches and maybe many bruises, which could help them find him. But it was not easy to find that man. Ash had forgotten one thing. The camp was very large, and many men hurt themselves every day. Most small cuts and bruises happened because of simple mistakes or daily work. But many came from fights after angry words.
Madhu said, and about Gunga Das, his wife and her mother became angry because he spent money on a woman. They hit him with cooking pots and broke one on his head. Then there is Ram Lalla who.
There were many stories like these, far too many.
If there were only 100 men in the camp, it would be easier, said Mulrich. But there are thousands. Even if we find the man we want, he will have a story ready and many friends to say it is true. They will tell how he got his bruises, and we cannot prove they are lying.
The only thing that was easy to prove was who owned the rifle. Ash had guessed that it was not an old gun but a modern one. It was a Wesley Richards sporting rifle that could shoot very well even at 400 yards. He thought there could not be many rifles of this kind in the camp, and he was right. There was only one. His own. He felt angry that someone had tried to kill him with his own rifle. It made the whole thing even worse. He told himself that when he found the man, he would teach him a lesson he would never forget. But he was most troubled that the rifle had been taken from his tent while Madhu was there, and none of the servants had heard anything. It showed that he had little protection. It also proved what he already believed. Someone, or maybe more than one person, was watching him closely. The attacker must have seen him leave last night with only a lathi. He must have known that Ash would be gone for some hours. So he saw this as a good chance. He must have watched the servants go to bed and seen Madhu sit by the tent door to watch. When the old man fell asleep, the thief could easily come in through the back without being heard. The small lamp inside would give just a little light, enough to move quietly. The thief then took the rifle and left the tent the same way he came. He followed Ash's path and waited in the gully, sure that Ash would come back that way. Ash again wondered how many people had seen Julie come to his tent. The thought made him feel afraid, angry, and sick at the same time. If the attack had something to do with Julie, then he had made a big mistake by talking about it. He should not have told Madhu, Gulbaz, or Mulraj. He should not have shared his guesses about the reason for the attack. He should have kept quiet and made up a story about falling in the dark to explain his black eye and other marks. But when he woke up late the next day, he was too weak to think of lies. He had slept for hours and woke to see Mulraj looking down at him with a serious face. Madhu and Gulbaz stood behind, worried. He told them what had happened. When he looked at his own face in the mirror, he said they only needed to find a man with a face like his. That man would be of medium height, a little fat, and known to shoot well. At that point, Ash started to get his rifle from under the bed. But Gulbaz suggested they ask the Dobies if they had washed any clothes that were torn or dirty. Ash agreed. The word washing reminded him he needed a bath, and he was also hungry because he had not eaten since the night before. The two servants went out to arrange things. Soon a beastie came to fill the bath. Ash was reaching under the bed for the rifle when the man arrived. So he did not look at the rifle. He just gave it to Mulraj and kept talking with him from behind the canvas sheet while he washed and shaved.
It is like the one you used to shoot blackbuck, an English rifle, Mulraj said.
He put it back under the bed. He was more interested in the lathi. After looking at it, he said that Ash was very lucky. The bullet had hit one of the iron rings around the bamboo. It hit so hard that the ring was almost flat, and the bamboo inside was crushed.
The gods helped you last night, Mulraj said, and he promised to start asking questions soon.
About an hour later, when Ash had dressed and eaten a large meal, he looked closely at the rifle again. Then he saw clearly who it belonged to. By that time, it was too late to change anything. He could not tell Mulraj or Madhu that he had changed his mind. He no longer wanted their help to find the man who tried to kill him. They would ask him for a reason, and he could not tell the truth. He was afraid they might find another reason for the attack, one that was not about Jyoti, or jealousy, or his past name, Ashok. It was about Rajumari Anjali Bai and the honor of the royal families of Karidkot and Bitha. He felt relieved when Mulraj and Madhu both learned that finding a man with cuts and bruises among 8,000 people was almost impossible. It was like trying to find one lost apple in a big orchard after a storm. Gulbaz's search also failed for the same reason. The washermen said many clothes were damaged or stained during the march, so no one could keep track of them. Any questions would only make people curious, and Ash was glad he had not given Gulbaz something that might cause talk. He had not known then that the grey cloth he used as a bandage came from the attacker's clothes. It was the front of a thin cotton coat that tore when the man escaped. Ash had tied it around his head without noticing, and later threw it aside. He remembered it only after learning about the stolen rifle. By then, he was just thankful no one else had paid attention to that cloth. Its color and fabric, a hand-woven mix of cotton and silk in 2 shades of grey, was an important clue. The fewer people who saw it, and the sooner it was gone, the safer. From now on, he decided to stay silent about all new clues. He hoped the search he had started would fail and everyone would forget about the attack, except him. He still wanted to find the man who had tried to kill him, but he would do it alone. This was something he must face by himself. At least it had helped him make a clear decision about Julie. He told himself he should be thankful for that. The strange hopes he had carried for so long were gone. Only yesterday they had filled his mind and pushed him to think and worry all night. But one bullet from his own gun had ended that confusion. It showed him clearly that he was right to be afraid for Julie. Ash knew how dangerous his place in the camp was. Many foreigners had forgotten what the old rebellion had taught. He had not. He understood that India did not truly love the Raj. She respected power and accepted it for now, but she could also suddenly rise against it. He was the only European there, and he represented the Raj. His position was not safe. He had taken many steps to protect himself. He had chosen carefully where to put his tent, close to his servants and horses. He slept with a revolver under his pillow and a knife beside his bed. When he was away, one of his servants always guarded the tent. Even with all these precautions, his tent was entered. His rifle was stolen. Someone had watched him, followed him, and attacked him, as easily as if he were a child. Now he meant to be more careful. Still, he knew the enemy had the advantage. They could wait and choose the right time to strike. He could not live every moment watching everyone with fear. One day, without knowing who to trust, he would stop being careful. And when that moment came, he knew what might happen. It was not his own body that Ash imagined lying hurt and bleeding on the ground, but Julie's. He knew he could not let that happen. He must not stop her marriage to the Rana. Maybe she would find some happiness as a mother, even if that thought still hurt him deeply. But to see Julie dead, even in his mind, was much worse. At least in Bitha she would stay with Shushila. As a Rani, even a junior one, she would have respect and comfort. She would live in ease among servants and waiting women. Her life might not be too hard. At first she would miss the mountains, but with time she would forget them. She would also forget the Peacock Tower, the Queen's balcony, and Ashok. Julie would accept her life quietly. That would be better than death. As long as one is alive, there is still a little hope. Life can sometimes change in strange ways. Even disaster can turn to victory. But death was for the old, not for someone young and full of life like Julie. If she ran away with him now, the end would come quickly. They should have escaped earlier, when they were still in British India. It was too late now. Even if they had gone, it would only have delayed danger for a short time. Ash remembered how the dancer's men had hunted him across the Punjab. There were British soldiers everywhere, and police in every village, yet he had nearly been caught. Only the guides and Colonel Anderson saved him. They made him look like a sahib and sent him safely out of the country. Julie would be much easier to find than he had been as a bazaar boy. If Ash was arrested, she would have no chance of escaping. There would be long delays while officials talked. During that time, Nandu would act. Ash was sure of that. Nothing he had heard about the new ruler of Karidkot made him believe Nandu would allow his sister to shame him without striking back. And even if Nandu waited, the Rana would not. Whether inside or outside British India, they would hunt Julie without mercy. They would find her before Ash could think of a way to help her leave the country. He wondered which Julie would choose, death or the Rana. He would never know. Maybe she loved him enough to choose death. Maybe she only saw him as a brother. Either way, he had lost her. Ash rested his head on his arms. He sat still for a long time, thinking of a future that felt cold and empty. That evening he did not join the riding party. He said he had work to do. Later he stopped going altogether, and the rides ended, though he did not know that. Shushila sent messages asking him to visit the Durbar tent. He answered that he had a headache and stayed away. He knew he could not stay apart from that group forever. But it was better to pretend to be busy or sick than to see Julie again. It was even better to seem rude than to risk being near her. The less they met, the safer it was for her and for him. If the attack on his life had been because of her, they must keep their distance. Without the evening rides, the days felt long and heavy. The camp's work became hard to bear. He found it harder to stay calm while people came with endless complaints. Mulraj, his officers, and older men like Karkaji Rao judged most matters in camp. But in the end, everyone came to Ash. He had become the last person to decide, and too many people wanted his judgment. Men argued and often began to fight. They stole, lied, and cheated one another. Some made debts and did not pay them. Others accused their neighbors of many kinds of crimes, from murder to selling lightweights at the market. Ash sat for many hours, trying to look interested while people brought their witnesses and talked without stopping. But many times he suddenly understood that he had not heard a word and did not know what they were talking about. Then they had to repeat everything again. Often he said the case would need more thought and told them to come back later. Then he went on to the next case but listened just as badly. He tried not to think about his own problems, but that made it hard to think about anything. He was very tired because he could not sleep well. The weather made things worse. Each day grew hotter, and the hot wind called the Lu had begun to blow. It came across Rajasthan after the cold season ended and dried the ponds, the plants, and people's bodies. Later, when the rivers became low and the land was dry, dust storms would come. Thick brown clouds would hide the sun and make day look like night. That time had not come yet, but the thought of it gave Ash one more reason to hurry. Still, His words made no difference. The camp could no longer travel during the day. They only moved early in the morning before the sun rose high. Each evening, scouts rode ahead to choose the next place to rest. Before dawn the tents were taken down. The long line of carts, people, and animals moved slowly through the cool air before sunrise. They stopped as soon as the sun climbed too high and the heat became too strong. Sometimes they moved only 5 miles, sometimes even less. They had to stop where there was water and, if possible, shade. But often there was no shade at all. The canvas of the tents and the straw on the carts gave little protection from the burning sun. The animals stood outside and suffered from the heat. Only they were glad for the hot wind, because it kept away the flies. As days passed, the march became slower and slower. Men and women grew cross and angry. People lost patience easily. Still, every day brought them closer to Bitha. The end of the journey was near. Ash, who once wished the trip would never finish, now only wanted it to end soon. The hard journey was enough to make anyone angry. It was worse because of Ash's worry and the many problems in the camp. He also began to feel unsafe. Only 3 days after the attack on him, someone had stolen from his tent again. This time it happened in broad daylight. It was the first day the camp set out before dawn to escape the day heat and stopped when the sun was high. That day's camp was near a shallow pool covered with weeds. Long ago it had been a tank dug to hold water for a city that now no longer existed. Around it were low hills, broken sandstone blocks, and the remains of old walls. Grass grew high around them, and trees pushed their roots through the cracks. Ash's tent stood under a tree at the edge of the camp. Behind it, his servants' tents formed a half-circle. The tall grass around his tent had been cut for 20 yards so no one could come close unseen. But someone had entered anyway during the hottest part of the day. 2 of Ash's men were supposed to be guarding the tent. They sat under a neem tree where they could watch the clearing. But it was not surprising they saw nothing strange. They had been awake since 4 in the morning. After eating their midday meal, they felt full and sleepy in the heat and hot wind. They closed their eyes from time to time, believing no one would dare come near while they were there. They heard nothing unusual. The dry wind made the leaves and grass rustle, hiding all other sounds. Ash had been away for some time. When he returned, he found his things in a big mess. The locks on his boxes were broken, and everything inside was thrown on the floor. Even his bed was stripped bare. The whole tent looked as if someone had searched it very fast, but also very carefully. Every piece of furniture had been moved. The floor mat was rolled up, and the ground under it had been checked. His mattress had been cut open with a knife. Both pillowcases were missing. It was clear that someone had looked everywhere. But the thief did not find much. There were only a few small coins, most of them copper. There was no money or guns in the tent. Ash always carried his revolver himself. He had also given his 2 money boxes, his rifle, his shotgun, and extra bullets to Mardu. Mardu had hidden them inside an old canvas roll with his own luggage. Ash tried to find some comfort in this. It seemed that the thief wanted money, not weapons. That meant this was not the same person who had taken the rifle before. Still, Ash did not like the thought that someone had entered his tent, searched it, and left again. It had happened in daylight, while 2 of his servants were nearby. He thought it was a little better to believe that the thief only wanted money. But another part of him was afraid. What if someone had stolen his gun again to use it against him? Was someone planning to kill him and make it look like suicide? Or did they want people to think his own servants had done it, if he was found shot with his own gun? The second idea seemed more likely. Everyone in the camp knew his tent stood apart and was hard to reach without being seen. So if the rifle disappeared, people would think one of his own men had taken it. That story would sound right to most people. They would not believe that a man among thousands of others, in a place full of different guns, would go to so much trouble to steal the Sahib's weapon. Then the real question would be simple. Which one of the Sahib's servants was the killer? Ash wanted to talk with Mulraj about what had happened. If he was sure the thief had only wanted money, he would have done so. It would have made him feel much better. But he was not sure, so he said nothing. He told Madhu and Gulbaz that he did not want anyone to speak of it. Gulbaz cleaned the tent by himself. Later, he quietly told Madhu that he wished the wedding would end soon. He wanted to leave this place and go back to Rawalpindi.
I am tired of Rajputana, said Gulbaz. And I am even more tired of this camp. Something strange is here, something bad. It may harm the Sahib, and maybe others too. Let us hope we can leave these Karidkut people soon and go north before it reaches us.
Much the same thoughts were in Ash's mind, but he was different in one way. He understood himself well and knew he must pray for patience and self-control. He could get through each day if he kept busy all the time. Work helped him not to think about Julie, but the nights were hard. No matter how tired he became, when he lay down to sleep he saw her face again. He could not stop thinking about her. He would turn and twist on his bed and look into the dark. Sometimes he got up, lit the lamp, and began to write reports or check numbers that did not need checking. He only wanted to stop his thoughts. When Gulbaz came before dawn with tea, he often found Ash asleep at the table, his head on a pile of papers. Before sunrise, the air was still cool and grey. The camp woke slowly, and animals moved sleepily. Ash climbed into the saddle, tired but ready to work. He helped to get the camp moving. His servants took down his tent and packed his things on the bullock cart, where Madhu already sat among the cooking pots. The man looked comfortable on a bag of bedding and boxes. The wind had not yet started, because it came only after sunrise. No one had time to enjoy the quiet morning. The camp was full of noise and work. The firelight from torches and cooking made the place feel very hot and busy. Bitha was not far away, but the land had changed. The flat plain was gone. Now there were low, dry hills covered with loose stones and yellow grass. The hilltops were only bare rock. A man walking could cross them without much trouble, but the carts could not. The whole camp had to go around slowly through the wide valleys. They turned and turned again, as if lost in a maze. The journey became slow and tiring. When at last they reached more open ground, no one was surprised when the younger bride stopped and said she would go no farther. She wanted to rest for at least 3 days. If they did not stop, she said, she would fall ill and refuse to move. She knew they were close to Bitha, but she did not want to arrive weak and sick. Her words came at a good time. They had reached a river with many trees along its banks. Everyone except Ash liked the idea of stopping there. It was a fine place for a camp. The river was small now, only a narrow line through sand, but it still gave plenty of water and was easy to cross. On the far side there were villages with fields and gardens. People there were happy to sell grain, vegetables, milk, eggs, and sugarcane. There was also grass for the animals, deer on the plain, and fish in the river. No one wanted to move on, and Ash could find no support for his wish to continue.
What do a few days matter, said Karkaji, waving a fan. There is no great need to hurry. We will all feel better after a short rest. Even you, Sahib. You do not look well these days. You are thinner and quiet now. You do not laugh or ride with us as before. He raised his hand when Ash tried to speak. No, it is the heat, he said kindly. We all suffer from it. You and Mulraj, who are strong, and I, who am old. Even Jyoti, who is young, says the heat makes him sick, though maybe it is too many sweets. And poor Shushila too. She has always been weak, but I think she is also afraid. She fears the future. Now that we are near Bitha, she wishes to wait a little longer before going there.
You can only blame yourself, Sahib, said Mulraj with a hard voice. You know what Shashalaba is like. If she had been kept busy, she would not think so much and the heat would trouble her less. But first you stopped riding with us in the evenings, and then Jyoti did too. After that she lost her fun and began to worry and complain.
I have been so busy, Ash said, looking uneasy.
There has been so much to do. He stopped and frowned. What is this about Jyoti? Why did he stop coming?
At first, I think because you stopped visiting, Mulrich said. And later, when he became sick, he could not come.
Sick? Since when? Why did no one tell me?
Mulraj raised his eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. Then his face changed, and he said slowly, "Now I understand. You were not listening when I told you. I should have known when you did not ask about him or go to see him."
Mulrich's voice grew calm. "I told you myself 4 days ago," he said. "I spoke about it again the next morning. You only nodded and said nothing. I thought you did not wish to hear about it anymore. I was wrong." "What is wrong, Sahib?" "You have not been yourself since that attack on you. It is not easy to live knowing someone is waiting to shoot or stab you. I know that feeling very well. Is that what troubles you? Or is it something else? If I can help, please tell me."
Ash's face turned red.
I know, he said quickly. But there is nothing wrong. It is only the weather, and you cannot change that. Now tell me about Jyoti. Kakaji Rao said the heat was too much for him.
"It was not the heat," Mulrich said in a dry tone. "The Datura, at least, I think so. No one can be certain."
Datura is a wild plant that grows in many parts of India, most often in the south. Its white flowers smell sweet and look beautiful like lilies. But the green seed, called the apple of death, is very poisonous. Because it is easy to find, people have used it for centuries to harm others. It can be crushed into powder and mixed with food, often with bread. It can kill fast or slowly, depending on how much is eaten. Mulraj said Jyoti must have eaten a lot of it but had thrown up most of it, which saved his life. He had been moved to his sister's tent, where he was getting better with the care of Geeta, the nurse.
But where did he get it? Ash asked. What was it in? Did you ask the cook and the servants? Surely they all eat the same food. He cannot be the only one who got sick.
But it seemed he was. Mulraj said the poison had been in some jalabis, small fried sweets that Jyoti loved. He had found them in his tent and eaten them all. Even without poison, eating so many could make a child sick. Luckily, one servant, frightened by his bad sickness, had run for Gobind instead of panicking.
Did Gobind say it was Datura? Ash asked.
Mulrich moved his hand as if to say no. "No," he said. "He only said it might be. The boy had eaten everything, even licking the honey from the leaves the sweets were on, so nothing was left to test. The servant said he only ate too many greasy sweets, that was all."
Gobind had not believed that. He said nothing but treated the boy as if it was poison. He also asked the servants where the sweets came from. Later he told Mulraj that, even if there was nothing wrong with them, and someone had given them as a kind surprise, the sickness would make that person stay silent. So he was not surprised when no one admitted anything.
But someone must have seen the boy eating them, Ash said.
Did Gobind ask about it?
"Yes, he did. But people said the Rajkumar brought the sweets himself. Gobind told me he thought the child had been poisoned, maybe with the Datura. He said the boy was lucky because he ate too much. The grease from the sweets covered his stomach and slowed the poison. The grease and sugar made him feel sick, so he threw up everything before it was too late. That is Gobind's opinion, though he says it is hard to prove. After speaking with him, I asked Jyoti's sisters to take care of the boy. The older sister is sensible, and it helps Shashalabai think about something other than the heat and her own problems."
Ash said, but there is a guard near the boy's tent. How could anyone?
He stopped suddenly. He remembered there had been a guard on his own tent too, yet someone had entered it twice without being seen. He ran his hand through his hair and looked angry.
I told you we should have spoken about the first time someone tried to kill the boy, he said. If we had done that, the person who did it would have known we were watching and been afraid to try again. But you did not agree, and now look. Someone has tried again. You should have told everyone this time.
I told you, Sahib, said Mulraj in a dry voice. But you seemed busy with other things and did not hear me.
Ash stayed quiet. He knew Mulraj was right. He had been too tired lately. Many times he had only acted as if he was listening, while his mind was somewhere else. He had not worried about it, thinking that if something important was said, he would remember it. If he did not remember, it must not have mattered. But now he saw that Mulraj had spoken about Jyoti, and he had missed it completely. How many other things had he not heard? How many people had spoken to him while he walked about in a daze, too tired to think, believing he was still doing his work? Mulraj watched him and saw he looked thinner. He also looked older, which Karkaji had noticed before and mentioned. But Mulraj had also been busy with his own worries.
I am sorry, Mulraj said softly. That was not kind.
It was fair, Ash replied with a weak smile. I am the one who should say sorry. I have been acting like George.
George? Mulraj looked confused. Who is George?
Oh, just someone I used to know, Ash said. He liked to act as if he were important. It was not a good habit. Now, what can we do about Jyoti?
When they talked about it, they saw there was not much they could do to keep Jyoti safe. They had already done almost everything they could. They could not guard the boy every minute. That would mean giving him a full-time team of soldiers. Mulraj did not want to admit it, but he was not sure that all his men could be trusted. Nandu was their ruler, and it was their duty to obey him. He could give large rewards for what he wanted. He would pay a lot for the death of his heir. Mulraj was not a man who hated people, but he knew how the world worked. He understood that some men would do anything for money. That was why he said nothing about the first attempt to kill the young prince. He only prayed and hoped that watching carefully would stop the next attack. But the gods did not seem to listen. The second attempt failed, but not because of Mulraj or Ash. Now they had to speak the truth. There was no reason to hide it anymore. They had little proof, but the boy could be warned. Then he would be careful with his food and drink. Ash had wanted this first, but now he changed his mind. He remembered another boy, Lalji, Jyoti's half-brother. Lalji had also been in danger. He lived in fear every day. He jumped at shadows and trusted no one. His nurse, Dunmaya, warned him all the time, but it did not save him. It only made his short life full of fear and anger. He became cruel because he could not bear the fear. Jyoti also knew what fear was. He was frightened the night Ash first saw him. He looked like another pale, round-faced boy from the past. He was scared because he had run away from Nandu. He knew that his brother could punish him, but Ash thought he was not afraid of being killed. He was only afraid of being punished. But if he knew the truth...
It's no good, Ash said sharply. We can't tell him. It would be too cruel. He is just a child. He would be terrified if he learned that someone in this camp wants to kill him. He would think about it all the time. He would be scared to trust anyone, scared to eat or drink, scared to sleep or ride. No child should live like that. But we can tell his sisters and Karkaji. They can make sure someone tastes his food first. And we can ask Gobind to tell him not to eat sweets or anything he finds lying around. We can say that the sweets made him sick because they were old or cooked in bad ghee. Gobind will know the right words. He and the girls and Karkaji can watch him carefully. That's the best we can do.
Mulraj frowned and pulled his lip. He agreed it was better not to frighten the child. But he said that if they wanted to keep the boy in ignorance, they could not tell Karkaji or Sushilabai. Shushila could never keep a secret. She would get very upset and tell everyone in the camp within hours. Karkaji was too old and weak to hear such worrying news. He also talked too much and was easy to read. So that left only Anjali Bai.
Jyoti likes her, and she likes him, Mulraj said. She is a calm woman and does not lose control when there is danger. I remember what she did on the night the cart sank in the river and the bullock driver drowned. She did not scream or look afraid. She helped save her sister, and I am sure she would do the same for her brother. It is a heavy task for one woman, but we need help. Anjali Bai is probably the best person for it. We can trust her. That is more than we can say about most people in this camp.
Ash thought that Julie could indeed be trusted. She would do everything she could to keep her young brother safe. She would stay calm and not speak carelessly. She was clearly the right person to ask for help. It had been a mistake not to tell her the truth about Jyoti after his serious riding accident. Ash had meant to tell her then, but somehow he had not. Now he could not even remember why.
Suddenly he said, "But Anjali Bai is never alone. How will you tell her?"
Mulraj sounded surprised. No, Sahib, he said. You must do it yourself. If I try, others will hear me. When we used to ride in the evenings, you often galloped ahead with the princess. If we start riding again, you could do that once more, and no one would think it strange. It is the only way.
That was why Ash, even though he tried not to, found himself riding beside Julie the next evening. The day before, he had gone to see Jyoti after talking to Mulraj. Jyoti was still recovering and was staying in his sister's tent. The tent was full of people because in the East it is common for many visitors to be with the sick. The princesses, their women, Karkaji, and Muldio Rai were all there. Jyoti looked better than Ash had expected and would soon be well. But when Jyoti greeted him, there was hurt in his voice. He felt sad that Ash had not come earlier. Ash lied and said that Gobind had told him not to visit until Jyoti was stronger. Only then did Jyoti forgive him. Ash stayed just a short time. He could only say polite words to Julie. She looked pale and tired. When she met his eyes, her look was puzzled and a bit hurt. His heart felt tight. He turned away quickly and spoke to Shushila instead because he was afraid he might tell Julie that he loved her and had stayed away to keep her safe. Later he could not remember who talked about riding the next evening or how the plans were made. He only remembered that he had agreed to go. When he walked back to his tent, he knew he should not have said yes.
It is for Jyoti's sake, he told himself. Julie could help Jyoti in many ways, and she needed to know the truth. Since Ash was the only one who could tell her, he felt he had no choice. But even he knew his reason was weak.
It was true that Julie could help, and she would do it well, but only for a short time. They would soon reach Bitha. Then there would be the wedding, and after that, she could no longer help Jyoti. So telling her now would not change much. I should have told her long ago, Ash thought. But he had not, and now it was useless. It was too late. He should send a message saying he could not join the riding party tomorrow. He should not see her again. It would only make everything worse. He decided he would not go. But he knew he would go, because he could not stop himself from seeing her again and talking to her one last time. It would be the final meeting. The very last. That night he fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. In the morning he woke up feeling fresh and rested. Even though the future still looked dark, he no longer felt tired or hopeless. Life seemed a little easier now. The weather was better too. When the sun rose higher, its warmth filled the camp. The tents were quiet and did not move in the wind. The trees and the grass were still. There was no sand blowing near the river. The hot wind called the Lu had stopped, and everyone felt great relief. It was like a loud drum that had suddenly stopped beating. The men grew calm, and the camp felt peaceful again. Without the wind, the place was restful and quiet. There was shade, there was water, and people enjoyed both. By afternoon the air became heavy and hot again. Many flies returned, but no one cared much. They were happy with the silence. Later, the still air began to move softly. A light breeze came from the river and slipped between the tents.
"It will be cooler on the plain," said Kakuji.
But it was not cooler. It was even hotter. Beyond the line of trees and fields near the river, the plain was dry and covered with stones. The hills around it had kept heat all day and now gave it back like hot iron. The riders felt as if they were going toward a fire, leaving behind the little coolness near the river. Even the horses and bullocks did not want to continue. A sudden gust of wind lifted dust and old leaves. It spun across the plain like a circle of grey smoke. Then other small whirlwinds appeared and disappeared again. Everything else stayed still. Only the dust moved. The starting place for the ride was more than a mile from the camp. Mulraj had chosen it early that morning when he went hunting for blackbuck with some officers and a local hunter. He thought this place was perfect. It could not be seen from the camp or the villages. It was far from any path. The hunter told him that people had lived in the hills long ago, before the river changed its way and left the land dry. Now no one came there except hunters. In the evening, there were no animals left to shoot, because the blackbuck went down to the river and the fields. Anjali and her sister left the camp in the Ruth, with one of Shushu's women beside them. Their horses followed behind with an old stableman and 2 guards with grey beards. Ash, Kakuji, and Mulraj rode ahead. Jyoti had wanted to come too, saying he felt well again. But Gobind showed him a new game with coloured pegs. Jyoti found it interesting and changed his mind. He said it was too hot to ride anyway and stayed behind. The Ruth stopped near a tall rock at the edge of a wide half-circle of hills around the plain. When the brides came down, their attendants looked away politely. Then the riders moved across the flat ground. Ash feared that without Jyoti, Shushila might want to keep everyone together. But Kakuji kept her happy. He rode beside her, praised her riding, gave small advice, and talked about life in the camp. Mulraj stayed close too. So Ash and Julie could easily ride ahead as usual. Still, it was hard for him to speak about Jyoti. But before he could begin, Anjali spoke first.
"Why did you stay away from us so long?" she asked. "It was not because of work, and you were not ill. I asked Geeta about you. She told me you were fine. Something is wrong." "What is it, Ashok?"
Ash stopped and looked surprised. Julie was always very direct. He should have remembered that and been ready with an answer that pleased her. But there was no time to think. He had already decided that he could not tell her the truth. He wanted very much to tell her. He had to press his teeth together so the words would not come out. Anjali seemed to notice. A small line appeared on her forehead. He had wanted to smooth that line away last night because he could not bear to see her unhappy. The sight of it hurt him again. He knew now that he loved her because that small shadow made him feel pain. He wished he could make her smile and tell her that he loved her and would always keep her safe. But he could not say those words. So he became angry.
He spoke sharply to her. He said he had more important things to do than sit and talk in the Durbar tent. He told her there had been 2 attempts to kill her young half-brother. The second was with poison only a few days ago.
He had not wanted to tell her the bad news this way. When he saw her face go pale, he felt ashamed. But the words were already spoken. He could not take them back. It was too late to speak gently now. So he told her everything, clearly and without hiding anything.
When he finished, she said quietly, "You should have told me after the first time, not now when I have so few days left."
Ash knew she was right. He had thought the same, although not at once. Mulraj had never thought that way, unless he believed any help was better than none. Anjali understood the truth quickly. The line on her forehead grew deeper. It was now from worry about Jyoti, not about Ash. Her face was pale, and her hands trembled. Ash saw dark shadows under her eyes. She looked very tired, as if she had not slept.
I'm sorry, Julie, he said softly.
He knew his words were useless, but there was nothing else to say. He was truly sorry, and not only for forgetting to tell her about Jyoti. He was also sorry for giving her back the broken half of her little mother-of-pearl fish. If he had not done that, maybe things would be different. The sound of Sushila's laughter came again with the wind. It reminded him that they had slowed down while talking.
Come on.
They rode faster and crossed the wide plain toward a break between the hills. When they entered the gap, they found a quiet valley covered in evening shadows. The ground here was smoother than on the open plain. The hills were made of rock, with many caves among large fallen stones. Some caves had been used before by people or animals. The walls showed black marks from old fires. On the ground, they could still see where cow droppings had once been, but the wind and sun had scattered them long ago. Ash looked carefully but saw no sign of anyone living there now. When he was sure they were alone and not followed, he pulled his horse to a walk. Anjali also slowed her horse. There was no sound but the wind, yet neither of them spoke. The hills on their right threw long shadows across most of the valley. The hills nearest them still glowed with the last light of the sunset. It was cooler here than on the plain. The wind was stronger now and cooled the sweat on their backs. The day's hot stillness was ending. The sky ahead was turning green with evening. The hills changed color, pink, red, and gold where the sun still touched them, and blue and purple in the shadows. But Ash did not look at them. He was looking only at Julie. He knew this was one of the last times he would be alone with her. After her wedding, he would never have a moment like this again. She wore her usual evening clothes, men's trousers, a long coat, and a light muslin turban. It covered her hair, showing only the soft V of her forehead. The firm folds of the cloth made her face seem even more beautiful. Her red turban made her skin seem pale and smooth. The same warm color showed in her lips and the small mark on her forehead. She sat straight and proud on her horse. Her shoulders were slim and strong. To a stranger, she might look like a young man. She held her head high, not like other women who looked down gently. But to Ash, her clothes made her look even more womanly. The straight coat showed the shape of her body better than a sari would. Her waist was narrow and her hips soft and rounded, though her hands were strong. Ash looked at her hands as they rested on the horse's maner. Her fingers were short, wide, and steady. They looked strong and reliable. He no longer thought about Jyoti. But Anjali did. When she spoke at last, her voice was quiet, as if she was thinking aloud.
This is Nanda's work, she said softly. It must be. Who else would gain anything from Jyoti's death, or want to kill him? The camp is full of Nanda's men, but I cannot believe many would kill a child. Still, it would not take many, only one or two. If we do not know who they are, it will be hard to keep him safe. We must find out who we can trust and make sure someone stays with him all the time.
She turned her head and looked at Ash.
Who else knows this? She asked, besides Mulraj, you, and my uncle's doctor, Gobind Das.
No one, said Ash.
He explained that it had seemed best to keep the matter secret at first and to tell only her and Gobind now.
Anjali nodded and spoke slowly. Yes, you were right, she said. It would only frighten Shushu. She would never believe that Nanda could give such an order. She would think it was part of a plan to kill our family. My uncle would believe it, but what can he do? And if he knew, he could not hide his worry from Shushu or from Jyoti. but I know some people we can trust. Old Geeta is one. And Jyoti's servant Ramji, who has worked for him since he was born, and whose wife is one of my women. Ramji would know which of his fellow servants we can trust. Let us think now.
The horses moved forward slowly, stopping at times to eat the dry grass. They walked on again while Ash and Anjali talked about how they could save the child. Behind them, the sky began to grow darker. After a few minutes, a strong wind blew down the valley. It pushed the dust ahead of it and took the turban from Anjali's head. The cloth rolled away, twisting in the air. Her hair flew around her face and streamed forward in the wind. Both horses lifted their heads and snorted, then began to trot.
It's time to go back, said Ash. You should tie something round your head or you won't be able to see. Here.
He took a handkerchief from his pocket and gave it to her. Then he turned his horse and gasped.
Good God, he said in English.
They had been too busy talking to notice what was happening around them. Neither had looked behind or asked why the light was fading so quickly. The sky in front of them was still clear. The sun shone gold on the hill ahead. But when they turned, they saw only darkness behind. A thick brown wall of dust covered the horizon from one side to the other. It moved toward them very fast and had already hidden the valley entrance. The wind was no longer coming in short bursts but blowing hard and steady. They could smell dust and see the sky turn brown. Ash looked at it in shock.
It's too early, he thought. A month too early, maybe more.
He stared at the storm, hardly believing his eyes.
Shushila, cried Julie suddenly. She gave a small sob. Shushila.
The handkerchief she had tried to tie blew away in the wind. She took the reins and pushed her horse into a gallop. She rode fast toward the wall of darkness where Shushila had been left. But Ash recovered quickly. He was faster than her. He had never used the spurs hard on Baj Raj before, but now he did. The horse jumped forward and caught up with Anjali's mare. He turned her horse around and made her ride back up the valley.
No, cried Anjali. No, I must go to Shushila.
She pulled hard on the reins to stop the frightened horse.
Ash hit her wrists with his whip and shouted, "Don't be foolish. Mulraj will take care of her."
Then he struck the horse, though it did not need the whip, because the great dark wall behind them was terrible to see. The horse wanted to run just as much as Ash did. The mare was already running as fast as she could. No one could have stopped her. Anjali stopped trying to turn back. She now knew Ashok was right. What she had wanted to do was madness. If she went into that storm, she would not see anything or help anyone. Mulraj was with Shushu and the others. They would protect her. They had surely seen the storm and gone back to camp. They were safe now. But Anjali and Ashok were not safe yet. Anjali had never seen a dust storm before. Still, she knew it was bad to be caught in the open. She rode harder than ever, leaning low and pushing her weight forward to help the horse. She did not know where they were going. Her hair blew wildly in her face, and she could hardly see. Ash was heading for a cave he had seen earlier that evening. He had noticed it just before the hill shadows reached it. He would not have seen it if the sun had not shone on it. It had been half a mile away, and they were still far from it when the storm came. Ash had learned to travel in rough country. In the sunlight, he could tell what was natural and what was made by people. He had seen that under a rock wall, someone long ago had built a wall of mud bricks to close the front of a large cave. There was an opening big enough for a man or a cow to go through. The doorway was dark and straight-sided, and the color of the mud bricks was lighter than the hillside. This had caught Ash's eye. He had looked hard to see if the cave was empty, but nothing had moved in the valley. If people had been there, there would have been smoke, for it was the time of the evening meal. Then the sunlight was gone, the cave was lost in the shadows, and Ash forgot about it until now, when he saw the black sky coming toward them. There were other caves nearby, but he was not sure how deep they were. A shallow cave would not protect them from a strong storm. A cave with a built wall would go deep inside the hill, and the narrow door would keep out most of the dust if they could reach it in time. Ash knew that if the storm caught them first, they would never find it. The air already looked thick, full of dust and bits of dry grass flying everywhere. The ground was flat, and that helped them. If there had been rocks, one or both horses might have fallen. If there had been bushes, they would have slowed down. But there were none. The only problem was to stop the horses from running past the cave and up the valley. Ash, who rode in front, suddenly pulled his reins hard. His horse stopped sharply and sat back on its haunches. Ash jumped down and grabbed at the mare as she ran past. Anjali pulled the reins with all her strength. The mare slipped and stopped at last. Anjali fell from the saddle, got up quickly, and ran to catch Ash's horse. It was moving in small circles, tangled in its reins. She led it inside the dark cave. Ash followed with the mare. They could not see how big the cave was, but the echo of the horses' hooves told them it was large. They had reached it just in time. The storm was right behind them. As they turned to look at the entrance, darkness covered it like a curtain. The daylight disappeared, and a thick cloud of dust rushed past. The wind screamed through the valley like the voices of wild riders in the night. The noise of the strong wind filled the quiet cave. The dark walls made the sound echo, high and hollow, from every side. Dust blew inside until the air became thick and hard to breathe. Anjali began to cough and choke. She heard Ash call something, but the wind was too loud. The sound of his voice was lost in the storm and the echoes it made. Then she felt his hand on her arm, and he shouted close to her ear.
Take off your coat and put it over your head. Go back into the cave, as far as you can. He moved the soft hair from his mouth and added, Careful now, Lala. Do not trip over anything.
He did not notice that he had used the old name, because he was worried about other things. The horses were frightened and trying to run from the dust. They might panic and hurt each other, or hurt him and Julie. If they were injured, they would have to walk a long way back to camp if the camp was still there. He did not want to think about that. There was nothing he could do about it now. But he could help Baj Raj and the mare. He had given his handkerchief to Julie, so he took off his shirt and tore it into strips. He started the tear with his teeth and tied one piece across his mouth and nose to help him breathe. It was a little easier after that. He kept his eyes shut against the dust. He worked by touch, calming the horses and tying their reins so they would not get tangled. Then he made a soft loop of cloth between each horse's front legs so they could not move far. It was the same way Indian villagers tied their ponies before letting them graze. The horses would now stay safe inside the cave. When that was done, Ash began to explore the cave. He wanted to see if it went farther back, where the air might be cleaner. The wind came from the valley at an angle, and the rock above the cave helped a little to block it. But the doorway still let in clouds of dust like steam from a boiling pot. The farther they could move from the entrance, the better. Ash walked slowly into the dark, feeling the wall with his hand. After he had gone about 20 yards, he touched something cold and hard. It was metal. He found that several short iron pieces were fixed into the rock. Someone long ago must have hammered them there. There were 5 of them in a slanting line, and maybe more higher up. 4 pieces were still strong enough to use, though one broke in his hand. The air here was easier to breathe, and Ash was thankful for whoever had put them there. He went back for the horses. Baj Raj was shaking his head, frightened by the dust. Ash spoke softly and led him toward the safer place. When they reached the back of the cave, he tied the reins to one of the iron pieces. The horse calmed down and stood still. Then Ash brought the mare and tied her the same way. He rubbed the dust from his eyes and opened them a little. He wanted to see if the storm was getting weaker. But the cave entrance was still almost as dark as before. Outside, the wind still roared like a train rushing through a tunnel. It seemed the storm would last a long time. Ash wished he had listened when the village men had talked about dust storms and the strange weather of Rajatana. They had said it was not yet the season for storms, so he had thought there was nothing to worry about until later. Now he was sorry he never asked how long a storm could last. Would it be hours, or only minutes? It seemed to him that the storm had been blowing for a very long time. Then he thought again and changed his mind. He had spent only a few minutes tearing his shirt and tying the horses. It could not be more than 15 minutes in all. He told himself that there could not be enough dust in all Rajatana to keep such a storm going for much longer. Maybe the wind was turning in a circle, but he was not sure. At least the storm could not last forever. When the strong wind began to slow down, the dust would fall back to the ground, and everything would end. But it might not end until after sunset. Ash had a watch in his pocket, but he had not looked at it since leaving the camp. He could not see it now, so he had no idea what time it was. He thought the storm might not be the only reason he could hardly see the cave entrance. Here, night came very fast after sunset. If the sun was already down, they would have to walk back in the dark. The land was strange to them, full of hills and narrow paths.
Mulraj will send men to look for us, Ash thought.
But he was not sure. The camp might be in confusion, and Mulraj might have to wait until morning to send help. By then, maybe Ash and Julie would find their way back alone. For now, while the storm lasted, they had to stay inside and wait. Ash pulled down the cloth from his nose and mouth. He was surprised that the air was not bad. It was cooler deeper inside the cave. He guessed there were other small caves behind this one where no dust had reached. The cool air felt good. The heat outside had been terrible, and the drop in temperature was big. He hoped Julie would not get cold. She wore only a thin cotton achkan, maybe with nothing under it. He called her name, but the cave was full of strange echoes. The sound came from many places, some near, some far. He could not hear her voice clearly. The wind still made a loud noise. He did not know if she had answered or not. Then sudden fear came to him. He thought of horrible things that might have happened. Maybe there was a deep hole in the cave floor. Maybe a crack in the rock she could have fallen into. Or perhaps there were other tunnels that went far inside the hill. Someone could easily get lost in them. And what if there were snakes? He felt panic and ran forward into the darkness. He held out his hands and shouted,
Julie, Julie, where are you? Are you all right? Answer me, Julie.
And the echoes moved around him, laughing at him. Sometimes they were quiet, then they grew loud again, stronger than the sound of the wind. He thought he heard Julie answer, but he was not sure where the voice came from. At that moment he wished he could have a little light or a few seconds without noise. He listened hard, but he heard only the steady wind and his own voice coming back to him. He walked on, blind in the dark, touching rock, rough ground, and sometimes only empty space. He must have walked into another part of the cave without knowing it. Suddenly the noise became less, as if a door had closed behind him. The air felt cleaner and more still. He heard nothing new, and it was still completely dark. But he felt sure this was the place where Julie had called to him. He could smell a soft scent of roses in the cold air. He turned toward it and found her. He held her in his arms. Her skin was warm and smooth against him. She had taken off the achkan she used to cover her head from the dust. She had pulled it away to shout for him and lost it somewhere in the dark. Her cheek was wet with tears, and she breathed fast, as if she had been running. She had turned back when she heard his voice, afraid he was in trouble. She had run toward him, but the echoes confused her. She lost her way and hit the rocks as she searched for him, crying and calling in the noisy dark. They held each other for a long time without speaking or moving. Then Ash kissed her. If the dust storm had not come so quickly, if they had seen it sooner, If the cave had been smaller and they could have seen or heard better. Later, Ash thought about all that. He wondered if anything would have changed. Maybe it would. But maybe not, if Uncle Akbar had been right.
Uncle Akbar and Khoda Dad had both told him that every man is born with his fate tied around his neck. It cannot be escaped. What is written, is written.
How many times had he heard Khoda Dad say that? And Akbar Khan had said it before him too. Once, when Ash looked down at the tiger they had shot a few minutes earlier. Another time, in the Great Mosque in Delhi, when 2 men had fallen from the gate and died, and Ash had asked why it had happened. But now, such questions did not matter. What mattered was that he had not seen the storm coming. The cave where they hid was huge, dark, and full of strange sounds. He became afraid for Julie. He imagined her lost inside, falling into a deep hole or stepping on a snake in the dark. If he had stayed calm, he would have kept his promise to himself. They would have waited quietly for the storm to end and gone back to camp as soon as the wind stopped. If they had done that, they would have missed Karkaji and the Ruth, and returned without trouble. But instead, they would later face great misunderstanding and danger. They did not know how long the storm lasted. It might have been 1 hour, or many. They lost all sense of time. Even when they could hear every soft sound from each other, they did not realize how long they had been there.
I never meant this to happen, Ash said quietly.
It was true. But when he finally found Julie and she threw her arms around his neck, he forgot everything else. He held her close, and then he kissed her. It was not a gentle kiss. It was strong and wild. It hurt her lips and took her breath, but she did not draw back. She held him tighter. It was as if they fought against fear and pain together. Then the wild feeling passed. Julie's tense body became soft again in his arms. Her fear was gone, and she felt only warm joy that filled her whole body. Her tears touched his lips. Her long hair brushed against him like a smooth wave. Her lips were no longer afraid. They were warm and full of love. He kissed her again and again until she trembled with feeling. For a moment he wanted to lay her down beside him, but he stopped himself.
He pulled back and asked quickly, Julie, do you love me?
His words echoed through the cave. Do you love me? Love me. The sound faded into the dark.
Julie gave a small, loving laugh and whispered in his ear so softly that the cave could not echo her voice. How can you ask that? She said quietly. I have loved you all my life. Always. From the very beginning.
Ash held her shoulders and shook his head. As a brother, he said. But that is not enough for me. I want a wife. I want you to be mine forever. Do you love me like that? Do you, Julie?
She pressed her cheek against his hand and spoke slowly, like saying something she had always known. I love you. I have always loved you. I have always been yours, and I always will be. If I first loved you as a brother, I did not wait for a brother when I became a woman. I waited for the man I could love. She leaned close so her cheek touched his. You do not know this, she said softly. But when you came back, I loved you before I knew who you were. When you lifted me out of the Ruth that night and held me while we waited, my heart beat so fast I could hardly breathe. I was ashamed because I thought you were a stranger. But something in me was happy to be near you, and wanted you to hold me closer.
She put her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. Her voice shook when she whispered, My love, please love me now, before it is too late. Her whisper turned into a small gasp when Ash pulled her close again. Together they sank to the sandy floor of the cave. The sand was dry, cool, and very soft. Julie's black hair spread over it as she lay in the darkness. Ash's hands moved gently over her. For a short moment she felt afraid, but the fear passed quickly.
When he said, "I might hurt you," she held him tighter and did not cry out.
That was how her girlhood ended.
Later, after many hours, he said softly, "I never meant this to happen."
Julie lay close to him with her head on his shoulder and whispered, "I did."
When, Lala, he asked.
Julie did not answer right away, but Ash was already thinking about something else. His mind turned to plans and to the maps he knew so well. He had often studied them as the army moved down across India. Now he wanted to find the safest way to travel. They had to leave Rajutana and the south as soon as possible. They had horses but no money. They could not go back to the camp either. Ash felt Julie move her head, and the cool jewel in her ear touched his skin. He remembered the stones she wore that day were deep red rubies set in gold. She also had ruby buttons on her jacket. If they were careful, they could sell the jewels one by one when they needed money. At last Julie spoke softly. "A long time ago," she said. "A month or more. I did not plan it exactly like this. How could I know the gods would send a storm and bring us together here? You will think I am shameless, but I hoped to come to you. If you did not want me, I would have begged you, because I was so lost and unhappy. I thought that maybe."
"What are you talking about?" he asked.
"Who is it?" asked Ash, brought back from his own thoughts.
"The Rana," whispered Julie, and she shook. "I could not bear the thought of being with another man. A man I did not know or love. A man who did not love me, but would use me because he had the right. He is old and a stranger."
She trembled, and Ash held her close.
"Don't, Lala," he said softly. "You do not have to think about that anymore."
"But I must," Julie said, her voice weak. "No, please let me speak. I want you to understand. I always knew I must obey him. Even if he did not find me pleasing, he would still take me because I am his wife. He wants sons, and that I could not avoid. But I could not endure that he would be my first and my last. To be with a man without love and feel only disgust, it was too hard to face. I would never know what it is like to be with someone I love and feel joy as a woman. That is why I planned to ask you, to beg you if I needed to save me from that fate. You have done that now, my heart, and I am at peace. No one can take these hours from me or make them dirty. And maybe, if the gods are kind, they will let me carry a child from this night. I will pray that my first child will be yours. But even if I cannot have that, I have known love," she said quietly. "Because of that, I can bear the shame and the longing, and it will not hurt me too much."
"You will not need to bear it at all," said Ash sharply.
He ran his fingers through her hair and pulled her head back. He kissed her eyes, her forehead, her cheeks, and her mouth. Between kisses, he spoke softly.
"My love, my foolish love. Do you really think I would let you go now? I might have before, but not now. After everything, I cannot let you go."
Then he told her his plan. He had wanted to ask her to run away with him. But he had decided it was too dangerous for them both, especially for her. Now the dust storm had changed everything. He said it was the miracle he had been waiting for. The storm gave them a way to escape without fear or anyone noticing. They still had horses, and when the wind stopped, they could leave at once. If they traveled all night, they could go far before sunrise. By morning, no one would be able to find them. The storm had caused great confusion in the camp. No one would send people to look for them until daylight. By then, everyone would believe they had died in the storm. They would think their bodies were buried somewhere under the sand. The search would soon end because the land would be changed. The wind would fill many hollows and small valleys with dust and sand.
"They will stop looking after a day or two," said Ash. "They will go on to Bitha. The heat alone will force them to move. We do not have to worry about money. We can sell my watch and your ruby earrings and coat buttons. That will give us enough to live for months, maybe years. We can go where no one knows us. We could live in Oud, or in the hills of the north, or in Kulu Valley. I can find work. When they forget us completely.
Anjali shook her head. They would not forget you, she said quietly. They might forget me because I am not important. But it is different for you. Even if you hide for many years, when you come back, they will remember who you are. You were an officer who left without permission. They will punish you, and then everyone will know what happened.
Yes, Ash said slowly. Yes, that is true.
He sounded surprised, as if he had just understood something new. He had forgotten about the army in the excitement of the past hours.
I can never go back. But we will be together, Anne.
He stopped speaking because Anjali put her hand on his mouth.
No, Ashok, she whispered softly. Do not say more. Please do not, because I cannot go with you. I cannot leave Shushila. I promised her that I would stay. I gave her my word, and I cannot break that promise.
At first, Ash did not believe her. He tried to speak again, but her fingers pressed harder on his mouth. Her voice was fast and full of feeling. Shushila loved her and needed her. She only agreed to marry the Rana if Anjali stayed with her. Anjali could not leave her now. Shushila was afraid of her new life. She was scared to marry a man much older than her. She feared living with people who had different customs. Everything would be strange for her. She was still a child, confused and frightened.
How could I ever be happy if I left her? Anjali whispered. She is my little sister. I love her, and she loves and trusts me. She always needed me since she was a baby. She gave me love when I had nothing. If I leave her now, when she needs me most, I would feel guilty forever. I could never forgive myself. I would always remember that I broke my promise and betrayed her.
Ash grabbed her wrist and pulled her hand away.
But I love you too. I need you. Does that mean nothing to you? Do you care more about her than about me?
You know that is not true, Anjali said through tears. I love you more than life.
Beyond anyone and anything else. Beyond words and beyond shame. Have I not proved that to you tonight? But you are strong, Ashok. You will stay alive and learn to leave all this behind. You will make a good life without me. And one day.
Never. Never. Never, Ash said loudly.
Yes, you will, she answered softly. And I will too. We are both strong enough to do it. But Shushu is not strong. If I am not there to help her when she is afraid, or comfort her when she is sick or sad or missing home, she will die.
That is foolish, Ash said roughly. She is probably stronger than you think. She is a child in some ways, yes, but she is also her mother's daughter. Julie, my darling, my heart's love, I know she is your sister and you care for her, but underneath her sweet and shy manner she is spoiled and selfish. She always wants her own way, and you let her have it. You have let her control you for too long. It is time you let her stand alone. She is not your little sister anymore. She is a grown woman who will soon be a wife and then a mother. She will not let herself die. Do not believe that.
Anjali was quiet for a moment. Then she said in a low, calm voice, if Shushu was told that I had died in the storm, and that she must go to Bitha alone, she would lose her mind with sorrow and fear. No one could help her. Nandu is gone, and before, only he could control her. I know her very well, Ash, and you do not. I love her, but I also see her faults and mine. She is spoiled, yes, and she is stubborn. She is Janu Rani's daughter. But she is also kind, loving, and trusting. I cannot let her die. If I did, how could you love me? You would know that I was selfish and faithless. You would know I was cruel, too. Because I would be all these things if I risked my sister's life, just for my own happiness.
And what about my happiness? Ash asked, his voice full of pain. Doesn't mine matter?
Nothing he said changed her mind. He tried every word and every reason he could think of. At last he held her again with fierce passion that hurt and bruised her, though she still answered him with strong feeling. But when it was over and they lay still, she said quietly, I cannot betray her. Then he knew that Shushila had won, and he had lost. He let go of her and turned away, lying on his back staring into the dark. They said nothing for a long time. The silence was complete. He could hear his own breathing and the soft jingle of metal from one of the horses outside the cave. Then he understood the wind had stopped. It must have died some time ago, because he could not remember when he had last heard it. It was quiet for at least an hour, maybe more. They had to leave soon. If they wanted to go back to camp, it was best to go while it was still dark. In the confusion, no one would notice them. It would already look bad for Julie to have been away for hours with one man. But the storm would excuse that. If they returned quickly, people might think nothing of it. The camp would be in disorder, and no one would waste time on gossip. With luck, Julie would only be scolded for riding ahead of her sister and uncle. No one would ever know what had really happened. A thought came suddenly to Ash, and he said quickly,
You cannot do this, Julie. It is too dangerous. He will find out.
Who will find out? Anjali's voice sounded soft and tired, as if she had been crying. Find out what?
The Rana, Ash said. He will know that you are not pure when he lies with you. Then he will be very angry. He will not forgive you. He will ask who the man was and when, and if you do not tell him, he will hurt you until you speak. He may send you back to your brother, and he may not even give back your dowry. Then your brother will punish you too. Maybe he will kill you, or make you live crippled to warn other women. What will happen to Shushila then? You cannot do it, Julie. You cannot go back now.
I must, and I can, Anjali said in a low voice. He will not know, because... Her voice shook, but she made herself continue. Because there are ways.
What ways? Ash asked. You do not know what you are saying. You cannot know.
You think I do not know such things, she said softly. But I do. He heard her swallow hard. You forget that I grew up among the women in a palace. The Raja had many wives and other women. They knew many things to please or fool a man, and they spoke of them openly. They believe all women should learn these things. She paused for a moment and then spoke again, but calmly. I do not like to say this, but if I had not known that I could deceive the Rana, I would never have gone to your bed.
Her words felt cold in the dark cave. They seemed to echo from the walls, and Ash felt a chill in his heart. He spoke with angry pain.
And did you also think about what will happen to the child, my child, if you have one? His legal father will be the Rana. What if he teaches the boy to be like Nandu or Lalji? What if evil men like Biju Ram are placed around him? Have you thought of that?
Anjali said quietly. It was the dancer, not my father, who chose Biju Ram for Lalji's house. And I believe that a mother can guide her child when it is small. If the gods give me your child, I will raise him well. I promise you I will make him a prince we can both be proud of.
That will mean nothing to me, Ash said bitterly. I will never see him or even know he is alive.
For a moment she said nothing. Then she whispered,
I am sorry. I did not think how much this would hurt you. I only thought of myself, of my own peace. I was selfish. She took a deep breath and spoke more steadily. But it is done now, and what will come is not in our hands anymore.
It is not too late, Ash said. You can still come with me for the child, if not for me. Promise me that if there is a child, you will come. Please, Julie. I cannot believe you care more for Shushila than for a child of mine. Promise me.
Only the echoes answered him. Anjali stayed silent, but her silence gave the same answer as before. She had already promised Shushila, and that promise could not be broken. Ash felt tightness in his throat. Anger pushed through his pain, and he spoke sharply.
Can't you see what it will be like for me? I must live knowing that my own child belongs to another man, a man who can do anything with him. He could sell him, like your family sold you and your sisters.
You will have other children, Anjali said in a whisper.
Never.
And I will never know, Anjali went on as if he had not spoken. Perhaps you already have some. Men are careless. They sleep with women and never think what might happen. Can you tell me honestly that you have never been with another woman before me? She waited, but he said nothing. Then she said sadly, No. I did not think I was the only one, she said quietly. For all I know, there may have been others. Maybe many. And if that is true, how can you be sure there is not a child somewhere who could call you father? Men often buy their pleasure. After that, they pay and walk away. They do not think about it again. You say now that you will never marry. Maybe that is true. But I do not believe you will live alone forever. One day you may be with other women. You may have children without knowing or caring. But if I have one, I will know and I will care. I will carry the child in my body for many months. I will suffer, and at the end, I may die or feel great pain to give it life. If I pay that price, how could you refuse me that right? You could not.
The sound of her voice echoed softly, You could not. And he knew she was right. Men were careless. They shared their seed but claimed control over the children. They chose when to care and when to turn away. Ash had never thought before that he might have a child. Now the idea shocked him. It was possible. He had never even tried to stop it from happening. He had always thought that such things were for women to worry about. Maybe there really was a child of his somewhere. Maybe living in Pindy Bazaar, or in a smoky hut in the Border Hills, or in a poor street in London. And if that was true, and if Julie had a child now, suffering all the pain of birth, what right had he to claim that child? What right had he to say he would be a better father than the other man? He wanted to speak but could not. His mouth felt tight and dry, as if he had swallowed something bitter. There was nothing left to say. The echoes were gone. The silence returned. He heard movement in the darkness. Julie was putting on her tight riding trousers again. He could not tell how much time had passed. It felt like a lifetime. He felt cold and empty. The air in the cave was very cold. He shivered, and his teeth made a strange sharp sound. He thought that if they did not find Julie's coat and his torn shirt, they would face a terrible scandal. They would have to ride back to camp half-dressed. He found his own breeches and boots and put them on slowly. He fastened his belt and checked his pockets. Then he spoke into the darkness in a tired, rough voice.
What did you do with your coat?
I don't know, she said softly. I had it over my head, and I must have dropped it when I heard you call.
You can't go back without it, Ash said firmly. We'll have to look for it. Give me your hand.
There's no point in losing each other in the dark. Her hand felt cold and strange. She did not hold his hand. It just stayed still in his. Ash held it lightly, almost like it belonged to someone he did not know. He only held it so they would not lose each other in the darkness as they moved forward slowly beside the wall of rock. It took them almost an hour to find the Achkan. The shirt was easier to find because Ash had dropped it near the horses in the big cave. Now the storm was over, and the entrance looked like a grey shape against the black night. It helped them see where they were. Inside the cave, the air had been cold. Outside, it was hot and heavy. The air smelled of dry dust. A few stars were showing, but they looked weak behind a thin mist. The moon was gone, maybe hidden by the hills or the dust clouds. The valley stayed dark. After so many hours in the cave, the land and the sky seemed too bright. For a moment, Ash thought the storm had left a pale cover of dust and sand over the land. Then he understood that it was almost morning. The thought shocked him. He had not believed it could be so late. He thought only 2 or 3 hours had passed, maybe 4. But the whole night was gone. His plan to bring Julie back to the camp while it was still dark was finished. By the time they reached the tents, daylight would show the sky. No wonder the moon had disappeared. It had gone a long time ago. The stars were fading. Even with all the dust in the air, he could smell morning coming. It was that faint smell that always means a new day is near, just like the light and the sound of a cock crowing.
Hurry, Ash said sharply.
He pushed Barge Raj into a fast run. But after a short time, Julie's horse stumbled and slowed down. Ash stopped and turned back.
I think it is only a small stone, Anjali said as she got off to look.
But it was a piece of hard flint, sharp like glass. It was stuck deep, and with no knife and poor light, Ash needed 10 minutes to take it out. When he finished, the mare still walked badly because the cut was deep.
You should ride Barge Raj and go back fast, Ash said. I will follow later. Maybe it is better if you go alone. You can say we got lost in the storm. You can say you spent the night in a cave and started back when it got light. That story will sound better. You can tell them you do not know where I am.
When I am riding your horse and you are riding mine. They will never believe it, Anjali said angrily. They will not believe that you let me get lost.
Ash made a sound and said, No, you are right. It would need too much explanation, and I cannot think of a good enough story now. Maybe we should keep the lies to a minimum.
We do not need any lies, Anjali said in a cold voice. We will tell the truth.
All of it? Ash asked quietly.
Anjali said nothing. She got back onto her horse, and they started to move again, slowly. It was still almost dark. The only sounds were the saddles and the soft steps of the horses on the dusty ground. Ash knew she was crying. She was crying quietly, her eyes open, just as she did long ago when she was called Kairibai and had troubles. Poor little Kairibai. Poor Julie. He had failed them both. He had forgotten one and now blamed the other. She only wanted one bright moment in her hard life, hidden from others, not for herself but for Shushila. She wanted to protect her weak and selfish sister from shame if the Rana cast her away. It was not fair to blame Julie. But the fall from love and happiness had been too hard. The ugly memory of other women teaching younger ones how to please men had made him feel sick. He had even wondered for a short time if the joy he had felt with Julie was real or if she had used the same false tricks to make him feel more pleasure. That feeling of doubt disappeared very fast. Ash could still feel the strange closeness between them, a quiet link that told him Anjali was crying. He knew he was right about it, even when they lay together and did not speak. Still, he felt cold and uneasy inside. He kept silent, ashamed that he had hurt her and said nothing to comfort her. This was a sad way to end something that meant so much to her. She had risked a lot and hoped to keep this memory as something beautiful in her lonely years ahead. Ash understood that if he let her go now without saying anything or even touching her hand, he would regret it for the rest of his life. But he could not speak. He was too disappointed and tired. He felt weak and empty, like a boxer who has fallen and knows he must get up before the count ends, but cannot move. He told himself he would talk to Anjali later. He would say he was sorry. He would tell her that he loved her and would always love her, even if she did not love him enough to leave Shushila for him. It seemed strange to him that although Janurani was dead, she still caused trouble through her daughter. That girl would destroy their happiness and ruin their lives. The last star faded in the sky. Soft light spread from the horizon, and the darkness slowly turned to pale grey. Large stones and small bushes showed no shadow in that new light. The hills were behind them now. Far ahead, Ash saw a tall rock rising from the open land like a dark shape against the grey. It was the place where they had left the carriage and soldiers the night before. He felt relieved when he recognized it. Yesterday he had not noticed much of the countryside, and now he was glad to know where they were. That rough pile of stone was the only clear landmark in the empty plain, and once they reached it, the camp would be easy to find. But he saw the eastern sky becoming yellow. The sun would rise soon, and then daylight would show them clearly, both dirty, tired, and far from camp. Ash looked at Anjali. She was exhausted and no longer watched the path. She sat loosely in the saddle, letting the horse walk where it wanted among the stones and bushes. In the weak light, her coat looked crumpled, and her hair was tangled. She had tried to braid it with her fingers, but it had not worked well. Her face was turned away from him, hiding her tears. He knew she was crying, and the growing light showed the shine of wetness on her cheek. She seemed to feel his eyes on her, because she lifted her hand as if to fix her hair and quickly wiped away the tears. It looked natural, so anyone else might have believed it, but Ash saw the truth. His heart tightened with love. There was bravery in that small and simple gesture, and in the way she straightened her back. She did not want pity. She would hide her sadness and face the future bravely. Anjali came from strong families. She had Rajput blood, full of fire and courage. But she also had Cossack blood from her grandfather, old Sergei Vodvichenko, a soldier who fought for many rulers and sold his sword to whoever paid most. He had given her his bright eyes and fine cheekbones. She was Princess of Karidkot, born of Rajput and Cossack. It was an unusual mix, but it made her loving, loyal, and brave. She had courage and also a quiet strength that was rarer than courage. She could keep a promise, even if it meant losing her own happiness. Ash had once made her a promise and then forgotten it. He had a reason: he had been only 11 years old. Yet Ash felt sure that if things were the other way around, and Anjali had made the same promise to him, she would not have forgotten or broken it. Julie, like Wally, always took promises very seriously, and Ash saw that they were quite alike in some ways. He felt ashamed and made a small, unhappy smile. Then he reached out his hand to her. But it was too late. She stopped her horse and pointed toward something moving in the pale light. It came out from behind a big rock in front of them. It looked strange, like an old animal with 2 humps. It was the Ruth.
Look! Anjali cried. It is Shushu. So they did not get back either.
But it was not Shushu. It was only Karkaji and the driver of the Ruth. Ash stood up in his stirrups and shouted to them. Then he pushed his horse forward fast, leaving Anjali behind in the dust. She coughed as she followed slowly through the white cloud made by the galloping hooves. When she reached them, Karkaji had already told his story and listened to theirs. Ash did not need to say anything. One look at Anjali was enough for the old man.
Ah, Bap, Karkaji said with surprise. Get inside the Ruth at once, my child.
He quickly helped her come down from the horse. Then he looked at Ash and noticed how torn his shirt was.
It will be better, Karkaji said, studying both of them, if people think we have all been together since last night. He lifted his hand firmly so that Ash could not argue. He put his niece inside the roof, then turned to the driver. Budu, he said, if anyone asks, you will say that the Sahib came back with the Rajkumari only moments after the dust covered us. You will say she stayed in the roof while we 3 men lay under it. That is my order. If I hear any different story, I will know who talked and who should be punished. Do you understand?
Hukam hai, O Sahib, the driver said calmly, touching his forehead with his hand. He was an old man who had worked for the family for many years. He had become driver after the first one drowned in the river. He always obeyed and never talked too much.
And you, Sahib, Karkaji said seriously, turning back to Ash, must take off those torn clothes and wear my shirt instead. There are shawls inside the roof for me, but you cannot ride into the camp half naked. We must not make people talk, so please do not argue.
Ash did not want to argue. After the move was done, Karkaji sat in the carriage with his niece and told the driver to go on. The bullocks stopped chewing and started to trot. Ash held the mare with a rope and followed the carriage. He kept to one side to stay out of the dust. He could hear Karkaji's voice rising and falling as he told Julie about the night before. Ash saw that they were lucky because the old man cared more about his own story than about theirs. Karkaji had accepted their short and plain story without asking more questions. Then he began to talk with great feeling about his own troubles. He said that he, Mulraj, and Shushila had not seen the storm coming for a long time. They only noticed it when Mulraj looked back and saw the sky turning dark brown. The guards and the carriage driver did not know either. They were sitting in a small rocky place, smoking and talking. They looked at a clear sky and could not see the east. The storm was still far away, but anyone could see it was coming very fast. If they wanted to reach the camp before it arrived, they had to hurry. There was no time to go looking for the other 2 riders. Karkaji did not say it clearly, but Ash understood the truth. Only one bride's safety was truly important to both Karidkot and Bitha. That was young, beautiful Shushila. Her beauty and the large gift that came with her would please the Rana, even though he also had to marry her less pretty half-sister, Kairibai. No one cared much if Kairibai was lost. But if Shushila was lost, it would be a disaster. The Rana would never accept Kairibai instead of her. If that happened, there would be no wedding. The huge amount of money that Nandu had spent on gifts, clothes, jewels, and the rich escort would all be wasted. He would be full of anger. Many people would lose their lives, and both Mulraj and Karkaji knew they would be among the first. When the brown cloud rose in the sky and spread across it, there was no time to think about Kairibai and Pelham Sahib. They had to look after themselves. The only important thing was to get Shushila back to the camp before the storm caught them. She might still be in danger there, but at least no one could blame them for her being out in the open. Mulraj had looked at the dust and quickly decided what to do. He lifted Shushila onto his horse behind him and rode away at full speed. Karkaji followed with her empty horse. The guards did not yet know about the storm. When they saw Mulraj rushing toward them with the princess holding his waist, they jumped up, thinking he would stop. But he rode past them without slowing down. They barely waited for Karkaji to speak before they followed him, taking the maid with them. Karkaji did not go too. He gave them both horses and stayed with the carriage. The driver knew he could not reach the camp before the storm, so he started to make a shelter among the rocks for the bullocks.
We will stay here and wait for my niece and the Sahib, Karkaji said, looking toward the hills. They will be worried if they come back and find no one here. It is not proper for the princess to return alone on horseback with the Sahib. They will come soon.
But time passed and the missing riders did not come back. Old Budu, the driver, moved the cart as far as possible between the rocks. He took the bullocks out of the yoke and tied them in the small space behind the cart. Then he took the rugs, shawls, and cushions that had made the Rajkumaris and their women comfortable. He used them to make a simple screen to keep out the dust and sand blowing toward them. The air already smelled of dust, and now they could hear the sound of it. Still, Karkaji waited, hoping to see horses coming towards him. Only when the great wave of dust hit the rocks near them did he let Budu pull him into the cart. There, almost deaf and choking, the two old men sat close together while the storm raged outside. Karkaji said his suffering had been very great, and he liked to tell the story. But he was not sure how long the storm had lasted. When it was over and quiet again, he and Budu both fell asleep and did not wake until the sky began to grow light. He said they had planned to go and look for his niece and the Sahib. He was very afraid for them and thought they must have been caught outside with no shelter. But soon after they started, they heard the Sahib calling out loudly. Karkaji believed everything Ash said and did not ask his niece any questions. He had been through the storm himself and was sure that nothing bad could have happened between them. No man or woman would think of such things while fighting for air with cloths over their heads and dust in their eyes and mouths. In his opinion, a dust storm was a stronger guard of good behavior than many old women watching over a girl. Still, he told Anjali that she must not let anyone guess she had not spent the night in the cart. Not even Shushu must know.
For you will soon be married, said Karkaji. It is very wrong for a bride to go apart with any man, even if he is a sahib. There are many who like to speak badly of others. If they talk about you, the runner and your brother will be very angry. So you must say that you reached the cart just as the storm began and that you stayed inside all night. The sahib, old Budu, and I will say the same.
Anjali could only nod. She was too tired to speak. She was too tired to feel thankful that fate had helped her, first putting her with a shock in the storm, and then sending her uncle to save them both from trouble. She was too tired even to think. The light grew brighter. Soon the sun came up. A golden ray passed through the embroidered curtains and shone on the dusty walls of the roof. Then she fell asleep and did not wake until they reached the camp. Karkaji woke her gently and told her that Shushila was safe. Anjali stepped out of the roof and fell into Geeta's arms. They hurried her to bed. The coming of the Ruth caused a small stir in the camp, but nothing more. Ash had been right. The storm had done too much damage for anyone to think much about one strange event when so many other things had happened. Even the sudden return of Mulraj and the youngest bride the night before had gone almost unnoticed. By then the camp had been in chaos as everyone tried hard to fight the storm. Men were banging in tent pegs and pulling the ropes tight. They tied down everything that could be blown away. Servants, drivers, and herdsmen worked to keep their animals safe. The elephants had been moved across the river and tied to strong palm trees. They were afraid the elephants might break free and run wildly through the camp. Few people had time to look at Mulraj or Shushila as they rode quickly through the tents just before the storm arrived. While the wind and dust raged, men and women could only hide under cover. They wrapped cloths around their faces. They struggled to hold their tents and carts in place so they would not blow away or turn over. When the storm finally ended, the damage was terrible. Everyone was busy trying to fix what was broken. So when the bride's Ruth arrived after sunrise, bringing Anjali and her uncle, who had also been caught in the storm, people were simply glad they were safe. No one was very curious about what had happened. As Ash had thought, there were too many other problems to worry about. He came in slowly, leading his tired mare, and no one paid much notice except his own servants. Ash's tent still stood, but he did not rest. The camp was worse than he had expected. He and Mulraj, and every man and woman who could work, had a hard job ahead of them. With so many people and animals in the bridal group, it was good that only 3 people had died. About 100 were hurt, mostly with small cuts and bruises. The animals had suffered more. Many had panicked in the dust. Several had broken bones or run away and might never be found. Ash looked at the mess around him. Tent poles were broken. Canvas and ropes were torn. Dust and sand had piled high against everything still standing. He felt thankful for the river nearby. It had sent sand into the camp, but at least there was plenty of water. Without water, the heat would have been too much. He gave quiet thanks, then went to find Mulraj to plan repairs. Many tents had been blown down or lifted away, but the guards had been wise. They took down the big royal tent and used its canvas to make the smaller tents stronger. Because of this, Shushila, her women, and Jyoti were safer and more comfortable than most. They had not really been in danger, but they liked to talk about how bad it had been. So when Anjali returned, she did not face many questions. They were all busy telling her their own stories. She only needed to listen and say little.
You were lucky to be safe inside the roof, Shushu said. You cannot imagine how exciting it was, Kyrie,
declared Jyoti.
The tent moved a lot and dust came inside. I told Shushu to go under my bed. I put shawls over it because she cried and said the roof would fall on us and we would not be able to breathe. She made such a mess.
I did not cry, Shushu said angrily.
Yes, you did. You cried like a jackal. Like 6 jackals.
I did not.
You did.
Then they started to argue again. No one asked Anjali where she had been when the storm came. No one asked how she had returned to Karkaji and the tent. There were no more rides in the evening and no more meetings in the big tent. Ash and Mulraj were too busy to visit or talk. Jyoti followed them all day, talking and trying to help. By night he was so tired that he wanted to sleep early. Only Karkaji still came to talk with his nieces, but he did not stay long because it was quiet without the others. The weather became much better after the strange storm. The days were warm but not too hot, and the nights were cool again. Still, nobody wanted to risk another dust storm. Men worked very hard to fix the tents and prepare to move the camp. They also wanted to leave because most were tired of moving from place to place. They wanted to rest in Bitha and enjoy the wedding celebrations. The lost animals were found, and new food for them was brought in. Food for people was still not much, but it was enough. Ash had searched far away to find more food because the villages near the camp could share only small amounts after the storm. All around the camp was noise from hammers and saws as the men repaired tents and wagons. Even with great effort, it was clear they needed at least a week before they could travel again. In the end, 8 days passed before the camp was ready. During that time Ash did not see Julie or Shushila. He was busy all day. Karkaji and Jyoti sometimes told him small things about them. Ash thought that when the camp moved again, he must see Julie. He wanted to tell her he was sorry for being unkind. He wanted her to know he loved her and would love her always. He could not bear the idea of leaving her without speaking again. He did not want her to remember only his harsh words. But if that memory did not exist, he might have stayed away from her, because seeing her again would only hurt his heart even more. And into hers also. Ash thought he would soon get a chance to visit the Durbar tent. But no one suggested that he should go. When he spoke about it to Karkaji, the old man smiled and said there was no need.
You would find it very boring, he said. My nieces are busy getting ready for their arrival in Bitha. They only talk about which saris and jewels they will wear.
That did not sound like Julie, and Ash said so. Karkaji agreed but laughed. He said that it was really Shushu who cared about clothes, and he thought Kyrie encouraged this to help her sister stop thinking of sad things.
And she is right, Karkaji said. Anything that keeps Shushu from crying is good for everyone.
Jyoti said the same, though in rougher words. He did not understand why people made so much fuss about clothes.
Mulraj then said quietly that it might be better for Ash and himself to stay away from the Durbar tent. The Rana was very strict about rules and manners.
Ash's quiet plans to meet the princesses had failed, so he sent a message asking when he might visit them. Soon he received a polite letter full of nice words, but it was really a refusal. Shushila Bai was said to feel too weak to see visitors and must wait for another day. There were many compliments in the message, but the answer was still no. Ash wondered if Julie, like Mulraj, thought it best to stay hidden now that they were close to Bitha. Or did she simply decide not to see him again? Either way, he feared that he would never have the chance to fix what had gone wrong between them. The memory of how they had parted would stay with him forever, like a quiet pain. But Ash was wrong about Anjali. She was not the kind of person who stayed angry. She did not blame him for his sudden change of feeling. She understood him so well that she knew why it had happened, even though he had never said the words. She also knew that he would soon regret it and wonder if she was still hurt. And there was a simple way to tell him she was not. One evening, after a long day of riding, a servant brought Ash a basket of oranges. He said it was a gift from Rajkumari Anjali Bai. She was sorry that her sister's health stopped them from receiving him, but she hoped he was well and would enjoy the fruit. Ash looked down at the oranges. His heart suddenly beat fast. For a moment he almost grabbed the basket and searched it for the hidden message he felt sure was there. But he stopped himself. He paid the servant, went into his tent, and poured the oranges onto his bed. He found nothing. There must be a reason Julie sent him the fruit. It was strange for her to send such an ordinary gift. She was not the kind of person to do that. The short message with the gift was polite but said nothing special. Ash looked at the oranges and checked each one carefully. On the fifth orange, he saw a small cut on the skin. It looked as if someone had used a sharp knife. He opened the fruit and suddenly felt hope inside him again. His sadness and guilt became lighter. The pain he had carried for days began to fade. Inside was Julie's message. She had not written a letter. She did not need to. The thing she sent spoke more than any words could. It was half of the tiny mother-of-pearl fish she had once given him on the night he escaped from Gulcote. Ash held it for a long time. He did not really see it. He was thinking about that night again. He remembered the quiet, the fear, and the soft voices. He saw the moon shining on the snowy mountains of Dierkaima. It lit the queen's balcony with cold light. He remembered how the pearl in Hyra Lai's ear had shone, and how the little carved shell had looked silver in that light. That shell had been Julie's treasure. She had given it to him because he was her bracelet brother. She wanted it to bring him luck. She had also given it because she loved him. He had broken the shell in 2 parts. He told her they would each keep one half. One day, when he came back, they would join them again. Now she had sent back her half. She knew he would understand. It meant they were still 2 halves of one whole. While they lived, there was still hope that one day they might meet again. It was only a small hope, but it felt strong and real. It was like finding cold, clean water after walking too long in a hot desert. Even if that hope never came true, the piece of shell showed she still loved him. It showed she had forgiven him. Ash touched it softly as if it were alive. Tears filled his eyes and he could not see clearly. When his sight returned, he understood something new. Julie had not sent back the half he once owned. She had sent him her own. The half of the charm she had worn close to her heart still carried the soft smell of her skin. It had a faint scent of old rose petals. It felt like a loving message from her, as gentle as a kiss. He pressed it to his cheek and felt deep comfort. Then he heard a quiet cough. Gulbaz came back with a servant who brought his dinner. Ash put the broken charm in his pocket, quickly covered the oranges, and went out to eat. He felt more hungry than he had in many days. When the weather was good, he liked to eat outside. This evening the table was under a kikar tree. Its small yellow flowers spread a light sweet smell in the warm air. A little dust and pollen touched the tablecloth, the plates, and Ash's dark hair. The sky still showed the colors of sunset. After dinner and coffee, the stars filled the sky. Ash sat under them, smoking and thinking about Julie. He made a promise to her and to himself. He would never marry another woman. Even if he never saw her again, he would always think of her as his wife. He would stay faithful to her all his life. A lamp was shining inside his tent. He could hear Gulbaz moving about, getting his nightshirt ready. Ash suddenly remembered something. He called to Gulbaz and asked him to tell Madhu to bring the small tin box. Madhu had kept it safe since someone stole Ash's rifle. The old man brought the box himself. He stayed for a while, smoked, and talked. After he left, Ash carried the box into the tent. He put it on the table and took the charm from his pocket. The piece of silk string had been cut when he placed it inside the orange. He needed a new one now. A thin chain would be too heavy and might break the shell. He looked around, but there was nothing in the tent he could use. He decided to ask Gulbaz to find a piece of silk for him tomorrow. For now, he would put Julie's half of the charm in the box where his own half had been kept safe for years. He took the brass key from his watch chain and unlocked the box. The lid jumped up quickly, as if pushed by a spring. He realized why. There had not been enough space for the piece of blood-stained cloth he had stuffed inside days ago. He remembered forcing the lid shut. Until now, he had not thought again about that torn strip of cloth. He had hidden it so no one would see it, and had planned to destroy it. At that time, the box had been the only safe place because Gulbaz kept all the other keys. So he had put the cloth in there and locked it, planning to burn or bury it later. But when he gave the box to Madhu with his money and weapons, he forgot about the cloth. Now he took it out and looked at it with a frown. He wondered who had worn it and what he should do with it. He could not burn it now without making his servants think the tent was on fire. He could not leave it on the floor either, because Gulbaz would see it and remember things better left alone. He decided to take a short walk and throw it away somewhere dark, away from the camp. He pressed the cloth into a small ball and was about to put it in his pocket. Then he felt something hard inside it, something he had noticed before without thinking. It was a small shape, maybe a button or a small weight like those tailors used to keep a seam straight. Apart from a quick look, Ash had never really studied the torn piece of cloth. When he first found it, he decided no one should see it. He was afraid his servants or Mulraj would notice and start asking questions he did not want to answer. Now, for the first time, he opened it and looked carefully. It was stiff and dark with blood from the cut on his forehead. The wound had bled a lot. Still, in some places between the stains, he could see that the cloth was grey with a shadow pattern. It looked hand-woven, made of silk and cotton, and it had been costly. The cloth was thin and had no lining because the weather had been hot. It was not the fabric that had torn, but the stitching. The left side of the coat had come away along the seams, leaving the collar and sleeve still there. He could see a row of buttonholes and a small inside pocket placed low beneath the armhole. The pocket had a double flap that stopped things from falling out. When Ash checked, he found it had also been sewn shut. It seemed to have been done to protect a small, hard object inside.
Maybe a jewel, he thought.
It must have been valuable if the owner had a special pocket made for it. The thread was dry and covered with blood. As Ash tried to pull it apart, he smiled to himself. He imagined the thief's shock when he found the thing missing. It must have been an expensive lesson for the man in the grey coat. That also explained the strange robbery and why his own tent had been searched so carefully. Ash remembered how puzzled he had been at the time. The thief had been looking for something very small, not a gun, cartridges, or even money. Luckily, a few hours before, Ash had given the japanned tin box to Madhu for safekeeping. Otherwise, the thief might have found it.
I should have gone back in the morning and hidden near the place where I was attacked, he thought as he stopped trying to break the stitches and looked for scissors. I bet that man came back when he saw what he had lost. He must have searched every bit of the ground. That would serve him right.
But at the time, Ash had not thought to return there. He did not know the man had dropped something valuable. Even if he had known, it would have been too late, because he did not wake until the afternoon. Ash found the nail scissors. He did not bother to unpick the stitches. He cut through the pocket instead. Something small fell out, rolled to the edge of the table, and dropped to the floor. It lay in the bright circle of light from the hurricane lamp hanging on the tent pole. It was a single, pear-shaped jewel that shone softly like the feathers of a pigeon. It was Hira Lai's earring. Ash stopped breathing for a moment. He stood very still and stared at it. Then he slowly bent down and picked it up. He could not believe it. Only a short time ago he had thought about this same earring. He had seen it clearly in his mind. It was the beautiful black pearl that had made Biju Ram so angry. Biju Ram had guessed the truth. Hira Lai had worn the pearl to copy him, because Biju Ram wore one earring too. But Hira Lai's pearl was rare and beautiful. Next to it, Biju Ram's diamond looked cheap. The black pearl shone softly under the lamp. It looked almost alive. When Ash looked at it, he knew for sure who had killed Hira Lai. He also knew who had asked for that killing. Biju Ram had gone with Lalji on that terrible visit to Calcutta. Biju Ram hated Hira Lai and wanted his pearl. The idea of the murder had come from Janu Rani. She had made all the plans before the trip began. Biju Ram only needed to wait until they were in tiger country. There were dangerous man-eating tigers there. Then he could follow her plan easily. But Janu Rani did not understand that Biju Ram would never give up such a fine jewel. He wanted to keep it, even though it proved he was a killer. He could never wear it safely. Still, he loved its beauty and value more than his own safety. So he kept it with him all these years. Many people could still recognize the black pearl. Ash had known it at once. No one who had ever seen that pearl could forget it. It was so rare that no other like it could be found anywhere in India. Only greed or hate could make Biju Ram keep it. Now Ash understood why Biju Ram had searched through his tent so wildly. The pearl was dangerous to him. It was like a deadly snake that could destroy him if found. Ash held it in his hand and thought deeply. Why had he not known who attacked him in the dark? He remembered many small signs that should have told him. The man's size and shape were familiar. And there was the smell. Biju Ram always used perfume. The man who attacked him had smelled of orris root. But at that time Ash had been too angry. He had only wanted to fight. He did not notice the smell until now. Then another memory came. Biju Ram no longer wore bright colors. Now he dressed in grey, just like the man he had once envied, his dead rival, Hira Lai. And only grey. The dirty cloth on the table smelled bad, and Ash threw it out of the tent. He did not care who saw it or asked questions. Now he knew it had nothing to do with Julie. She had never been part of it at all. If he had not felt guilty because of her, he would have seen the truth long ago. He would not have wasted time hiding things from his friends or avoiding the truth. The reason for the attack was simple. He had only been looking at things the wrong way. When he saw Hira Lai's earring, his mind became clear. It was like someone had given him a mirror. Now he could read the story the right way instead of backwards. Biju Ram did not care about Anjali Bai. He also did not know that Pelham Sahib was the same small boy he had teased long ago. Biju Ram had wanted to kill Ash for the same reason Janu Rani had wanted to kill Ashok. Both wanted to stop anyone who tried to protect the heir. It was that simple. Ash had not seen it before because he had believed the wrong idea. He knew that Biju Ram had worked for the late Rani for many years. She had made him part of Jyoti's personal group. So Ash had thought of him as belonging to the dancing girl, and Jyoti was her son. So was Nandu. But people said Nandu had killed his mother. Later, he also fought badly with Biju Ram. Everyone knew about that fight. Their hate for each other had grown strong. When Nandu did not let his younger brother go with the wedding group to Bitha, Biju Ram told Jyoti to disobey. He helped Jyoti run away, and then he went with him himself. Because of these events, and because Biju Ram was known to be untrustworthy, Ash had believed his old enemy wanted to remove Nandu. He had thought Biju Ram wished to make Jyoti the ruler instead. Since Jyoti was very young, the plotters could easily use him for their own plans. It had seemed a good guess because it matched most of the facts. But Ash had missed one important thing. Biju Ram always worked for the person in power. When he saw that Nandu, not the dancing girl, had real control, he would have quickly changed sides. Now, seeing it this way, everything looked different. It was like turning a kaleidoscope and seeing the same shapes in a new pattern. Ash suddenly understood why there had been a loud public fight. He saw why Jyoti had first been stopped from leaving Karidkot and then allowed to go. He also saw why no one had been sent to bring him back. I should have noticed it before, thought Ash sadly. He knew this was true, because the answer had always been clear if he had only stopped to question the facts instead of taking them as they seemed. It did not make him feel better to know that others had also been fooled. He should have known better than anyone. If this was what falling in love did to a man, then maybe his commanding officer and Major Harlow had been right when they warned him. They had told him that a young officer who lost his head over a woman was no use to the army and should leave and work on a farm instead. Ash sat down on the end of his camp bed. He looked again at the facts from another side, something he should have done a long time ago. Nandu saw his brother as a rival and a danger, so he wanted to get rid of him. But there had already been too many questions about Janu Rani's death. If Jyoti also died suddenly, the British resident who had already asked difficult questions would surely ask even more. No one could tell what trouble that might cause. So it was safer if Jyoti left Karidkot and then had an accident far away from home. To make Nandu look innocent, it had to seem that Jyoti ran away on his own. It also had to look as if Nandu had no time to stop him or send men to bring him back. That was why they arranged the hunting trip. It was a clever plan, based on what they knew about Jyoti's nature. No one would think that a man who helped Jyoti to escape to his sister's camp could be anything but his friend. That gave Biju Ram an alibi. People would see him as an ally of the young prince and not a friend of the Maharaja. That would keep suspicion away from him when the prince met his accident. The plan had been made with great care. Biju Ram must have had help, 2 men for sure, maybe 3. Ash thought there would not be more than that, because the more people involved, the greater the risk. He believed those helpers were Mohan and Pran Krishna, and maybe Sen Gupta. The first 2 certainly, the third probably. Their servants could also be bribed, so they were not free from blame. Pran Krishna was close to Biju Ram. He often pretended to admire and care for Jyoti. He was a very skilled rider and had joined the hawking party on the day Jyoti's saddle was changed. He, more than anyone, could have done that trick. If it had worked, he could have hidden the proof before anyone else looked at the saddle. With Jyoti dead, everyone's attention would have been on the boy, not the horse. Ash remembered the words he had overheard that afternoon. He now saw that Biju Ram had not tried to stop Jyoti from riding alone. Instead, he had used what he knew about the boy's nature to push him into doing it. And if Jyoti had not come back, Biju Ram would have been the first to sound the alarm. He would have made a big fuss and quickly gathered everyone to search for the boy. If Jyoti had been found dead, Biju Ram would have shown great sadness and blamed the horsekeeper. Pran Krishna would have hidden the truth by pretending to check the saddle. But no plan is perfect, and this one was not either. Jyoti could have been thrown from the horse and only hurt, not killed. That problem had almost surely been thought about too. If his wounds were not deadly, someone could have quietly given him too much opium or another drink that would make him fall asleep and never wake again. It would look natural and not cause suspicion. So the plan had a good chance of success. But Ash had spoiled it by seeing the boy ride off alone. He not only followed the boy but also told Mulraj, who followed too. No wonder Biju Ram became angry and wanted to deal with this man who interfered. From the start, both Nandu and Biju Ram must have known that a British officer was going to travel with the camp to Bitha. They probably thought that was very useful. The presence of a Sahib would make any accident with the young prince look harmless and simple to the British officials. They had little experience with the British and likely imagined a young and trusting officer who did not understand the language or the customs well. Such a man would be easy to fool. But Pelham Sahib was not like that at all. He had spoiled their careful plan. He had become friendly with the boy and cared too much about him. Now he was a real problem. Biju Ram must have decided early that it was best to remove him. But it had to be done safely, when the camp was far from British land. There must be no big town nearby, no officials who might ask questions too quickly about an accident that killed a Sahib. Because it would have to look like an accident. Biju Ram had probably thought of several ways to make one happen. Whenever the camp was in the right place, he waited and watched for a good chance to act. When that chance came, he took it fast. If Ash had been found shot by his own rifle, it would seem he had fallen or made a mistake while using it. Since Biju Ram's servants did not know how to use such a weapon, Bichu, the scorpion, would have done the job himself. Ash stood up and went to the tent door. He looked outside into the dark night. There were many shadows, and he could not tell if someone was hiding there. He knew he would be easy to see in the doorway, bright against the lamplight behind him. Still, he did not feel afraid. He believed that Biju Ram and his helpers did not want to bring attention from the British government. And nothing would bring more attention than the killing of a British officer. It had to look like an accident, or it could not be done at all. Ash knew he had to hurry if he wanted to reach Bitha alive. He thought that another attack was almost sure to come soon. This time he needed to be certain, not just guess again. It was not enough to believe he was right. He had believed that before, and he had been wrong. He looked at the small torn cloth he had thrown outside his tent. He had thought it was no longer needed, but now he had an idea for it. He went out and picked it up again. The next morning, the march started late. A carter and the elephant keeper were arguing about moving the loads. It was only a small problem, but they both became angry. Soon, many other drivers joined the quarrel. They shouted at each other and then started to fight. When they were finally stopped, 2 hours had been lost. Now it was clear they would not reach the next camp before midday. That was bad news, because the weather was already very hot. The road went through a dry riverbed with tall grass, a few thorn trees, and many high ant hills. Even before the sun rose, the morning air felt heavy and hot. It was going to be another burning day. Dust rose everywhere from the hooves of horses and oxen, from the carts and the feet of the people and elephants.
Shushila began to cry and complain.
Her brother Jyoti got angry and slapped her. "Do you think you are the only one who is hot and unhappy?" he shouted. "You are not. If you think I will stay one more moment in this box with you crying all the time, you are wrong."
He climbed out into the dust, called for his horse, and refused to return to the cart. He said he would ride the rest of the way. His slap and sudden departure made Shushila quiet. She often calmed down when a man showed anger. The event also helped Ash in an unexpected way. For weeks, he had tried to avoid Biju Ram. Now he needed a reason to be near him again without making it look strange. Jyoti's choice to ride solved the problem. His servants had to leave their covered carts and follow him on horseback. When Jyoti tried to send them away, saying he would ride with the Sahib and Mulraj, Ash stopped him. Ash said it would be useful for them to stay, so they could go ahead later and bring food and water. Because they would not reach camp in time for lunch, they would need to eat by the path. Jyoti did not argue, and they all rode together. For the first time in many days, Ash spent hours near Biju Ram. They even talked a little, as if they were friends. The heat made long talk unpleasant, but that suited Ash well. Everything looked natural and not planned. Later, Ash let his horse slow down so he fell behind the group. He said it was better to arrive late, when the dust would have settled and the tents already set up. No one minded going slowly because everyone was tired. Even the horses were lazy, and the group moved gently along, far from the thick dust ahead. When the sun was high above them, they stopped to eat. Mohan and Biju Ram went on to find food and soon came back. They said the camp was less than a mile ahead. The first riders had already reached it, and most of the tents were ready. The rest would be up soon. Ash hoped for a wind to blow. But that day the air was still and hot. It was not really a bad thing, but it meant he had to be very careful. He wanted his plan to look natural. It was important that it did not seem planned. Biju Ram also needed to be watching. The place had to be easy to find, not too far from the camp, and not too close either. Ash waited until the meal was finished and they started moving again. He saw a single tall palm tree not too far away. It stood above the dry, dusty land with small patches of grass. It was the right place for his plan. Beyond the tree, less than a mile away, he could see dust clouds where the camp tents were being set up. They would reach the camp soon. It was time to act. Ash took a deep breath. He asked Karkaji a question about Carried Coat. He knew it would start a talk and make sure Biju Ram was listening. When they came close to the palm tree, Ash took off his pith helmet. He said it was very hot and pulled a piece of cloth from his pocket to wipe his face and neck. But it was not a handkerchief. It was an old, torn piece of cloth from a fine grey jacket. It had dark brown stains on it. Ash stopped talking and looked at the cloth with surprise. He acted as if he did not know how it came into his pocket. He frowned, smelled it, and made a face of disgust. Then he rolled it into a ball and threw it into the tall grass nearby. He did not look at Biju Ram until he finished speaking again. Then he searched his pockets for the real handkerchief. He found it in an inner pocket of his riding coat. He wiped his forehead, placed the cloth on the back of his helmet to shade his neck, and went on talking. He made sure Biju Ram stayed in the talk and could not turn back to pick up the piece of cloth. When they reached the camp, Ash felt calm. He knew how to prevent Biju Ram from going back to look for it too early. He had already told Gulbaz to pitch his tent on this side of the camp, facing that open ground. So if Biju Ram went out in daylight to search for his missing cloth, Ash could see him clearly. Ash planned to sit outside under a small awning, pretending to watch the plain for animals with binoculars. If Biju Ram was wise, he would not risk being seen. But Ash was sure of one thing. If Biju Ram had recognized that piece of cloth, he would try to get it back later. They reached the edge of the camp about 15 minutes later. Nothing special happened after that. The strong heat stopped everyone from doing much work. Men and animals looked for shade and rested until the sun went down and the air became cooler. Ash watched the empty plain from time to time. Far away, the single palm tree looked thin and small under the bright sky. The air shook with heat, but nothing moved there. When the camp became busy again in the evening, the men who cut grass went another way. They avoided the path they had walked in the morning. They went to the left and right instead, where the grass grew cleaner and there was less dust. As usual, Ash ate his food outside. This evening, he did not stay out long. When the first stars appeared, he went back into his tent. He told Gulbaz to go, then waited until the night became darker. He turned off his lamp so that anyone watching would think he had gone to bed. He had a lot of time, because the moon would not rise for more than an hour. But he wanted to be early, not late. As soon as the lamp glass became cool, he moved quietly out under the side of his tent. He lay flat and slid across the ground toward the tall grass. He moved fast and silently, even as well as Malik Shah, who had taught him that skill. Behind him, The camp lights shone brightly and filled the sky with color. The plain in front of him was dark and wide. Only small patches of grass moved softly in the wind. Even the closest trees were hard to see against the stars. He waited for a moment to make sure no one had seen or followed him. Then he started walking again. He followed the dry waterway that looked pale in the starlight. The road he had used earlier that day went almost the same way, but with more turns. It was still easy to follow. Before long, he saw the tall shape of the palm tree below the stars. He left the road and walked toward it. When he reached the tree, he sat down on the ground to wait. The moon would not rise for some time. He knew Biju Ram would not leave camp until there was enough light to see. It would then take him about 45 minutes to reach this place. So Ash knew he would have to wait a long time. Ash had learned how to wait, but he still found it hard. He had remembered clearly where he threw the torn piece of Biju Ram's coat. He thought he knew the place very well, but now the grass looked different in the starlight. He was no longer sure. He could not tell if the cloth was still there or if some bird or animal had taken it. It was useless to search in the dark. If the cloth remained, Biju Ram would find it. If it was gone, it would not matter, because coming here to look was enough to prove what he needed. At last, the moon rose over the plain. He saw the piece of cloth on the ground near a group of tall pampas grass. The new light also showed where he was hiding, because the palm tree no longer gave him cover. He got up and went to the grass. There he made a small place to hide and watch without being seen. It was not a comfortable spot. If he moved carelessly, the grass would make noise. The night was so quiet that even a small sound was loud. Still, the silence helped him, because he would hear Biju Ram coming long before he could see him. The hours passed slowly, and nothing moved. Ash began to wonder if he had made a mistake. He was sure the grey coat was Biju Ram's, but perhaps he had thrown it away too soon for anyone to notice. Maybe he had done it so simply that no one had even looked at it. Or had he made his plan too clear so that it looked false? Biju Ram was clever, and if he felt it was a trap, he would not take a risk. No matter how good the bait looked, he would stay away if he was suspicious. But if Biju Ram had truly believed the act Ash showed that morning, he would come. He would not send another man or bring company. He would come alone or not at all. Now the moon had been shining for more than 2 hours. There was still no sign of him. No sound came from the path. If Biju Ram did not appear, it might mean he guessed the truth. Then Ash could be in danger on his way back to camp. There might be men waiting to attack him. Ash moved uneasily. He thought about leaving the watch and returning to his tent by a quiet road. He was tired and wanted sleep. It was close to 1 o'clock, and in 3 hours the camp would wake to prepare for another early start. Anyway, he already knew enough. He knew it was Biju Ram who shot at him. He remembered the torn coat in his hands when they fought in the dark. He also knew that Biju Ram worked for the dancer and helped her in the disappearance of Hira Lai and the death of Lalji. Now the man was trying to harm Jyoti too, for another master. Ash told himself he needed no more proof. Still, a thought stayed in his mind. He believed it would be fair to find one clear piece of evidence before acting. But that idea seemed foolish now. It would only show what he already knew. And what had fairness ever meant to Biju Ram?
Nothing, Ash said angrily. Nothing.
Yet he stayed where he was. He knew he would not go until Biju Ram came. Or did not come. Ash believed strongly that Biju Ram would come, even if the thought seemed foolish. He could not forget his past or his lessons from Hilary and Akbar Khan. Those two teachers had told him when he was a child that the worst sin was unfairness. They had taught him that a man must always be just. English law also said that anyone accused of a crime is innocent until proven guilty. Ash smiled a little as he remembered Colonel Anderson's old saying. The colonel liked to use Latin words that meant until someone is proved guilty. He also remembered how the commandant of the guides often talked about justice. That man used to quote a judge from Dickens who said that a soldier's words alone were not proper proof. But now the case against Biju Ram was only based on talk and guesses. Many hated Biju Ram because of old anger from Ash's childhood days. Ash knew he could not send a man to death only because of suspicion. Then he stopped suddenly at that thought. He felt strange when he realized that he really meant to kill Biju Ram. The idea gave him a shock. But after that, the old ways of the border people came into his mind. He stopped thinking like an Englishman. Most British officers would never act alone in such a case. They would arrest the man and send him for a fair trial. A few might let local leaders settle it. But none would take the law into their own hands. Ash did not feel this was wrong. If Biju Ram had indeed killed a man or tried to kill one, there was no other choice. Ash must deal with him now, if he came.
And if he did not come? But he will, Ash thought. He must come. He will not be able to stay away when he thinks he can find that pearl.
The moon had climbed higher in the night sky. The shadows had become short. The light was so bright that a person could read small letters in it. The hot moon over the wide plains of India was very different from the cool moon above cold countries. Even a small beetle moving across the dry ground could be seen clearly, almost as if it were day. A torn piece of cloth lay on the white dust where Ash had set his trap. The night was silent no longer. A soft clattering sound came from a young porcupine that had smelled old blood. It came close, sniffed the cloth, and then ran away quickly when it saw it was not food. Its quills made a sharp noise as it moved off. Far away, a pack of jackals began to call and cry together. Their voices echoed across the plain and ended in a sad long howl. Soon after, a hyena passed by, its feet making soft sounds. It was heading to the camp where there would be food for animals like it.
Still, no sound came that told of a man's approach. Ash moved his stiff arms and wished for a cigarette. The moonlight was bright enough to hide the short light of a match, and he could cover the burning tip with his hand. But he did not dare to smoke. The smell would travel far, and Biju Ram could notice it. Ash felt tired. He closed his eyes for a short time and almost fell asleep. When he opened them again, a small breeze was moving through the grass, making a sound like faraway waves. Then he saw Biju Ram standing in the moonlight just a short distance away.
For a moment Ash thought his hiding place had been found. Biju Ram seemed to look straight at him. But soon the man's eyes moved on. He looked around slowly, turning his head from the palm tree to the far camp. He seemed to be checking the ground where he and the others had ridden the day before. He did not think anyone was near. He stood openly in the moonlight, not trying to hide. His coat was half open so the breeze could cool his round chest. After a while, he began to walk forward between short grasses and tall thin plants. He looked carefully on the ground as he went. Sometimes he bent down and pushed into the dark spaces with his heavy silver-tipped stick. Once he picked something up, then threw it down with a face of disgust. He wiped his fingers on his sleeve before moving on. He came very close to where Ash was hiding. Then he saw what he had been looking for. Ash heard him breathe in quickly, full of satisfaction. He stood still for a long moment, eyes wide. Then he dropped his stick, ran forward, and grabbed the thing with both hands. He crushed it tightly and gave a short laugh when he felt something hard inside. He tore at the cloth in a hurry, and a small earring jumped out and fell to the ground at his feet.
The diamonds on the small leaf shone like ice in the moonlight. The black pearl looked like a small drop of dark fire on the white dust. It was beautiful and strange, and it seemed to shine with the light of the moon. Biju Ram looked down and laughed again. His laugh was the same as before, sharp and cruel. It now also sounded proud. He wanted the jewel so much that he did not notice another person near him. He bent down to pick it up. He did not see that the wind had stopped but the grass still moved. When he saw a shadow, it was already too late. A strong hand caught his wrist and twisted it hard. Bijou Ram cried out in pain and dropped the pearl. It fell back on the dust. Ash picked it up, put it in his pocket, and let go of Bijou Ram's arm. Then he stepped back. Bijou Ram was usually quick and clever, but this time he was not ready. He had thought he was alone and safe. Ash's sudden move shocked him, and he spoke without thinking.
Sahib, what are you doing here? I did not know. I came to look for a small item I lost this morning. Please give it back to me, Sahib. It is mine.
Is it? Ash asked in a hard voice. Then the coat that hid it must also be yours. That means you have tried to kill me twice.
To kill you? Bijou Ram said, pretending to be surprised. I do not understand, Sahib. What coat?
This one, Ash said and touched it with his foot. You left part of it in my hands when you ran away after failing to kill me. Then you came to my tent and searched for it. You knew what was hidden inside. I did not. But last night I found out. So I left it here, knowing you would come back for it. I watched you find it and take the pearl. There is no need to lie now and say the coat was not yours.
Bijou Ram's face showed anger, fear, and worry all at once. Then he smiled a little and lifted his hands as if giving up.
Now I see I must tell everything, he said.
Good, Ash said, a bit surprised at his quick change.
I would have told you before, Sahib, Bijou Ram said, but I never thought you would suspect me. When my servant Karam told me the truth and asked for my mercy, I learned that you were not badly hurt and made no complaint. So I agreed not to report him, though I did punish him hard. He told me, and I believe him, that he never meant to steal your gun. He only wanted to borrow it to shoot black buck that eat grass near the camp at night. Some men in our camp eat meat and pay well for it. He planned to put the gun back before anyone knew, but it was dark, and he thought you were a deer. He fired, and when he saw his mistake, he was terrified. He said that before you jumped on him. He thought he had killed you when he got away. He dropped the gun and left a piece of his coat in your hands. He told no one what really happened and said only that he had fallen and hurt himself. I would never have known the truth if I had not given him one of my old coats the day before. I forgot that I left an earring in his pocket. When I asked for it back, he confessed everything. Sahib, you can imagine how shocked I was.
He stopped and looked at Ash, waiting for an answer. Ash said nothing. Bijou Ram sighed and shook his head.
I should have brought him before you right away. I know that, he said in a serious voice.
But he begged me with tears to forgive him, Bijou Ram said softly. You were not hurt, and you did not speak of it, so I agreed. I could not tell others. He told me that he would find and bring back my earring. I did not know he would look for it in your tent. I also did not know that you saw my coat and thought I was the thief. If I had known, I would have come to you at once. You would have given me my earring, and all would have been fine. It was my mistake. I was too kind to my servant, and I ask you to forgive me. But if you were in my place, and the man was one of your people, would you not do the same? I think you would. Now, Sahib, I will return to the camp. Tomorrow my servant will come to you to tell everything. He will accept whatever punishment you think is right. This I promise.
Yes, I believe you can promise that, Ash said dryly. I am also sure that your servant will say exactly what you told me, because he will be afraid to say anything else. I also think that you will give him a reward for helping you take the blame.
You are unfair, Sahib. Bijou Ram said with hurt in his voice. I have told only the truth. There are many men who can say that I never left my tent that night, and
on the next morning your face was not cut or scratched, Ash finished. Of course. But I heard something different. Still, it does not matter. If you can find so many people to swear you tell the truth, then let us say it was your servant who stole my gun and tried to shoot me. He was wearing By chance, an old coat that you had given him the day before. But tell me, what about the earring? Do you have witnesses who can prove it belongs to you?
The moonlight showed the sudden shock in Biju Ram's eyes. Ash saw it and knew he was right. No one else could know about the black pearl or dare to wear it. If Biju Ram said it was his, others might ask questions about how he got it. Some men would remember its owner, who had disappeared long ago. Biju Ram could pay or frighten people to give false stories, but he would never risk showing the black pearl or asking anyone to say it was his. He waited a moment before he spoke again. Then he tried to smile.
The Sahib jokes, he said. I do not need witnesses. The earring is mine. Is it not enough that I came here to look for it? If I had not put it in that coat's pocket, how could I know it was there? Even my servants do not know what it looks like. I have never worn it. It was my father's. He gave it to me when he was dying. It makes me sad to see it, but I carry it with me to remember him. It keeps me safe.
Very kind of you, Ash said. And quite the story too. I always thought your father was not much older than you. There could not have been more than 5 years between you. Perhaps he was just a very young father.
Biju Ram's smile grew stiff, but his voice stayed calm. You speak strangely, Sahib. I do not understand. What can you know about my father?
Nothing, Ash said. But I knew the man who really owned that earring. He always wore it. His name was Hiralai.
Biju Ram took a sharp breath and froze. His eyes widened with shock and fear. He looked at Ash as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth opened and he ran his tongue over his dry lips. Then he spoke in a low, shaking voice.
No, he whispered. No, that cannot be true. It is not possible.
He shivered, as if waking from a bad dream. His voice rose.
Someone has told you lies about me, Sahib. Do not believe them. They're not true. The man you talk about, Meera or Hirali, yes, that name is common in Karitkote. Many men may have that name, and one of them may have an earring like mine. But is that a reason to say I stole something or told lies? Someone wants to destroy me, Sahib. You are a fair man, as all Sahibs are fair. Tell me his name, please, so I can face him. Then he will confess that he lied. Who says these things about me, Sahib? What is the charge? If you know his name, tell me. I ask for justice.
You will have it. His name is Ashok. He once worked for the late Yuvaraj of Gulcote. You should remember him well.
But he is dead. He cannot speak now. This must be a trick. You are fooled by another man. That boy died years ago.
Did the men you sent to find him tell you that? If so, they lied because they were afraid to return and tell you they failed. No, Bichu Ji. Your men lost him. His mother died, but the boy lived. Now he has come back to say you killed his friend Hiralai and took his pearl. He says you tried to kill Jyoti, and me too, when you aimed your gun. There is also the death of Lalji. I do not know if you pushed him from the wall yourself, but I think you planned it. You and his stepmother made my mother, Sita, suffer until she died from tiredness. Always running from you across the Punjab.
Us? Your mother?
My mother, yes, Bichu. Do you not know me? Look at me. Have I changed so much? You have not. I knew you at once when I saw you that first night in Jyoti's tent. I also knew the pearl when it fell from the secret pocket in your coat that tore in my hands.
But you are a Sahib. A Sahib.
I was once a shock.
Biju Ram stared at him again and again. His eyes grew wide, and big drops of sweat came to his forehead though the night was already hot. He whispered, hardly making a sound.
No, it is not true. It cannot be.
It cannot be true. I do not believe it, he said.
But the fear in his eyes slowly changed to understanding. Then he spoke loudly.
If it is true, there must be a scar, a mark from a burn.
It is still here, Ash said.
He opened his shirt and showed a pale half-circle on his brown skin. It was an old mark made long ago by the mouth of a gun. Biju Ram made a soft sound of surprise. Ash looked down at the scar. That was a mistake. He should have known better than to look away from Biju Ram, who was called the Scorpion for his speed and danger. The heavy stick lay near him, but his knife was hidden in his coat. As soon as Ash looked down, Biju Ram pulled the knife out quickly and tried to stab him. Ash moved fast too. He saw the movement and jumped aside. The knife missed him and went past his left shoulder. Biju Ram lost his balance and fell forward. Ash put out his foot and tripped him. Biju Ram fell face down in the dust. Ash bent to take the knife from the ground. For a moment, he wanted to end the fight by killing him. But he stopped himself. If he had truly been from Zarin's family, he would have done it without a thought. The sons of Koda Dad never held back when they met an enemy. Yet Ash could not do it. His school and his teachers had taught him not to harm a man who had fallen. It was not cricket, as his uncle used to say. He stood back and told Biju Ram to get up and fight. But Biju Ram did not want to fight. When he got his breath back and saw Ash holding the knife, he grew pale. He gave a scream and fell on the ground again, crying for mercy. Ash watched him and felt disgust. He had always known Biju Ram was a cruel man, but he had never guessed he was also a coward. It shocked him to see how quickly the cruel scorpion lost his strength. Now that he had no weapon and no helpers, he was only a weak and broken man. Ash laughed with scorn and kicked the man on the ground. He said many rude words, but they did nothing. Biju Ram did not get up. He knew that if he stood, the Sahib would attack him. The Sahib had a knife and looked like Ashok who had returned from the dead. That was more frightening than any insult. Fear and superstition kept Biju Ram flat on the ground. He did not move or answer until Ash turned away, angry and tired of him.
Get up and go back to camp, Ash said roughly. Tomorrow you and your men will find a reason to leave us. I do not care what reason you give. But you must not go to Bithar or to Karidkot. If I ever hear that you are in those places, I will tell the authorities everything I know. They will hang you or send you away. And if they do not, I will find you myself and kill you. That is my promise. Now go, before I change my mind and break your neck. Run, you lying thief. Go.
His voice became loud and sharp with anger. He was not only angry with Biju Ram but also with himself. He knew this was not a time to show kindness, yet he could not stop himself. He still felt divided inside, not fully of one world or the other. He could not act with a single heart. Biju Ram slowly got to his feet. He kept his eyes fixed on the knife in Ash's hand. Step by step he moved backward. He seemed unable to believe he was being allowed to live. He did not dare turn his back in case the knife struck him. After only a few steps he stepped on a walking stick, stumbled, and almost fell.
Ash said with a sneer, "Pick it up, Bichu. You will feel braver with a stick."
Biju Ram obeyed. He reached for the stick with his left hand, still watching the knife. When he stood up again, some of his confidence seemed to return. He began to speak in a smooth, respectful voice. He called Ash Huzua and thanked him for mercy. He promised to do everything that he had been told. He said that when the sun rose, he would leave the camp. He also said softly that the Huzua was wrong about him. He had never meant harm. It was all a great mistake and misunderstanding. He spoke gently while he moved farther away. When there were about 10 steps between them, he stopped, shrugged, and said,
"But what good are words? I am the Huzua's servant. I will do as he says. Goodbye, Sahib."
He bowed deeply with his hands together in respect. Ash saw the bow and thought nothing of the stick in his hand. He did not know it was a special weapon. The stick had been made by a gunsmith for a prince and later given to Biju Ram by a queen. Ash had no idea, so he was not ready for what happened next. As Biju Ram bowed, he turned the top of the stick with his right hand. When he stood up, the stick had changed into a small pistol. There was a bright flash and a loud crack in the moonlight. The shot broke the silence. The distance was short, but Biju Ram's hands were shaking. He was too nervous to aim well, and he forgot that the gun always fired a little to the left. The bullet only burned Ash's sleeve and scratched his arm before flying away into the night.
"You bastard!" Ash shouted. Said Ash angrily, and threw the knife.
He was filled with rage, but that made his aim poor. The knife missed Biju Ram's throat and only touched his shoulder. The fat on Biju Ram's body stopped the blade from cutting deep. The knife fell to the ground, and a little blood ran from the small wound. Biju Ram dropped the pistol and began to scream in fear. The sound was strange and terrible. It was hard to believe a grown man could scream so wildly from such a small cut. Ash stopped feeling angry and began to laugh. He did not attack Biju Ram but stayed where he was. He laughed because it was hard to believe that this frightened man had ever scared other people. Ash thought it impossible that someone so weak could have killed Hiralai. His laughter was as unpleasant as Biju Ram's shrieks. A thin line of blood ran down Biju Ram's chest. He stopped screaming and tried to bend his head to suck the wound. The cut was too high, and he could not reach it. He screamed again and began to run around, falling and stumbling in the grass. He looked lost and crazy with fear. Then he fell once more and rolled on the ground.
"I die," cried Biju Ram. "I die."
"You deserve to," said Ash coldly. "But that cut will only make your shoulder hurt for a day or two. I do not want to kill anyone as weak as you. Stop pretending and get up. We must go back to camp. It is getting late. Stand up, Bichu Baba. No one will hurt you."
Ash laughed again. But Biju Ram kept crying and moving in pain.
"Help me," moaned Biju Ram. "Have mercy, have mercy."
His voice became faint and strange. Ash walked closer, still careful in case it was a trick. But when he saw Biju Ram's grey face covered with sweat, he stopped laughing. Something was wrong. He had heard that some people faint when they see their own blood, but this looked different. Biju Ram's body moved with real pain. Ash bent down and asked, "What is it, Bichu?"
"Poison," whispered Biju Ram. "The knife."
Ash stood up quickly and stepped back. Now he understood why the man had screamed and tried to hide. Biju Ram had not been afraid of pain but of death itself. It was not Ash that frightened him, but the knife in Ash's hand. It was his own knife, and its blade had poison on it. Any cut from that blade would kill. That was why Biju Ram had stared at it in fear and cried out when he saw the blood. The cut was small, only a scratch, but it was enough to kill. Biju Ram was hurt by his own weapon, and Ash could do nothing to help him. It was too late to clean the poison from the wound. Ash did not know what kind of poison it was or how to stop it. The camp was far away, more than a mile, and even if it was closer, he could not go and come back in time. The poison worked fast, and Ash knew it was deadly. Biju Ram had done many terrible things. He had killed people and caused much pain. He should pay for what he had done. Still, even those who hated him might have felt sorry for him now. Ash watched him dying and thought of other people. He remembered Lalji's frightened face. He remembered the sandstone that moved, the boy in the blue coat, and the Charbar gate. He thought of the dead fish in the palace pool, of the cobra in the Yuvaraj's room, of Sita dying by the river, and of Hira lie lost in the jungle. He also thought of Jyoti, who almost died because of another of Biju Ram's tricks. After all that evil, it was hard to feel pity. Biju Ram's fate was his own doing. Ash had told him he could leave if he stayed away from Bitha and carried coat. If he had listened, he might have lived longer and done more harm. But he fired that shot, and that choice killed him. Ash thought Biju Ram had lived like a wild dog and should die like one. Still, he wished it would end quickly. It was painful to watch. If Ash had one more bullet, he would have used it to end Biju Ram's suffering. But there was no second bullet, so he stayed. He did not want to leave a man alone to die. Even if Biju Ram was his enemy, he was still a human being, and that mattered. Ash waited until Biju Ram was dead. It did not take long. Then he bent down and closed the dead man's eyes. He took the knife and cleaned it well in the earth to remove the poison. He looked for the pistol, which had fallen into the grass, and when he found it, he put it back in its place. He laid the walking stick near the dead man's hand. No one would look for Biju Ram for some hours. By the time someone found him, the wind would have blown away all the footprints. Ash did not want to leave signs of a fight. It was clear the poison had killed him, so it would be better if people thought a snake had done it. Ash picked up the knife again, stained it with the blood, then dropped it near the body. He went to find a long thorn from a kikar tree. When he came back, he pushed the thorn into the skin below the wound. The two small holes looked just like snake bites. The cut above would seem like something Biju Ram had made to stop the poison. The only question would be why he had gone out alone at night. People would think the heat had kept him awake. They would say he went for a walk in the moonlight, sat down to rest, and was bitten by a snake. Ash thought this was fitting, because Hiralai's death had been made to look like a tiger's work.
The gods are fair, thought Ash. If it had been up to me, I would have been foolish enough to let him live.
There was only one thing left. It was Hiralai's earring. Ash took it from his pocket and looked at it. The small black pearl shone in the moonlight, just like it had long ago on the Queen's balcony. While he looked at it, he remembered what Hiralai had said to him that night. It felt as if the man was speaking again, very softly, from far away.
Go quickly. It is late and you must not waste time. May the gods stay with you.
Ash stood still for a moment. Hiralai had been avenged, maybe by the pearl itself. But the pearl carried too many memories. Ash thought it brought bad luck. Biju Ram had stolen it, and owning it had been proof of his crime. He had to keep it hidden, afraid that someone would find out. In the end, it brought him death. The pearl had done its work, and Ash did not want it anymore. He saw a small hole near the tall grass where he had waited for Biju Ram. It looked empty and safe. Ash dropped the earring inside, then covered the hole with earth and small stones. He pressed the ground down hard with his foot. He threw some dust over it, and soon there was no sign of the hole at all. Ash looked quietly at the place. He thought perhaps one day someone might find the earring and wonder about it. But they would never know the story. By then the earring would be almost worthless, because even pearls can die. When the soft morning wind moved through the grass, Ash turned and walked back to camp. Later, when the sun was high, one of Biju Ram's servants, named Karam, said that his master was missing. Karam explained that he had not spoken earlier because he believed his master had gone out early and would soon return. He said it was not his job to ask questions, but after all the tents were taken down and his master did not come back to eat or give orders, he started to worry. He asked the other servants and the people traveling with the young prince, but nobody knew anything. At last he told an officer from the guard. The guard gave the order to search the area. The camp was very large and already moving, so the search was difficult. They might never have found Biju Ram's body if not for the birds in the sky. Before sunrise, the first kite came down, followed by others. One of the searchers saw them and rode to the place. The body was found just in time. Half an hour later it would have been too late to know how Biju Ram had died. People would have talked about murder, and there would have been a long investigation. Even though the birds had damaged the body, they could still see what had happened. Biju Ram had died from poison. There were 2 small marks near his collarbone, the bite of a snake. How or why he had come to that place was hard to explain. But as Ash had guessed, people said it was because of the heat and his sleepless night, and everyone accepted this answer. Mulraj sent a message that the camp would stop and wait for new orders. Later that day, Biju Ram's body was burned on a fire made of dry grass and kikar wood. The men found this wood nearby and poured ghee on it so it would burn well. The ceremony was done with respect. The next morning, when the wind had blown away the ashes and the ground had cooled, they picked up the small pieces of bone that were left. They planned to take them to the Ganges River to place them in the holy water.
There are no family members here, so his friends must do this good and holy duty. I have arranged for Pran, Mohan, and Sengupta, and their servants, to leave now for Benares. Except for Allahabad, no place is more sacred for putting a man's ashes into the waters of Mother Ganga.
Ash listened to this clever plan with great respect. Biju Ram was dead, but his closest friends were still in the camp. Ash had seen no easy way to send them away without trouble or questions. Mulraj's plan was simple and smart, although it might have a small problem.
What will Jyoti say about this? These men are on his side, or he thinks they are. He might not want them to go.
He already agreed. The prince understands that it would not be right for the ashes of such a respected man, who served his late mother for many years, to be thrown into just any river. He gives them permission to go.
But will they really leave?
Of course. How could they refuse?
Oh, well done, Bahadur Sahib. You have done this very well. I salute you.
He gave a little salute. Mulraj smiled softly and returned the salute.
And I salute you, Sahib.
Ash looked at him with a question in his eyes. Mulraj held out his hand. In his palm was a small shirt button made from pearl shell. It looked simple, but Ash saw that it was made in Europe and had a metal back.
I found this by chance, near the body. My foot hit it while it was lying in the dust. Later, I showed it to your servant and said I had found it in my tent. He said it was one of yours and that you had lost one from a shirt you wore the evening before. I told him I would give it back to you myself and made a small joke about it.
Ash was silent for a few moments. He now understood that he had pulled the button off when he opened his shirt to show the scar on his chest. He thought how lucky it was that Mulraj had found it and not one of Biju Ram's friends. Still, probably no one else would have thought it important.
I must have lost it when we rode into camp.
Maybe. But I thought you wore a khaki shirt with horn buttons that morning. Anyway, it is better if I know nothing. We will not talk about this again.
They never spoke of it again. Mulraj did not ask any more questions, and Ash did not tell him anything more. Pran, Mohan, and Sengupta left before sunrise the next day, said to be going to Benares, and the camp started moving again. It was too much to expect that all spies and plotters were now gone, but those who stayed were not likely to do real harm. They had lost their leader and would now be careful. They also feared that Biju Ram's death and his friend's quick departure might not be just chance. Maybe someone knew more than they thought. Because they were not sure, they stayed quiet and did nothing. For now, Jyoti was safe. Or as safe as he could ever be, Ash thought. Anjali was never seen. Ash knew he would probably not see her again, except maybe as a bride covered in her sari. The Rana's land was only a few days' march away, so the easy life of the camp had ended. Old rules were now followed again. He could not even send her a message, because the brides were kept in strict seclusion. Book 4. Bitha. Extra guards walked beside the royal group on the road. They watched the tents when the camp stopped for rest. Ash could do nothing except wear the little charm at her wedding. He hoped she might see it and understand that he had found it. She would know he understood why she had sent it back. That half of the small shell fish was not only a sign that she forgave him, it also showed that she still kept the other half. Maybe one day they could be together again. This thought gave Ash a little comfort. It was not much, but it was all he had. He tried not to think about Julie or about what was ahead. Without her, his future looked empty and without meaning. It seemed like a long road that went on forever, and the thought of it scared him. When the low hills that marked the north border of Bitha were close, a group came from the Rana. They brought gifts, flower garlands, and messages of welcome. They were followed by many masked men who looked like robbers. But they were only royal servants. It was the custom there to wrap the ends of their turbans around their faces. Only their eyes could be seen. It looked strange and worried the visitors. The servants said this was their way of showing respect. They hid their faces so that noble people would not see them. Even so, the sight of those covered faces made Ash uneasy. He was not the only one who felt that way. Others also wondered what kind of place Bitha really was. But it was too late to turn back. They had to move forward. 3 days later, the large group that had left Karidkot many weeks ago crossed into the Rana's land. They were met by soldiers and many important men. The Diwan, or Prime Minister, gave them more garlands and spoke long words of welcome. Ash thought his troubles might soon end. He was wrong. They were just beginning. When the Diwan left, Ash, Mulraj, and some other leaders rode with the Rana's men. They went to see where their tents would stand. Most of them would live there until it was time to go back to Karidkot. The Rana himself had chosen the place. It was in a wide valley, about 3 miles from Bitha, the old city surrounded by walls. The spot looked good at first. It was big enough for all the tents and had a stream for water. Mulraj and the others liked it. Ash said nothing. He had been trained to fight on the frontier and saw problems that others did not. The valley had 3 forts. 2 stood on the hills near the city and watched the road below. They could control all the ground in front of them. The 3rd fort stood above the narrow pass that led into the valley. Its walls were old but strong, and heavy cannon still guarded it. Those cannons could easily stop anyone who tried to go through the pass. They had been made many years ago, in the time of Akbar, the great Mughal ruler. Ash looked at the land and thought it looked like a trap. He did not like the idea of going inside it. He did not mistrust the Rana, but he knew trouble could come suddenly. Money problems often started heat between families before a wedding. He remembered what had happened before Lalji's marriage, when the bride's people wanted twice the money agreed before. Ash's orders were clear: he must protect the Maharaja's sisters and make sure the payments were right. Because of this, it did not seem wise to let them and their people. Ash did not want to make camp in a place that could be easily attacked. He knew that once they were under the Rana's guns, it would be hard to argue or make changes. If he tried to avoid fighting, he might have to accept whatever the bridegroom demanded. That was not something he wanted. The people from Bitha were not happy when Ash refused to set up the bridal camp in the valley. Instead, he moved it 2 miles away, past the gorge that led to the valley. He sent a messenger with a letter to the political officer for that part of Rajputana. In the letter, he explained what he had done and the reason why. Most of the people did not like his decision. Only Mulraj and a few careful elders agreed with him. Everyone else had wanted to visit the bazaars and see the city. Now they could still go, but they would have to travel 16 miles in the hot sun. They complained and protested loudly. The Rana sent 2 old relatives and several high officials to ask why the Sahib refused to let the brides and their people camp close to the city. They were upset. When Ash said the camp was fine where it was, they became even more angry. They left the camp feeling offended, and Karkaji became worried. He said it might be better to do what the Rana wanted because the Rana could cancel the marriage agreement. Ash did not think that would happen. Half the bride price was already paid, and the wedding preparations had cost a lot of money. But Karkaji's fear spread among the elders, and even Anporabai agreed with him. Mulraj also started to look uncertain. Soon a message came from the political officer. The letter was cold and unfriendly. It said Captain Pelham-Martyn was too cautious. The officer told him to move the camp to the site the Rana offered. He said Ash might offend the Rana with too much worry. According to the letter, the Rana would not break his promise or make bad demands, so the camp should move at once. Ash could not ignore this message. He accepted it and gave the order to march. 2 days later, the long line of people passed through the gorge under the fort's guns. They set up their tents in the valley. After only a few hours, Ash's fears came true, and the officer's trust proved wrong. The Rana sent a young minister with new news. He said the old marriage papers with the Maharaja of Karidkot were now seen as unfair. The council had decided they must talk again and make new agreements. He invited the Sahib and the elders to visit the palace the next morning. There, he said, the Rana would explain everything, and they would understand his reasons. He spoke many polite words and ignored Ash's answer that there was nothing to discuss. Then he quickly left.
What did I tell you? He asked.
He did not enjoy being right, but he felt a little satisfied. He had not liked it when people said he was too careful or afraid. He also disliked the angry complaints from the camp.
But he cannot do this to us, cried one senior official, finally finding the courage to speak. The terms were agreed. Everything was decided. He cannot break his word now.
Can't he? Ash asked quietly. Let's wait and hear what he says tomorrow. Then we can decide what to do. With luck, it may not be as bad as we think.
On the next morning, Ash, Karkaji, and Mulraj rode to the city with a small group of cavalry. They were going to meet the Rana. The ride was not pleasant. The road had no trees for shade. It was only a narrow path with deep dust, holes, and bumps. The sun was very hot. The valley near their camp had been about 2 miles wide. As they rode closer to the city, it became narrower. The sides of the valley came close together like a gate. Beyond that gate was a wide plain surrounded by hills. In the middle lay the most important part of Bitha, the Big Queen's Lake, called Rani Talab. It was there, between 2 fort-covered hills, that the first Rana had built his capital long ago in the time of Krishna Deva Raya. The city had changed very little since that time. If the old builders could see it again, they would know it at once. Life there was still old-fashioned. People followed the same customs as before. Even the strong red stone of the buildings and the sharp shapes of the hills looked the same. The outer wall still had only 4 gates. To the south was the Elephant Gate, facing the long valley. The Water Gate opened to the east, towards the lake and the open land beyond. The north and south sides had the Mori and Thoku gates. Each opened to farmland and to a steep hill with an old fort on top. The city looked like a big rock standing in the middle of a river. The green fields lay around it like water. Farmers grew grain, vegetables, and sugar cane. There were also trees of mango, papaya, lychee, and palm. But the green land soon ended. Beyond it, the valley and hills were dry and pale in the strong sunlight. Ash felt glad when they reached the shade near the great gate. He also felt happy to know he could soon rest in the cool palace, even if the meeting with the Rana might be difficult. The trouble began right away. The guards at the gate did not salute them. Only one small officer came to meet them, a man not very important. This was almost an insult.
Mulraj whispered angrily, "Let us go back to the camp, Sahib. We will stay there until these people learn good manners."
Ash spoke quietly. "No," he said. "We will wait here." He lifted his hand, and the riders behind him stopped. Then he raised his voice to the man near the gate. "I think we came too early to see the Rana," he said. "Perhaps he is still asleep, or his servants are slow today. That can happen anywhere. We are not in a hurry. Tell your master that we will wait here in the shade until he is ready for us." But the man began. Ash stopped him. "No, no. Do not say sorry. We are quite comfortable here. You may go."
The man looked unsure. He coughed as if he wanted to speak again, But Moraj said sharply, "You heard what the Sahib said. You have his leave to go." So the man went away. For about 20 minutes, the group from Karidkot sat on their horses under the gate. Their soldiers kept the growing crowd back. Moraj spoke quietly but firmly to Kakaji. He talked for a long time about the poor order in this city. He said the guards had no discipline and no knowledge of good manners. The soldiers nearby smiled and nodded.
Then Kakaji gently corrected Mulraj. He said, "You should not blame them so hard. They have not had your education. They cannot know what is proper. It is not their fault if they seem rude to men of higher learning."
Mulraj agreed that the warning was fair. He then praised Kakaji for being kind and generous. He spoke loudly about how big the city gate was, how fine the guards looked, and how well the camp had been prepared. He seemed very pleased with everything. The guards, however, looked uneasy. People nearby, who had heard what had been said before, also looked uncomfortable. It seemed the Rana's rude behavior toward his guests had turned against him. He had wanted to make them feel weak, but now it looked as if he and his men were simple and rude people who did not know good manners. Ash said nothing. He knew clearly what their true situation was. They could force the Rana to act polite for now, but that was only a small success. The real problem would come later, when they discussed the marriage agreement. The Rana had all the power. Ash could only wonder if the Rana would use it and how much he could be made to hold back. The sound of horses' hooves came closer. The Rana's personal guards arrived, together with 2 senior ministers and an old relative of the royal family. The old man said many times that he was sorry for being late. He said he had received the wrong time from an overeager secretary. He promised that the person who caused this mistake would be punished. He said no one in Bitha would ever wish to trouble such important guests. The guests accepted his apology. Then they allowed themselves to be led with honor through the narrow streets toward the city palace, where the Rana was waiting. Ash remembered the city of his childhood, Gulkot. He had seen many Indian cities since then. None of them were like this one. The streets and markets of Gulkot had been noisy and full of color and people. They were busy and lively, like the crowded places in Peshawar or the old parts of Delhi and Lahore, with shops and sellers and people talking everywhere. But Bitha was very different. It looked old and strange, as if it came from another time. It felt dark and threatening. The walls were made of pale stone. They looked as if the hot sun had taken away all their color. The shadows were gray instead of deep blue or black. The streets had no clear plan. The tall houses, with almost no windows, made the roads feel like deep stone tunnels. Ash began to feel trapped. It seemed that no sunshine could enter this place, and no wind could blow through. He wondered how people could live behind those closed doors and shuttered windows. But he felt eyes watching from above. He guessed they were women's eyes behind the shutters, since in India women usually stay in the upper parts of the houses. There were only a few women in the dark streets. They kept their faces covered, holding their cloths close so that only their eyes could be seen. Their eyes looked careful and suspicious. They wore the usual dresses of Rajatana, wide and decorated with dark patterns. But their colors were quiet red-brown, yellow-brown, and dark orange. Ash did not see the bright blues and greens that showed so happily in the markets of other places. Many men also covered the lower part of their faces with their turbans. Their eyes were narrow and cold. It seemed that a European was a rare sight in Bitha and not a welcome one. People stared at Ash as if he was something strange. Those who did not hide their faces looked more hostile than curious. He felt nervous, like a dog walking down an alley full of angry cats. The feeling made the hair on his neck stand up. He could sense their silent dislike of anything foreign or new.
"Anyone looking at them would think we came here to do harm, not to attend a wedding," he said. "This is a bad place. No one needs to tell me they pray to the one they call the drinker of blood. Look there."
He moved his head toward a small temple at the corner where 2 streets met. It was a shrine to the goddess Kali, also known as Sitala, the goddess of smallpox. As they passed it, Ash saw the fierce image of the goddess. He remembered that the thugs had once killed many people in her name and had given part of their stolen goods to her temples. The nightmare goddess had many arms, wide eyes, a long red tongue, and a necklace made of skulls. People all over India prayed to her as the wife of Shiva the destroyer. Ash thought she was a very fitting goddess for this dark city. A strong smell of decay hung in the air, and flies buzzed everywhere. It showed that her followers did not hold back when they gave her blood sacrifices. Ash even wondered for a moment if they were killing only goats for her. He pushed the thought away, but he still felt very glad when they left the narrow streets behind. They reached the palace gates and got off their horses in the front courtyard of the Rung Mahal, the painted palace. Servants led them through many dusty rooms and dark stone passages to meet the Rana, the ruler. Even here, Ash felt the same heavy air that filled the streets. It was hot and silent, like something old and uneasy still lived in the rooms. He felt the strange presence of past kings and queens who had died long ago. The Rung Mahal was small compared to the great palace of the winds. It had a few courtyards, 1 or 2 gardens, and maybe 60 or 70 rooms. The huge palace of the winds had hundreds. Perhaps this was why the Rana started by treating his guests coolly, as if to remind them of their place. Then he amazed them with beauty and power, but also made them feel afraid. Ash had never seen such a show of soldiers and weapons. It did not surprise him that the outer courtyards were full of armed guards. But the Rana's personal bodyguards inside the palace made him uneasy. There were hundreds of them. They looked strange, even in the dim light, because they all wore masks and old-style helmets. The officers' helmets were made of iron and covered with gold and silver designs. They had long-nosed guards and hanging chains that hid their jaws and necks. Only their eyes could be seen. The soldiers' helmets were made of leather, but looked much the same. In the dark corridors, they seemed less like living men and more like old statues or dead warriors. They wore metal shirts and carried short spears instead of swords. Ash shivered and thought they looked like ancient guards of the dead. He wished he had brought his revolver. These soldiers made him feel that this city followed no rules from the modern world. Bitha was not part of the time he knew. It was like another world with its own strange laws. In a waiting room before the audience hall, about 50 servants stood in rows. They wore bright clothes, red, yellow, and orange, the colors of the Rana. The servants stepped aside as Ash and the others walked past. With the royal guide in front and high officials behind them, they entered the Diwan-Ayam, the hall of public audience. Inside were the Rana, his prime minister called the Diwan, and the courtiers waiting to greet them. The hall was a lovely open building made of 3 rows of tall columns. It was closed at both ends but open along the sides. At this hot time of year, it was not the best place for a morning meeting. The sun was hot and there was no wind. Under the tall arches the air felt heavy, but the place was very beautiful. It shone so brightly that no one seemed to care about the heat. Many courtiers and noblemen sat close together on the stone floor. They were dressed in rich clothes and looked proud and happy. At the far end of the long hall a few steps led up to a raised platform. In the middle of it stood a throne where the ruler sat to meet people and give justice. Behind the throne was a black marble wall that shone like a mirror and showed the people's reflections. On each side of the platform stood white screens made of carved marble. Behind them, the ladies of the palace could watch what was happening. The rest of the walls were smooth and decorated with shapes of animals and flowers. The colors were faded now, but they were once bright. Still, the hall was full of color because the courtiers dressed in such fine ways. A stranger entering the place might think he was walking into a garden or a fair. There were turbans in red, pink, yellow, purple, and gold. Their coats were blue, green, orange, and bright turquoise. Down the center of the hall stood 2 rows of servants. They wore yellow and orange clothes and red turbans. They held large coloured fans made of dyed horsehair. More servants waited near the throne. 2 stood behind it, slowly waving peacock feather fans. Others had curved swords in their hands. On the throne itself sat the centre of all the glory, the Rana of Bitha. He sat cross-legged on a carpet covered with pearls. His clothes and jewels shone like the sun. Everything he wore was gold. The men of Rajputana were famous for their good looks. It was hard to find such beauty among men in any other land. Even the older ones still looked proud and handsome. Their straight backs made it seem they were sitting on horses. Their fine coats and white trousers showed their strong figures. Their bright turbans made them look even taller. But not all of them looked fine. Some were fat, thin, or strangely shaped. The ruler himself was one of them. His clothes and jewels were rich, but his face did not match their beauty. Ash stood at the foot of the stairs and looked up at him. He felt shocked. That ugly man was the one Nandu had chosen to marry Julie. For Julie and Shushila. No, it could not be true. There must be a mistake. The man on the throne looked old, far older than his 30s. Ash looked at the man and thought he must be at least 60, maybe even 70. If he was younger than that, his hard life had made him look old. The Rana was not a pleasant sight. Ash could not help noticing that his face looked very much like a baboon's. Anyone who had seen pictures from Africa would have seen the same thing. The people of Bitha had never done so, so they did not know how much their ruler looked like an old, mean mandrill. The Rana's eyes were close together, his nose was long, and his nostrils were wide. He looked sly and angry. His face was thin and had lines that showed a life of pleasure and excess. His eyes were cold and bright, like a snake's. They did not move, while his mouth moved all the time because he was chewing pan. The red beetle nut juice made his lips and teeth dark and wet, almost like blood. His skin was lighter than most people from the south, and he was said to come from a royal family that claimed to be born from a god. But his face had a strange grey colour, and dark marks under his eyes made him look tired and unhealthy. He wore beautiful clothes, yet they only made his bad looks stand out more. Ash had expected many things, but not this. He was too surprised to speak. The Rana said nothing, so Karkaji spoke first with a polite and careful speech. The Rana answered in a short and unfriendly way. It was not a good start, and the rest of the morning did not make things better. After a long time of polite words and compliments, the Rana stood up. He sent away the rest of the people and went to the hall of private audience, called the Diwan-i-Koz. He took with him his Diwan, his advisors, and guests from Karidkot. The Diwan-i-Koz was cool and pleasant. It was a small marble building in the center of a garden. Water channels and fountains surrounded it. The garden was open, so no one could hide or listen secretly. Even if someone did enter, the sound of the fountains would cover all voices inside. Ash had a chair. The Rana sat on a raised seat covered with soft rugs. The others sat on the marble floor. Servants brought cold sweet drinks, and for a short while the meeting felt relaxed. But when the servants left, the mood changed. The Diwan began to speak for the Rana. He used many polite words, but the meaning was clear. The Rana did not want to pay the full bride price for Rajkumari Shushila. He also did not want to marry her half-sister, Anjali Bai, unless the money offered for him was made more than 3 times higher. He said the girls were not noble enough for a man of his high family. He believed he was already showing kindness by even thinking about marrying one of them at all. To be fair, the amount first asked for Shushila's bride price had been very large. But because of her high position, great beauty, and large dowry, she was very valuable for marriage. Many important princes wanted to marry her, not only the ruler of Bitha. Nandu, for reasons of his own, chose that ruler. The Rana's men accepted the offer quickly. They paid half of the money and promised to pay the rest when the bride reached Bitha. The total amount was large, but it was smaller because they also had to pay a bribe to let Anjali Bai marry together with lovely Shushila. Since there was no second bride price, the Rana actually gained a good deal from the deal. But even that did not satisfy him. He wanted more money. The extra amount that he asked for was more than half of Sushila's bride price. If he received it and did not pay what he still owed, it would mean he got both brides and their dowries for free and even made a big profit. The demand was so unfair that even Ash, who had expected trouble, could hardly believe it. At first he thought the Dewan had spoken wrongly. He could not believe that the Rana truly wanted such payment. But after half an hour of argument, it was clear the Dewan spoke the Rana's real thoughts. All the councillors agreed with him. Now that the brides and their dowries were trapped in the valley, at the mercy of Bitha's forts and soldiers, the Rana saw no reason to keep his promise. The council called his demand clever, and said their ruler had tricked a strong opponent. Ash saw no good in talking longer. It would only make someone lose his temper, most likely himself. He was already angry. It was painful enough to know that Julie was lost to him. But finding that her future husband was not only ugly and spoiled by bad living, but also dishonest and rude, made it worse. Ash could not stand that such a man should ask for payment to marry Julie. He felt he would soon lose control and speak angrily, which would be a mistake. So he ended the meeting quickly. He said that the Dewan's terms were completely unacceptable. He refused to discuss further. Then he bowed sharply to the Rana and walked out, followed by the angry men from Karidkote. Their horses waited in the courtyard. They mounted in silence. No one spoke while they rode through the narrow streets and under the big arch of the Elephant Gate. Some guards stood there watching and grinning. The valley was hot and empty. No movement came from the forts on the hills. The soldiers there were resting in the shade. But the black mouths of their guns pointed down at the valley. Ash looked up, counted them, and spoke in a hard voice.
It is my fault. I should have trusted my own judgment. I listened to that proud political officer who told me not to insult a prince with my suspicions. He knows nothing. That old liar planned everything. We walked right into his trap like fools.
It is terrible, said Karkaji softly. I cannot believe it. How can the runner refuse to pay? How can he expect us to pay?
Do not worry, R.A.O. Sahib, Ash said shortly. He is only pretending.
You think so? Asked Mulrich. I wish I could believe that. He has many guns in those forts. They can turn the valley into dust. All are pointed at our camp. If we must fight, we cannot win. Swords and muskets are useless against stone walls and heavy cannon.
It will not come to a fight, said Ash quickly. He would not dare.
Let us hope you are right, but I would not bet on it. The Princess of Rajputana may show respect to the British Raj, but they still hold great power in their own lands. Even the British officials often ignore what they do.
Ash said sharply that it would be hard to ignore this matter because he planned to make a lot of noise about it. He said he would write a full report to the political officer and send it at once with a special messenger that afternoon.
That is a good idea, said Mulrich. But I do not think your messenger will get through. The roads are well guarded. Also, my spies told me something I do not like. They say the city and the forts can send messages to each other without speaking.
You mean with semaphore? Asked Ash, surprised. Can they really? I wonder where they learned that.
You know what this is. It can be done then. Of course. It is easy. It is done with flags. You move the flags to make signs. It takes time to explain, but I can show you soon. But this is not done with flags. They use small silver shields. The shields shine in the sunlight and send flashes that can be seen from far away.
That is just a story, said Ash. He did not believe it. He had read that the Indians in North America could send messages with smoke, but this new way of talking with light was unknown to the Indian army. It would not be used by them for many years. So he thought Mulraj's tale was false. He said that people should not believe every story they heard.
I do not believe every story either. But my spies say this is old knowledge in Bither. They say people have used it here for a very long time. They also say a trader from this city brought the secret long ago from the people of China, before the company took power. Whatever the truth, all our moves will be watched. Any messenger we send will be seen. They will wait for him. And if one man does get through, I bet 50 gold coins that the answer from the political Sahib will tell you to be calm and not make trouble for the Rana.
Done, said Ash at once. You will lose, because he must act on this.
I will win, said Mulrich. Your government does not want to fight with the princess. A fight could bring bloodshed and rebellion. That would mean sending soldiers and spending a lot of money.
Mulraj was right about everything. Ash sent his full report, but a week passed and no messenger returned. When he made strong protest to the Diwan, he learned that the man had been stopped at the end of the gorge. They said he was taken as a prisoner on false charges. The Diwan explained it was a mistake, saying the man had been taken for a dangerous robber and that they were very sorry. A second messenger went out later with 2 armed soldiers. 3 days after leaving, the 2 soldiers came back on foot. They had been attacked by robbers about 20 miles away. The men took their horses and goods and left them hurt and hungry to find their way home. Ash said loudly that he would go next time himself. He said he would take more than 10 strong soldiers from the Karidkot state forces, all of them expert shooters. But in truth, he did not plan to leave the camp, because the Rana and his men were angry and the guests were restless. Instead, he pretended to go by riding with the messenger and the soldiers until they were far outside Bither. He did not see the bright sun flashes behind him, shining from the high roofs of the city and the forts. But Mulraj saw them and smiled. His spies had worked well. The code was easy to read, much simpler than that strange dot and dash system that the British Sahib had once tried to explain to him. The Bitharis did not waste time on useless things. They, like the Red Indians, used only simple signals. Their signal code was very clear. 1 long flash meant enemy. 3 long flashes meant friend, do not attack. Short flashes after that showed how many people were there, up to 20. If there were more than 20, they made many quick flashes. When the light moved from side to side, it meant the men were on horses. When they made wide circles, it meant stop them. The reply was usually only 1 flash, meaning message received and understood. There were no other signals, because Bither found these enough.
Mulrich watched the quick flashes that said, "Friends, do not attack." He smiled and then laughed. He knew Ash wanted to return soon after crossing the border safely. Ash was sure no one would try to trap them this time. The Rana would not dare to attack a strong group of armed men led by the Sahib himself. By the time people learned that the Sahib was no longer with them, it would be too late to make another plan for an accident.
Many days had passed, but they were not wasted. The men without tents built small huts from grass to protect them from the hot sun and night dew. Wood was not easy to find in Bither. Mulraj thought they might stay for a long time. He worried about the horses in the hot weather. So he told the men to cut down broom palms and red dak trees. Soon they built about 20 strong sheds, covered with palm leaves and reeds from the lake. Ash and his group often went to the city palace. They talked again and again with the Diwan and other ministers. Sometimes they also spoke with the Rana himself. They wanted to find peace and make him keep his promise or at least ask for less. They also gave many dinners for him and his court officials. Once, the Rana said he could not come because he had painful boils. He often had this problem. Ash offered help from Gobind, who worked for Karkaji and was a skilled doctor. They hoped Gobind could ease the pain and make the Rana friendly to them. Gobind not only eased the pain but even cured him. The Rana's own doctors could not do that. The Rana was very thankful. He gave Gobind gold coins and gave Karkaji a big ruby in a gold ring. But even after that, he still refused to change anything about the marriage plans. Ash and his friends worked hard but achieved nothing. They might as well have spoken to the stone pillars in the public hall. Their banquets could have been for pigeons instead of people. When the messenger and his guards finally came back with the answer from the political officer, it was just what Mulraj had expected. The political officer said he was very worried after reading Captain Pelham-Martyn's message. He, Major Spiller, thought the captain might have misunderstood the Rana's ideas or had not been patient enough when speaking with him. He did not want to believe that the Rana meant to break his promise. But he admitted that both sides probably made mistakes and did not understand each other. He asked Captain Pelham-Martyn to be very careful. He said it was important to be polite and calm. He ended his letter saying that he trusted the captain to do his best to stay friendly with a prince who had always been loyal to the British government. Ash gave Mulraj 5 rupees and said nothing. He knew the problem was now his to solve. He had to make peace by himself, without help from the political department. If he did it well, everyone would be happy. If he failed, people would blame only him. They would say Captain Pelham-Martyn had no tact or patience. The high officials would still be friendly with both Carriedcoat and Bither. It was not a good feeling for him.
Heads, they win, tails, I lose, Ash said to himself sadly.
That night he could not sleep, as often happened lately. He kept thinking about how to send a message to Julie. He also wondered why she had not written to him. She had to know that he was worried about her. Was her silence a good sign or a bad one? If only he knew, it would be easier to go on with his plan. But until he knew, he feared the delay might hurt her. He worried that waiting too long could put Julie in danger. Time made him more afraid than anything else. The wedding should have happened a few days after the brides reached Bither. Neither he nor Julie had thought it might not happen. But now more than 3 weeks had been lost in useless talks. Almost 2 months had passed since the night of the sandstorm. If Julie's hope had come true and she was going to have a baby, soon no one would believe it was the Rana's child. If people doubted that, both Julie and the baby would die. That was certain. It would be very simple for the court to hide what happened. No one important would ask questions. Many women died when giving birth, and people would not be surprised. Everyone would just say that a young Rani of Bither had died with her baby. Ash wished that Julie would send him a message. She must know by now what was happening, one way or another. Ash did not sleep that night. He watched the stars move slowly until the sky began to turn yellow with morning light. When the sun rose, he left again with Mulraj and the others for the city. It was the 4th time that week. They went to meet the Dewan, but the meeting was useless, like the others before. They waited in a small room for more than an hour. When they were finally called inside, nothing changed. The talks were stuck. The Rana was sure he was winning and did not want to give up. He even seemed ready to ask for more money to marry the foreigner's daughter. He said the priests would ask a large payment to make him pure after the marriage. The Dewan hinted that the cost would be great and that the Rana's demand was not unfair in such a case. Ash answered for Carriedcoat. He said they had already agreed about everything more than a year ago. Nothing had been hidden, and both sides were happy with the deal. He asked if the Rana now wanted to say his men had no right to speak for him before. If that was true, why had they come at all? And if they spoke without full power, why did the Rana not send a telegram to Carriedcoat when they returned? He could have stopped the wedding talks at once or recalled the bridal group before they travelled far. To let them come so far and then change his mind was not the act of an honourable prince. Ash said the journey had cost a lot of money, so they would not cancel the rest of Princess Shushila's dowry or pay more for her half-sister Anjali Bai. The Dewan said he would tell the Rana what Ash had said. He added that everything would soon be settled in a good way for all. And so, like every time before, the meeting ended.
I wonder how long they will keep this going, Ash said as they rode back to their camp.
Mulraj lifted his shoulders and spoke sadly. Until we give up, he said.
Then we will be here for a long time, Ash said firmly. I will not be forced to pay, and they must learn that quickly.
But what else can we do? Cried Karkaji. Maybe if we offer him.
Not one anna, Ash said quickly, cutting him off.
Not one coin.
The Rana will pay everything he owes. And more than that, Ash said.
Mulraj smiled. Well said, Sahib. But how will you do this? It is we who are trapped here. We cannot attack those forts, not even at night.
I will not attack anything, Ash answered. Not the forts, and not the fences either. No one will say that I acted too quickly. I will give the runner all the time he wants. We will see who loses patience first, him or me. Or Bither.
Bither? Mulraj asked.
Yes. We are all guests of the state, are we not? Guests do not pay for their food. That is the duty of the host. Soon the shopkeepers, farmers, and cowherds will ask for payment. They will not get it from us, I promise that. The runner and his men will see that keeping us here costs them more than they expected. Then they may think it is cheaper to give us what we want.
Mulraj laughed for the first time in many weeks, and the others looked happier. That is true, he said. I had not seen it that way. If we stay long enough, they may even pay us to leave.
Or they may try to take what they want by force, said Karkaji. He looked toward the nearest fort and shook his head. Ah, Sahib, I know you do not believe that. I wish I could agree with you. But I fear the runner may not stay peaceful if he cannot get what he wants easily.
You mean by threats and tricks, Ash said. But tricks can be used by both sides. They have forgotten that. We will play their game too.
He said no more. In truth, he only planned to resist the Rana and to make sure the man paid every bit he owed. For now, he had to move carefully. He wanted Major Spiller, the political officer, to see that he had tried peaceful ways first. He wanted to show great patience. After that, if the Rana still refused, no one could blame Ash for using stronger action to make him listen. But he must keep calm. He must not lose his temper. This plan almost failed 2 days later. There was another meeting in the Rung Mahal to discuss new proposals. Again, the Dewan kept them waiting. When he came, he spoke in a quiet voice full of sadness. He said that after new talks with the priests about the Rana's marriage to his bride's half-sister, they now needed more money. The new amount was even higher than before.
The priests are very greedy, the Dewan said sadly. We tried to talk to them, but it did not work. They now say my master must build a new temple if he wants their approval for the marriage. It is not fair, but how can he refuse? He is a very religious man. He cannot go against his priests. To build a temple will cost a lot. So he asks that the Prince of Karadkot should pay for this. It is all very unfortunate, but what can I do?
Ash had many answers, but he said nothing. He could not trust himself to speak. He was furious. It was Julie who was being insulted by these false, smiling men. Through his anger, he heard Karkaji replying calmly and with dignity. Then suddenly they were outside again, in the sunlight. They mounted their horses and rode away. Ash did not know what answer Karkaji had given.
Well, what now, Sahib? Mulraj asked.
Ash did not answer at first. Karkaji asked again and wanted to know what they could do after this new problem.
I must speak to her.
The old man looked at him in surprise.
To Shushu? But I do not think.
To Anjali Bai, said Ash. You must arrange it for me, R.A.O. Sahib. I must see her. And I must see her alone.
But that cannot be, said Karkaji, shocked. On the march, maybe, it was not so serious. But not here in Bither. It would not be wise, and I cannot allow it.
You must, said Ash firmly. If you do not, I will stop my part in these talks. I will tell Spiller Sahib that I can do no more. Then he and the Rana must finish it themselves.
But you cannot do that, said Karkaji in alarm. If he agrees with the runner to keep peace, as Mulraj said he might, we will be lost. We cannot pay what they ask. Even if we had the money, it would ruin us. And without money, we could not go back home. Nanda would never send more, because he would be too angry.
Karkaji was speaking too openly now. He suddenly stopped and looked around in fear. The other 4 men walked behind them, talking together, and could not hear. Then he spoke more softly.
Besides, why see Anjali Bai? She cannot help us. Telling her what the runner said would only make her sad. There is nothing she or Shushu can do.
Still, I must see her, said Ash. She must know the truth. She must be warned, in case.
He stopped.
In case the Rana will not marry her. Yes, Sahib, I believe you are right.
No, said Karkaji sadly. It is not wise or proper. I do not think it is needed. But if you both disagree with me, then I will tell her myself. Will that make you happy?
Ash shook his head. No, O Sahib, it is not enough. I must speak with her myself. It is not that I do not trust you. But there are things only I can say. Only you can make it possible.
No, Sahib, said Karkaji. I cannot. If people hear of it, there will be trouble. It is too hard to arrange.
Even so, please do it for me, said Ash quietly. I ask it as a great favor. And because I heard that you were a friend of her grandfather Sergei, and you.
Enough, Sahib. Yes, you heard right. I respected her grandfather, the Russian, very much. He was a strange and great man. We feared his anger, but we loved his laughter. He laughed often. I heard that even when he was dying, he laughed and was not afraid. Karkaji sighed and stayed silent for a short time. Then he said, Very well, Sahib. I will try to help you, but only if I can be there too.
Nothing Ash said could change his mind. The old man believed that if the Rana or his men learned that Anjali Bai had spoken alone with an unmarried young man, she would be sent away in shame. She might even lose her dowry. They could say it was payment for a lost bride. It would not matter that Ash was a sahib sent by the government to lead the camp and fix the marriage terms. They would only care that he was a man. A scandal would make the Rana stronger and harder to bargain with.
You have nothing to fear, said Karkaji. I will never speak of what passes between you. But if anyone finds out, my niece must be safe. I must be able to say that I, her uncle, the brother of her late father, the Maharaja of Karidkot, was with you all the time. If you cannot accept that, I cannot help you.
Ash looked at him for a long moment. He remembered old stories about the man, things he had heard long ago that might be true or not. But he saw there was no use arguing now. Karkaji really meant what he said and would not change his mind. Ash knew he could not speak with Julie without Karkaji's help, so he had to agree to his conditions. At least Karkaji could be trusted to say nothing and keep his promise.
I agree, said Ash.
Good, said Karkaji. I will see what can be done. But I cannot promise anything for my niece. She may not want to meet you. If she refuses, I can do nothing.
You can try to convince her, said Ash. You can tell her, no, just say this. Tell her it is important. Say that I would not ask her, or you, if it was not truly needed.
Karkaji arranged everything. The meeting would happen in his tent at 1 o'clock in the morning when everyone in the camp should be asleep. Ash had to come without anyone seeing him. Karkaji suggested that he dress like a night guard. The Rayal guard who normally worked near that part of the camp would be given something to make him sleep for about an hour.
Gobind will take care of it, said Karkaji. No servant of mine will be near enough to see or hear. Gobind can be trusted, but we must be careful. Even he will not know who comes to my tent at night. Now, listen carefully, Sahib.
Ash wished the plan were simpler. He saw no reason for so many secret steps. But Karkaji would not change his mind. The secret meeting was arranged perfectly. No one in the camp heard about it. Both Julie and the Sahib came and left without being noticed or making anyone suspect anything. In every other way, it was a sad failure. Later, Karkaji often wished he had kept his first answer and refused to help. He was even more sorry that he had decided to stay in the tent during the meeting. If he had not done so, he might never have learned things he wished he did not know. His niece Anjali arrived first. She wore a dark cotton veil that covered her completely. She entered the tent as quietly as a shadow. Soon after, a tall man wearing a turban came in. He had a plain shawl around his mouth and nose like night watchmen who fear the cold air. Karkaji looked at him with approval. The Sahib had followed his orders exactly. He carried a guard's stick and a short chain that he could shake to make noise. Karkaji felt proud of his detailed planning. Now it was time for the Sahib to say what he wanted clearly. Anjali only needed to listen and not speak too much. In 15 minutes, thought Karkaji, the meeting would end and both would return to their tents safely, with no one knowing about it. Feeling pleased, Karkaji sat down on his cushions comfortably. He planned to say nothing while the Sahib explained the Rana's demands and what they might mean for Anjali. He had been so worried about the danger of the meeting that he had not thought carefully about what might be said or why Ash had insisted he must say it himself. That was unlucky for him, because if he had thought about it, he might have stopped the meeting or prepared himself better. Ash felt good for a short moment. He looked around, waiting for his eyes to get used to the light. Then he saw Anjali standing very still in the shadows near the lamp. She still wore her veil, and the fabric had the same color as the walls, so at first he did not see her. He only saw Karkaji sitting quietly at the far end of the tent. The air moved slightly when Ash entered, and the small bronze lamp began to sway. It threw small golden lights over the walls and floor. The moving light made the shadows dance and change shape. For a while he could not see clearly. When the lamp stopped moving, he realized that one of the shadows was Anjali. The sound of the stick and chain falling on the floor was very loud in the quiet tent. Karkaji was not a man who often imagined things, but at that moment he felt that something strong and deep was between the two silent people. It was a feeling so powerful that it almost seemed alive, pulling them toward each other like a magnet. He stood still and watched as they both moved at the same time. When they met, Ash lifted his hand and moved the veil from Anjali's face. They did not speak or touch. They only looked at each other for a long time, hungry and full of feeling, as if nothing else in the world existed. Their faces showed so much love that no words or actions could have said it better. Karkaji gasped and tried to stand. He wanted to stop them, but his legs would not move. He sat frozen, cold and afraid, watching in shock. Then he heard the Sahib speak, and his words filled him with dread.
Ash said quietly, "It is no use, my dear love. You cannot marry him. Even if it were safe for you, after so much waiting. Tell me, would it have been safe?"
Anjali understood him at once. She shook her head a little, and that small movement was so sad that he felt ashamed of the small relief he felt.
He said, "I am sorry." His voice was dry and tight.
"I am sorry too," Anjali whispered. "More than I can say." Her lips trembled, but she tried to stay calm. She bent her head, so her face was partly in the dark. "Is that why you wanted to see me?" she asked.
"Partly," he said. "But there is more. He does not really want you, my heart. He only agreed because he could not have Shushila otherwise. Your brother gave him much money and asked for no payment for you."
"I know," Anjali said softly. "I have known it from the beginning. In the women's quarter, few things can stay secret."
"And you did not care?" he asked.
She lifted her head and looked at him. Her eyes were dry, but her mouth looked tight and sad.
"A little," she said. But why does that matter? You know I had no choice. Even if I did, I would have come anyway.
For Shushu's sake, he said. Yes, I understand. But now the runner says the money your brother gave him was not enough. He wants almost 3 times more. If he does not get it, he will not marry you.
Her eyes grew wide and she touched her throat. She said nothing.
Ash spoke in a hard voice. We do not have that much money. Even if we did, I cannot pay without your brother's order. From what I hear, he would never agree to pay it, and he would be right. But I think he will not ask to have both his sisters returned. This journey has cost so much that he may decide it is better to accept the insult and let the runner marry Shushila.
And what about me? Julie asked in a soft voice.
You would be sent back to Karadkote, he said. But without your dowry. The runner will keep it, saying it is payment for losing a bride he does not want. Unless we fight him to stop it, but that could cause bloodshed.
But he cannot do that, Anjali whispered. It is against our law.
What law? Ash asked. The only law here in Bitha is the runner's.
I mean Mani's law, she said. He is a Hindu, and he must obey that law.
In that law, it says that a bride's jewels belong to her as her own property. No one is allowed to take them away from her. It also says that when a woman wears ornaments while her husband lives, his heirs cannot share or divide them after. Anyone who tries to take them will be pushed out of society.
But you are not his wife, so he does not have to follow that law, Ash said in a hard voice. And he will not follow it.
But I cannot go back, she said. You know I cannot. I cannot leave Shushu.
You will have no choice, he said.
That is not true. Her voice became louder, and she stepped back from him. The Rana may not want to marry me, she said quickly. But he will let me stay to care for Shushu. I can serve as a helper, or a nurse if I must. If he keeps my dowry, it will be enough to pay for my food, even if I grow old. When he sees that his wife will grow sad and ill without me, he will let me stay. And Nanda will not want me back. Now no one will want to marry a woman whom the Rana of Bitha has refused.
There is someone, Ash said softly.
Anjali's face looked small and hurt like a sad child's. She turned away and whispered, her voice shaking, I know. But that cannot happen. And so?
You must tell everyone that I will not go back to Karadkote, she said. No one can make me return. If I cannot live in Bitha as my sister's co-wife, I will stay as her servant. That is all I have to say. Except to thank you for warning me and for everything.
Her voice broke. She bowed her head in a small, helpless way. Then her hands trembled as she tried to pull her veil back over her face. Ash waited for a short moment. Then he suddenly moved and put his hands on her shoulders. He pulled the veil away and turned her toward him. When he saw her tearful face, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He spoke quickly and too strongly.
Don't be foolish, Julie, he said. Do you really think he will not take you to his bed if you stay here as Shushu's servant? Of course he will. If you live under his roof, you will belong to him just as if you were his wife. But you will have no place or respect. He can do whatever he wants. And I believe he will enjoy using the daughter of a Maharaja as his lover after refusing her as his wife. Can't you see that it would be unbearable?
It has often been so, Anjali answered calmly. But I have lived through it before. I can do it again. But Shushu.
Oh, forget Shushu, Ash said suddenly. He held her harder and shook her until her teeth struck together. It's no use, Julie. I will not let you do this.
I thought I could do it before I saw him. But you do not know what he is like. He is old, very old. Maybe not in years, but in every other way. His face and body are full of evil. He is full of bad habits. You cannot live with someone like that, a cruel man with no good in him. Do you want to have children like him? Because that is what will happen. They will not be right. You cannot take that risk.
Anjali's face was wet with tears, and pain showed in her eyes. Her voice was quiet but strong and firm.
I must do it. You know the reason. Even if you are right about his pride, he will still feel pleased if he can treat me like a servant. He will not care to use me as a woman in his house, and my life may not be so sad. At least I can help my sister. If I go back to Carrotcote, I will have nothing. Only shame and sadness. Nanda will be angry with me even more than with the others who return there.
You talk as if you have no choice, Ash said. But you do, and you know it. Oh, my love, my heart's delight, his voice broke, come with me. We can be happy together. There is nothing for you here, only hard work and shame. Please do not tell me that Shushila is here. I have told you before, you are wrong about her. She is a spoiled girl. She cries and makes a noise to get what she wants. She uses these things to win. She thinks only of herself. One day she will not need you. She will not even miss you when she becomes Rani of Bitha. Then she will have many women to serve her. Later she will have children of her own to love and care for. And what about me? What if I cannot live without you? Shushu is not the only one who needs you. I need you too, more than she does. Oh, Julie!
Tears ran down Anjali's face. Her eyes could not see clearly, and her voice was weak. For a moment she could not speak. Then she shook her head and said in a broken whisper,
You said this to me before. And I said then that you are strong, but Shushu is weak. So I cannot leave her. If the Rana is truly as you say, it will be worse for her. You know I love you, more than anyone, more than life. But I love her too. You are wrong to say she does not need me. She always has. Now more than ever. So I cannot go. I cannot.
Her voice stopped again. Ash felt deep pain inside him. He knew then he would have had a better chance if he had lied. If he had told her the Rana was handsome and kind. That Shushu would fall in love with him and be happy. That she would not need her sister with her. If Anjali had believed that, maybe she would have changed her mind. But the truth had done the opposite. It showed her what kind of life waited for Shushila. It showed her there was no escape for her sister. And because Anjali cared so much, it only made her more sure she must stay. She wanted to help, comfort, and give courage to her frightened sister. She had to face a monster for her sake. Ash knew he should have understood this before, but he had not. The feeling of failure came over Ash like cold water. It took away his strength. His hands lost their hold on Anjali's shoulders and fell. He could only stand and look at her. She was standing in front of him. She looked tall, thin, and very beautiful in the light of the lamp. She looked royal, like a princess who was going to be a servant. The silence slowly filled with small sounds. Moths moved around the lamp. A rope made a quiet noise. Anjali was breathing and sobbing softly. Ash could hear his own heart beating and was surprised that it still worked. Maybe it was her heart that he heard. He looked at her for a long time. Her face was tired, her eyes big and wet with tears. Love and pain filled him until he could not stand it. Then he pulled her close and kissed her again and again. He held her tightly, hoping that his touch would do what his words could not do and make her give up her resistance. For a short time, it felt like he had won. Her arms went around his neck. Her hands touched the back of his head. She held him as strongly as he held her. Her mouth met his, and her kisses were full of the same wild feeling. Time seemed to stop. They forgot Karkaji and the rest of the world. It was like the world had become very small, leaving only them inside a quiet circle where they held each other close. To the old man who watched them, their bodies looked like one shape, moving gently like a shadow or a flame in the wind. Then Anjali moved away. Her arms dropped and she leaned back. She pushed her hands between them. Her palms pressed against Ash's chest to make him step away. He could have held her easily, but he did not. He knew she had one. Sushila's fear was stronger than her love and stronger than his needs. There was nothing more to say and nothing he could do. He had already given up the idea of taking Julie away. He knew that even if she agreed, it would almost surely fail and the risk was too great. If she did not agree, they would both die. He let her go and stepped back. He watched as she bent down to find her burqa. Her hands were shaking, and she could hardly put it on. When she finished, she lifted the cloth from her face and looked at him for a long time. It was a look full of pain, as if she were seeing him for the last time. She wanted to remember his face forever. She studied his eyes, his eyebrows, the shape of his mouth that could be serious or soft, and the lines on his face made by hard years. She saw his skin and the dark lock of hair that always fell across his forehead, half covering a silver scar made long ago by a knife.
Ash spoke quietly and calmly. If you ever need me, send me the lucky charm and I will come. If I am alive, I will come.
I know, Anjali whispered. Goodbye, my dearest one. I will think of you every hour and every day. I am happy that I have known you. And I am happy too, she said softly. Goodbye, my lord and my life.
Then the brown cloth fell over her face. She stood like a dark shadow in the light from the lamp. She passed by him silently. He forced himself not to stop her. He did not look back when he heard her lift the tent flap. The lamp moved in the air and threw small lights across the walls. Then the flap dropped with a soft sound that felt very final. The lamp became still. The stars did not move. Julie was gone. Ash did not know how long he stood there. He looked at nothing and thought of nothing. His arms felt empty, and so did his heart. Then he felt someone touch his arm. He turned slowly and saw Karkaji beside him. The old man did not look angry or surprised. He only looked sad and kind.
I have been blind, Karkaji said quietly. I was foolish. I should have known this could happen and kept you apart. I am sorry, my son. But Anjali made the right choice. If she had gone with you, you would both have died. Her brother Nanda never forgives, and he and the Rana would have hunted you down. It is better this way. With time, you will both forget. You are young. You will forget.
Did you forget her mother, then? Ash asked. How did you know that? Asked Ash sharply.
Karkaji took a deep breath. For a short moment his hand held Ash's arm tightly. Then he stopped speaking. He let go and let out a long sigh. He looked past Ash, into the dark corner, as if he saw someone there. His face became calm. No, said Karkaji slowly. I did not forget. But I was not young anymore. I was already in my middle years when it happened. I tried to push the memory away. There was no other choice. He paused. Maybe if I had spoken sooner, things would have been different. Her father and I were friends. But she was younger than my own daughters. I had known her since she was a baby. To me, she still looked like a child, too young to marry. So I waited for her to grow up. I did not see that she was already grown. Karkaji's voice became softer. Then one day my brother heard about her beauty. He found a way to see her. When he saw her, he loved her. She loved him too. Karkaji was quiet for a while. Then he sighed deeply and spoke again. After they married, I left our home. My own children were married, so I went on a journey to holy places. I wanted to find peace and to forget, but I did not find either. He looked down. When I came back, I learned that she had died long ago. She died of sadness. She left behind a little daughter. I could not help the child, because a new Rani now ruled the palace. She was a cruel woman who took the place of the first Rani. She won my brother's heart and gave him sons. She became strong and powerful. And I, because of my own mistakes, lost his trust. I was no longer close to him. I had become a stranger.
Wherefore, finding that I could not help Anjali when she was a child, I went back to my own lands. I did not often go to the court. People wanted me to take another wife, but I did not do it. I could not forget her. Now I am old, yet the memory stays.
Still you tell me that I will forget, Ash said with anger.
You are young, my son, Karkaji said softly. You still have many years ahead. It will be easier for you.
And what about her? Ash asked. What about Anjali? Will it be easy for her?
Karkaji moved his hands as if he could not answer. Ash spoke loudly.
You know it will not. Listen to me, Rao Sahib. You said you could not help her when she was a little girl because of Janu Rani. But now no one can stop you if you choose to help her. You have seen what kind of man that cruel Rana of Bitha is. You know how little he cares for honor or promises. No one would blame you if you leave that agreement and take your two nieces back to Karadkot.
But that is not possible. Karkaji said in shock. It would be foolish. No, I cannot do that.
Why not? Ash asked quickly. Who will stop you? Rao Sahib, I beg you to think of Shushila and Anjali. No one would blame you. You only need to.
No, said Karkaji loudly. It is too late. You do not understand. You do not know Nandu.
He cannot be worse than the Rana.
You think that? But you do not know him, Karkaji said. If we go back now and bring his sisters home unmarried, without money, and lose what was already paid, everyone in India will laugh at us. Nanda will take revenge. It will be terrible for all of us. My own life does not matter much, but others will suffer too, Mulraj, Maldeo Rai, Suraj Ram, Bhagwan Singh, and many more. Even Anporabai.
He would not dare kill them, said Ash quickly. The British resident.
Bah! Karkaji said with anger. You British people think your government can do everything, but it cannot. Did I say there would be killing in public? No. There are many other ways to destroy people. Even if we did not die, our families would lose everything, their money, their homes, everything. He looked at Ash. And my nieces, who would want to marry them after this? Everyone would laugh at them and talk badly about their names. I tell you, their brother Nanda would keep them locked away more cruelly than the runner of Bitha. One day, they would wish we had left them there. If you do not believe me, ask Mulraj and ask Maldeo Rai.
Either will agree with me. Sahib, what you want cannot happen. We must make some kind of agreement with the Rana. That is all we can do.
Even if it means letting Anjali give up her life for the daughter of a bad woman? Ash asked sadly. That woman took her mother's place and made her childhood painful. You said that yourself, Rao Sahib.
It is her choice, my son, Karkaji said calmly. If you think that I, her uncle, can stop her when you, who love her, and she, who seems to love you, cannot, then you do not know her as I do.
Ash looked troubled, and after a while he whispered, I know her. I know her better than anyone. Better even than I know myself.
Then you know I am right, Karkaji said quietly.
Ash said nothing, but his face showed his feelings. Seeing that look, Karkaji spoke softly, "I am sorry, my son, for both of you. But I have no choice, and she has made her choice. She will keep to it, no matter what we say. The only thing we can do now is to make sure she stays here as a wife, not as her sister's servant. That is very little help when we have both harmed her so much. You hurt her by taking her heart and making her future full of sadness. And I hurt her because I was foolish and did not see what was happening when I let you ride and talk with her. I did not see the truth. I am truly to blame." There was deep pain in the old man's voice. At another time Ash would have felt moved, but now he was too weak. His anger was gone, and he felt too tired to stand. He could not think clearly. He knew that Karkaji was right and that both of them had made Anjali's life worse. But he could only feel that he had lost everything. He could take no more that night. Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow would come. But tomorrow would be without Julie, no more Julie, never again. Never again. He turned away without a word. He walked out of the tent, moving slowly through the quiet camp like someone half asleep. Ash decided to wait. He let a whole week pass without trying to speak again with the Rana or answer his latest demand. Every day, messages and gifts of fruit and sweets still came. They were accepted politely. But neither side asked for another meeting. It seemed that the Rana also wanted to wait.
Now that he has spoken, he wants to give us time to understand that he means what he said, Moraj said in a sad voice. He wants us to decide to pay what he asks.
If that is what the Rana thinks, Ash answered sharply, he will soon learn that he is wrong.
Maybe, Moraj said with a heavy sigh. But what if we have no food and start to starve?
The country people and the city merchants are asking for payment, just as you said they would. We told them to speak to the Dewan and the council, but the council sent them back to us. Now they refuse to give us food unless we pay first. If we do not pay, we will all be hungry because they will stop sending us supplies. Still, the gods are kind, because we can cut grass for our animals. We also have enough cows and goats to give some milk and butter if we use them carefully.
And we have enough grain for bread for a short time, Ash said with a small smile. I have been saving it for a time like this. But we will not use it yet. We may need it more later than we do now. Speak to these Bitharai traders kindly, Mulraj, and try to make them wait for their money a little longer. If they stop trusting us, tell them to give us all their bills and requests in writing. We must have written proof to show that political sahib who fears we will lose patience.
I will do that, Moraj said with a grin. When will you ask for another meeting with the Rana or his Diwan?
I will not ask, Ash said. This time we will wait for them to call us. While we wait, let us go hawking. We can look for birds, but also watch for goat paths in the hills. Some of our men might use them to leave the valley secretly if it becomes necessary. That could be useful one day.
They had not found an answer, but a few days later the Rana called them again to his palace. He repeated the same requests, and gave the same reasons to defend them. The visitors from Karidkot said again that these demands were not acceptable. Then they left quietly, and nothing had changed.
It is our turn next, said Ash calmly.
After waiting several days, he asked to meet the Rana again. Early the next week, he went to the Rung Mahal to speak once more. He tried to make his case again, but the result was no better. For some days there was a pause in the talks. Then, when Bitha seemed happy to wait for Karidkot's next move, things became harder. The visitors could no longer get food or goods on credit. Ash then changed his plan. He began to visit the palace every day to see the Rana, or if the Rana refused, the Dewan. He asked again and again for fairer terms. He even offered small changes, hoping that the political officer would not later blame him for being stubborn or unwilling to make a deal. But this only made the Rana believe the other side was growing weak. He now thought that if he stayed firm, he would get everything he wanted. The Dewan believed the same. He even dared to suggest that if the Rana's terms were not accepted soon, they might be changed again. He meant that the price would rise, but Ash pretended not to understand.
He said seriously, I hope it does, because I must soon go back to Rawalpindi and my army work.
That was true. The double wedding had first been planned for early spring. Although the journey from Karidkot took longer than expected, it could still have happened before the extreme heat began. But now 6 weeks had passed since the camp had been set up in the valley. The hot weather had fully arrived. The camp was full of heat, dust, and flies. Men and animals suffered together. A hot wind blew all day, raising dust and making every piece of cloth and rope move and make noise. There was never silence. At night the wind stopped, but then came the sound of mosquitoes, jackals, and stray dogs searching for food among the tents. If not for the lake and the cool wind that came from it, life in the camp would have been impossible. Even so, it was only just bearable. The wind kept away the flies, and the important guests used thick mats made of woven roots, called couscous tatties. They hung them at the tent doors and kept them wet with water, so the wind blew cool when it passed through. But people without such things suffered greatly. They were hill people, not used to this kind of heat that people in Rajasthan accepted easily.
How much longer can we bear this? Groaned Kakaji, feeling very low. He looked small and weak, like an old monkey. The wind blowing through the wet mats had given him a pain in his side. He also felt worried and ashamed about many things.
Do not worry, R.A.O. Sahib, said Ash. If all goes well, you and the others will soon move to a guest house by the lake. There you will have more shade and comfort.
If, repeated Kakaji sadly. I see no sign that the Rana will change his mind. Soon we may have no water left. My servants say the stream is getting smaller each day. What will we do then? Shall we suffer from thirst too?
The stream will not go dry, said Ash. It comes from springs in the hills as well as from the lake. The lake is lower, but still deep. Even so, it is time to act. By now, even the political agent could not call me impatient. We will speak to the Rana again tomorrow and see if he has changed, if he has a heart at all.
You will see that he has not, said Morridge gruffly.
Why should we waste our breath and our time?
In Belate, said Ash with a small shrug, people say, if you fail at first, try again.
Morridge shook his head. We have tried many times, he said with dislike. I am tired of it now.
Still, the next morning they rode back to the city again. They knew that road very well now. They waited even longer than usual and then began the same long talk. It brought no better result. But this time Ash asked the Rana to write down his demands. He said it was to protect himself in case the Maharaja of Karidkot or the British did not believe the story and thought that he and his men had kept the money for themselves.
Unless we can show proof that such money was asked from us, we cannot think about paying it, said Ash. That is our problem. You understand that my friends could lose their lives if they go back to Karidkot with no proof that this money was spent for His Highness. Even I could be in great trouble with my superiors. So I ask you.
The Rana and his Dewan thought the request was quite reasonable. If they were in Ash's place, they would have done the same. It was easy for them to imagine that the Maharaja and the British officials would be angry and might think the Sahib and his group had lied or stolen the money when they found the price so high. The Rana, feeling sure he had won, agreed at once to give Ash a written paper showing his demands. At Ash's request, he even pressed his thumbprint on it to prove that it was real. Ash read it carefully. He put it into the inside pocket of his coat. Then he thanked the Rana warmly. For once, his kindness sounded real. But the Rana was wrong to think this meant the visitors had decided to agree to his demands.
So, what did we get from that? Asked Morridge as they rode side by side through the elephant gate. Kakaji was not with them that day, He was sick in bed.
Proof, said Ash. He touched his coat pocket. This will go tonight with a letter to Spiller Sahib, the political officer. When I know he has received it, we will act. Even Spiller Sahib cannot think this kind of blackmail is something we should accept.
Ash wrote the letter within an hour. He was angry and hurried, so his words were sharp. They were not rude, but they sounded impatient. That would later cause offense and make trouble he did not expect. He did not know that yet. When he finished, he put the letter and the Rana's paper into an envelope and sealed it. He went with the messenger to the border and sent him on his way. He probably did not need to do this himself, since the Rana would think the Sahib was just sending news before agreeing to pay. That meant they would not try to stop the messenger. Still, Ash wanted to be careful. He watched the man ride away until he could not see him anymore. Then he turned back. Ash knew very well his plan was only a bluff. If it failed, the result could be very bad. But he had no other choice. He could not leave Julie to the fate that waited if she stayed in Bitha unmarried. As a waiting woman in the women's quarters, she would have no rights at all. That was something he could not accept. The thought of leaving her there was terrible, but to leave her in such a position was worse. He would do everything he could to make sure she stayed as a Rani of Bitha. That was all he could do for her now. He waited 2 days so that his messenger could reach the political officer. On the third day he asked for another meeting. He wanted to warn the Rana not to keep false hopes and give him one last chance to change his mind. His request was accepted. Ash rode to the Rung Mahal with Mulraj and a small guard. He was received in a private room by the Rana, 6 councillors, and a few courtiers. The meeting was short. They exchanged polite greetings, and then spoke only a few words. Ash asked if the Rana had changed his decision and was ready to accept the agreement made in Karidkot with the Maharaja. The Rana said he would not do that. He said his demands were fair and very reasonable. His voice sounded proud and rude. When he smiled, his councillors also smiled, and some courtiers even laughed quietly. But that morning none of them would smile again.
In that case, Ash said firmly, we have no choice but to leave our camp and send the matter to the government of India. Good day, Rana Sahib.
He bowed quickly and turned to leave the room. Mulraj followed him, looking tired. After walking a short way, they were stopped by a breathless councillor. He brought a message from the Diwan. The Diwan wanted to speak with them in private and asked for a few minutes. Ash agreed, as refusing would not help. They went back and found the Rana's Prime Minister waiting for them in a small room near the one they had just left. The Diwan apologized, saying there had been a misunderstanding. He offered them food and spoke quickly while they waited. Soon Ash understood that the Diwan had nothing new to say. He only repeated the same excuses and the same reasons that had been discussed for weeks.
Ash lost his patience. He said sharply that if the Diwan had something new to offer, they would listen. Otherwise, they were wasting time.
The Diwan tried to keep them longer, but they refused. After more apologies, he walked with them to the gate of the outer courtyard. While waiting for their horses, he talked again. A servant went to call the escort, who were being entertained by palace guards. Almost an hour had passed since they left the Rana when they finally rode away from Rung Mahal.
As they passed the sentries, Mulraj said slowly, "Why did they do all that? The Diwan had nothing new to tell us. And my men were treated kindly by the guards for the first time. What did they want?"
Time, Ash said. That is clear. The old fox kept us talking for an hour, and the servant was very slow bringing our horses. They wanted to delay us, and they did. But why?
They found out within 10 minutes after leaving the city. The Rana had acted quickly. The 2 forts that had only a few sentries in the morning were now full of soldiers. Many artillerymen stood on the walls beside their guns. The group from Karidkot saw this as they rode back to camp. It showed how weak their own position was. At the camp, men were anxious. Instead of resting in the shade, they stood under the hot sun and stared at the forts. They talked quietly and wondered why the Rana had shown his strength in such a way. A dozen stories were moving through the tents, each one sounding worse than the last. Soon people began saying that the Rana wanted to fire his guns at the camp and kill everyone. They said he wanted to steal the gold and jewels from Karidkot. When Ash and Mulraj came back, fear had already spread very fast. Mulraj acted quickly and used his best soldiers to stop a fight. They kept order with lances, muskets, and sticks. Thanks to him, a riot did not happen. Still, the situation looked very bad. Within an hour, Ash sent another message to the palace. He asked to meet the Rana the next day in open court.
"Why are you sending it so soon?" shouted Mulraj. He was angry because Ash had not asked him first. "We could wait until tomorrow. Now people will say we are scared of the Rana. They will think his guns made us run to him for safety."
They can think what they like, said Ash sharply. We have already waited too long. I will not wait any more time.
That would sound good, said Karkaji sadly. But what can we say to the Rana now?
There is much to say, answered Ash. It should have been said before. I hope you will come with us tomorrow, Rao Sahib. You should hear everything yourself.
The next day they all went with Ash, Karkaji and all who had come to the first meeting. This time they had to go to the city palace late in the afternoon. They wore shining clothes and were guarded by 30 soldiers in fine uniforms. It was still very hot, more than 100 degrees, but Ash put on his full dress uniform. Together they rode through the heavy air to the Rung Mahal. There a small officer met them and led them to the hall of public audience. Inside, they again saw the whole court waiting. People sat in long rows under the painted arches. On one side, screens were closed with wet grass mats to cool the air. On the other side, bamboo blinds hung down. The air felt cooler, but the hall was dark and full of shadows. Outside it was bright, so the darkness inside seemed deeper. Ash looked around and saw the faces of the crowd. Many people looked pleased and proud. Some even looked amused. He understood at once that they expected to see him and his party shamed. They believed the Rana would easily trick them and win. Ash almost smiled. They were going to be surprised. He did not waste time with polite greetings or compliments. He spoke directly to the Rana in a strong voice.
I see that you have soldiers in all 3 forts of the valley, he said. That is why I asked for this meeting. I must tell you, in front of everyone, that if even one gun fires at our camp, your land will be taken by the government of India. You will lose your rule and be sent away to live in exile. We will move our camp tomorrow to the first place outside the valley. We will stay there until you agree to our terms. That is all I have to say.
Ash was surprised by how firm his voice sounded. His mouth felt dry and he was not sure the government would really stand with him. He thought they might even blame him later for speaking too strongly. But no one in the hall knew that. Across the room, the minister's mouth fell open. The Rana looked shocked and silent. And suddenly it felt like every man there stopped breathing. The wind still moved through the narrow screens and shook the curtains, but there was no other sound under the painted roof. Ash noticed the silence and knew that more talk would weaken his warning. He gave a short signal with his head and walked out quickly. The sound of his spurs and sword was loud in the quiet hall. No one tried to stop them. No one had been sent to call them back. Their horses and guards were waiting, ready to go. They mounted and left without saying goodbye. The streets outside the palace were full of people walking slowly and enjoying the cool evening. Karkaji did not speak until they passed the gate and were riding down the valley into the red light of the setting sun. Even then, he spoke in a quiet voice, as if someone might hear him.
"Is it true, Sahib?" he asked. Will the government really take the Rana's land if he uses his guns against us?
I do not know, said Ash with a small smile. They should do that. But it depends on what they hear about it. If we die, who will tell the true story? For now, the only thing that matters is whether the Rana believes what I said. We will know soon, when we begin to move.
So you want us to move now? Asked Mulraj. When will we leave?
Now, said Ash. Right away. Before they stop fearing that I was telling the truth. We must leave this valley and get past those forts before the sun rises again.
But that sounds dangerous, said Kakaji, worried. What if they shoot at us when they see us leaving?
They will not fire while they still wonder how the government may answer, said Ash. That is why we must go at once, before they decide. It is risky, yes, but it is the only thing we can do. I will not give in and let the Rana take what he wants. We march within an hour.
It will be hard to travel at night, said Mulraj, looking at the sunset. There will be no moon.
That is good, said Ash. It is hard to shoot at moving men in the dark. They also risk losing much treasure, and maybe the brides too. Besides, it will be cooler to march at night than in the heat of day.
When they reached the camp, half the valley was already in shade. The wind had become calm with the sunset. Cooking fires were burning, and grey smoke hung across the quiet air like a long scarf joining the hills on both sides. The tops of the hills were still bright with sun, and the nearest fort shone like gold. The light flashed from the metal of its guns and muskets. The other fort across the valley looked dark and heavy against the sky. It was silent, but it seemed dangerous, and Ash felt a cold fear run down his back. What if he was wrong? What if the Rana had not believed him? It was too late to think about that now. He gave orders to take down the camp and went to change his uniform for clothes more suited to the work ahead. Only a short time of daylight was left. Few men had eaten properly. Those who had eaten did so quickly and standing. The forts made everyone nervous. They were all ready to go. No one complained about leaving in such a hurry. Men, women, and children worked fast and hard. The sky was just turning dark when the first full cart began to move toward the mountain gorge. In front rode a small group of soldiers on horseback. By midnight the last group of people left the valley. The cooking fires still burned because Ash told his men not to put them out. He wanted the soldiers in the forts to wonder how many people had gone and how many had stayed. No one was allowed to carry lights. From above, the marchers could hardly be seen. The stars gave only weak light. Dust rose from the ground with every step and made walking hard. That same dust also helped to hide them. It was almost impossible to guess how many were moving. Ash rode among the men. To him, the noise seemed very loud. No one spoke unless giving orders or pushing tired animals. But there were many other sounds, the wheels turning, the drivers using their whips, the steps of thousands of feet, and the click of hooves and harness chains. Children cried. Cattle, sheep, camels, horses, and elephants made low and restless sounds. Many dogs ran beside them, barking all the time. Ash tried to comfort himself. He thought that maybe the noise was not really so bad. A little far away, people could probably not hear it. And the forts already knew about the move. Ash had told the Rana's men himself what he planned to do. Still, he wanted them to guess how long it would take. If they thought most of the camp was still in the valley by morning, maybe they would not attack during the night. The hardest part would be passing through the gorge. They would have to move slowly there. The fort was built very close to it. Ash wondered how long it would take to reach that place. He thought about the small group of soldiers that Mulraj had sent ahead. Were they already past it? Were they safe? And where was Julie now? He had watched the Ruth, the covered carriage, leave. It was surrounded by guards. Cavalry rode in front and behind. The bride's women and servants followed in other carts. Mulraj and Karkaji rode beside them. Jyoti travelled with his sisters. Ash had seen the boy's bright and excited face by the light of a lantern as he climbed into the carriage. He saw only a moment's glimpse of the brides. They were covered, and he could not tell them apart. Only one seemed a little taller. That was how he knew which one was Julie. Soon the guards closed around the roof, and it rolled away into the dark. Ash could not follow it. He had made a plan in case the forts began fighting. If the soldiers of the Rana tried to block the road in the gorge, Mulraj and a small group of riders were to take Julie, Shushila, and Jyoti away quickly. They would try to escape over the hills. Ash would stay behind to fight and protect their way out. The plan was not perfect. But if things went badly, they would have to try it. He hoped it would not come to that. He and Mulraj had searched the hills many times. They had found only narrow paths where goats walked. The tracks went between sharp rocks and did not lead anywhere. Ash knew that worrying would not help. So he told himself not to think about it anymore. The die was cast, and now everything was beyond his control. There was nothing more he could do. He could only hope that he had made the Rana believe that fighting would bring ruin.
If there is a battle, thought Ash, there will be no wedding. They cannot continue after that. Even Nanda would not agree. The government could not ignore it either. They would have to act, perhaps choose another ruler, and maybe give Nanda some money back. I should never have got involved. If I had stayed out of it, Julie would have.
But he knew he could not have done anything else. He could not ignore his duty and do nothing. If he had, Karkaji and his friends would have been forced to pay the blackmailer. They would have also lost Anjali's dowry and left her behind without a husband. Still, he listened for any sound of gunfire and almost wished the Rana's men would block their way through the gorge. A fight would stop the wedding plans forever. But if it came to fighting, many men would die. Perhaps a great number of them. Ash felt suddenly sick with shame. How could he even think, for a moment, of such a thing? These men were his friends and companions during the long journey to Bitha. Was he ready to hope for their deaths just to have what he wanted? Julie would never accept happiness at such a cost. He could not either. When that thought came, he felt as if she quietly left him again, just like when she left Karkaji's tent. The night no longer whispered her name. The dust no longer carried the scent of roses. His mind grew calm, and he began to listen again. Now he waited for the crack of a gun somewhere in the dark. He no longer feared the cannon from the two forts behind them. If the soldiers there had planned to fire, they would have done it already. The camp had moved beyond their reach. The danger ahead was greater. There was only half a mile of narrow path through the gorge below the third fort. It would be easy to trap many men there. The rest would have to turn back into the wide valley, and that would be a worse trap.
If they attack us in that place, thought Ash, we are lost.
But the Rana had lost his courage. The fear of losing his land and being sent away took all his confidence. He never guessed that the Sahib had spoken without any order or real power behind his words. He believed that the Sahib was speaking for the political officer. The political officer spoke for the Raj. There had been many such actions before. He knew that this could happen again. Long ago, when the East India Company ruled, some states had been taken by force. Now the Raj was ruled by the Viceroy for Queen Victoria. If a great kingdom like Oudh had been lost, how could he be sure his own small state was safe? The Rana and his advisers were afraid. They sent quick messages to the fort commanders. They told them not to do anything that could look like an attack. The wedding camp moved through the gorge without trouble. When the sun came up, they started to put up tents. They built cooking fires in an old place far from the fort. There they could defend themselves or go back across the border if needed.
Let those sons of jackals try to threaten us now, Mulraj said angrily. Ah, I am tired. I am not a man who fears battle. The gods know I would fight bravely, even against many enemies. But last night I suffered every moment. We moved through that dark gorge, afraid the soldiers on the cliffs might attack us. I kept waiting for the sound of cannons. Now it is finished. We are free from the trap. But what will happen next?
That is for the runner to decide, Ash said. We will wait and see what he does. I think he will not cause more trouble. He will pretend that it was only a mistake. Maybe today or tomorrow he will send men with gifts and kind words. We should rest before they come. How is young Jyoti?
He is asleep. He is also unhappy with the Rana. He wanted a big battle.
Bloodthirsty boy, Ash said with a tired smile. He added that he hoped the boy's uncle was sleeping too. The old man had faced much hardship, and the night's events must have been difficult for him.
That is true, Mulraj said. But the Rao Sahib prays every day. He will rest only after his prayer. I will sleep now. I am not a holy man like him. I will rest before the people from Bithar come with their empty words and false smiles.
And maybe their apologies, Ash said. But I doubt it. We do not need to hurry for them. They made us wait many times. It will be good if they have to wait now. It will teach their proud runner a lesson.
Mulraj laughed and said in Hindi, Sahib is in a very hot mood today.
Ash answered quickly, of course I am angry. Then he stopped and laughed a little. You are right. I am in a bad temper. Right now, I could almost kill them all, starting with the runner. It makes me sick to pretend that all the insults and lies are forgotten, and that the wedding will go on as if nothing happened. I should stop talking. I need sleep or I will not be ready for the next meeting. Go and rest. Sleep well, and may your dreams be good.
He watched Mulraj walk away slowly. He knew he himself was very tired, not only in his body but in his mind. He could no longer feel angry. All the fear and hope inside him seemed to fade away. He felt empty. He had done all he could for Julie and even for Nandu. He had protected Nandu's honor and money, and Julie's name. He had also helped the Rana, the political officer, and Captain Pelham-Martyn. But now none of it seemed to matter anymore. Ash turned and went into his tent. A few minutes later Madhu came in quickly with hot tea. Ash was lying on the camp bed, still wearing his clothes. He was fast asleep. Madhu and Gulbaz took off his coat and boots very gently. Then they closed the tent flap against the bright morning sun. He was riding fast across a hard, stony plain. Low, empty hills stood far around him. Anjali was sitting behind him, holding him tightly and telling him to go faster. He tried to look back but could not see the horseman chasing them. Her long hair flew in the wind and blocked his eyes. He could hear the sound of horses running closer and closer. He laughed because Anjali's arms were around him, and he felt nothing could hurt them while they were together. Then he saw something strange. Her hair was not black anymore. It was yellow. He turned his head and saw it was not Anjali, but a silly girl with blue eyes and yellow curls. She smiled and said,
Please hurry, Ashton. I don't want Papa to catch us.
It was Belinda. He had run away with Belinda, and now he must marry her and live with her always. Forever.
Ash cried, no, oh no.
He woke suddenly. He was sweating and shaking. Madhu was leaning over him, and the oil lamp lit the tent. He had slept many hours. Messengers from the Rana had come in the morning and were still waiting to speak with him.
Madhu said, the Sardar Mulraj told no one to wake you or himself. But the Sardar is still asleep. Now the RAO Sahib asks what should be done with the visitors. Should we let them stay here for the night?
Why here? Asked Ash. He felt confused after the bad dream and was still half asleep.
Madhu answered, because it is late. The road to the city is hard to travel when it is dark.
Ash moved and stood up, feeling more awake. He said shortly, "Yes, we know that road well. But if we can ride it, they can too. If the I.O. Sahib's servant is outside, I will talk to him. Call him."
Madhu called the servant. The old man entered and bowed.
Ash said, "Tell the I.O. Sahib that he does not need to keep these people here. I will send them a message myself. Say that we are sorry but we cannot give them rooms tonight. We have not had time to set up our camp after little sleep. So please tell them to go back to the city and come again tomorrow. Or better, the next day, when we will be ready to receive them."
He did as he said. The Rana's men rode back to Bitha under the stars. They were worried because they had spent the whole day without speaking to anyone important. They could not give the friendly words they had been told to say. Early the next morning, they told the Dewan their visit had failed. The Dewan believed this showed that the Sahib was working with the government of India. He thought that otherwise the Sahib would not have dared to act that way. The Rana agreed. He called his advisors and gave new orders. Large amounts of grain, fruit, and fresh vegetables were sent to the camp as a gift from him and from the people of Bitha. When these goods arrived, Ash felt calmer. He had been worried because the food he had saved would not last long. If they could not get more, they would have needed to leave Bitha and might never be invited back. That would have been very bad for Karidkot. The long line of heavy carts that came into the camp made everyone feel safe again. It also showed that the Rana was afraid and wanted peace. That day, no one came from the palace. But the next morning, the Dewan arrived with important men and nobles. They were greeted with honor and respect. It was clear at once that there would be no explanations and no apologies. Everyone behaved as if nothing bad had happened before. The Dewan even said that the delay had only been because the priests could not agree on a lucky day for the wedding. Now that they had found 2 good dates, the bride's family only had to choose one. Then the wedding plans could begin at once. No one talked about the past trouble. The meeting was friendly and calm, as if the 2 sides had always been close friends. The Dewan ended by saying that the guests could stay in the royal guest houses and in the Pearl Palace. He hoped they would move there soon with their families. By this time, no one in the camp trusted the Rana. People feared what might happen if he had so many important guests in his power. Still, they decided to accept the offer. Ash thought the danger was over. He believed there would be no more threats or tricks. He also liked that the Pearl Palace and the guest houses were all inside the Ram Bar Park, which stood on the lake more than a mile outside the city.
"The Ram Bar has a strong, high wall," said Ash. "We can defend it if the Rana tries anything. It is behind the city, so the forts cannot fire their cannon at us. We will leave 1/3 of our men back here, and people must know that if trouble comes again, they will fight their way out and tell the government everything. Yes, I think we can safely accept this offer."
Karkaji and the elders agreed. After speaking with his priest, Karkaji chose the second of the 2 dates.
Then 2/3 of the camp moved back through the gorge, marched down the valley, and reached the park near the lake. The brides, their brother, uncle, and women stayed in a small white marble palace by the water. Ash, Mulraj, and the other leaders went to the guest houses. The rest lived in tents under the shade of mango, neem, and gold mahor trees. The new place was cool and pleasant, much better than the valley. Both the palace and the guest houses had fans and wet screens to cool the air. A soft breeze came from the lake, so the nights were nice and the days not too hot. The Rana and his people behaved very well. They made sure that the visitors had everything they needed. The Rana even said the park would count as Karidkot land for 6 weeks. This way, the brides' families could feel at home and invite the groom's party to the wedding there.
"A kind and polite act," said Karkaji with hope. "Maybe the Rana has some good in him after all. Perhaps bad advisors misled him before, and now he sees the truth.
Maybe he will be fair from now on. We must believe this.
Ash did not agree, but he did not say so. The old man was tired and worried, and there was no harm in letting him hope. Ash wished he could believe the same, but he knew the Rana ruled alone. His advisors only repeated his words. If the Rana was polite now, it was because he had been frightened. But people do not truly change. After the wedding and after Pelham Sahib left, Ash was sure the Rana would return to his old ways. Of that, Ash was sure. But there was nothing he could do, so he stayed quiet. Still, he said in a sharp way that the kind and polite act of giving Karidkot the right to use the park would be very costly for Nandu's family. By local custom, the bride's family had to welcome and feed the groom's guests, called the Barot, for 3 days during the wedding. Normally, the number of Barot members could not be more than 200. But because the wedding was in the groom's own state, Ash knew the number would be much higher. Before this idea of using the park, the bride's family did not worry about the cost. They thought they would not have to host the hosts. Now, because of the Rana's order, they had to do just that, and it would cost them a lot.
Kakaji had not thought about this before. He looked surprised and said with some respect that the Rana was a clever man, one to be careful with. Too clever for an old man like me, Kakaji said with a small sigh. Well, we could not refuse his plan, so we must accept it. He won this time, but we beat him in everything else. I only hope he has no more tricks to play.
Ash thought the Rana might have many more tricks, maybe a dozen. But he did not say that. Instead, he asked if the Areo Sahib knew how many people would be in the groom's party. The hall in the Pearl Palace, where the wedding would happen, was not very big.
The Areo Sahib stopped worrying and answered at once. He said that only the close family and friends would be in the hall. Many big tents were being put up in the gardens of the Moti Mahal for the other guests. He took Ash to see them. The noise and busy work made everyone forget about the Rana's small victory.
There was no more trouble over the bride price. Now, everyone wanted to please the visitors. The bride's brother, uncle, and all their company were asked to stay after the wedding as long as they liked, even until the monsoon. They could use the Pearl Palace freely. They could bring as many helpers and servants as they wanted, and all could stay in the park. It was a kind and open offer. Ash felt worried because he knew they would likely agree. He did not want to stay in Bitha a day longer than necessary, but he also saw that it would be safer if they stayed. It was better for Jyoti to remain far from Nandu. Even though Biju Ram was dead and his men sent away, there were still people in Karidkot ready to do harm for their ruler. Ash had hoped the boy's new brother-in-law could keep him in Bitha until he was old enough to protect himself. Or maybe Nandu would make a mistake and lose his power. Ash thought this could happen, since he would report the truth in Rawalpindi. His report would include the attempts on Jyoti's life, and that would draw much notice to Nandu's actions, past and present. Ash also thought about the camp. Most of the people and animals would be better off if they stayed in Bitha until the rains came. If all had gone as planned, they would already be halfway home. But delays on the journey and long talks after they arrived had taken many weeks. The worst heat had arrived. If they started the trip home now, it would be very hard for everyone. The old people would suffer the most. Kakaji, for one, was not strong and was not used to such hot days.
They must stay.
Ash thought slowly. He knew that he must stay too. He could not leave the camp until they all went back to Dinagunj. When people asked him about the plan, he agreed. Still, the idea of staying near the Rung Mahal was painful. Anjali would live there soon with that cold and selfish man. Ash could hardly bear it. He wished he could leave the place right now and go far away. He also wished he could forget he had ever been there. But the news pleased Jyoti. He was happy when he heard they would remain in Bitha for another month. As the wedding came close, he began to think about what would happen after it. He thought of Nandu waiting for him in Karidkot and felt afraid. So the Rana's words made him feel safe for a while. Like a boy, he forgot that this safety would not last long. His fear faded, and he began to think of the Rana as kind and generous, not frightening. Kakaji also felt thankful. He had feared the long journey back in this terrible heat. He did not want to leave the cool marble rooms of the Pearl Palace for a small tent in the hot, dusty plains.
We cannot all stay, he said. There are too many of us. It would not be right to use the Rana's kindness too much. We should divide the camp into 2 groups. After the wedding, one group should travel with Hira Singh. He can take care of them and the heavy baggage. They can move at night when it is cooler. We do not need to hurry. If the rains come early, those who stay here may meet them later near the border of Karidkot.
Ash agreed but did nothing to start the plan. The work in the camp now meant little to him. He found it hard even to pretend to care. Mulraj and the other officers had to do all the work. They planned the small details and arranged everything. Ash spent his days hunting birds or riding through the narrow valleys. He only wanted to get away from the Pearl Palace, the city, and the wedding noise. He found peace only on the open plain or between the hills. Everywhere else, people were busy for the wedding. Banners and flowers hung in every village. Arches made of colored paper and bright tinsel stood by the roads near the park. By the wedding day, Bitha smelled of marigolds and jasmine. The usual smell of dust, rubbish, and hot oil was gone. The loud sounds of the city were now hidden by noisy bands and firecrackers. Inside the Pearl Palace, men had covered the open Durbar Hall with a large cloth roof. Under it stood 4 silver poles. They held a bright canopy made of thousands of golden marigold heads tied with gold wire. There, the sacred fire would burn while the priests led the marriage ceremony. On the ground under the canopy, people spread a smooth floor made of dried cow dung. It was clean and firm, about 8 feet square. Then they drew a white circle and good luck marks on it with rice paste. For at last the long-awaited day had come. Inside a small room of the Pearl Palace, the brides were being washed and covered with sweet-smelling oils. Their feet and hands were painted with henna. Their hair was brushed and braided by Unporabai. The day had begun with a prayer at dawn to ask for many sons and daughters. They had eaten nothing because they must not eat until the marriage ceremony was finished. The women around them laughed, teased, and talked loudly as they dressed the brides in shining silk and soft gauze. They painted their eyes with dark kohl and put on many pieces of jewelry from their dowries, diamonds, emeralds, red rubies, and long strings of pearls from the palace treasury. The room was small and hot, filled with the smell of sandalwood, jasmine, and rose perfume. Shushila tried not to cry, but her sobs were lost in the noise of all the talking women, and no one noticed her. Jyoti came in to see his sisters and to tell them which jewels to wear. The women were too excited to listen to him. He stayed only long enough to tell Shushila to stop crying or she would be the ugliest bride in India. His words made her cry even more, and Unporabai suddenly slapped him for speaking so unkindly. Jyoti went away angry, looking for Ash so he could show his fine clothes and complain about the women.
It's true what I said, Sahib, Jyoti said. She keeps crying all the time. Now her eyes are swollen, and her nose is red like her sari. She looks awful, and I think the Rana will be angry. He may think we have tricked him. Do you think he will punish her? I would, if she were my wife and cried all day. And I will tell her that. Except that Kairi said.
But Ash was not listening anymore. Lately he had been living in a strange, quiet way. He tried not to think too much and kept himself busy with hard exercise. When that did not help, he worked on papers or played long games of chess with Kakaji or Mulraj, or played cards alone. He had forced himself to believe that he was calm and ready for this day. Now Jyoti's mention of her name broke through that calm. It hurt him so suddenly that it felt sharp and deep, like a wound. For a moment the room seemed dark and moving. Then everything stood still again, and he noticed Jyoti was still talking. The boy's words sounded like mixed noises to him at first.
Do you like my achkan? Jyoti asked proudly, turning around to show his coat. I wanted to wear a silver one, but my uncle said the gold looked better. Do you think he was right, Sahib?
Ash said nothing. When Jyoti asked again, Ash answered without thinking, showing he had not been listening.
Are you feeling sick? Jyoti asked kindly. Is the heat too much for you?
What? Ash looked confused, as if returning from far away. I'm sorry, Prince. I was thinking of something else. What did you say?
It is nothing, Jyoti said, waving his small hand politely. He thought Ash looked like someone who had taken medicine or opium for stomach pain. He liked Pelham Sahib and felt sorry for him, but there was so much fun waiting that day that he did not think about it for long. He ran off to show his golden coat to Mulraj.
Ash hardly noticed that Jyoti had gone. He also did not notice when Gulbaz entered and quietly said it was time to leave. Go where? Ash asked.
The I.O. Sahib sends word that the bridegroom's procession has left the Rangmahal, Gulbaz said.
Ash nodded. He lifted his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and saw it shaking. He quickly pulled it back and stared at his fingers. For a moment he tried hard to stop them shaking. When they were still, he reached for the fine coat that Gulbaz held out. It was made with gold and silver thread and looked rich. Today it was the only plain thing among so many bright colors. Earlier, Gulbaz had helped him put on his boots and overalls. He had also fastened the sword belt around Ash's waist. Now Ash slowly put on the heavy coat and fixed the cross belt. He felt tired, as if he had walked a long way, though he had only risen from bed and eaten breakfast. The collar of his uniform felt tight around his neck. The day was going to be very long and hard. The sun was already fierce. But he was a sahib and an officer. He had to sit through everything wearing full uniform, gloves, boots, and spurs, with a sword at his side. It felt like one more burden in a day full of them. His hands were steady again as he fastened his sword. Then Gulbaz gave him the white helmet which went with full dress. Ash looked at it without really seeing it. It had blue and gold stripes around the top, and a tall golden point that shone in the light. The chin strap was made of small metal links and had to be worn above the chin, not under it. Gulbaz coughed softly to remind him that time was passing.
Put it on, Sahib. The sun is hot.
Ash obeyed. He fixed the chin strap, pulled on his gloves, and moved his sword hilt forward. Then he stood tall, like someone ready to face judgment, and went out to meet Karkaji and the others. They were waiting in a covered courtyard near the main gate of the Pearl Palace. The courtyard was large but full of heat and noise. Many people were waiting. A small band of 3 men played music from a balcony over the arch. Ropes of roses and jasmine hung from the balcony and across the marble screens. The air smelled heavy with perfume, incense, and fading flowers. He could also smell pan and cardamom and, less pleasantly, sweat. Sweat ran down his back. He quietly unfastened his collar and wished he could sit on the cool marble floor like the others. But as a sahib, he had to sit in a chair. The chair felt as if it had come from inside an oven. He moved uncomfortably and wondered how long he must stay there. His head throbbed. He could not tell if it was from the heat, the heavy air, or the loud bursts of music. The waiting lasted much longer than expected. The message that the bridegroom's party had left the city palace was wrong. They were meant to leave 2 hours before noon, but in Asia people do not care much about time. It was late afternoon when they finally began to travel toward the Ram Bar Park. By the time the procession reached the park, the sun was low and the worst heat was gone. The people could hear it coming from far away. At first there were faint sounds of drums, flutes, horns, and voices. They mixed with the calls of crows and the soft cooing of doves and green pigeons in the trees. Slowly the sounds grew louder. Then Jyoti raced down from the roof, where he had been watching the road above the trees. He cried out that the procession was at the park gate and asked where the garlands were. Everyone stood up and fixed their coats and turbans. Ash closed his collar again and took a deep breath. He tried not to think about anything. But he thought of Worley and Zarin, and of the snow peaks of the Djerkima. The bridegroom did not arrive on a horse from the city. He was carried instead sitting on a platform covered with gold cloth and shiny pearls. 12 men in rich uniforms held the platform on their shoulders. His clothes were also gold like those he wore at the first ceremony many weeks before, but this time they looked even richer because the coat was covered with jewels. More jewels shone on his turban. A large piece of diamonds and emeralds held a white feather in place, and strings of shiny diamonds were wrapped around it. Rings sparkled on his fingers, and bright jewels decorated his gold sword belt. The sword, which showed that a husband will protect his wife, had a handle full of diamonds and one big green stone on top. Anyone seeing him on the golden platform surrounded by servants in fine clothes and their bright group might have thought he was a statue of a god being carried by his followers. That feeling was stronger because his face was hidden behind strings of marigold and jasmine flowers hanging from his turban. Only his eyes shining behind the flowers showed that he was alive. The music ended with a long sad note. Karkaji's family priest came out to say holy prayers and ask the gods for blessings. Then he called the bride's uncle for the meeting between the two families. Since both fathers were dead, Karkaji stood for the groom's father and one of the bride's uncles stood for hers. The two old men hugged each other. Then Jyoti, the bride's brother, helped the groom step down and led him and his friends into the covered courtyard. There the bride's family waited to greet them with flower necklaces and gifts. On foot the Rana did not look as grand as before. Even with his tall turban and white feather, his short height was clear. Karkaji Rao, who was not very tall himself, was still half a head taller. Still the man gave a feeling of quiet power.
And danger, thought Ash.
It felt like a tiger had walked calmly through a field of cows and sheep, lazy now but still strong. Ash almost thought he could smell the man, a wild animal smell that made him uneasy. The hair on his neck rose. He suddenly remembered something from long ago: moonlight, dark trees, quiet grass, and that strange feeling of warning in the air.
He remembered someone, maybe Uncle Akbar, whispering softly, "The tiger is coming."
Ash's shirt was wet with sweat, but now he felt cold and began to shake. Then the bridegroom moved past him toward the arch under the balcony for the next part of the ceremony. This was the moment when the bride would place a garland around the groom's neck to show she accepted him. The arch led to a narrow hall where Shushila and her sister waited with the flower garlands. Even now the wedding could be stopped if the bride refused to do this. There was a short pause where the Rana stood waiting and the people behind him looked forward with curiosity. For one wild moment Ash felt hope, a foolish, desperate hope that Shushila had changed her mind and did not want to marry the man. The wait felt long for the people who could not see what was happening in the hall. They did not know why there was a delay. But it was really only a minute before the groom bowed low. When he stood up, the bride's flower garland was around his neck. A moment later he bent again, but only a little. It was more a small nod than a true bow. People behind him saw a woman's hands raise another garland high, so it would not touch the white feather on his gold turban. Her hands wore many jewels. Her palms and nails were colored with henna and a little gold. But they were still strong hands, square and capable. They were the hands of the little unloved girl once called Kairi Bai. When Ash saw them, he knew he could watch her wedding without showing pain. Nothing else could hurt more than seeing those hands again. When the garlands were placed, the band began to play. The groom and his guests went into the Pearl Palace for the feast. The groom's party ate first. Those who could not fit inside went to the bright tents outside, where more music played and servants carried food. The sun was now low, and a cool evening wind came across the lake. It made the park pleasant, but inside the Pearl Palace the air was still heavy. The smell of food mixed with flowers and perfume until it was hard to breathe. Ash was glad he did not have to stay there. He had asked not to attend this part of the celebration. He wanted to save Karkaji the trouble of refusing him a seat. The Rana's caste did not allow him to eat with a foreigner. Ash left quietly by a side door. He went back to his small room in the guest house. He ate alone and watched the sun go down behind the hills. Then he watched the stars appear, one by one, in the dark sky that changed from dusty green to deep blue. Soon lights began to shine on every building in Bitha. People were lighting thousands of small clay lamps filled with oil. Each one had a thin cotton wick. These tiny lamps, called chirags, are used all over India for celebrations. The park was full of them, moving and shining in the wind. The Pearl Palace looked bright and golden, like a castle from a story. Even the forts were lit with many lights. Then the sky above the city filled with fireworks. Red, green, and purple stars shot up and broke apart, fading slowly into the darkness. Ash watched from the veranda in front of his room. He wished the Rana's caste also stopped foreigners from joining the main wedding ceremony. But it did not. And he could not have stayed away even if he wanted to. Karkaji and Mulraj had insisted that the English officer must attend. His orders from Rawalpindi also said that Captain Pelham-Martyn had to make sure both sisters of the Maharaja of Karidkot were married safely. The words in his orders could be understood in many ways, but it was safer to follow them exactly. Then no one could later question if one of the weddings was real. Maybe Karkaji and Mulraj had thought the same thing. More than an hour had passed since Gulbaz took away the coffee tray and left to enjoy the party. The feast was still continuing. Ash remembered Lalji's wedding and guessed that he might wait another hour or two before they called him for the final marriage rite. Outside, music and fireworks still filled the air. The drums from the city made the night loud and wild. Ash closed his doors to block the noise. He sat at his table and began to write to Worley and Zarin. He told them he would have to stay in Bitha at least another month, maybe longer if the rains came late. He wrote that he would not see them again until the end of summer at best. He had finished 2 letters and had started writing a third for the political officer when Mulraj came to take him to the Pearl Palace. The marriage ceremony was about to begin. As they walked through the park, he saw that the moon had gone down. He knew it must be almost midnight. The hall was full of people. When he came in from the cool night air, the heat and the smell of sandalwood, incense, and old flowers felt heavy around him. The bands had stopped playing, and now only quiet voices could be heard. The room was darker than he expected. The colored lamps were burning low, and it took a moment before his eyes could see clearly. Then he could recognize his friends among the crowd. A chair had been placed for him near the door, behind a pillar in the shadow. He sat far enough back so that most people would not notice him. From his seat he could see over the heads of the men who sat close together on the floor in long rows. He could see the 4 silver posts and the golden marigold roof above them. On the ground below was a circle drawn with white rice flour. It looked bright against the dark square of dry earth. A brass pot stood ready for the sacred fire. Beside it, the priests had built a small altar and were putting many things in place. There were small vessels, bowls of water from the Ganges, lamps, little god figures, and incense holders. On low stools to one side sat the bridegroom and the brides. Their faces were covered with flowers. Karkaji and Maldeo Rai sat with them, taking the place of the bride's late father. Next to them was a covered figure of cousin Unporabai, who stood for the bride's dead mothers. Captain Pelham-Martyn thought with quiet amusement that this was enough to make the spirits of both women rise in anger. The sound of voices slowly faded. Soon there was silence. One of the priests started the haven, the lighting of the sacred fire. The flames made his calm face shine brightly while he fed them with bits of scented wood and grains of incense. When the fire was burning well, Silver trays filled with salts were passed around. Each person near the circle took a small amount and threw it into the fire. The salts crackled and smoked, and strong perfume filled the hall. A few women in the gallery coughed quietly behind the curtains. Then, when the priest gave a signal, the Rana and Shushila stood up and were led into the white circle. Another priest began to speak the prayers. Ash sat too far away, so he could only hear a few words. When the priest stopped now and then for the couple to repeat their vows, only the Rana's voice could be heard. Shushila's was too soft, but everyone already knew the words. They promised to live by their faith, to be true to each other, to help each other, to have sons, and to be strong and faithful always. Standing beside the old groom, Shushila looked very small and young. She seemed like a child wearing her mother's fine clothes. She wore red, as all brides should. Red was the color of joy. Her dress was the traditional full skirt worn by women of Bitha and all Rajasthan. The light from the fire shone on the red stones around her neck, on her wrists, and on her fingers. They looked as if they were burning. Although her head was bent low and she spoke the wedding words softly, she did not make a mistake. Her family and the women watching were surprised and also relieved. They had thought she might cry or lose control. Ash looked at her and wondered if she would stay so calm if she could see her husband's face. He also wondered what she would feel if she knew what was behind that curtain of flowers. But the custom said that husband and wife could not see each other until the ceremony was finished. She too wore a veil of flowers, so she could see very little. A bracelet made of iron was put on her arm. A thread called the thread of happiness was hung around her neck. Then a corner of her sari was tied to the end of her husband's sash. Together they walked around the fire 7 times. These 7 steps were very important. If they did not do this part, the marriage could still be broken. But after the last step, they were truly married. Shushila was now the wife and Rani of Bitha.
He said, "You are my partner because you have walked the 7 steps with me. Without you I cannot live. Do not live without me. Together we will share everything, and you will rule in my house."
When he stopped speaking, the couple went back to receive blessings from the older family members. After that they sat down again. The fire was fed with more wood and sweet-smelling incense. The holy words were repeated. The silver plates were passed around. The whole wedding was done again, but this time for another bride. Anjali had been sitting beside her half-sister. Ash could not see her because Anpurabai's large body blocked his view. Now it was Anjali's turn to step forward. The moment Ash had feared had come. He had to watch Julie's marriage. Without thinking, he sat straight and stiff, ready for pain. But nothing hurt him as he had expected. Maybe he had already lost hope, and that made him calm. He sat without moving, almost without feeling. He had believed that his little hope had died when the garland was placed on her. Still, a tiny spark had stayed alive in him. He had thought that maybe spoiled and nervous Shushu would lose her courage at the last moment and refuse the wedding. It was almost impossible for a Hindu bride to refuse the 7 steps around the fire. It was something that never happened. But Shushu was very young and emotional, and she often acted strangely. She might have done something shocking. She did not. When she took the 7 steps, that last bit of hope went out. Ash felt free from hope at last. He could now watch the second ceremony quietly. He felt almost nothing. He was helped by the fact that the bride looked like a stranger. Her face was hidden by flowers. Her shining dress moved softly as she walked. From his seat it could have been any Indian woman. Only her height made her different because she was taller than most. Her husband looked small next to her. Her clothes were simpler than her half-sister's, and that seemed right. But the choice of color, jewels, and cloth that Anpurabai had chosen was not good. The topaz and pearl ornaments looked dull in the dim light. The yellow and gold silk, which had seemed perfect beside Shushila's red dress, looked weak next to the bright gold coat of the bridegroom. The cloth was stiff and heavy. It hid the bride's slim body and made her look awkward. She did not look like Julie anymore. She looked more like a bundle of silk with fading marigold flowers on her head. Her movements were slow and empty, as if she felt nothing at all. The priests hurried through the prayers, and the groom quickly said the final hymn. Then it was finished. A last ceremony followed. The Rana led his wives out to meet the guests who had not seen the wedding. This showed that the bride now belonged to her husband's family, not her own. After that, the tired and hungry young women finally went to their rooms. They took off their heavy clothes and ate their first meal after more than a day without food. Kakeji and the other men took the groom to a feast in a large tent in the park. Ash went to bed and, to his surprise, slept deeply even with the loud music, fireworks, and shouting outside. The first day of the 3-day wedding was over. It was almost dawn before the noise stopped and the park became quiet. The next 2 days were for feasting with the guests. But the morning after the wedding, Ash did not join the party. He went hunting with his servant Kalu Ram and a local hunter. He came back at dusk when the lamps started to shine again on roofs and walls. The cattle were walking home from the fields. Near the door of his room sat a messenger who had been waiting for him since midday. The messenger had ridden many miles and slept very little. He had eaten some food but refused to rest. He said he must give the letter to the Sahib himself because it was very important. He could have come sooner if someone had told him where the Sahib had gone. The envelope was sealed with thick wax. When Ash saw the writing, his heart sank. He felt guilty about the sharp tone in his last letter to the political officer. He expected a strict answer. Any message from Major Spiller always made him uneasy. He wondered what advice or warning would come this time. But he thought it did not matter now because the wedding was already finished and the bride price had been paid. He sent away the messenger. He gave his shotgun to Gulbaz and 2 black partridges to Mardu. Then he went to his lamplit sitting room and opened the letter with his thumb. There was only 1 sheet of paper inside. He looked at it with little interest. The note had been written quickly and was unlike any he had received before. It was short and direct. He had to read it twice before he understood it. His first thought was that it had arrived too late. A week ago, or even 2 days ago, things might have changed. Now there was no way to go back. It was finished. Ash felt a cold anger growing inside him. He hit the wall with his fist. The sharp pain made him feel almost thankful, because it was easier to bear than the pain in his heart. He stood for a long time, staring at nothing. Then Gulbaz came in, saw his hurt hand, and cried out in surprise. Ash woke from his thoughts and went to wash it. The cold water cleared his mind. He understood that it would not have made any difference if the news had come sooner. Too much time, money, and work had already been spent. They could not change the plan now. He let Gulbaz cover his knuckles with a bandage. He decided to wait before taking his bath. He drank some brandy, picked up the letter, and went to read it to Mulraj. Mulraj was dressing for the banquet that night when Ash entered and asked to speak alone. Mulraj saw Ash's face and told his servants to leave. At first, he could not believe the news either. The message had first gone to the governor of the Punjab, then to the military office in Rawalpindi. From there it was sent to the political officer for Bitha, who gave it to Captain Pelham-Martyn with the sign urgent. The message said that Nandu, the Maharaja of Karidkote, was dead. His family had already suffered many strange accidents. This time the accident was real. He had been testing old guns in the palace armory, and one had exploded. It killed him immediately. He had no children, so his younger brother was now the Maharaja. The new Maharaja had to return at once to take his place. Captain Pelham-Martyn was ordered to take the young prince back to Karidkote quickly. They must travel light, only with the men needed for safety and comfort. The captain could decide what would happen to the bridal camp, which would return later at their own speed.
So it was all useless, Ash said sadly.
Mulraj looked confused. How do you mean? He asked.
The marriages, Ash said. Nando arranged them because he was afraid. If his sisters married near home, their husbands might try to take his throne. So he chose men who lived far away. Now he is dead, and those poor girls are married to that horrible man for no reason.
That is not true, Mulraj said calmly. At least the boy is safe. Without this journey to Bithir, Nando would have found a way to kill him. The gods helped him. While Nando lived, the boy was not safe anywhere. There are always men who will kill for money.
And I agree, Ash said. Nando would have paid for blood without hesitation. But now we can stop worrying, because this news has solved all of Jyoti's problems.
It had also solved one of Ash's own. He could leave Bithir soon. He would not have to stay near the Rana's palace, doing nothing but waiting. He would also not have to see the girl he loved living so close, yet married to another man. He would no longer need to smile and speak politely to her husband. Now he would not suffer the slow pain of traveling back without Julie. He would not camp in the same places full of memories. He would not ride again through the lands where they had once ridden side by side in the evenings. He had feared traveling with the large group. But a small team, without women, children, or baggage, could move faster and take shorter routes. They would not have to follow the slow path made for a big camp with carts, animals, and guards. He wanted to leave so much that, if he could, he would have gone that night. Since that was impossible, he asked to start the next afternoon. But Mulraj did not agree.
We cannot leave tomorrow, said Mulraj.
Why not? Ash asked. I know there is much work, but if we try hard, we can be ready.
Mulraj said, maybe. But you forget that tomorrow is the last day of the wedding. At night, the brides will go to their husbands' houses.
Ash had not forgotten. In fact, he wanted to leave because he did not want to see that moment. But he could not say this to Mulraj. Mulraj said that leaving before the end would insult the Rana and his people. It would not be proper to disturb the final day of the celebration with travel plans. He also said Nando had been dead for over 2 weeks, so it made no real difference if Jyoti left after 2 or 3 more days.
Our plans will be better if we do not hurry, said Mulraj. There is much to prepare.
Ash could not disagree. They decided to stay quiet about the letter for 1 more day. It would be foolish to speak of such news during the wedding, because some people would see it as bad luck. Even if a few were glad to hear it, Shushila would be sad. Mulraj said they could tell people the morning after the brides left. Then they could make their plans to go. That night Karkaji held a big dinner and invited the Sahib politely. Ash accepted, also politely. Later, he sent a message to say he could not come because he had a bad headache. After Mulraj left, Ash went back to his room. He asked for the camp records and looked through long lists of men, animals, and carts. He worked late into the night, deciding who and what to take, and what to leave behind. There were many small details to think about. He wanted to be ready to show Mulraj and the Panchayat a complete plan right after the wedding ended. His lamp was still burning when the wedding guests came back. The cocks were crowing before he finally went to bed. The third and last day was full of eating and celebration again. This time Ash did not go riding or hunting. He stayed near the park and walked quietly. At night, he got a message from Karkaji asking him to come to the Pearl Palace. He put on his full uniform and went there. It was time to watch the final act of Nandu's strange plan, made from his own fear and jealousy. Ash thought that Jyoti himself would never have made such a plan. If the gods really helped the boy, as Mulraj said, it was sad they had not cared about his sisters. If Nando had died a year earlier, none of this would have happened. Ash thought that if that had been so, he would never have met Anjali again. But that might have been better for both of them. Shushila would have been happier, and Biju Ram would still be alive. Jyoti, who was like his father's family, would not have wasted money showing off or worrying about false enemies. Still, as Ash waited to see Anjali leave for her new home, he could not feel sorry. He was glad he had met her again, and that he had known her and loved her. The pain of losing her and the thought of the long, lonely years ahead could not take away the joy he felt. He knew that even if he had known from the start that the Princess Anjali of Karidkot, whom he took to her wedding in Bitha, was really little Kairabai from the Queen's balcony, he would have acted the same way. He would have given her his half of the luck charm and accepted everything that came after with happiness and thanks. Worley, who often fell in and out of love, liked to repeat something a poet had once written. It said that it was better to have loved and then lost than never to have loved at all. Now he saw that Worley, and that poet, were right. It was truly better to have loved Julie and lost her than not to have loved her at all. Even if he did nothing special in the years to come, his life would still have meaning because he had once loved her, and she had loved him too. It had taken him a long time to see this truth. He found it strange that he could only understand it now, when he waited to see her one last time. But it was enough that he understood at last. The feeling gave him comfort, like a tired swimmer who finally reaches shallow water and knows he will not drown. The leaving of the brides and the groom was a grand event. It was the kind of display that would have pleased the old Maharaja of Karidkot very much. The royal elephants stood in the bright torchlight before the gates of the Pearl Palace, moving slowly from one foot to another while waiting to start. Painted designs in bright colors covered their trunks, foreheads, ears, and legs. Golden rings shone around their tusks. Their velvet blankets almost touched the ground. The gold and silver seats on their backs caught the light from many torches and small lamps. The beginning of the procession was late. An hour passed after Kakaji's message reached Ash, and still no one moved. Servants went around offering betel leaves, perfume, and later sweet cakes to the waiting crowd. The guests ate, yawned, and talked quietly to pass the time. At last, the groom's closest friends came down the palace steps. Everything then began to move quickly. Music started to play, and the elephants bent down on their knees. A group of brightly dressed horsemen rode out first into the dark night. Then the Rana appeared, covered in jewels and followed by his courtiers and servants in uniform. Behind him came several women, the Ranis of Bitha and their ladies. Tonight Shushila wore a sari of red and gold gauze, heavy with embroidery and shining like fire. She pulled it far over her face and held it close with her hands. Even so, the jewels below the cloth seemed to burn with light. She walked slowly, helped by two attendants. Her body was almost weighed down by the number of jewels she wore. With every step, the ornament on her forehead moved, and the large red stone in its center glowed through the gauze. 2 steps behind Shushila walked Anjali, tall and graceful in her green sari. Her sari had silver edges and tiny pearls, but she still looked quiet beside Shushila's bright beauty. A small green stone shone on her forehead. It could be seen through the soft silk that showed a warm copper shine in her dark hair and a thin red line parting it, the mark that only a married woman wears. Pearls were woven through her hair, and it was braided into a long thick plait that almost reached her knees. As she passed near Ash, he smelled the soft scent of dried rose petals. He knew he would always remember that smell with her. She probably knew he was there with the other people watching. But she kept her head down and did not look to either side. The Rana climbed up a silver ladder that touched the front elephant, helped by 2 servants wearing red turbans. He sat down in the seat on the elephant's back. Then Shushila went up next, with her women helping her, half carrying her, and took her place beside him. After that, Anjali started to climb the steps. She looked straight and proud, her clothes shining green and silver. Her long dark plait swung behind her, and her small ivory-colored feet showed as she moved. Ash saw the light on the jewels around her ankles. The mahout shouted a command. The great elephant stood up. When it started to move, Anjali looked down from her golden seat. Her eyes, dark with kohl, looked very large above the edge of her sari. She did not look around at the crowd. Her eyes went straight to Ash, as if she already knew where he was standing. For a long moment they looked at each other. There was love in their gaze, and longing too, but not sadness. It was as if their eyes spoke the words they both already knew. I love you. I will always love you. Do not forget me.
Then she looked at him just as she had done on that old moonlit night, and said quietly, Khuda Hafiz, God be with you.
Servants and men with torches moved close around the elephants. Music began again. The golden seat swayed as the elephant went slowly away. Anjali, Shushila, and the Rana disappeared under the trees, going toward the gate and the long road that led to the city and the Rung Mahal. Ash remembered little after that. He had a blurred idea of other elephants passing by, carrying more guests. He thought he helped Karkaji, Jyoti, and Maldeo ride into one of the golden seats. He also saw Mulraj and others of the Carriedcoat group climb into another elephant and leave. After that, everything was noise and color, the sound of drums, flutes, and horses. Men in bright clothes marched into the night, followed by torchbearers walking in lines beside them. The first elephants were probably at the Rung Mahal before the last people left the park under the gate covered with flowers. Ash believed he stayed near the Pearl Palace, speaking politely to the other guests until everything was over. It was very late when he walked through the warm night back to his small room in the hot guest house. The servant who should pull the fan rope in the veranda was asleep. So was the guard, lying on a bed made of string under the porch, covered with a sheet. Ash did not wake either of them. He walked away quietly to the stone steps that went up. He climbed them and came out on the flat roof. There he leaned on the wall and looked at the lake and the city. He had tried very hard not to think about Julie in the last few weeks. Sometimes he failed, but he always tried again. Every time her name came into his mind, he pushed it away. It was a hard fight, and he knew it would last for a long time. Only time and old age would help him forget. He could not spend all his life thinking about the past. He had to live in the present. He could not share his life with Julie, and he had to accept that. She had to accept it too. But tonight he let himself think about her for a little while. Maybe his thoughts could reach her across the small distance between them. Maybe she would feel it and be comforted. The park below slowly became quiet. Dawn came early here. The people who had not gone to see the procession were going to sleep. They wanted to rest before the birds began to sing and the hot day started again. But some torches still burned like a bright line along the road to the city. Bitha still shone with many lights and loud music. High above the houses, the sand-colored roofs of the Rung Mahal looked bright against the dark sky. They glowed like red metal in the light of many small lamps. Ash imagined what was happening there now. He could see the elephants coming one by one through the big gate. They knelt so that the riders could get down. By this time, Julie would be in the women's rooms. She would be seeing the place where she must live for the rest of her life. Her helpers would take off her jewelry and fine dress. Very soon. He stopped himself from thinking more. Then he understood that it was not Julie but Shushila who would sleep beside the Rana tonight. The Rana had never wanted Julie, maybe he never would. If that was true, then Julie might have peace. She could live quietly, taking care of Shushu and her children. But it was a sad life for a girl like Julie. She was young and lovely and born to love someone. To keep her away from love and happiness was very cruel, like putting a bird in a cage. Maybe Shushu would one day understand what Julie had given up for her. Maybe she would thank her with love. Ash hoped so, though he did not really believe it. Shushu had needed her half-sister for a long time. She no longer saw how much Julie did for her. When a person always has food and water, they forget how precious it is. Julie was like simple bread and water. But when Shushu saw rich food and sweet fruit around her, she might forget the plain food she once loved. She might think it boring and turn away from it. Ash did not trust Shushu. She might want to be kind, but her heart often ruled her head. No one could tell what she would do next. She was still a child, and children easily believe kind words and praise. Among the people around her, there would be many who tried hard to please the new First Lady of the palace. Some would try to turn her away from her half-sister and make her love them instead of Julie.
Oh, my dear, thought Ash. My sweet and brave love. What will happen to you? What will happen to me?
Again he saw the future before him. It looked empty and cold, like the sky full of stars, never ending. He felt that life had no meaning if he could not live with Julie. Sadness and self-pity filled his heart and made him weak. He looked down from the wall and thought how easy it would be to finish everything. Then he understood how dark that thought was and felt ashamed. He imagined how he looked, a man without courage, feeling sorry for himself. Julie would hate him if she saw him like that. And she would be right. It would be easier for him to live than it would be for her. He could leave Bither. He had many things he could do with his life. The northwest frontier was never quiet, and the guides often fought more than they rested. There would be battles and adventures in the hills. There would be horses to ride and wild places to see. There would be mountains to climb and friends to talk and laugh with. Zarin, Worley, Koda Dad, Mardu, Mulraj, Karkaji, and many others. But Julie had only Shushila. If Shushu left her, got sick, or died, Julie would be alone. The sky was no longer dark. Ash saw that the city lights were gone because the small oil lamps had burned out or the morning wind had blown them out. Night was ending and morning was very near. Soon the roosters would begin to crow and a new day would start. It was time to go down to his room and try to rest for an hour while the air was still cool. When the sun came up, it would be too hot to sleep. There was much to do and decide that day, so he needed to face it with a clear mind. Ash stood up slowly and put his hands in his pockets. Then he felt something hard and rough. It was a small cake that had been passed among the guests on the steps of the Pearl Palace. He had taken it politely and slipped it into his pocket, planning to throw it away later. He took the small thing from his pocket and looked at it. It made him remember the old days. A gentle smile came to his tired face. He broke the thing into pieces and let them fall on the edge of the wall. When he finished, he looked for the last time at the shadow of the Rung Mahal in the distance. Then he spoke softly into the quiet air. It was not the same kind of prayer he used to say to the Dyrkheimr. But it was still a kind of prayer. A prayer and a promise.
Do not worry, my dear, said Ash. I promise I will not forget you. I will love you always. Goodbye, Julie. Goodbye, my only love. Kuda Hafiz.
He turned and walked back across the roof. When the morning light came behind the dark hills, he was already asleep. 2 days later, the new Maharaja of Karidkote started his journey home. It was 1 day more than Ash had hoped to stay, and a few days less than Mulraj had wanted. He travelled with 70 men. 24 were soldiers, 12 were officials, and the rest were helpers and servants. They had a royal farewell. Half the people of Bither came to see them off, led by the Rana himself. Guns from the 3 forts fired in salute as they rode down the valley. Before leaving, there were 3 goodbye meetings. One was official in the Diwan-i-Kos hall. One was between Jyoti and his sisters. And the last one, a private talk, was between Ash and Karkaji. The official farewell was full of long speeches and flowers. Jyoti's meeting with his sisters was much harder. Shushila had loved her older brother truly. When she heard he was dead, she cried until she had no strength left. Now, when she had to say goodbye to the younger brother, she lost control and shouted wildly. In the end, Jyoti had to slap her face. The shock made her quiet, and he quickly gave her a short talk on calm behavior. Then he left before she could start talking again. Ash's meeting with Karkaji was calm and kind. At first, the old man said he would go with his nephew back to Karidkote. But Mulraj told him that his nieces would need him because of their brother's death. Ash said plainly that the old man would only slow down the journey. So Karkaji agreed to stay in Bitha with the bridal group until the rainy season began. Later, Ash came again to say a private goodbye before the first group left.
I must thank you for many things, O Sahib, said Ash. For your friendship and your kindness, but most of all for your great generosity. I know you could have harmed me and her with just one word. But you did not. For that, I will always be grateful to you. If I can ever repay you, I will.
Karkaji moved his hand a little, as if to say it was nothing.
Ash smiled and said, that may sound like a big promise, but right now, I cannot help anyone. You know this best of all, O Sahib. Even my rank is only borrowed because I represent the Raj here. When my work is finished, I will be only a junior officer again, and unimportant. But one day I hope I can help my friends and pay my debts.
By then, Mother Ganga will already have my ashes, said Karkaji with a smile. You owe me nothing, my son. You have been kind to an old man, and I have enjoyed your company.
We owe you very much, said Karkaji.
You saved my nieces from the river. You also helped them keep their marriages. You saved our family honor too, for we could not go back to Karidkote with empty hands. About the other matter, I do not think of it now. You should forget it too, my son.
Ash's mouth shook a little, and his face showed what he felt but did not say. Karkaji spoke as if he had heard the words.
I understand, Karkaji said softly. Who would know better than me? I speak from my own mistakes. That is why I tell you not to look back. The past belongs to people who have lost hope, to old men. You are not one of them. What is done cannot be changed. Put it away and forget it. Do not live through memories. That may be fine for old men who have finished their time, but it is sad for the young. Listen to me, my son. Look forward, not back. Remember that life is a gift from the gods. Do not waste or hate it. Live fully. That is the best advice I can give, because I did not do so myself.
I will try, O Sahib, said Ash. Now I must go. Will you bless me?
Of course, said Karkaji. My blessing may not be strong, but you have it. I will pray to the gods for your safe and quick journey to Karidkote. I will ask that you find peace and happiness in the coming years. I will not say goodbye. I hope we will meet again, many times.
I hope so too, said Ash. Will you come and visit me in Mardan, O Sahib?
No, said Karkaji with a small smile. I have travelled enough. When I reach home, I will stay there. But Jyoti likes you very much. Now that he is Maharaja, he will surely ask you to visit him.
We shall surely see you in Karidkote. Ash did not answer. He knew he did not want to go there again. He planned to take Jyoti safely back, and then he would never return. But he could not tell Karkaji that. He was dressed in his full uniform for the farewell at Rung Mahal. Still, he bent down and touched the old man's feet as a sign of respect.
The gods go with you, said Karkaji. Then he said softly, if there is ever a time when help is needed, I will send word to you.
Ash knew the help would not be for Karkaji himself. That was understood. Karkaji hugged him and then sent him away. There was nothing more to say. They would meet again later that day when Karkaji rode with the advance group to the border. There would be no private talk again, and no need for one. Most of the group had gone at sunrise. They had taken the pack horses and gone 5 miles past the border to make camp. They were waiting for the important travelers who were delayed by the formal ceremony. The delay lasted longer than Ash expected. The sun was already down when the mixed group of riders reached the edge of Bitha. Ash turned his horse and looked back. By the light of the torches, he saw tears on Karkaji's face. Ash raised his hand to say goodbye and was surprised to find his own eyes full of tears too.
"Goodbye, Uncle," cried Jody. "Goodbye."
The horses moved faster and the sound of farewells soon vanished under the noise of hooves. Soon the yellow torchlight faded away. They rode under grey moonlight and through dark hills. The pain and lies of Bither were behind them. They were riding north again. Book 5. Paradise of Fools.
2 more days, if the gods are kind, we will sleep in our own beds again, said Mulrich.
2 more days. 2 more days. Only 2 more days, shouted Jody. In 2 days I will ride into my city. It will be my city. I will enter my palace. The people will cheer as I pass. Then I will truly be the Maharaja.
You have been Maharaja since your brother died, said Mulrich.
I know, but I do not feel like a king yet. When I am back in my home, I want to be a great ruler, a better one than Nandu.
That will not be too difficult, said Mulrich in a dry voice.
2 more days.
The long ride from the south was calm and safe. There were no problems on the way. The heat was strong every day, so they traveled only at night. During the day they rested as much as they could. Even with the hard weather, they arrived faster than anyone had thought. The journey was very hard for everyone. The horses were tired, and Mardu suffered the most. He was old and not good at riding, but he refused to stay behind. Jyoti was the only one who loved the whole trip. At first, everyone worried that the long ride might be too hard for him. But he seemed to enjoy the heat and the exercise. He was full of energy and laughter. Sometimes his bright mood made Ash feel very old. Still, Ash liked Jyoti's happy talk and answered his endless questions with patience. The boy had lost his fear. He was no longer soft and pale. He was very different now from the frightened boy who once ran away. Ash remembered how Biju Ram had helped Jyoti escape from Karidkote. As Ash watched him now, he thought that the people of Karidkote would be lucky to have Jyoti as their new ruler. Jyoti talked all the time about their arrival. He spoke with excitement about how he would enter his capital, Gulkote, in grand style. He told Ash about his plans for the ceremonies that would happen when he became Maharaja. As they came close to the end of the journey, Ash felt no wish to go back to Gulkote. He did not want to enter the Hawa Mahal again. He did not feel any joy at the thought of returning. He had always known it was dangerous to go back while the Nautch girl was still alive. He remembered that place with pain and fear. His first years in the city had been happy, but the later ones had been full of sadness and shame in the Hawa Mahal. There had been a few good things even then, but mostly he thought of the Palace of the Winds as a prison. He had escaped only just in time to save his life. He and Sita had run away from Gulkote at night, afraid of being caught and killed. There was nothing left that could bring him back now. Only the white mountain tops he used to pray to and the memory of a little girl who had cared for him after he lost his pet mongoose. The thought of returning made him almost panic. But he had no choice. He had to go back. If Karkaji was right that a man finally hides in the past when he is beaten, then Ash decided he must face that past soon and not be afraid of it anymore. The rich plains were now behind them. They entered a dry, wild land filled with rocks and deep valleys. Few plants grew there, only thorn bushes and long coarse grass. But in front were the hills, and behind those hills stood the tall mountains. The mountains were clear and strong now, blue against the sky. Sometimes the hot dusty wind carried a fresh smell of pine trees. Early in the morning or late in the day, Ash could see the snow tops of the Darkima. This was the same land Sita had led him through when they escaped from Delhi during the mutiny. At that time there had been no road. Dinagunj was only a handful of mud huts on a small flat piece of ground between the plains and the river that bordered Gulkote. Now, although the land was still dry and rough, Dinagunj had become a busy town. After Gulcote and Carridara became one territory under Lige's father, the government sent a British resident to help His Highness with money and plans. Then they built a road through the Badlands and a bridge of boats across the river. The new road brought good trade and better life to the people. The 20 small houses of Dina grew into a town worth notice. When Ash looked around, he understood why he had not known the land last autumn when he passed this way. He had then ridden on a wide busy road, and the mountains were hidden by smoke and cloud. Today, for the first time since they left Bither, they started riding at sunrise instead of sunset. They travelled in daylight. At noon, the heat was still strong, about 102 degrees. But the night before had been cool and pleasant. Now Dinagunj was almost in sight. They could have reached the town before midnight. But they all agreed not to hurry. They made camp when the sun went down and slept under the stars for the first time in many days. At dawn they woke up feeling rested. They washed, prayed, and ate a small breakfast. Then they sent a messenger ahead to tell everyone they were coming. They put on their best clothes, as they were now part of the Maharaja's escort. They rode slowly into Dinagunj. The district officer was there to welcome them, with some important men from the town. Many townspeople had also come to see them arrive. They looked happy and curious. Ash saw a few familiar faces among the group. Some men had once brought him bills or complaints when he had last been in Dinagunj. But the district officer was not the same man. Mr. Carter was sick again with malaria and had gone to Murree to recover. His new replacement was Mr. Morecambe. He told Ash that the British resident, his staff, and many nobles from Carridcote were waiting to welcome the new Maharaja. They had set up a camp on the other side of the bridge of boats. The Maharaja would spend the night there. The state entry into the capital was planned for the next day. But Captain Pelham-Martyn could not stay to see it. He had orders to go back at once to Rawalpindi. The district officer gave him a letter to confirm this and felt sorry for him.
Bad luck, said the district officer as they shared some local beer. It's a shame to bring that boy all this way and then stop him seeing the big event. And I bet when you reach Pindi you'll find there was no real need to hurry back. But that's army command for you.
Ash believed that might be true. He felt very thankful to whoever had sent the order for him to return. Still, he tried to look a little disappointed, so as not to seem rude. But he made sure that Jyoti would not try to make him stay.
No, Your Highness, you cannot send a message to the general asking me to stay, said Ash firmly. Nor to the Viceroy or the Governor. It would not help me. You are now a Maharaja, but I am still a soldier. As Mulraj will tell you, a soldier must obey his officers. The generals in Rawalpindi have ordered me to go back, and even for you, I cannot disobey. But please write to me and tell me about all the celebrations. I promise I will write to you whenever I can.
And visit me too, said Jyoti.
And visit you too, said Ash. He hoped he could be forgiven if it was not true. Maybe one day he would feel ready to return to Gulcote and the Hawa Mahal. Perhaps he would.
He said goodbye and then understood how much he would miss them all. Mulraj, Jyoti, Karkaji, Gobind, and many others. It was not only Julie he would remember and miss in the years ahead.
I hope we will meet many times again, said Mulraj. You will come here when you have leave, and we will take you hawking on the plains. You will see good sport in our mountains. And when I am an old man and you are a general, we will still meet and talk about old times. So I do not say goodbye. I say, come again soon.
They went with Ash for more than a mile down the road. When he looked back and waved goodbye, he felt sad for a moment. He wished he could ride with them to Gulcote instead of leaving. He thought that he might turn back if he changed his mind. But it was already too late. The road turned, and soon they were out of sight. Ash knew he would not see them again, even though Mulraj had said he would. He remembered Karkaji's advice to forget the past. The old man had been right. Ash must stop thinking about Julie. If he went to Gulcote, All his old memories would return. He needed to stay away for a long time, maybe forever. If he went now, the friendship he had with the others could be lost. In the camp, Ash had been the only European. Because nobody spoke his language, he sometimes forgot that he was a foreigner. But in Carriedcote it would be different. There was now a British resident there, with many Europeans and maybe British soldiers too. Old and traditional Hindus would not like him being treated so easily as in the camp. Jyoti and Mulraj would feel the change. The friendly days would turn into days of politeness. People would probably feel glad when he left, and that thought hurt him. It was better to stay away. He wanted them to remember him kindly, as a friend they liked and hoped to meet again one day. Perhaps, when he was old, when they were all old and life was quiet, he could return for a short visit. Then they could talk about the past, and he could make one last offering at the Djerkheimer. Later, when evening came and the light grew dim, Ash stopped his horse. He looked back at the mountains behind him. They were already in shadow, dark violet against the sky. One group of peaks still shone in the sunset, the crown of the Djerkheimer, pink in the fading light. The color slowly faded as he watched. Each peak changed from pink to pale purple, until only Tara Kilos, the star tower, kept the light. Then that too went dark. Now the mountains had lost their shape and blended into a night full of stars. Many memories came to him and filled his heart. He got off his horse without thinking. He put his palms together and bowed his head, as he had done long ago. Softly, he said the old prayer he had learned at the Queen's balcony.
You are everywhere, Ash murmured. But I worship you here. You have no form, but I see you in these forms. You do not need praise, but I offer my prayers and greetings.
The first wind of night moved through the dry thorn bushes. It brought him the smell of pine trees and smoke from wood fires. He got back on his horse. He turned the horse and rode slowly to join Madhu, Gulbaz, and Kulu Ram, the helper. They had gone ahead to find a place to camp and to start making the evening meal. If they had ridden fast, as they had done when coming from Bitha, they could have reached Rawalpindi in less than a week. But Ash thought there was no need to hurry now. The weather in the plains was very hot. In the day it was near 110 degrees, and at night it was still about 102. Madhu was tired and sore from the saddle. So they decided to ride slowly. They woke at 2 o'clock in the morning and rode until the sun rose. Then they made camp and rested until 2 o'clock the next night. They traveled about 25 miles each day. At last, in the early morning of the last day of May, they saw Rawalpindi. Wally was waiting for them. He had come every morning for 8 days to the third stone on the road between Pindi and Jhelum, hoping to meet them there. Ash had been away for 8 months. During that time, he had spoken English only a few times. Most of the time he spoke, thought, and dreamed in the language of his adoptive mother, Sita. In June, Rawalpindi was a very hard place to live. The heat, the dust, and the bright light made it almost like a fire. People who must stay in offices, barracks, or parade grounds often became sick in the hot weather. They could get heat stroke or other illnesses from insects. In the yard of Wally's house, the big neem tree looked grey with dust from the hot plain. When the hot wind blew, its leaves did not move softly. They made a sound like small pieces of wood hitting together. Ash could no longer see the hills, because dust and heat hid them.
How does it feel to be a simple lieutenant again, after 8 months of acting like a great captain with so many men? Wally asked with interest.
It feels quiet, Ash said. Quiet but peaceful. How many pairs of socks do you think I should take?
The best part of a week had passed since Ash came back from his travels. He was getting ready to go away again, but this time for a holiday. He had gone to Army headquarters to give his report. He spoke briefly about his mission and told a colonel named Dorton about the Rana's bad behavior. The colonel was famous for falling asleep at work, and people called him Dormouse. During the meeting, He kept his eyes closed almost the whole time. He only opened them when Ash stopped talking for a few minutes.
Then he looked into the air and said that Mr. Pelham-Martyn should go to the Adjutant General's office, where Major Boyle would give him new work.
The words of the district officer from Dinagunj turned out to be true. There was no real reason for Ash to be called back. Major Boyle was very sick with dysentery, and nobody else in the department seemed to know who Lieutenant, or rather Old Captain, Pelham-Martyn was. No one had any orders for him. It looked as if he could have stayed away, because apart from losing the temporary rank he had held for 8 months, nobody knew what to do with him. A message was sent to the pay department to change his rank. Ash asked to go back to his regiment, but they told him sharply that only the commandant of the guides could decide that. The commandant would send for him when he was ready. So his return was quite sad. If Worley had not been there, Ash might have left the army at once. He wanted to go to Tibet or work at sea, anything to escape the boring life in the cantonment. He needed something new to stop the restless feeling that had been with him since he last saw Julie near the Pearl Palace in Bither. The long journey home from Rajasthan and the Punjab had helped his mood for a while. But in Rawalpindi, where there was nothing to do, the feeling came back again. Only Worley's cheerful company and his bright interest in the Caridcote Bither adventure kept Ash calm. Ash told Worley the story again. It was the same story that had bored Colonel Doughton, but this time he gave more details and left out less. However, he did not tell the truth about Julie. He also did not say that Caridcote was the same place as Gulcote from his childhood. Not even with his best friend could he talk about Julie. If he could have left her out of the story completely, he would have done so. When he had to mention her, he spoke as if she were only part of a problem between the ruler of Bither and himself. He did not know why he stayed silent about Gulcote. It was the most surprising thing about the whole story. Worley, who already knew about those early years in Gulcote, would have been amazed to hear that Caridcote was the same place Ash had told him about one night in Taxila. Yet Ash did not tell him that important fact. Without it, the story of Biju Ram's death lost much of its meaning. Still, the rest was simple enough, and Worley listened with great interest, asking questions like Jyoti had done before. After hearing Ash's story, Worley said that his own months had been boring. He told Ash that he had fallen in and out of love with several lovely young women. He had written lots of bad poems, broken his collarbone playing polo, and lost a month's pay in one night of poker. Then he shared his most important news. He had passed his exam to become a lieutenant. He had been offered a commission in the Guides and had accepted it. He would join them in August. After Ash congratulated him, Worley smiled. He said he had waited to take his joining leave so that Ash could go with him.
Because you must be ready for some time off too, he said. You haven't had any leave since last summer. If you ask for a couple of months now, they will surely say yes.
This was something Ash had not thought about before. He felt he had already enjoyed a kind of holiday while staying with the Caridcote camp. He thought asking for more time off would look a little greedy. But when he saw that the Adjutant General's department had no orders for him, and Major Boyle was still sick, he decided it might be fine to ask. They could say no, but they might also be glad to send him away for a while. So Ash asked for 6 weeks of leave. He was surprised when they told him he could take 8 weeks. They said the extra time was a reward because he had worked through many holidays, including the New Year, Christmas, Whitsun, Easter, Diwali, and Idul Fitr. Ash was not very happy about the bonus weeks when he learned that he was still not allowed to enter the Northwest Frontier Province. He wanted to visit Mardan, but now that was impossible. If Zarin could not get a few days off and come to Rawalpindi, Ash might not see him for another year. It could even be longer if Zarin's commandant decided to keep the ban. Ash went back to the bungalow to tell Worley the news. Then he wrote 3 letters. One was to Colonel Jenkins, the commandant, asking to return to his unit. Another was to Wigram Batti, asking him to speak kindly for him. The third was to Zarin. Colonel Jenkins was away on leave, so his second-in-command wrote back. He said Ash's request was noted and that the commandant would think about it when he returned to Mardan. Wigram's letter was friendly and full of news from the regiment. He promised to help Ash get called back soon. Zarin did not write, but he sent a message through a traveling horse dealer who knew them both. The message said Ash should meet Zarin at a house outside Atok.
The Risadar, said the horse dealer, Zarin had been promoted, cannot take his full leave now. But he may be away for one day. He will start at sunset on Friday and should reach Atok by midnight. If that is not convenient, the Sahib can send a telegram.
The man gave a salam and was about to leave, then stopped and turned.
Oh, I almost forgot, he said. Zarin Khan told me to say that if the Sahib wants to bring Ashok, it can be done easily. Is that one of the Sahib's 6? I hear men from down country make good horse boys. My own boy. He then began talking about horse boys in general.
This talk helped Ash avoid answering the question. He could see what Zarin really meant. Atok was on the east side of the Indus River, and the northwest frontier province was across the river. If Ash was seen there, it might look like he was trying to break the ban. That could harm his chance to go back to the guides. Still, if they met in Atok instead of Rawalpindi, they could spend more time together because Zarin only had one day free. When Worley heard that Ash's leave was approved, he asked for his own. But his request was harder to arrange. Ash could start right away, while Worley was told he must wait 10 days.
I tried everything, said Worley sadly. The old man would not change his mind. It seems they can't lose their favorite officer now because Johnny Reeves has just joined the great majority.
Dead? Asked Ash in surprise.
No, said Worley. Dysentery. That makes 6-6 so far. I can't help it, so you'd better go first. We'll meet later when I can get away.
Ash was glad to hear that. It gave him time alone for a few days. He did not have to explain his plan to go to Atok. He and Worley agreed to meet at Murree and then walk to Kashmir. They would take only Worley's servant, Per Boksh, and hire a few helpers if needed. The other servants who had come with Ash to Bitha could now take their leave. Both Madhu and Gulbaz said they did not want to take a holiday. In the end, they agreed, and Ash bought a seat for Madhu in the mail Tonga going to Abbottabad. He helped him get in and said, "When you come back, we will get an assistant for you, Chachag. You can teach him to cook well, and later you will only need to watch him. It is time you had more rest and someone to help you with the hard work."
It is not needed, Madhu said in a rough voice. I am not too old to earn my pay. Or are you not happy with me now?
Ash laughed. He told him not to talk foolishly, because he knew Madhu was very important. That same day Gulbaz, Kulu Ram, and the others also left for their homes. When night came, Ash walked out to the mall. He stopped an Eka and told the driver to take him to a house in Rawalpindi Bazaar for business. He did not come back to the bungalow until after midnight. 5 hours after breakfast with Worley, he left again by Tonga. He took only a little luggage and said he was going to Murree. There were many rest houses on the Murree road. Ash stopped at one that was quiet. He paid the driver, chose a cool room, and lay down on the hard bed to sleep. Late in the afternoon he woke up when he heard 2 horses enter the yard. He went outside and met his friend Qasim Ali. Qasim's father owned many cloth shops in Rawalpindi. Ash had been waiting for him. They spoke for a short time. Then the other rider got off his horse, and Ash took that horse for himself. He told the head servant that he would be away for 2 nights. He said his friend's servant would stay to watch his luggage and must be given food and a bed. The horse had a small bundle tied behind the saddle. When Ash was far from the rest house, he stopped in some trees and changed his clothes. He now looked like a Kashmiri pundit. He rode across country and reached Hassan Abdul at twilight. He bought some food at a small stall. While he ate on a grassy hill near the tomb of Lalla Rookh, his horse rested. He still had about 30 miles to go, but Zarin would not leave Mardan until sunset, so there was no hurry. Ash waited by the tomb. He listened to the horse eating dry grass and watched the light fade from the hills. Soon stars came out, and then the moon rose in the warm night. The bright moonlight made the road clear, and the cooler air gave the horse new strength. They reached a big old house near a Tok much quicker than Ash expected. The house stood inside a large wall. Its owner was Fatima Begum, Khoda Dad's sister. She was an old widow and always welcomed guests kindly. Ash had stayed there before. Tonight she was already asleep. The gatekeeper told Ash that Rizada Sahib Zarin Khan had not come yet. Ash left his horse in the stable and walked through the quiet town. He passed the stone fort built by Emperor Akbar, which had guarded the ferry for almost 200 years. The children of the first ferryman still worked there, but not for long. The English had built a bridge of boats across the Indus, and now most people used that. Ash stopped on a turn of the road where he could see the bridge. He sat down in the dark to wait for Zarin. Few people were outside at that time. Only a soldier guarded the bridge, and Ash was the only other man awake. He listened to the deep sound of the river as it rushed through the Atok gorge. Then he heard horses. The sound of hooves grew louder. It changed to a hollow noise on the wooden planks of the bridge. He looked carefully and saw there were 2 riders, not one. Zarin was in front. Ash could tell at once by the shape of his head and shoulders that Zarin had brought another man with him. But even in the bright moonlight, Ash did not see who the other rider was until they reached the top of the hill. Then he ran fast down the road and took hold of Khoda Dad's stirrup with both hands. He bent his head and touched the old man's foot with his forehead.
I came to see that you are safe, my son, Khoda Dad said kindly as he leaned down to hug him.
And I came to hear what has happened to Gulcote, Zarin said with a smile as he got off his horse.
That too, Khoda Dad said in a serious voice. But I was worried about you after we learned how dangerous those people were whom you guided across Hind. If anyone had known you, you could still be in danger. It is good to see that you are safe and well.
To Ash, the meeting felt like coming home. He walked along the pale road between Zarin on one side and Khoda Dad riding slowly on the other. After the dry lands of Rajatana, the sound of the river made him feel cool and calm. Most of all, he was happy to be with 2 people who knew Gulcote so well. They had been part of his childhood, and he could talk freely with them about almost everything. Only some things about Julie he could not share. Even so, he felt great relief because he could finally speak about the past 8 months and the troubles that were heavy in his mind. For weeks he had wanted to speak to someone who could understand the strange and difficult choices he had faced. He had not known how strong this wish was until now. He needed peace in his heart and wanted to let go of fear and guilt and sadness. That night they did not talk much because all 3 were tired. When Ash went to bed, he slept better than he had for a long time. His bed was on a half-open roof where it was cooler. In the soft light of morning, he woke and looked down from the wall. He saw Zarin praying in the garden. When Zarin finished, Ash went down to join him. They walked together under the fruit trees. Birds were singing loudly, welcoming the new day. They talked mostly about the regiment because they would speak of Gulcote later, when Khoda Dad was ready. Zarin told Ash many things that had happened in the past year, which he had not wished to send in a written letter. He spoke about his own family and about several men from Ash's old troop. He mentioned possible trouble with the Jawaki Aphrodis because of a new cart road through the Khyber Pass. He told about the soldiers who had guarded the Prince of Wales when he came to Lahore during the cold season. Zarin said the prince had been very pleased with the guides because of their good work and proud manner. He had written to his mother, the Queen. She had made him honorary colonel of the corps and ordered that the guides would now be called the Queen's Own Corps of Guides and would wear her royal mark. Zarin's way of explaining this would have surprised many wise officials. After they ate breakfast, the sun was already strong in the sky. They greeted the lady of the house, who stayed behind a broken screen so she could be seen but still followed the rules of Purdah. Then they went to see Zarin's father. It was too hot to go outside, so they spent the day in the large room given to Khordadad because it was the coolest. Thick screens kept the heat away, and the floor of smooth stone was pleasantly cold. They sat cross-legged while Ash told again the story of his journey to Bitha. He had told it before, but this time he spoke more openly. He told everything from the beginning until the end, leaving out only that he had loved the girl once known to them all as Kairi Bai. Zarin asked questions and made surprised sounds, but Khordadad listened quietly. Ash spoke mostly to Khordadad. When he told how he had found Hyra Lai's earring, Khordadad made a short sound of surprise. When Ash spoke of Biju Ram's death, Khordadad nodded and looked serious. He smiled when Ash explained how he managed the Rana's attempt at blackmail. Apart from these moments, he said nothing.
When the story was finished, he said quietly, "It was a bad day for Gulcote when its ruler fell in love with a greedy and wicked woman. Many people lost their lives because of his foolish heart.
Yet for all his mistakes, he was a good man. I know this very well. I feel sad to hear that he is gone. He was my good friend for many years while I lived near him. 33 years. We were both young when we met. Young, strong, and careless." He took a deep breath and stopped speaking. After a short while, Ash saw that Khordadad had fallen into a light sleep, the kind that comes to old people. Then Ash noticed something he had not seen before. Khordadad looked much older than the last time they met. His clothes hid the thinness of his body. His face had many new lines. His skin looked soft and pale instead of dark and tough. His hair and beard, still dyed red, were now almost white and thin. Ash felt surprised and afraid when he saw this. He understood how quickly time passes and how short life is. It made him think of how life changes, like when you pass an important moment and look back later. Zarin saw Ash's face and understood his feelings. There was kindness in his eyes.
"It happens to everyone." Shocked, Zarin said quietly, "My father is more than 70 years old now. Few people live that long, and not many are as happy with their lives. He has lived fully and well. That is all anyone can ask from God. I hope we will be as lucky."
Amin, Ash said softly. "But I did not know. Has he been sick?"
"Hi? This is not an illness, unless old age counts as one. It is only the weight of many years. And maybe he will still live many more of them. But in our tribe, 70 years is seen as very old."
Ash knew that was true. The men of the border hills worked hard and lived rough lives. A man there was called old at 40, and his wife could be a grandmother before she turned 30. Khordadad was already past 70, the age said to be promised to the children of Adam. Lately, Ash had thought life was much too long, like a road that never ended and led nowhere. He had often imagined himself walking alone along that road. But now he suddenly felt that life was also very short. This simple thought made him feel strangely upset. Zarin was watching him and knew what he was thinking.
"There is still me, a shock," he said quietly. "And the regiment too."
Ash nodded but did not answer. Yes, Zarin was still here, and also the regiment. When he could go back to Mardan, Worley would be there too. Khordadad's village was only a short walk beyond the border. Khordadad had suddenly become so old. Ash looked at the sleeping man's face. He saw the marks of age, but also the signs of kindness, wisdom, strength, and humor. It was a strong and peaceful face. It was the face of a man who had lived long, accepted both good and bad, and found peace with God's will. When Ash thought about his own life beside Coda Dad's, he felt that his own story was full of mistakes. He had made a fool of himself with Belinda and lost Julie. He had failed George, disappointed his officers, and in the end caused the death of Allah Yar. If he had not acted foolishly about the carbines, Allah Yar would still be alive, probably sitting with Mardu and talking on the veranda in Mardan. Yes, he had done some good things too. He had saved Jyoti's life, avenged Hyra Lai and Lalji, and protected Caridcoat's name and money. But those could not make up for all his failures. And his short love with Julie had only added more sadness to her life, a life she had chosen out of loyalty. He did not dare think about her life now. There were few things he liked to remember, and even fewer he wanted to hope for. But Coda Dad had always been one of the good memories. He gave wisdom and comfort, someone to lean on. Coda Dad, Zarin, Mardu, and Worley, only 4 people in the whole world, but they meant everything to him. And now he was about to lose them. Soon Coda Dad and Zarin would cross the Indus again, and Worley would go back to Mardan. Ash could not follow them, because he was not allowed to enter that land until the guides accepted him back. That might take years. Maybe this was the last time he would ever see Coda Dad. Mardu too was getting old and weak. If Coda Dad, who seemed so strong, could age so quickly, then surely Mardu, who was weaker and just as old, could fade even sooner. Ash did not want to think about that. But he did, sadly and without hope. He saw his own life as an empty house, because Julie was gone. He had once planned to fill that house with treasure. It stood on 4 pillars, 2 of them already worn and ready to fall. When those 2 were gone, the walls might remain for a time. But if one more fell, everything would fail. And if all were lost, the house would break and show its emptiness completely.
Coda Dad's head dropped forward, and he woke suddenly. So there is a new ruler in Gulcote, he said, continuing from where the talk had stopped before he slept. That is good, if he is not like his mother. But if God wills, his father's blood will be the stronger. Then Gulcote, it is not called that now, I forget the new name, but that does not matter. To me, it will always be Gulcote. When I think of it, I feel warm and happy, because until my wife died, I had good days there, a good life. He smiled softly. Yes, a good life. Ah, here comes Habiba. I did not know it was already so late.
When the sun went down behind the hills and the air became cool, Ash and Zarin took the horses out for exercise. They came back in the dusty evening light. When they returned, they saw that the Begum had invited several of her brother's old friends for dinner. So Ash and Zarin had no chance to talk alone that night. The next day was Sunday. Zarin had to go back to Mardan because parade started early on Monday morning. He and his father would leave soon after sunset. The 3 of them spent that day as they did before. They talked in Coda Dad's room and rested during the hot afternoon. In the evening the Begum sent a servant to tell Zarin that she wanted to see him about buying land near Hoti Mardan. Ash and Coda Dad went up to the roof to enjoy the cooler air as the sun went down behind the hills near Atok. It was the first time they were alone together. In an hour Coda Dad would leave, and Ash did not know when they would meet again. Ash wanted very much to ask for advice, as he had done when he was a boy in Gulcote and later in Mardan. But he could not speak about his problem. It was too personal, and the pain was still fresh. Instead, he talked cheerfully about his coming leave in Kashmir and about hunting. To most people, his voice would sound happy, but Coda Dad was not deceived. The old man listened and nodded. He said nothing. As the sky turned red with the sunset, a soft wind began to blow, carrying a high, faraway call from the city. A voice was calling to prayer from the mosque in Atok. Coda Dad stood, spread a small mat, turned toward Mecca, and began his evening prayers. Ash looked down from the roof. People in the garden were praying too. Even the old gatekeeper was praying by the road. Ash watched them kneel, bow, and rise again. Then he turned to look toward the northeast, where, far away behind the heat and dust, was the Jia. He did not say his own prayer. He wanted to, but his old picture of the goddess disappeared, and he started to think of Julie instead. He had told Julie that he would think of her every day, but he had tried not to. He could not bear it. He had decided to follow her uncle's advice and forget the past. He had tried to shut those thoughts away, as if closing a door against a rising flood. Sometimes the memories still came through like small leaks, but he managed to stop most of them. Now that door broke open. He felt lost in the same strong feelings of love and pain that had filled him when he understood, in Karkaji's tent, that his last chance was gone. He would never see Julie again. Koda Dad finished his prayers. He turned and saw Ash standing by the parapet, facing the road and the sky in the east. The full moon was rising while the sun went down in the golden west. Ash's back was very stiff, and his thin hands opened and closed again and again. Koda Dad saw his trouble at once. He said softly,
"What is wrong, Ashok?"
Ash turned too quickly. He could not hide his face, and Koda Dad gasped in pity when he saw the pain there.
Child, it cannot be so bad," Koda Dad said with worry. "No, do not try to hide it." He raised his hand to stop Ash's denial. "I have known you since you were 7 years old. I can see what is written on your face and hear what is in your voice. I am not so old that I forget my own younger days. Who is she, my son?"
She. Ash began.
Ash looked at him with surprise.
"You forget that I have seen you like this before. Then, it was only a young boy's foolish love. But now it feels stronger. You are not a boy anymore. It is about Kaye, isn't it?"
Ash stopped breathing for a moment and his face became pale.
"How did you? But you can't." "I didn't," he began.
He could not finish his sentence. Koda Dad shook his head.
"You did not say anything, but your silence told me," he said. "When you spoke of the 2 brides, you talked about the younger one by name. You described what she said and what she did, but you said almost nothing about the older one. When you mentioned her, your voice changed. It lost feeling, as if you wanted to hide something."
He looked at Ash and went on.
"This older bride is Kaye, the one we all know. She helped you escape from the Hawa Mahal. Yet you said very little about her. You spoke as if she were a stranger. That silence showed the truth. And I could see the change in you. It could be nothing else. Am I not right?"
Ash gave a small smile and said, "You are always right, my father. But I feel ashamed that I am so easy to read. You can see my feelings in my face and hear them in my voice."
"There is no need to feel that way," Koda Dad said calmly. "No one else could see it, only me. I know you very well, and I care for you deeply. I also remember the old days clearly. I will not ask you to tell me what you do not wish to say, but I am worried for you, my son. It hurts me to see you sad. If I can help you—"
"You always help me," Ash said quickly. "I depended on you when I was a child, and I have done so many times since then, even when I was new and foolish. I know that if I had followed your advice more often, I would have saved myself much pain."
"Tell me," said Koda Dad.
He sat down cross-legged on the warm stone, ready to listen. Ash leaned on the wall and looked out at the Begum's garden. The Indus River shone red and gold in the sunset. He began to tell everything he had not said the day before, leaving out only what happened one night. When he finished, Koda Dad sighed and said quietly, "Her father was brave and wise. He ruled his people well, but not his home. He was weak there. He disliked tears, arguments, and fights. He became silent and thoughtful for a while.
Then he said, still, he always kept his word. If he promised something, he did it, as a true Rajput should. Because of that, it is right that Kairabai also keeps her promise. From what you told me, she took the best of him. You see this as your bad luck now, but later you will understand that her choice was right for both of you. She was brave to keep her faith. If she had done what you wanted, and even if she had lived afterward, which is doubtful, you two would not have found happiness together."
Ash turned from the dark river and said roughly, "Why do you say that? I would have done anything for her, everything."
Coda Dad lifted his strong hand to stop him.
"Do not speak like a child, Ashok," he said firmly. "I know you would have tried to make her happy. But you cannot build a new world, and you cannot change the past. Only the one God could do that, if it were needed. And it would be very important for you. I have not known your people well myself, but my sons and relatives have. They understand the ways of the Sahib log, and I have listened to them for many years since I left Gulcote. Now, I do not think all that I heard was false, so you must listen to me, Ashok."
Ash smiled a little and gave a playful salute.
But Coda Dad looked serious and said sharply, "This is not a joke, boy. Long ago, when the rule of the Company Bahadur was still new and there were no English women in India, the Englishmen married Indian women, and no one spoke against it. But when the company became stronger, many English women came from across the sea. They did not like this custom. They looked down on all who were close to Indian women, especially those who married them, and they also looked down on the children from such marriages. When the people of India saw this, they became angry and began to feel the same way. So now, both sides dislike it. Because of this, neither Kyrie's people nor yours would have allowed a marriage between you."
"They could not have stopped us," said Ash angrily.
"Maybe not," said Coda Dad. "But they would have tried. And if you had gone on and married her, very few Englishwomen would have wanted to meet her. They would not have asked her into their homes, nor would they let their daughters visit her. No one would treat her as an equal. Even her own people would have done the same. They would have spoken badly of her behind her back because she, a king's daughter, would have to suffer cold treatment from Englishwomen whose parents were far less noble than hers. They would despise her like the Rana and his nobles did, because her grandfather was a foreigner and her mother was of mixed blood. In this matter, you must know from Bitha, her people can be as harsh as yours. It is something deep in many hearts, a distrust of those who are of mixed race. It is hard to change. If you had brought Kyrie by here, you would have learned this soon enough. You would have also found that you had no safe place here. Your regiment would not have wanted you back, and others would not have accepted someone rejected by the guides."
"I know," said Ash tiredly. "I thought about that too. But I am not poor, and we could have lived together."
"Yes," said Coda Dad. "But unless you lived far away in the wild places or built your own new world, you would have had neighbors. They would have been villagers or town people who saw you as strangers. You might have grown to like them, and they might have accepted you. Perhaps you both could have lived in peace. But patience and tolerance are rare, they do not last long. I know your road is hard, but I think it is the best one for you both. If Kiribai had the courage to choose it, should you have less courage to accept it?"
"I already have accepted it," said Ash slowly. "There was no choice."
"None," agreed Coda Dad. "So why be sad about it? What must happen will happen. You should give thanks for the good you had, not waste your heart on what you cannot have now. There are many good things in life besides love for one person. Even you must know that. If it were not so, the world would be a lonely place for all those who never find that one love. You are luckier than you think. And now," said Coda Dad firmly, "we will talk about other things. It is getting late, and I have much to tell you before I go."
Ash thought he would speak of friends and news from villages beyond the border. But Coda Dad began to speak of faraway Kabul. He said that lately, there were many agents and spies from Russia there. People joked that out of every 5 men walking in Kabul, 1 worked for the Tsar, 2 took money from him, and the last 2 hoped to do the same. The Emir, Sher Ali, did not care much for the British. When Lord Northbrook, the old Governor-General, refused to promise him British help, he turned instead toward Russia. Because of that, the friendship between Britain and Afghanistan had become much weaker during the past 3 years. It is to be hoped that the new Lord Sahib will understand the Amir better, said Khoda Dad. Otherwise there will surely be another war between the Afghans and the Raj, and the last one should have taught both sides that no one wins from such fighting.
Ash smiled and said that Kyrie's uncle, the Rao Sahib, liked to say that people never really learn from the mistakes of their parents or grandparents. He said that everyone thinks they could have done better in the past, but they only end up making the same mistakes again. Ash added, "He told me that old men forget, and young men do not care about things that happened before they were born. They think it is just old history, done badly by foolish people, their own fathers and grandfathers."
Khoda Dad frowned and spoke more seriously. "You may laugh," he said, "but those who remember the first war against the Afghans, and those who were not born then, should still think about it and what it caused."
"I have read about it," Ash said lightly. "It is not a nice story."
"Nice?" Khoda Dad said angrily. "No, it was not nice. Everyone suffered, Afghans, British soldiers, Sikhs, Jats, Punjabis, and all the others who fought in the big army sent by the Raj against Sher Ali's father, the Amir Dost Muhammad. That army won at first and took Kabul. They thought they would stay there, but in the end they had to leave. They went back through the mountains, about 17,000 people, men, women, and children. Do you know how many reached Jalabad? 1. Just one person out of all that great company that left Kabul the year my son Awal Shah was born. Most of the others died in the snow. The tribes attacked them, and they were too weak from the cold to fight. Some months later my father passed through the same place and saw their bones along the hillsides for miles."
"I have seen them too," Ash said softly. "But that was long ago. Why does it trouble you now, Bapuji?"
"Many things trouble me," Khoda Dad said seriously. "That story is one of them. It is not so old, because many men still living saw what my father saw. Some younger than me were part of that fighting and later told their sons and grandsons."
Ash said, "So what? That is not unusual."
"No," Khoda Dad said, "but now everyone is hearing that story again, in every town and village across Afghanistan. I have heard it many times in recent weeks, and it worries me. It makes young men proud and bold. They start talking against the Raj and think the British are weak. And there is something strange, the storytellers are almost always strangers. They are travelers, merchants, or holy men on pilgrimage. They pass through towns and tell the story very well. People listen and remember, and soon everyone repeats it again with pride. I begin to think there is a reason behind it. Maybe someone is planning something."
"Do you mean Sher Ali or the Tsar of Russia?" Ash asked. "But why? It would not help Sher Ali to start a war with the British."
"That is true," Khoda Dad said slowly. "But it might help the Russians if he did. Then he would join them and ask for their help. Everyone knows that the Russians have taken much land from the Khans. If they get control of Afghanistan, they could use it one day to attack India. I do not want that. I do not want the Russians here instead of the Raj. But if I could choose, child, I would still wish that the Raj would leave this land. It should belong to the people born here."
"Like me," Ash said with a grin.
"See yet. You know what I mean. I speak of the men of Hind, whose land this is, and whose fathers owned the soil. Not of foreign rulers."
"Like Baber the Mogul and other followers of the Prophet?" Ash asked with a small smile. "They were also foreigners who took the land from the Hindus. So if the Raj ends, maybe those whose fathers owned the soil will drive out all Muslims next."
Dad looked angry at first. Then the truth of Ash's words made him calm again. He gave a sad laugh and said, "You are right. I did not think of that. Yes, we are both foreigners. I am a Pathan, and you belong neither to this country nor to England. But Muslims came here centuries ago. Hind is their home now, the only one they have. They have grown too close to it to ever be separated." He stopped and frowned. "How did we begin to talk about this?" he asked. "I was speaking of Afghanistan. Things beyond the border worry me, Ashok. If you can say something to those in power."
Me? Ash interrupted and laughed loudly. "Bapuji, you cannot mean that. Who would listen to me?"
"But there are many senior officers in Rawalpindi," Dad said. "Colonels and generals who know you. Would they not listen?"
To a young officer? And one with no proof. Ash said.
"But I myself told you."
"Yes, that men are moving from village to village near the border, speaking of something that happened long ago, before I was born. I know that. But what someone tells me is not proof. I would need much more if I wanted people to believe me. Without that, they would laugh at me, or even scold me for wasting their time with local stories. They might think I was only trying to sound important."
"But surely," Dad said softly, still confused, "your superiors in Rawalpindi must respect you. You have just finished a hard task with honor. If they did not trust you, they would never have chosen you for that work."
"You are wrong, my father," Ash said sadly. "They chose me only to send me far from my friends and the frontier. They needed someone who speaks Hindustani well, that is all."
"But now that you are back, and you have done well."
"Now that I am back, they must find another way to send me away until my regiment wants me again. Until then, I am only a problem. No, Bapuji, it would be better if Awal or Zarin spoke to Bati Sahib or the Commandant. They would at least be listened to. I would not be."
What should I say to Bati Sahib?
Asked Zarin from behind them. They had not heard him come up the stone stairs, because Fatima Begum did not allow shoes in her house. His feet made no sound.
"I am becoming deaf in my old age. It is lucky I have no enemies, for even a child could follow me without being heard. I did not hear you come." And Ashok was talking so loudly that he could not hear anything else.
Zarin and Ash smiled at each other.
"No, Bapuji, my words were not foolish. People in power in Rawalpindi and Mardan still do not trust me. Until my punishment is finished, they will not listen to me. Besides, they already know about these things. They have spies everywhere, or if they do not, they should."
What are you talking about? Asked Zarin as he sat beside his father. What things should they already know?
"Your father," said Ash, "tells me there is trouble starting in Afghanistan. He fears that if it is not stopped soon, the Emir may join with the Russians, and that could bring another war."
Good. We could use a war. We have done nothing for too long. It is time to fight again. But if the government thinks Sher Ali will let the Russians take Kabul, or let them come into the country, then they do not understand the Emir or his people.
"True."
"That is true," said his father. "And if this new Lord Lytton can act with care and with patience, using friendship and wisdom when he deals with the Emir and the people of Afghanistan, things may still be good. But if his advisors continue as they are doing now, I believe there will be war in the end. When I was young, I liked fighting and danger, but now I am old. I do not want to see villages burn, crops destroyed, and the bodies of people left on the ground for animals to eat."
The religious teachers tell us that no man dies before his time, said Zarin softly. Our lives are already written.
"Maybe," said Dad slowly, "but now I am not so sure. How can the mullahs, or even the Prophet, truly know all of God's mind? And I have 3 sons," he looked at Ashok. "Yes, I count you as one of them. They are all soldiers, and their regiment will be called first if there is another war with Afghanistan. You may say I speak like an old woman, but I hope they do not die young. I want them to grow old, to see their own sons grow to men and have many grandsons. When they die, it should be at peace, with full hearts, like their father will one day die. So it troubles me to hear the talk that spreads along the frontier and to see signs that war may come.
Do not worry, Bapuji, said Ash, bending to touch the old man's feet. A strong wind will come and blow these clouds away, and then you can rest easy again. Your sons will just sit and wait, bored because there is no enemy to fight.
Let be, said Coda Dad with a snort as he began to get up. You are as bad as Zarin. You think war is a game and a way to win honor and higher rank.
And to get loot, Ash said with a laugh. Do not forget that, father. I spent 8 days in Kabul looking for Dilasa Khan, and it is a very rich city.
He held out his hand to help the old man stand, but Coda Dad pushed it aside. He stood up by himself, fixed his turban, and said seriously that the young had too much laughter and too little respect for their elders. Come now. It is time to eat. After that, I must see my sister and rest a little before we begin our journey home.
They ate together in the open yard. Later they went to visit Fatima Begum to thank her for her kindness. The old lady kept them talking for more than an hour before telling them to get some rest before midnight. At midnight, a servant woke them. They rose, dressed, and left the kind house. Then they rowed together down through a tock to the bridge of boats. The Indus shone like silver under the full moon. The great river made many sounds, soft hissing and laughing between the tide boats that pulled hard against the strong water, and then a deep roar farther down where the river grew narrow. It was hard to hear one another over the noise, so they said nothing. There was no more to say. At the bridge they stopped and got down from their horses. They embraced as men of the border do when they meet or part. Ash helped Coda Dad to mount again. He took the old man's hand in both of his, pressed it to his forehead, and held it there for a long moment. Then he let go and stepped back as Coda Dad and Zarin rode slowly forward onto the bridge. The horses' hooves made a loud sound on the wooden bridge. It was like drumbeats beside the noise of the river. Soon the sound grew quiet and was lost in the water's voice. The soldier on guard yawned and lit a cheap cigarette. Ash's horse did not like the small fire and noise of the match. It lifted its head and made angry sounds. Ash stayed still. He watched the two other riders as they reached the far side of the bridge. When they began to climb the road, the taller man raised a hand to say goodbye. The other man stopped his horse and looked back. Ash could not see his face clearly at that distance, but the bright moon showed his familiar nod. Ash smiled and lifted both hands to show that he understood. He saw Coda Dad nod again with satisfaction. Then father and son rode away. He watched them become smaller until they turned on the Peshawar road and disappeared in the dark hills.
You are not going with your friends? Asked the guard lazily.
Ash did not answer at once. Then he turned and said slowly, No. No, I cannot go with them.
Too bad, said the guard kindly and yawned again.
Ash said good night. He climbed onto his uneasy horse and rode back alone to the Begum's house, where he would sleep for the night and spend most of the next day.
The old lady sent for him the next morning. They talked for more than an hour. In truth, the Begum did most of the talking. Ash sat behind the split cane curtain and listened. Sometimes he answered a question. The rest of the time, he was alone. He liked that quiet time. It gave him space to think about what Coda Dad had said about Anjali. When he left the Begum's house after moonrise, he felt calmer and happier than before. He rode slowly. He did not hurry his horse on the 60 miles of road. He changed into his own clothes behind tall grass and reached the rest house near the Murray Road before the moon went down. His room was very hot, over 100 degrees, and the fan did not work. He stayed there through the day and left the next morning for the hills and the cool wind of Mary. Worley came the next day. They travelled together into Kashmir through Dommel and the narrow Jhelum Gorge. They camped and hunted in the mountains near Sopor for a month. Worley grew a short beard, and Ash grew a fine moustache. It was a happy and peaceful time. The weather was perfect, and they had many things to talk about. Ash told Worley about his visit to Fatima Begum's house but said nothing about Julie. He also forgot to tell him Coda Dad's warning about trouble beyond the border. It had slipped his mind. He had not thought it important. There was always some problem on the frontier, and he cared more about his own life than about Afghanistan. Halfway through July, the weather changed. After 3 days of heavy rain and thick mist on the mountain, the campers decided to go back to Srinagar. They quickly left the mountain and put up their tents under chinar trees near the city. They planned to return by Tonga along the road, because walking in the rain for days sounded too unpleasant. After breathing the cool mountain air, they found Srinagar warm and wet. The city looked dirty, with old wooden houses crowded together and narrow streets that smelled bad. Some canals looked and smelled like open drains. But Dal Lake was beautiful. Lotus flowers covered the water, and many bright birds flew above it. They saw kingfishers and bee-eaters flashing blue, green, and gold. They bathed in the lake and rested. They ate too many cherries, peaches, mulberries, and melons from the valley. They visited Shalimar and Nishot Gardens, which Emperor Jinja had built long ago on the lake shore. Those days were happy and sunny. But soon they were gone. They travelled again, the cart shaking and making noise as it moved toward Baramulla at the mouth of the valley. Then they went back into the mountains and more rain. They passed great rocky gorges and forests of pine and deodar trees. They rode through small hill villages. The tracks were narrow and close to steep mountain sides that fell straight down to the Jhelum River below. The water rushed and roared far underneath. When they reached Mary, they were glad. They could sleep in dry and soft beds again. Mary was also covered with mist and rain, but soon the clouds began to move away. As they drove down the long road, the air became warmer. By the time they reached the plains again, the hot weather had returned. Madhu had come back from his holiday in Mansehra, his village near Abbottabad. He said he felt rested and fresh. He looked the same, but Ash could see that the long trip to Bitha and the hard journey back in the heat had tired him. He, like Coda Dad Khan, was getting older. Madhu had brought a young relative named Kadera with him. Kadera was 16, tall and thin, with many marks on his face. He was friendly and happy. Madhu said the boy would become a good cook one day.
If I must train someone, he said, I want to choose him myself. I do not want to deal with some servant who cannot even boil water, much less make a big meal.
The bungalow smelled old and damp. There was the scent of lamp oil and too many flowers. The gardener had filled every jar with bunches of marigolds and zinnias. On the hall table lay a pile of letters, mostly from home and addressed to Worley. 2 letters were for Ash, written in another language. They were 6 weeks old. They spoke of the festival when the new Maharaja of Karidkote had been installed. One letter was from Karkaji and the other from Mulraj. Both thanked Ash again for his help to their Maharaja and the state. They also sent messages from Jyoti, who seemed very happy and wanted to know when the Sahib would visit Karidkote. But except for the mention of Ash's services, there was nothing about Bitha.
Well, what else did I expect? He said quietly.
Ash folded the soft sheets of paper and put them away. He thought there was no reason to look back at the past in Karidkote. That part of his life was finished, and it was better to think about the future. Letters from India were still slow and uncertain. The distance between Karidkote and Bitha was about as great as the distance from London to Vienna or Madrid. It was also unlikely that the Rana, who had tried and failed to trick the late Maharaja, would want to write to his successor or tell Jyoti's sisters to do so. That evening, which was their first after returning from leave, Worley suggested they go to the club. He wanted to meet friends and hear the latest news of the station. But Ash preferred to stay home and talk with Mardu. So Worley went alone and came back 2 hours later with a surprise guest, Wigram Batty, who was also returning from leave. Lieutenant Batty had been hunting near the borders of Poonch. When Worley met him on the mall and learned he planned to stay in Pindy for a few days, he insisted Wigram would be more comfortable in their bungalow than at the club. That was not completely true, but Worley was happy to bring him home. Ash still held first place in Worley's heart, but Wigram was not far behind. He was a friendly and popular officer, and his eldest brother, Quentin, who died in action during the mutiny, held a special place in Worley's memory. Quentin had joined the famous march to the ridge at Delhi with the guides. They had moved almost 600 miles in only 22 days during the hottest weather. They even fought to take a rebel village on the way and went into battle half an hour after reaching the ridge, though they had marched 30 miles since morning. That battle had been Quentin's first and last. He was badly wounded and died a few hours later. Before dying, he spoke his last words in Latin about dying for one's country. Worley, who was a romantic and a true patriot, admired this story deeply. He believed that dying for one's country was noble and good. To him, Wigram and his brother Fred, who both served with the guides, seemed to share some of Quentin's glory. He also called them fine fellows. Wigram liked young Walter Hamilton from their first meeting a year and a half before. That said much about Worley's good nature, because Wigram thought Ash was wild, and he knew Walter looked up to Ash too much. Many senior officers, including Wigram, believed Ash had been lucky not to lose his position. So it would have been easy for Wigram to stay away from Pondey-Martyn's young friend. But soon he saw that Walter admired Ashton without trying to copy him. Walter dreamed big but stayed sensible and steady. Wigram thought, he is a good young man. He will be a fine officer on the frontier. The kind men will follow because he leads by example, just like Quentin. Whenever Wigram visited Rawalpindi, he always tried to see Walter. He spoke so warmly about him to the commandant and the second-in-command that his words helped Walter get a commission in the Corps of Guides. Ash knew that Wigram, being a strict soldier, did not completely approve of him. Still, they got along fairly well. Wigram clearly enjoyed Walter's company the most. Walter's good nature made Wigram, usually a quiet and serious man, laugh and relax like a young ensign again. Watching them joke and talk together, Ash felt grateful that Wigram was there. At another time, he might have felt jealous of Worley's great admiration for the older man and of the new friendship they had built while he was away. But he had not looked forward to the last days in the bungalow. The rooms were full of things that reminded him Worley was leaving. He knew he would soon feel very lonely. Wigram's visit would make the time go faster and help him feel less sad when Worley left. It would also be good for Worley. Wigram was leaving the same day, so they would ride together. Worley would have company on the way and would arrive in Mardan with a well-liked officer. That would help him start well in the guides. Worley's kind nature and the good reports Zarin had taken back would help him even more. Ash did not worry about Worley's future. He believed Worley was lucky and would become famous one day. It was the kind of success Ash had once dreamed of for himself. After Worley left, the bungalow felt very quiet. There were no more strong morning songs coming from his bathroom. The house felt too big and empty. Ash saw now how old and poor it looked. The few pieces of furniture they had rented for too much money were worn and ugly. Before, he had thought the house was fine, even friendly. Now it looked dirty and cold. The smell of damp, dust, and mice made him feel uneasy. The room that had been Worley's study and bedroom already looked like no one had lived in it for a long time. The only sign that Worley had ever been there was a small torn piece of paper that looked like part of a list. When Ash looked around that empty room, he felt a painful thought. He had lost Worley. They would meet again when he returned to the regiment, but things would not be the same. Time and life would slowly change their friendship. Wally would meet new people and admire better men, like Wigram. He would soon be liked by everyone and become a popular and valuable officer. Ash did not think Wally would forget him. But he knew their friendship would be different, changed by work and duty. The morning was dark and cloudy. Then a sudden strong wind came before the heavy monsoon rain. It blew through the empty room, shaking the blinds and bringing dust and dry leaves from the veranda. The small piece of paper, the only thing left from Wally, rolled across the floor to Ash's feet. He bent down, picked it up, and made it flat. It was not a laundry list.
It was a note where Wally had written some rhyming words. Divine. Shine. Pine. Mine. Wine?
Valentine, En. En what? Entwine? Thought Ash with a small smile. Maybe something more strange, like incarnadine? Wally liked to use rare words like that in his poems. Ash wondered who Wally had been talking to when he wrote it. He also wondered if Wally would ever meet a girl who could truly hold his heart. He could not imagine Wally as a calm and serious family man. He could imagine him sad and in love, yes. But only as a man who liked to dream and never push things too far. Wally liked to chase after girls he could never have.
The truth is, Ash said quietly, he likes to talk to pretty girls and write poems about them. He writes that they are cruel, or that their hair and laughter are lovely. But he never goes further than that. The thing he really loves is fame. Army fame, poor fool. Until he stops dreaming about that, no girl will ever have a chance. Well, one day he will change. And he will change about me too, I suppose.
He turned the small piece of paper over. On the back, he saw part of a Persian exercise. Wally had been translating a passage from the book of Genesis into Persian. Ash thought that this wrinkled paper showed what kind of boy Wally was. It showed his faith, his love of writing poetry, his cheerful way of life, and his strong wish to pass his language exam with good marks. The translation was very good. As Ash looked at the neat Persian writing, he understood that Wally had worked even harder than he had believed. Ash read the words and suddenly felt cold. He crushed the paper into a ball and threw it away as if it had hurt him. He was not usually a superstitious man. But he remembered that Coda Dad had spoken of trouble in Afghanistan and had worried about another war there. The frontier force regiments would be the first to join if fighting started. Ash also knew that many people believed the plain of Kabul was the land of Cain, that same nod east of Eden, and that Cain's bones were buried under a hill south of Kabul. They said Cain himself had founded that city. Ash told himself this idea was strange and far from the truth. He thought it was not a coincidence that Wally had translated that passage. Wally had been reading the memoirs of the first Mughal emperor, Babar the Tiger. He had learned the old story and had looked up the same part in Genesis to use for practice. Ash decided there was nothing strange about it. Still, he felt ashamed for shivering. Even so, he wished he had not read those words. The part of him that would always be a shock felt it was unlucky. No amount of Western thinking or years at school could make him believe it was only nonsense. A second wind blew the tiny paper ball away, under the bamboo blind and across the veranda. It rolled into the dusty yard and was gone. Now there was no trace of Wally left. Ash closed the door against the flying dust. The first drops of rain fell. Then, in an instant, the sky grew dark and loud with heavy rain. The rain lasted through the weekend. It washed away the dust and made the air cooler. It also forced snakes out of the holes under the house and around the tree roots. They hid in the bathrooms and under flower pots until the servants chased them out with shouts and noise. On Monday, Captain Lionel Crimplay arrived to take Wally's place in the bungalow. There were not enough houses in Rawalpindi, so Ash had no choice. If it was not Crimplay, it would have been someone else, though Ash thought anyone else would have been better. Crimplay was about 10 years older than Ash. He thought his age should have given him better rooms. He was angry to share half a bungalow with a younger officer and did not try to hide his feelings. He disliked everything about the country. He treated the people as lower than himself, whatever their rank or skill. A few days after he came, Crimplay heard voices and laughter from Ash's room. He walked in without knocking. Ash was talking and laughing with his cook, who was smoking a hookah. Crimplay was shocked. To be fair, Crimplay thought Ash was away. He believed the servants were sitting in Ash's chairs and gossiping when they should be working. He said sorry and left quickly, still looking upset. That evening at the club, he told his friend Major Rakes about the disgraceful scene. The two men had first met when their regiments were in Meerut.
Major Rakes said he was not surprised. "If you ask me, there's something strange about that fellow," said Major Rakes. "He speaks the local language too well. It's fine to learn it, of course, but not so well that you could pass for a native just by darkening your skin."
Quite so, said Lionel Crimplay. He was an Indian Army officer who spoke with a very British accent. He had passed the required language exam but knew only a small number of words.
In any case, said Major Rakes, feeling strongly about the matter, spending time with these people as equals does no good to our race. What happened in 57 could happen again if we do not make sure that the natives respect us. You should talk to young Martin. If he is getting friendly with his servants, someone must speak to him.
Captain Crimplay thought the advice was good and followed it as soon as he could. Ash had never met people who thought like Crimplay and Rakes before. At first, he found it funny. Then he saw that Crimplay was serious, and he became angry. They had a bad argument. Crimplay felt insulted because a junior officer had spoken to him so rudely. He complained to the brigade major and demanded an apology. He said he wanted the young officer punished and asked for new rooms. If he could not be moved, he wanted Lieutenant Pelham-Martyn to be thrown out of the bungalow at once. He said he would never live under the same roof as an insolent young man who smoked and talked with servants. He said even more on the same point, but the brigade major was not happy about it. The brigade major did not agree with Crimpley's ideas, but he also did not like Ash's behavior. He preferred moderate views and disliked extremes. He thought both men were wrong. But he said that a junior officer must never use rude language to a senior one, no matter why. So Ash was given a strong warning. Crimplay, for his part, was told firmly that he and Ash must stay where they were. There were no other rooms, so both would have to share the bungalow. The brigade major was satisfied with his decision. He thought it was fair and wise, but he did not see how hard it would be for both men. They tried to avoid each other as much as possible. Life in the small bungalow became unpleasant. Crimplay slept there but took all his meals elsewhere. He went to the mess or the club instead.
Could not possibly eat or drink with a man like that, he told Major Rakes. Our government is making a big mistake letting those outsiders come here. They should find them and send them away at once.
Ash wrote an angry letter to his friend Worley.
He said, Crimplay is exactly the kind of proud and foolish man who should never be here. One rude and narrow-minded officer like him can destroy the work of 1,000 good ones. Thank God there are only a few of them. But even one is too many. It is sad to think that in the future people may say Lionel was typical, and that all of us, from Clive onwards, were just arrogant and rude fools.
Ash knew many people in the cantonment, but he had no close friends. When Worley was there, he had not needed other friends. After Worley left, he did not try to make new ones at the club. He preferred to stay away from Crimplay, who was always there after work. So Ash began to spend more of his free time with men like Qasim Ali or Ranji Narayan. They were sons of rich middle-class families. Their homes stood in large green gardens outside the city, or in tall houses inside it. They were merchants, bankers, farmers, and landowners. They were the strong part of the city community. Ash liked their company. He found it calmer and more interesting than what he heard in the cantonment. With them, He could speak about many things: religion, ideas, farming, trade, and local government. In the cantonment, people only talked about horses, gossip, the army, or the politics of faraway lands. Still, Ash did not feel completely at ease. His friends were always kind and tried to make him welcome, but he felt a wall between them. They liked him and wanted to hear his thoughts. They were pleased that he spoke their language well. But Ash knew he was not one of them. He was a guest and also a foreigner, a man of the Raj. There were other barriers too. Because his faith and his birth were different, his friends avoided some subjects when he was there. Their children played freely around him, but he never saw the women of the house. When he visited Ranji Narayan's family or their friends, there was also the question of caste. Some older people never ate or drank with a foreigner, because their religion forbade it. Ash did not think this strange. He knew that old customs cannot change in a short time. But he also knew that such customs made friendship between a foreigner and local people careful and sometimes difficult. That cold season, people talked about a big meeting to be held in Peshawar. Men from Great Britain and the Emir of Afghanistan were to speak about a treaty. Many in Rawalpindi, and across the North Punjab, discussed what this could mean. Khoda Dad had spoken to Ash about it, but Ash did not think much about the event. He rarely went to the club or the mess, so he missed most of the news. Zarin had visited Rawalpindi once or twice in the autumn. At Christmas, Worley had a week's leave. He and Ash went to the Chenab River near Moralla to shoot duck and snipe. They enjoyed that week very much. After it ended, the days that followed seemed long and dull. Worley wrote often, and Zarin wrote sometimes. Sometimes there was a letter from Karkaji with news from Karidkot, and greetings from Jyoti and Mulraj. There was never any word about Anjali or Bitha. Khoda Dad also wrote a few short letters. He said that he was well and that things had not changed since they last met. Ash understood this to mean that the situation Khoda had spoken of before was still not better. Captain Crimplay sometimes saw these letters on the hall table. He spoke sharply about them at the club. He said that Ponday Martin's friends should be checked by the intelligence. No one except Major Rakes took his words seriously. Crimplay and his friend were not liked, and they probably could not have harmed Ash. But the matter changed when Mr. Adrian Pawson arrived. January and February passed. The weather turned warm and bright. Mr. Pawson was one of the last travellers to visit Rawalpindi before the heat began. He had spent some months travelling around India with important people, like governors and officials. Now he was a guest of the Commissioner of Rawalpindi. He planned to go next to Peshawar, then return to Bombay, and finally home. The reason for this trip was to collect ideas for some lectures about our Eastern Empire. By now, Mr. Pawson thought he knew the subject very well. One evening in early March, he shared his thoughts with some members at the Pindy Club.
The problem, said Mr. Pawson in a loud, confident voice, is that the only Indians you people here want to know are the rich princes or the poor farmers. You seem happy to call a ruler a good man, but you never try to be friends with Indian men and women who are like you in class. This is very wrong. It shows short sight and pride, even racial pride, and that is very unpleasant to anyone who thinks clearly. You are also too pleased with your old faithful servants. You like to say how loyal they are, but you never see that you treat them like helpers from another world.
Ash had come to pay a bill at the club, and he stopped to listen. He felt he had to speak.
It would be interesting, sir, said Ash in a sharp voice, to know why you laugh at faithfulness. I thought it was a Christian virtue, but maybe I was wrong.
Mr. Pawson was surprised for a moment. Then he looked at Ash calmly and said, "Not at all. I only wanted to show a point. You Anglo-Indians get along very well with people who serve you and enjoy the company of princes, but you do nothing to be friends with those on the same level as you."
May I ask, sir, said Ash quietly, how many years you have lived in this country?
"Oh, stop it, Ash," whispered a worried friend, pulling his coat. But Mr. Pawson stayed calm. He knew a person trying to disturb a speech when he saw one. He sat back in his chair, touched his waistcoat, joined his fingers, and said, "The answer, my dear sir, is none. I am only a visitor to this land."
"Your first visit, I think," said Ash quickly.
Mr. Pawson frowned, then smiled. "Quite right. I came to Bombay in November, and sadly I must leave by the end of this month. My time is not mine, you understand. But as a visitor with a fresh eye and an open mind, I believe I can see problems more clearly. It is true what people say, the watcher sees the game best."
"Not in this case," said Ash firmly. "This problem has been seen by many travelers before. They talked about it, but they never stayed long enough to live as they spoke. If they had, they would have learned that it is often the other way round. The middle class here, like in other countries, is careful and proud. They are often the ones who decide what happens. You are making the same mistake as others who visit for a short time. You think we British people ignore them, but it is not that simple. It goes both ways."
"If you mean what I think you mean," said Major Rakes in anger, "then, by George, I must say—" "One moment, please," said Mr. Pawson firmly, raising his hand. He looked again at Ash. "My dear young man, I do believe that some Indians of this class may not wish to invite some British people they have met. We do not need to name anyone. But it should be your duty to try your best to break these walls. You must become close with these people. Only then can both sides understand each other and build respect and trust. Without that, our rule here cannot last."
Ash laughed now, truly amused. "You make it sound very easy, sir," he said. "I will not say it is impossible, because of course, it can be done. But why do you think they really want to be friends with us?" Ash asked. "Can you give me one good reason why they should?"
"Well, after all, we are—" Mr. Pawson stopped suddenly and turned red.
"They're conquerors," Ash said, finishing the sentence for him. "I see. You think that because they live under our rule, they should be happy to get invitations from us, and they should be glad to welcome us into their homes."
"Not at all," Mr. Pawson said quickly.
His red face showed that it was exactly what he had been thinking, though he did not want to say it.
"What I meant was, well, one must admit that we can offer them a lot. Things like Western culture, our books, our work in medicine and science, and so on. You had no right to change my words, Mr.
Pelham-Martyn, said Ash kindly.
"Oh," Mr. Pawson said. He looked surprised. He knew several people named Pelham-Martyn and had once eaten lunch at Pelham Abbas. During that lunch, he had talked almost the whole time. Sir Matthew had then spoken sharply to him. Mr. Pawson still remembered that day clearly. So when Ash said his name, he felt worried that this young man might belong to that same family. "If I was unfair to you, sir, I am sorry," Ash said. "It was an easy mistake to make. Many visitors think that way."
If Ash had stopped there, things might have turned out very differently. But the topic was one that interested him deeply, and he wanted to explain more.
"But perhaps you could change your view a little," Ash went on. "Try to think how it feels for the other person, just for a minute."
Think how it feels? Mr. Pawson asked angrily. In what way, do you mean?
"Well, try to see it like this, sir," Ash said, speaking seriously. "Imagine the British Isles as a conquered land, like in Roman times, but now part of an Indian empire. Indians would rule everything. An Indian governor and his council would make laws that are very strange to you. You would need to learn the Indian language to get a good job. Indians would control the services, fill the army with their own officers, and make your countrymen serve as soldiers under them. Anyone who complained about their rule would be called dangerous. They would stop every rebellion with force. And remember, sir, the last rebellion would have happened less than 20 years ago, when you were already an adult. You would remember it well, even if you had not fought in it. You would know people who had died, or been hanged, just because they looked like you. Now tell me honestly, would you want to become close friends with your Indian rulers? If you would, then you must be a very kind and forgiving person. He bowed politely. It has been an honor to meet you, sir.
Ash turned around and walked out. He did not wait to hear Mr. Pawson's answer. Mr. Pawson said nothing. He had never thought about the matter that way before and did not know what to say. But Major Rakes and Captain Crimplay, who had been there, started talking loudly. They already disliked Mr. Pawson's opinions, but they also felt angry about Ash's words.
That was rude and bold, said Captain Crimplay in anger. He joined a private talk and said dangerous things to a man he didn't even know. And he's staying at the commissioner's house too. It was an insult to the whole club. The committee should make him say sorry or leave.
Oh, nonsense, said Major Rakes with a quick wave of his hand. The committee can take care of itself. And that fool Pawson is only a proud snob anyway.
But no officer should say or even think the kind of things that Pelham-Martyn said. All that talk about Indian soldiers guarding the British Isles was dangerous and foolish. It gave people wrong ideas, even treasonous ones. Someone should teach that young man a hard lesson, and soon. There are always some bored and strong men in every army camp, just like in every town. They enjoy fighting and like to hurt people who think differently. Major Rakes easily found 6 of these men. 2 nights later, they went quietly to Ash's room in the middle of the night. They planned to pull him from his bed and beat him unconscious. But things did not go as they had planned. They forgot that Ash woke up very easily. He had learned long ago how to protect himself, because he had needed to. When fighting, he cared little for rules or ideas of fair play. They also did not expect the noise to wake the servants. The servants and the night guard heard the shouting and thought robbers had come. They ran to help Pelham Sahib, taking any weapon they could find. The guard used his chain and stick with great force. Gulbaz swung an iron bar. Kulu Ram, Mardu, and the sweeper fought with a polo stick, a kitchen poker, and a long broom. When lights finally came and the confusion stopped, many men were hurt. Ash lay unconscious, but not because of the attack. He had fallen over a chair in the dark and hit his head on the corner of the dressing table. Major Rakes had a broken nose and a hurt ankle. No one came out unharmed except the quick Kulu Ram. The fight was short, but far too noisy, and many had bruises and broken bones. It could not be hidden. Officers started asking questions. When the answers were not clear, they began a serious investigation. They found that Indian servants had fought against British officers. This shocked the commanders.
"We cannot have things like this," said the brigade commander. He had fought in Cawnpore and Lucknow during the old rebellion and still remembered it. "This could lead to big trouble," he said. "We must send that young troublemaker away at once."
Which one? Asked another major, confused. If you mean Pelham-Martyn, I do not think he is guilty of anything.
"I know," said the commander sharply. "I am not saying he started it. But he did cause problems by speaking foolishly at the club and arguing with that visitor. He always makes trouble. His old regiment asked us to take him, and they still do not want him back. And it was his servants who fought Rakes and the others. They may have meant well, but this story looks bad for us. If it had been robbers, we would have said the servants were brave. But in this case, it is not something we want people talking about. We must get rid of him quickly."
Major Rakes had a broken nose and ankle. He was punished for his part in the trouble and told to take leave until he was better. The men who helped him were kept in their rooms for the same time. They had also been shouted at so badly that they would not forget it soon. Ash, who had been the victim and not the one who started the fight, was also blamed. He was given 1 day to pack his things, pay what he owed, and get ready to leave. He had to travel with his servants and luggage by road to Jhelum. From there, they would take the mail train to Delhi and then to Bombay. Ash would join Roper's Horse, a cavalry regiment in Ahmedabad in Gujarat. It was almost 400 miles north of Bombay, and very far from Rawalpindi. Ash was not really sad to go. He would miss some things: his friends in the city, rides into the hills, and the tall clear mountains he loved to look at. Sometimes the air there smelled of wood smoke and pine trees, and he liked that. But Ahmedabad was closer to Rajatana and only a little farther from Bitha. He would be nearer to Julie. Even though he could not visit her land, that made him a little happier. He also did not mind leaving Rawalpindi because it meant he would no longer have to live with Lionel Crimplay. He comforted himself with another thought. His friends Worley and Zarin could not take leave anyway. The army had stopped all leave because there might be trouble with the Jawaki Afridis. These people were angry about money the government gave them to keep peace. They wanted more, and there were rumors of fighting. Ash learned this from a letter sent from Mardan. He received it just one day after the attack on his house. He knew then that Worley and Zarin would not come to Rawalpindi until the problem was over, and this helped him feel less bitter about being sent away. But when he read Worley's letter again, he remembered what Khoda Dad had said on the roof of Fatima Begum's house in Attock. He began to worry that if there was a war, the guides would have to fight. Many would go, and some would not return. Ash, however, would be far away in dusty Gujarat, doing nothing important. That was a sad thought. Still, when he thought more deeply, he did not really believe the matter with the Afridis would turn into war. He also thought it had nothing to do with what Khoda Dad had said. Khoda Dad was old, and old men often worry too much and make small things seem big. Ash decided not to take his stories seriously. On his last day in Rawalpindi, Ash was very busy. He sold 2 of his horses and sent Baj Raj to stay with Worley in Mardan. He said goodbye to several friends in the city. He wrote quick letters explaining that he was leaving for Gujarat and would stay there for at least 18 months. In one of these letters to Karkaji, Ash wrote that if Karkaji ever visited his nieces, he hoped he would travel a little farther to see Ash. It was not too far, he said, only 50 course in a straight line, and maybe a bit more by road. That would be about 4 or 5 days of travel. Ash promised he would come most of the way to meet him, if Karkaji agreed. But he guessed that Karkaji would not allow him to do that. Karkaji would never allow it. Ash knew there was little hope that the old man would go to Bitha again. Still, there was a small chance he might. If he did, he would surely see Julie and talk to her. He would never write about her, but Ash believed he could not refuse to speak of her if they met. Ash often felt he would give almost anything just to hear that she was well and not too sad. Even bad news would be easier than this long silence.
I am getting too old for such journeys, Madhu said as he packed his things on the mail train the next night. It is time for me to take my pension and live in peace. I should rest instead of running up and down this land all the time.
Do you really mean that, Chachag? Ash asked with surprise.
Why would I say it if I did not? The old man said sharply.
Maybe to make me feel bad. But if you mean it, there is a coach that leaves in the morning. You could be in Abbottabad in 3 days, Ash said.
And what will you do if I go? Madhu asked angrily. Will you ask Gulbaz for advice, like you ask me? Will you listen to him as you listen to me? I made a promise long ago to Anderson Sahib and to Alayya that I would stay with you. And I also stay because I care for you. But it is true that I am old, tired, and of little use. I do not want to die in the south among people whose ways I do not understand. When my time comes, I want to die in the north, where the air is cool and clean from the high mountains.
That will happen as God wants, Ash said lightly. I am not going to Gujarat forever. It is only for a short time, Chacha. When I finish, I can come back to Mardan. Then you can take a long rest or retire if you wish.
Madhu made a noise through his nose and went to take care of his bags. He kept muttering and looked unhappy. That night, the train was half empty, and Ash was glad to have a compartment to himself. He did not have to talk to anyone. But when the train started to move and the lights of the station slid away into the dark, he began to feel lonely. The good feeling he had during the last 2 days slowly disappeared. He no longer felt sure he would stay in Gujarat for only a year or so. What if it became 2 years, or 3, or more? What if the guides did not take him back at all? The train shook and rattled. The oil lamp swung with each movement and filled the air with the bad smell of hot oil. Ash stood up and turned it off. Then he lay back in the dark, listening to the loud noise of the train. He wondered when he would see the Khyber again. As he listened, it seemed the train wheels were answering him in a hard, laughing voice that said again and again,
"Never again. Never again. Never again."
The train ride to Bombay felt much longer than Ash remembered. Last time he had come this way, more than 5 years ago, he had travelled in the other direction with Belinda, her mother, and poor George. 5 years had passed. It seemed much longer to him, maybe 12 or 20. The railways were said to be faster now, but Ash could not see much change. The trains moved a bit quicker, about 15 miles an hour, yet the carriages were still dusty and hard to sit in. The stops were still frequent, and since there was no direct train to Bombay, passengers had to change trains just as often as before. The people in his carriage were dull and quiet. When they reached Bombay, Ash and his servants moved with their luggage to another train going to Baroda and Ahmedabad. Here his luck changed. He shared the carriage with a small man who looked friendly and calm. The man had gentle blue eyes, red whiskers, and one ear that looked hurt. He said his name was Bert Stiggins. He had once worked in Her Majesty's Navy and now owned a small ship called Morala on the coast of Gujarat. Mr. Stiggins seemed peaceful at first, but this soon changed. Just as the train was ready to leave, 2 men pushed into the carriage and said loudly that they had booked it for themselves. Ash and Mr. Stiggins were sitting there illegally, they claimed. The 2 men were from a well-known trading company and had clearly drunk too much before arriving. They did not understand they had the wrong carriage number. Maybe they wanted to cause trouble. Ash was ready to fight if they did. But before he could move, Mr. Stiggins stood up quietly. One of the men kicked the guard, who fell backward onto the platform. The other man tried to hit Ash as he stepped forward to help.
"You leave this to me, Sonny," said Mr. Stiggins calmly. He pushed Ash aside easily and took control.
Within 10 seconds both men were lying flat on the platform. They looked dazed and had no idea what had happened. Mr. Stiggins threw out their bags after them, said sorry to the guard, closed the door, and went back to his seat as if nothing had happened.
Ash stared in amazement. "Well, I'll be damned," he said. "How did you do that?"
Mr. Stiggins looked a little shy. He said he had learned fighting in the Navy and practiced it again later, especially in Japan. He told us that Japanese fighters used clever tricks. "They let the other man do all the work and knock himself out," said Mr. Stiggins. "It's simple if you know how."
He gently blew on his sore knuckle and looked out the window. The 2 men were still lying on the platform.
"If them poor fellows don't move soon," he said kindly, "they will miss the train. No one seems to want to help them. I hope this teaches them not to drink so much next time. The good book says, wine is bad and strong drink brings trouble."
"Are you a man who never drinks, Mr. Stiggins?" Ash asked, surprised.
"Captain Stiggins," the man corrected gently. "No, I like a small drink now and then, but I don't drink too much. Moderation is my rule. If you take 1 drink too many, you start fighting and may end up in jail or, like those poor drunk men, miss your train."
At that moment the guard blew his whistle and the train began to move. It left Bombay station only 10 minutes late. On the platform, The two men sat holding their heads and groaning while the coolies laughed. During the next few days, Ash learned much about the little captain. Soon he respected him not only for his fighting skills but also for his good sense and character. Herbert Stiggins was called Red because of his hair and his quick temper. He was also known along the coast as the Red Fighting Man. He had left the Navy when he was still a teenager, almost 50 years earlier. Now he worked in the coastal trade, sailing mostly between Sindh and Gujarat. His ship, the Morala, had been hit by another boat that carried no lights. That was why the Morala was damaged. Red told Ash that he had gone to Bombay to talk to a lawyer about asking for money for the damage. He was now going back home. Red's talk was lively and cheerful, like the sea itself. He often spoke words from the Bible and the Book of Common Prayer. These were the only books he had ever read, except for sailing and navigation books. He was such a fun and interesting man that by the time the train reached Ahmedabad, he and Ash had become close friends. Ahmedabad was a great city built by Sultan Ahmed Shah in the 15th century. Now only a little of its old beauty remained. It stood on flat land beside the Sabarmati River. The soft green land there was very different from the dry yellow border country. The local soldiers were also quite different from the men of the frontier force. The Gujarati men loved peace and were known for their saying, "Make friends with your enemy." To Ash, their senior officers looked older and quieter than the ones in his own regiment. Their commanding officer, Colonel Pomfret, seemed like an old man from another time. He had a long white beard and very old ideas. The military area was the same as many others in India. There was an old fort, a dry hot parade ground, soldiers' quarters, horse lines, a small market, some European shops, and officers' houses in gardens with trees. Birds like parakeets, doves, and crows lived in the trees. Little squirrels ran around the roots. Life followed the usual pattern of morning call, training, shooting, and office work. Social life there, however, gave Ash a pleasant surprise. He met someone he already knew from Peshawar days. It was Mrs. Vic Carey. Her husband had been sent to Gujarat not long ago. She was happy to see Ash again, and he felt the same. Her house soon felt like a second home to him. She liked to listen and understood him well. The last time he had seen her was before Belinda left him and before he went away into Afghanistan. So now he had much to tell her. At work, Ash had one big problem, the language. Long ago, when he was a child, he had learned Gujarati from a man in his father's camp. But that was too long ago to remember. Now he had to start again and study hard, just like a beginner. Maybe because he had spoken it as a small boy, he learned faster than others. Soon he could speak quite well, which surprised the other officers. They did not know about his father's past, though his old nickname Pondey followed him. Their colonel, who long ago had met Professor Hilary Pelham-Martyn and had read one of his books about Indian languages, thought the young man's talent was natural. He only hoped that Ash had not also inherited his father's unusual opinions. Ash's behavior at first gave no reason to worry. He did his job well, though without much excitement. The younger officers thought he was dull because he did not enjoy cards or gatherings in the mess. They said the heat could make anyone quiet, and that he might be friendlier when the cold season came. But when the weather did grow cooler, nothing changed. Only his great skill at polo made the others respect him. They forgave his quiet ways and the fact that he still did not join in the games and parties. He often said no to invitations for cards, picnics, hunts, and amateur plays. The ladies at the station first showed some interest in the new man. Soon they agreed with the young officers that he was either very boring or too proud. Their opinion depended on their age and mood, but they all thought he was not good company. They also disliked that he had invited a rough man, the captain of a cargo boat, to dinner at the English club. The man, called Red Stiggins, had met Ash by chance during a short business trip to Ahmedabad. After this, No one tried again to make Ash come to social parties or dinners. He was left alone to do what he liked, and this made him happy. He used much of his free time to study. He also liked to walk outside the city. There he found old stones and buildings from long ago, now covered by plants and almost forgotten. He visited old tombs, broken temples, and empty water tanks made from stone taken from northern hills. The large land of Gujarat was mostly flat and not very beautiful, but it was rich and green after much rain. There were fields and trees of banana, mango, orange, lemon, palm, and cotton. This land was very different from Rajasthan, the place Ash remembered well. Still, some low hills in the northeast showed the border of that old country. Beyond those hills, only about 100 miles away, was Bitha. Bitha and Julie. He tried not to think about them, but it was hard, especially in the long, hot months. Work had to start very early, before the sun became too strong. By mid-morning the heat made it hard to move or think. From then until late afternoon people stayed inside, closing the shutters to keep out the bright light and hot air. Most people could rest or sleep easily during these hours. But for Ash, the still time was the hardest. He had too many hours to think, remember, and feel sad. To keep busy, he studied Gujarati. He learned it quickly, and his teacher was amazed. The Indian horsemen also respected him for this. Still, he could not stop his thoughts from going back to the past. He had been fighting this problem for more than a year. It had been easier before, when he was far away from Julie and nothing around him made him think of her. In Rawalpindi he had also had friends, horses, and sometimes a trip to the cool hills of Murree, where he could see the white mountains of Kashmir. Even the trouble with crimplay and rakes had helped him in some way. It had kept his mind busy, and little by little the pain of losing Julie had started to fade. Sometimes he passed a whole day without thinking of her. But here in Ahmedabad it was different. He thought about her all the time. He wondered if being closer to her could make her memory stronger. From here, Bitha was only 3 or 4 days away.
You are not listening, Sahib, the Munshi said. Read the sentence again. Remember what I told you about the tents.
Ash would stop thinking about the past and try to focus on the lesson. When it was finished, he looked for something to do until the heat of the day ended. Then he could go out and ride. In October, things began to look better. The cold season was coming. It was a time for soldiers to work hard again. There were camps, training, and exercises every week. In free time, people played polo, took part in races, and other lively games. The best part for Ash was finding 2 new things that made him happy again. He met a friend named Sarjevan Desai, the son of a local landowner. And he got a horse named Dagobaz. Sarjevan, called Sarji by his friends, was the great-nephew of the Risolda Major. That old soldier was famous in Roper's horse. He had served in the regiment for 40 years, since he was 15. In those days the country was ruled by the East India Company. The Risolda Major was strict but respected. He was a fine horseman. He was also related to many important families, including Sarji's. Sarji's father had been his nephew. Sarji himself was not a soldier. He owned a large estate and loved horses. He bred them for pleasure, not for money. He never sold a horse unless he liked the buyer. The old Risolda Major thought well of Ash, the new British officer. He told Sarji to find him good horses that would bring honour to the regiment and to Gujarat. Sarji and Ash quickly became friends. They were the same age and both loved horses. Soon Ash had a fine stable that other officers admired. Among his horses was a black Arabian stallion named Dagobaz, the trickster. Ash had seen many horses before, even when he worked as a stable boy for Junie Chand in Gulcote. But he had never seen one as beautiful and fast as Dagobaz. Even Baj Raj, now with Wally in Mardan, seemed dull beside him. Dagobaz was almost 3 years old when Ash bought him. At first, Sarji did not want to sell him. It was not only because of the stallion's beauty and promise. The horse had a fiery temper. He often refused to be ridden. No amount of patient training had changed this.
I do not say he is cruel, Saji said. And he can be ridden.
He was still a young horse but had not lost his dislike of carrying a man on his back. Anyone who tried to ride him could feel this in his body, and it made the ride difficult. He was strong-minded and stubborn. Even the best stable workers said they could not control him. They said he knew 1,000 ways to throw a rider to the ground. And when a rider thought he had learned them all, the horse would find a new trick. Then the man would fall again and walk home through dust and thorns. The horse was beautiful, but he was also dangerous.
The seller warned, if you buy him, you may regret it. Do not say I did not warn you.
Ash only laughed and bought the black horse. The price was small for such a fine horse with good parents. He never regretted his choice. Saji, who was also good with horses, rode well. But he had learned from comfort, not from hard work. Ash had learned as a poor horseboy when he was a child. For 10 days after buying the horse, whom they called Dagobaz, Ash did not ride him. He spent all his free time in the stable or nearby field. He touched the horse, brushed his coat, fed him carrots and sweet pieces of brown sugar from sugarcane. He spoke to him softly for hours. At first Dagobaz was careful and afraid, but soon he began to trust Ash. Later, when Ash gave a low whistle, the horse lifted his ears, gave a soft sound, and came to him. When they understood each other, things became easier. Ash still had some falls and once had to walk 5 miles home. But finally even Saji said that the trickster was the wrong name. He should now be called the saint. Ash kept the old name, because it still fitted in some ways. Dagobaz accepted Ash as his friend and master. He showed clearly that he obeyed only Ash. No one else could ride him safely, not even his helper Kulu Ram. The horse let Kulu Ram exercise him sometimes, but he made trouble every time. Kulu Ram often said that the animal was not a horse but a devil. But when Ash rode him, he behaved perfectly. Dagobaz was large for an Arab horse and ran with very long steps. Ash discovered that when he asked the horse to run fast, he could pass any other animal, even Saji's hunting cheetahs. People said that the cheetah was the fastest creature and could easily catch a deer, but Dagobaz was faster. He had a soft mouth, polite manners, and proud temper. He did not let strangers or helpers treat him badly. As Saji had said, he had no real badness in him. After Ash won his trust, he became gentle and loving like a small cat. He was also very clever, like a good trained dog. Within 2 months people offered to buy Dagobaz for much more money than Ash had paid. Ash refused every offer. He said there was not enough gold in all India to buy him. To show his pride in the horse, Ash taught him to jump and entered a cross-country race. Dagobaz won by more than 15 lengths. The men who took bets were shocked because they thought the horse had no chance. For almost a month after that, Ash rode Dagobaz in military parade instead of his older trained horse. Dagobaz did not know the drill, but he learned quickly. He followed the line well, except for one time when he tried to go ahead. He looked as if he had done this work all his life.
There is nothing he cannot do, Ash said proudly to Saji. That horse is almost human and smarter than many people. He understands every word I say. He thinks before he acts. He would be perfect for polo, but I do not need another pony. I only want him for riding. Did you see how he jumped that irrigation ditch near the well? He flew like a bird. He should have been called Pegasus. The colonel says I can race him in Bombay when the weather gets cold, if I am still here.
You think you will leave before that? Asked Saji.
Not think, Ash said with a small smile. I only hope so. Did they not tell you that I am here on punishment duty? I was sent on attachment, and when March comes I will have been here a year. Maybe the officers in Rawalpindi will be kind and let me go back to my own company.
What officers are those? Asked Saji.
Ash laughed. Men who act like gods, he said. They tell one man go, and he goes. They tell another come, and he comes. I was told to go, and I obeyed. Now I wait for the next order to come back.
Saji looked confused but still polite. And Dagobaz, he asked. Will you take him when you leave?
Of course, said Ash. I would never give him away. If no one let me take him, I would ride him back myself. But if I must stay here another year, I will take him to Bombay for the races. Everyone in the regiment wants to bet on him.
Bet? Asked Saji.
Yes, with money, said Ash. They will risk every rupee they can find.
Saji smiled. I also will go to Bombay, he said. I will bet 1 lakh of rupees on your first race and win a fortune.
We all will, said Ash. You, me, your uncle the Resolder Sahib, and every man in the regiment. Then Dagobaz will drink from a big silver cup as large as a bucket.
Many people agreed that Ash's black horse was special. But Madhu did not. He said the horse was not good and wished they had never bought it.
You care more for that creature than for anyone else, Madhu said angrily one evening when Ash came back from his ride.
Ash fed Dagobaz with a bit of sugar before sending him to the stable.
It is wrong to love an animal so much, Madhu said. It has no soul.
Ash laughed. But Allah made horses for men, he answered. Is it not written in the Quran about the war horses? They run fast and strong in battle, and man is not thankful enough. Should I be ungrateful for such a gift?
I only wish you would talk less with that beast, said Madhu. You should write more to your friends, like Hamilton Sahib. You have sent him only 1 short letter since you got that animal.
Ash looked ashamed. Have I? I did not notice, he said. I will write to him tonight.
Read what he wrote first, said Madhu. This came by the morning's mail, but you were too quick to go to the stable. This thick letter is from Hamilton Sahib. Gulbaz and I also want news of him and of our friends in Mardan.
He handed Ash a brass tray with several letters. Ash took the big one, tore it open, and went into the lighted bungalow to read it.
The cavalry have had a very dull time, Wally wrote. But the infantry have had a lot of fun. I cannot remember if I told you about the trouble with the Jawaki Afrodis. The government stopped paying them to keep the Kohat Pass open and offered the same money for guarding the Kushalgarh road and the telegraph line. They were not happy. Soon they began to steal, burn villages, and attack guards and police stations. Then they burned a bridge on the Kushalgarh road. That made the government angry. They decided to punish the Jawakis quickly. 3 groups of soldiers went into their land, 1 was ours. There were 201 men, led by Campbell, with Stuart, Hammond, Wigram, and Fred helping him. They burned a few villages and came back at once. That was all.
The columns had carried weapons and marched in terrible heat for 20 hours. They walked almost 30 miles and had 11 men lost or hurt. From our group, 2 men were wounded. It was a hard and useless task, because the Jawakis still fought strongly and did not care at all.
I think this means we will fight them again soon, someone said. If that happens, I hope the leaders let the cavalry join us. I would like to see some real action for a change. Zarin sends his greetings and asks me to tell you that he believes his father was right. He says you will understand what he means, though I do not. Please send us some news from you. You have not answered my last letter, and it has been months since we heard from you. No news is good news, so I hope you are alive and well. My greetings to Madhu and Gulbaz.
When you write, send our greetings too, said Madhu. Then he added in a dry voice, and asked him if he needs another servant, an old man who was once a good cook.
The other servants were happy enough. There were many empty houses in the Ahmedabad camp, so Ash had a whole bungalow to himself. It had a big yard and many small houses for the servants. This was a rare comfort for a young officer. Kulu Ram was pleased with the stables. Gulbaz, who had left his wife and children in Hoti Mardan, made himself comfortable with a local woman in the hut behind his place. She was quiet and shy, kept to herself, and did the cooking and cleaning for him. But Madhu was too old for such things. He disliked everything about Gujarat, except maybe the great mosque of Ahmedabad, where the city's founder, Sultan Ahmed Shah, was buried. He hated the heat, the wet air, and the thick plants that dripped with water. During the monsoon, the wind from the sea brought heavy clouds that poured rain over the whole camp. The roads, roofs, and fields were covered with water, and sometimes it looked like the houses were small islands in a lake. He could not eat the food, and he did not trust the local people. He could not speak their language, and their ways were strange to him.
He is too old to change, said Gulbaz, trying to explain. He misses the smells and the sounds of the north. He misses the food, the talk, and the customs of his own people.
As you do, said Ash quietly. And I also, he added softly.
That is true, Sahib, said Gulbaz. But you and I are still young, and God willing, we will live many more years. If we spend 1 or 2 here, it is not so bad. But it is different for Madhuji, because he knows he does not have many years left.
I should not have brought him here, said Ash with regret. But what could I do? He refused to stay behind. I would send him on leave now if I thought he would stay home until we return north, but I know he would not. So if we must face another hot season here, it is better for him to remain now, while it is still cool, and go north early in February. Then he will miss the worst heat and rain. If we are still here after that, I can send him news telling him to wait a little longer and meet us in Mardan. By that time, I will surely know my future.
Ash was right, though not in the way he had expected. During that cool season, when the regiment was not training or in camp, Ash rose at dawn to ride Dagobaz in the early morning. Most evenings he rode again, sometimes alone, sometimes with Saji, to see the lands around the city. He came back only after dark. There was much to see. Gujarat was full of old stories and history. It was the land where the god Krishna, called the Indian Apollo, had lived and died. Every hill and stream was connected to some old legend. Tombs and broken temples lay everywhere, so old that no one remembered who had built them. Among the graves and stone buildings of the great and the poor, one shape caught Ash's eye again and again. It was a woman's arm carved in stone, with fine bracelets and bands.
What is that? Ash asked.
Saji answered simply.
Oh, it remembers a sati, Saji said. It means a widow burned herself on her husband's funeral fire. It is a very old custom. Your government has stopped it now, and I think that is right. But some people still do not agree. He looked thoughtful. I remember my grandfather telling me that some wise men believe this custom began because of a mistake in writing the old laws. Long ago, when the laws were written, one said that when a man dies, his body must be burned, and his widow must later go inside the house. That meant she should live quietly alone for the rest of her life. But a man who wrote the law again many years later forgot the last 2 words. People then thought, go inside meant go inside the fire. Maybe this is true. If so, it is good that the Raj stopped it, because burning alive is a terrible death. Still, many women did not fear it and thought it was an honor.
And many more women were forced to do it, said Ash in a hard voice.
Saji lifted his shoulders. Maybe. But if they had lived, their lives might have been full of sorrow. Perhaps death was better for them. Do not forget that a woman who becomes sati is called holy. People honor her name and even respect her ashes. Look there.
He pointed with his riding whip. Bright colors showed against the dark stone and green leaves. Someone had placed fresh marigolds on a carved stone arm. It was part of a weathered statue showing a woman who had once died in the flames with her husband. The stone was half hidden by grass and plants, but another woman, surely, had placed flowers there. The air was still and hot, yet Ash felt a cold shiver. He said strongly, "At least we can be proud of one thing. We stopped that horror." Saji shrugged again. It could have meant anything. Then he began to talk about other things as they turned their horses toward the open land. The two men rode together once or twice each week. Sometimes on holidays they went for longer rides and slept away from home. They often chose their way without plan. Sometimes they went to Patri and the wide salt waters of the Rann of Kutch. There the air smelled of salt, seaweed, and the old fish heads that the boatmen threw to the gulls. Sometimes they rode east to Baroda, the capital of His Highness Siraji Rao, the Gaikwar. Other times they went south to the Gulf of Cambay, where big sea waves rolled in from the Arabian Sea between Diu Island and Damman. There they often saw the small cargo ship Morala at anchor and went on board to talk with her owner, Captain Red Stiggins. But when Ash rode north, he went alone. Saji was a cheerful friend, but Ash wanted no one with him when he rode toward the far blue hills that lay between Gujarat and Rajasthan. He always climbed a lonely hill near the river below Bijapur. There he sat and looked toward the rough line of those ancient hills. He knew Julie could see them too from a window of the Rung Mahal. They looked easy to cross, soft and golden in the evening, or blue like water in the hot afternoon light. But he had learned there were few paths there, and almost no safe way to cross, even on foot. The wild jungle on the lower slopes, full of tigers, kept most travelers away. People went around through Palanpur, or went south to Bombay and then through the hills by road or train. But that did not matter to Ash. He knew he would never be allowed to enter Rajasthan again. Even if there had been a fine road between Ahmedabad and Bithar, it would not change anything. That land was forbidden to him. Like Moses, he could look at the place he longed for, but he could not go there. He sat for hours on the quiet hill, still as stone. Birds, squirrels, and even shy lizards came close to him. A butterfly sometimes rested softly on his head. Only when Dagobaz, the horse, moved around restlessly among the old ruins and pushed his nose against his master's chest, did Ash wake up. He rose slowly, his body stiff, then mounted the horse and rode back across the flat land to Ahmedabad and the bungalow in the cantonment. When he arrived home on such days, Madhu was always waiting for him. The old servant sat quietly in a corner of the veranda, where he could watch the front gate as well as the kitchen and the servants' rooms. He wanted to make sure that his young helper, Kadera, was doing his work properly. Madhu was not feeling well these days. He felt old and tired. He was also very worried about Ash. He did not know where Ash went on these long rides or what he did there. But Madhu knew his master very well, even though he knew little about maps and places. He once learned that the border of Rajasthan was less than a day's ride to the north. From that, his heart gave him a warning that frightened him. Bithar was just beyond that border. This closeness to the Rana's country made Madhu uneasy. He had never heard anyone say a word about Anjali Bai, but long ago he had guessed that something very sad had happened in Bithar. Something that hurt Ash deeply and destroyed his peace of mind. Madhu was a wise old man. He had known and loved Ash for many years. Because of that, he could guess the truth, though he hoped he was wrong. If his guess was right, it was not only sad but also a great shock. Even after working for Englishmen for so long, Madhu still believed that good women, especially young and beautiful ones, should live in Purdah. For him, European women were different because their customs were not the same, and their men allowed them to walk outside without veils. But in Bithar, he blamed the people who had allowed the princesses and their ladies to speak so freely with Ash Sahib. He believed that, naturally, Ash had fallen in love with one of them, and that was a very bad thing. Still, Madhu told himself that it was finished. Soon Ash would forget that woman, just as he had forgotten the fair-haired young lady from Peshawar. He thought this must happen, because Bitha was far away from Rawalpindi, and Ash was unlikely to go into Rajasthan again. But a year later, by unhappy luck, Ash was sent south once more. He was posted to Ahmedabad, so now they were close again to that dark, old kingdom. Madhu had been glad to leave that place before, and now he wished to stay far away from it. Even worse, Ash looked sad most of the time and often had strange moods. Madhu's worry grew stronger every day. He kept asking himself one fearful question. Would Ash Sahib be foolish enough to cross into Rajasthan once more? Would he try to enter Bitha again? Young men in love often did foolish things. But if he went again into the Rana's land, this time alone and without soldiers or permission from the government, he might not come back alive. Madhu thought the Rana was not a man who forgave easily. He would never forgive someone who had made him look weak in front of his own people. It would please him very much if he learned that his enemy had come back secretly and in disguise. If that happened, and the Sahib disappeared, no one could blame the state. People would only say that he got lost in the hills and died of thirst or had an accident. No one could prove that he even went to Bitha, or wanted to go there. Madhu worried about these things every night. He could not sleep because of them. Although he had always worked only for single men and never liked the ways of English ladies, now he wished his young master would meet a kind and beautiful British girl in Ahmedabad. He hoped she could make him forget the unknown girl from Karidkot who had made him so sad. But Ash still rode out alone towards the hills once every week. He seemed to like being with Saji or the vicaries more than spending time with any of the young English ladies. So Madhu kept worrying. He feared something bad could happen. When Ash told him near the end of January that he was taking long leave and would go to his village for the hot season, the old man became upset.
"What?" he cried. "And leave you in young Kadera's care? He could give you food that would make you ill if I am not here to watch him. Never. And without me, who would make sure you did not do something foolish? No, no, child, I will stay."
Ash smiled and answered, half laughing, half annoyed. "Chachag, when you talk like that, you make it sound as if I were a small child."
Madhu said sharply, "Maybe because sometimes you act like one, Marabita."
"Do I?" Ash asked. "But you have gone on leave before and left me here, and you never made such a fuss then."
"That was in the Punjab," Madhu replied. "You were with your own people there. This is Gujarat. It is not your country or mine. And I know what I know. I do not trust you to stay out of trouble when I am gone."
Ash laughed. "Uncle, if I promise to behave as wisely and quietly as a good grandmother until you come back, will you go?"
"It need only be for a few months, and if my luck changes before then and I am called back to Mardan, you can meet me there. You know you need rest. The mountain air will make you feel better. Your family will cook for you and take care of you. You need good Punjabi food and the clean, cool wind after this hot, heavy place. Hi Mai, I wish I could go with you."
"I wish that too," said Madhu with feeling.
But he did not argue anymore. He also hoped that Ash's time away would soon end and that he would be called back to his regiment. With Hamilton Sahib and Bati Sahib supporting him, that day could not be far. Then Madhu might never need to return to this unpleasant place. He left on the 10th of February with one of the Saises whose home was near Rawalpindi. Ash went to the railway station to see him off. He stayed on the busy platform, watching the train move slowly away. He felt many things at once. He was sad to see the old man go. He knew he would miss Madhu's wise advice, the nightly talks, and the sound of the hookah. But he also felt some relief. Madhu had been watching him too closely and seemed to know too much. A short separation would help both of them. Besides, the old man's health and mood had grown worse since they moved to Gujarat, a place he disliked. Ash watched the train until it vanished. Long after the smoke was gone, he still looked into the distance. He thought of the first time he had seen Madhu. He remembered Madhu, Allah Yar, and Colonel Anderson. They had taken care of him when he was a confused boy named Ashok, who felt Indian but was told that he was really English. He could not even pronounce his English name. He had been sent to a strange country to become a sahib among people who said they were his father's family. As he remembered that day, he could see the three men clearly in his mind, as if they were standing beside him on the platform. Colonel Anderson and Allah Yar were gone now, but Madhu was still alive. Ash had just said goodbye to him as the Bombay and Baroda mail pulled out of the station. Yet something felt wrong. Then he understood. He was not seeing Madhu as he was now old, thin, and grey, but as he had been then, tall and strong like the others. It felt as if Madhu, too, had become part of the past. Of course, that was nonsense. Gulbaz, who had gone with them to the station, coughed softly to remind him of the time. Ash came out of his thoughts. He turned away, walked back along the platform, and went out to the yard where a tonga waited to take them home. Book 6. Julie. It was good that Madhu had left when he did. If he had stayed, his worry for Ash would have grown even stronger 2 days later, when an unexpected visitor came to the bungalow. The regiment had been out on a training exercise. Ash came back about an hour after sunset. He saw a hired tonga standing near the gate in the shadows. Gulbaz was waiting on the veranda steps.
He said, "There is a visitor. It is the Hakim from Karidkot. The Rao Sahib's Hakim, Gobind Das. He is waiting inside."
It really was Gobind. At first, fear made Ash's heart stop for a moment when he heard the name. But when he saw Gobind's calm, neat face, he felt safe again. This man did not come with bad news from Karkaji. Julie was not sick, dying, or dead. Her husband was not hurting her. Gobind looked the same as always, clean, calm, and sure. He explained that he was traveling to Bitha because Shushila Rani had asked him to come. She was worried about her husband's health and did not trust the Rana's old doctor, a man of 78 whose ways, she said, were very old-fashioned.
"And as the Rani is now expecting a child, she must not have extra worry," said Gobind. "So my master, the I.O. Sahib, could not say no to her. That is why I am now on my way to Bitha."
"Though I do not know how much I can help, or if I will even be allowed to help," Gobind said.
"I think the Rana's own doctors will not like a stranger being called to treat him."
"Is he very sick?" Ash asked with some hope.
Gobind lifted his shoulders and spread his hands.
"Who can say?" he said. "You know how Shushila Rani is. She makes a big thing out of every small pain or worry. It is possible she is doing that again now. Still, I must go and see what I can do and stay in Bitha as long as they need me."
Gobind had come with only one servant, a round and silly-looking man named Munalal. They had travelled from Bombay through Baroda and Ahmedabad.
"The I.O. Sahib knew you were sent here," Gobind said. "He told me to come this way because his nieces, the Ranis, would be happy to hear about you. He also thought you would want news from your friends in Karidkot. Here are letters for you. The I.O. Sahib does not trust the public post, so he gave them to me. He said I must give them only to you, as I have done now."
There were 3 letters. Besides Karkaji, Jyoti and Mulraj had also written to him. Their letters were short because Gobind would give all the main news. Jyoti mostly wrote about sport and horses. He ended with a funny description of the British resident, whom he disliked because the man wore glasses and looked at him over them. Mulraj's letter only sent good wishes and hoped that Ash would visit them on his next leave. Karkaji's letter, however, was very important. When Ash read it, he understood why it had to be sent by a trusted man like Gobind and not by post. He also understood why Gobind had been told to come through Ahmedabad. The first part of the letter gave more details about what Gobind had said earlier. It spoke about Sushila's strong wish for a doctor she could trust, and the need to answer her request because she was sick. Karkaji also asked Ash to help Gobind with horses, a guide, and anything else needed for a safe trip to Bitha. Gobind carried the money for all these things. Later in the letter, Karkaji admitted that he was worried about his nieces. He said this was the real reason, more than any other, why he agreed to send Gobind to Bitha at once.
They have no one there they can trust, Karkaji wrote. And we have no one we can trust to tell us the truth about them. Sushila cannot write, and we have not heard from her half-sister. That is strange. We think the servant who writes their letters cannot be trusted. The letters we get only say they are well and happy. But we have heard another story. We learned that the nurse Geeta and 2 of the waiting women who went with them from Karidkot are dead. They were loyal servants and loved my nieces very much. Yet no letter ever told us this. I would not have known anything, he went on, if a trader who went to Bitha had not told the story to another man in armor. That man told someone who had a cousin here in Karidkot. That is how we finally heard it. At first it sounded like gossip from a traveler, but the families of the dead women heard it too. They were very upset and asked Jyoti to speak to his brother-in-law, the runner, to find out if it was true. After a long delay, an answer came back. It said the 2 waiting women had died of a fever, and the nurse had broken her neck in a fall down the stairs. The runner said he was surprised that neither the senior nor the junior Rani had written about this to their brother. He said they must have thought the deaths of servants were not important enough to mention.